Chapter 561. The Crown Prince's face was full of helplessness. He reached out and lightly pinched his waist, saying softly, "Shut up, this is your sister. Your big sister is back." Little Xiao Sen's stupefied face was still hanging with 2 lines of tears. His expression was especially comical. The Crown Prince glared at him, annoyed and amused. He said softly to him, "You've angered your sister quite badly, let me tell you. You have to coax her properly. Otherwise, if you're unlucky, I'll also be unlucky with you." Big sister? The big sister that father and mother often talked about, the one who went to a super large sect to cultivate? Little Xiao Sun immediately became listless. "Look at how you've beaten him up. I don't believe that this is what mother taught you. Bullying others with your power. Utterly unreasonable." Arbor was so angry that he wanted to go up and beat this stinking brat. The Crown Prince hurriedly stopped him and smiled apologetically. "Jojo, your brother is still young. Don't hit him, don't hit him. Go away. Don't protect him all the time. Look at how you've taught him. At such a young age, you've earned yourself the title of the capital's little overlord. You've really given old Xiao's family face." Little Xiao Sun shrank into the Crown Prince's embrace and looked at his fuming sister in silence, sobbing and unable to speak. "Get down and immediately go to their house with me to apologize. I'm telling you, if you don't apologize today, I'll..." Apologize. Little Sun is very obedient. He'll definitely go and apologize." The Crown Prince hurriedly pulled down the little fellow's raised hand and winked at his brother-in-law. "I am sorry, Ren Hongfei. I won't bully you in the future. In the academy, I'll take care of you." When the little fellow saw the Crown Prince's expression, he immediately wilted and hurriedly apologized to the little boy with a bruised nose and swollen face. "Go to his house." Arbor was so angry that he didn't enter the Qiao estate's main gate. He directly pulled the 2 children into the carriage and turned his head to the side with a sullen face, not saying a word. The Crown Prince's heart was beating like a drum as he watched. He went up and secretly hooked her little finger, but Miss Xiao threw him away. The Crown Prince's handsome face immediately turned green. It's over. This time, he was really dragged down by his pig-like brother-in-law. What to do? The Crown Prince's carriage made a detour to the residence of Ren Pongjing, the deputy minister of Taichung Temple. Ren Pongjing was practicing calligraphy in his study when he heard that His Highness the Crown Prince had come. He immediately called his wife and 2 sons to change clothes and go out to welcome the Crown Prince's carriage. His mind was in a daze. "This official greets your Highness. I did not know your Highness is coming. Wei Chen did not go out to meet you." Ren Pongjing, together with his wife and son, hastily opened the front door and went out to greet Wei Chen. Compared to the empty Minshun Avenue, the path in front of the Taichung Temple's deputy minister's house appeared to be extremely lively. When the commoners heard that the Crown Prince's carriage had arrived at Sir Ren's residence, they hurriedly knelt down to pay their respects. "Welcome, Your Highness." Madame Ren was a typical, sweet-tempered woman. Although she was anxious when she saw her youngest son being led over with a bloody nose and a swollen face, she didn't criticize him. Instead, she gently brought her eldest son and second son to greet him. The Crown Prince was a little embarrassed. He reached out and shook Arbor's little hand. "This is the Crown Princess." Our dear Crown Princess was in a fit of anger. She couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and slapped his hand away. Ren Pongjing and Madame Ren were astonished for a moment. When they saw the young lady in front of them clearly, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly and hurriedly went up to greet her. "Greetings, Crown Princess." Chapter 562. Xiao Sun kneeled down. Arbor turned her head and looked at her younger brother sternly. The Crown Prince, who was despised by his wife, coughed lightly and reminded his brother-in-law that it was best not to anger his sister at this time. Xiao Sun knelt down aggrievedly and lowered his head. He didn't look like the little tyrant in the academy at all. Arbor led Ren Hongfei to Madame Ren and bowed. Sir Ren and Madame Ren were so shocked that they hurriedly moved away and returned the greeting. "Sir Ren, Madame Ren, I'm really sorry. My younger brother was negligent in disciplining him and beat your son to this state. I'm really worried, Arbor said softly. On the way here, I already examined your son. Fortunately, they are all superficial wounds, so I'll give this bottle of pills to your son. Take the red pills orally and apply them externally. He will recover in 2 days. Crown Princess, you're exaggerating. Sir Ren and Madame Ren bowed. Arbor shook her head. It's my younger brother's fault. Arbor glanced coldly at Xiao Sun, who was sneaking glances at her, and said, Xiao Yao, go get the feral. Xiao Yao glanced at the miserable Xiao Sun and hurriedly begged for mercy. Miss, young master is still young and insensible. He won't dare to do this again in the future. Let's forget about it this time. He'll be 8 years old after the new year. Look at the 8-year-old children in other families. Which one of them is as crafty and undisciplined as him? Where are the books and etiquette that he learned in the academy? Arbor looked coldly at Xiao Yao. Are you not going to listen to what I say? Yes. Xiao Yao immediately shriveled and hurriedly turned around to get the feral. Madame Run wanted to stop her, but Arbor stopped her. She turned around and stared coldly at Xiao Sr. Do you admit defeat when Elder Sister hit you today? Elder Sister, I know I was wrong. Xiao Sun looked fearfully at the cold feral and looked pleadingly at the crown prince who was standing at the side. Prince received his brother-in-law's gaze and hurriedly reached out to pull Arbor's small hand. Jojo, Xiao Sun knows he's wrong. You're still protecting him. Arbor was furious. He pushed the crown prince's hand away and shouted at his younger brother, Hand! Xiao's son shuddered and raised his little hand involuntarily. Pa! The ruler landed on his tiny palm, causing little Xiao's son to tremble in pain as he burst into tears. After 3 slaps, Crown Prince saw that his brother-in-law's hands were red and swollen, crying pitifully. He couldn't bear it and went forward to grab his little wife. Jojo, that's enough. Xiao San will definitely be obedient in the future. Don't worry, he'll definitely remember this and won't bully his classmates in the future. As he spoke, he quickly winked at Xiao. Senator Xiao Sun wailed, Sister, I was wrong. Sister, sob, sob, sob. Madame Rin didn't dare to offend the Crown Prince's brother-in-law and hurriedly tried to dissuade him, saying that it was just children playing around and shouldn't be taken too seriously. After sending off the furious Crown Princess, the couple looked at each other and pulled their youngest son in front of them to take a closer look. Sure enough, they saw that the wounds on his hands and face had been carefully treated. The medicine used was also unheard of and was very precious. Some of the small wounds on the child's face had already healed. Elder Sister is a good person, Ren Hongfei said softly. His father glared at him. What nonsense are you saying? That's Her Highness the Crown Princess. How can you casually claim kinship? Remember this in the future. Chapter 563. After going back and forth, they didn't even have time to drink a mouthful of water, let alone have a reunion dinner. By the time they returned to the Qiao estate, it was already past lunchtime. It was already afternoon. Jojo, don't be angry. The Crown Prince hastily corrected his attitude and admitted his mistake as soon as he got on the carriage. He then gave his brother-in-law a meaningful glance. Our dear Xiao Sun was someone who knew when to yield and when not to. When he saw that his all-powerful older brother had to carefully curry favor with his older sister, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend his older sister. He hastily reached out to hug his older sister's leg and wailed, Older sister, I was wrong. Older sister, please forgive me. He had always maintained the image of an obedient and clever child in front of his family's elders. Wei Ziqin and the others were completely unaware of his nickname as the capital's little tyrant. When this little fellow first arrived in the capital, he wasn't that daring. It was mainly after experiencing a few incidents that he realized his older brother was especially capable and powerful, so he started to become increasingly fearless. As long as he suffered any grievances, he just had to cry in front of his older brother, and the matter would immediately be resolved. But at first, there were still people who dared to bully him in the academy. But later on, not only did they make a detour when they saw him, but they were also especially fawning over him. When they saw him, they would call him Little Young Master Qiao and were extremely respectful. He would go to his older brother for anything he wanted. If he got into any trouble, he would also go to his older brother. His older brother would run over to his house every 2 to 3 days, and he would bring a lot of gifts every time he came back. He basically allowed the little fellow to take whatever he wanted. In addition, he was the only male grandchild in the entire old Xiao family, so old Madam doted on him a lot. Sometimes, when Wei Ziqin wanted to scold him, old Madam would protect him. This child's one sentence had the effect of hundreds of people responding to his call. Xiao Sun was young and lived an arrogant and luxurious life. How could his little tail not fly to the sky? Now, he finally knew how terrifying his older sister was. If he offended his older sister, even his older brother couldn't protect him. Thus, this older sister was very powerful. He was young, but he knew how to read people's expressions. When he saw that his older sister's expression had softened, he cried even harder and begged for mercy. Arbor didn't want to beat him up. She just recalled her previous life. She had a good younger brother who was raised crooked by one Rowan and became a hedonistic debauchee. He would fight with others in the brothel all day long and was beaten to death at the age of 16. Thinking of this, she turned her little head away and looked out the window with reddened eyes, not saying a word. The Crown Prince's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly reached out and hugged the little one. His heart was filled with regret and sadness. "I'm sorry, Jojo. I swear I won't spoil him anymore. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's all because I've always been obedient to him. That's why he's acting so lawlessly. Don't be angry with yourself. Just hit me." The Crown Prince took her small hand and patted his chest. "Hit me hard." Xiao Mu turned her head to glare at him. This really was a peerlessly good brother. Little did she know that the Crown Prince was also tricked by his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law was usually well-mannered and well-behaved in front of him. He didn't live in the Qiao estate and would usually come and go in a hurry. He would visit his parents-in-law and leave a gift before leaving. He was only a 7 or 8-year-old child. How could he know that this kid was so crafty and usually put on an act? When Mou, that brat, was young, the Crown Prince also allowed his younger brother to do whatever he wanted and gave him whatever he wanted. This brother-in-law was no different from his own younger brother. So who would have thought that his brother-in-law would be so tricked? 10 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 564. The carriage turned back to Minshun Avenue and slowly moved along the bluestone paved street. In the carriage, Xiao Sun sobbed for a while. His little face was flushed red, and he looked rather pitiful. Arbor looked at his red and swollen hand and pursed her lips without saying a word. After a while, when his sobbing subsided, she pulled his arm in front of her and flipped her hand to take out a small bottle of ointment. The ointment effect of removing blood stasis and reducing swelling was naturally excellent. After applying a small piece, Trao Sin's red and swollen hand immediately reduced by more than half. "Sister, are you still angry?" Xiao Sin peeked at his sister and said weakly, "Xiao Senator's sister beat you up. Do you blame me?" Arbor asked softly and stopped what she was doing. Xiao Sun hurriedly shook his head. This child was very clever. When he saw his big brother's gaze, which clearly said, "You dare to blame me? Brother will beat you up again immediately." This little rascal immediately cowered. "Then tell me, why did sister have to mercilessly punish you today?" Xiao Mu asked. Xiao Sun peeked at the Crown Prince, who glared at him unhappily. He hurriedly turned back and said, "I shouldn't have bullied Ren Hongfei. I won't bully him in the future. That's not entirely the reason." Arbor looked at him indifferently. She put aside the ointment in her hand and said softly, "It's sister's heartache. How can my little brother be like this? Sister doesn't ask you to bring peace to the world through martial arts, but at least the little brother in my heart can maintain a trace of kindness. Unlike the one in front of us, who bullies the weak and unreasonable. Is it fun to bully him? There are so many of you, but you beat and kicked him. Do you have any face?" Little Xiao Sun sniffled and went up to hug his sister's arm pitifully. He swore with all his might, "Sister, I won't do it again. Please don't be angry. Sister, Xiao Sun will change. I will definitely change." Big sister's snow moon-like bright eyes revealed disappointment, which made little Xiao Sun feel very uncomfortable. "Who is that Gao Fong? He's also from the academy. His father is one of the richest merchants in the city. Arbor didn't immediately ask her brother to cut ties with Gao Fong, even though she knew that Gao Fong was one of Xiao Sin's friends in her previous life. However, considering that the child might have a negative reaction, she temporarily suppressed it and did not say anything. The reason why Xiao Sun was like this was inseparable from his family's upbringing. Fortunately, he was still young and could be taught. Therefore, Arbor did not continue to scold him. Instead, he looked out of the window thoughtfully. She did not believe that her parents would teach Xiao Sun to be such a bully. There must be a reason behind it. At this moment, the carriage had already arrived at the main entrance of the marquee of Jiyuan's estate. Wei Ziqin was anxiously waiting at the door. She had just heard that when Jojo came back, he happened to see Xiao Sun fighting with someone. This child did not enter the house and directly took Xiao Sun to the other party's house to apologize. She didn't know what had happened and was feeling anxious. When she saw the carriage stop in front of the door, her eyes lit up. Wei Ziqin took a few steps down the stairs with excitement in her heart. She saw the curtain lift, and a 14 to 15-year-old girl draped in ice sable fur came out of the carriage. Her otherworldly face, which was made of ice and snow, crashed into Wei Ziqin's eyes, causing her to be dazed for a moment. It was as if she saw that Madame Wei's heart was filled with comfort. Her eyes instantly became blurry with tears. The scroll was finished. Chapter 565. With a glance, Xiao Mu saw her mother standing at the entrance, and the corners of her eyes and forehead had clearly increased with fine wrinkles. In an instant, Arbor's heart was filled with longing. She quickly walked towards her mother, walking faster and faster until she was sprinting. Wei Ziqin also hurriedly ran down the steps. She shook off the hand of a servant girl who wanted to support her and ran towards her daughter with open arms. "Mother!" Arbor rushed over and was immediately pulled into Wei Ziqin's arms. Wei Ziqin reached out and patted her on the back. With tears in her eyes, she scolded, "You stinky child. Tell me, what did you tell Mother when you left? You said that you'd be back in 3 years if you were fast. What about now? How many years has it been? How many years have you not been back? You haven't even written a letter in 2 to 3 years. You're deliberately making Mother worried to death. You child." "I'm sorry, Mother." Arbor raised her head with red eyes. She acted coquettishly in her mother's arms and said pitifully, "Something happened and daughter couldn't make it back in time. Look, you're going to be a girl of marriageable age soon, but you're still acting coquettishly in Mother's arms." Wei Ziqin smiled through her tears and reached out to poke the little girl's forehead. When she looked up at Mo Lien, who was quickly following behind, her face was filled with embarrassment. "Little Mo, I've made a fool of myself in front of you." "How could that be, Auntie? Let's talk inside." Okay. Jojo's father and his second uncle still don't know that Jojo is back. Come, let's go inside first." Wei Ziqin held her daughter's hand and looked at Prince Mo with regret. Crown Prince Mo found his mother-in-law's regretful gaze very strange, no matter how he looked at it. What a pity. Wei Ziqin sighed in her heart. She didn't know what was wrong with the great king of the Mo kingdom. Why did he suddenly decree a marriage for his daughter? Otherwise, she would have thought highly of Xiaoma. Xiaoma was a mature and steady child with a good temper. Most importantly, he was filial. It was hard to find such a good boy. Although he was a few years younger than their daughter, he was older and could dote on her. Besides, the two of them were a match made in heaven and could be considered childhood sweethearts. The couple knew Xiaoma well, so they could rest assured leaving their daughter in his care. It was a match made in heaven. But now, although her daughter was about to be of marriageable age, in Wei Ziqin's eyes, she was still too young. The palace was also a place full of trouble, so how could she bear to harm her own daughter? However, the king's orders could not be disobeyed. Ever since that strange imperial edict was issued, Wei Ziqin had not eaten much for lunch. Her heart was filled with anxiety. Arbor snuck a glance at the crown prince, then turned and waved at Xiao Sun, who was alighting from the carriage. Xiao Sun skipped forward in small steps, his head shrinking back slightly. When Wei Ziqin saw this naughty and mischievous youngest son, her face turned stern. "Xiao Sun, What were you doing at the door just now? Why did you anger your eldest sister the moment she returned? Xiao San immediately hugged his mother's thigh. Mother, elder sister has already forgiven Xiao Senior. A little young master, what happened to your hand? A servant girl with a delicate face and a tall figure quickly walked out from Wei Ziqing's side. She bent down and picked up Xiao Sen's small hand, softly saying a sentence. Wei Ziqing's gaze landed on her youngest son's hand. Although most of the swelling on Xiao Sen's hand had disappeared, it was still a little red. It just didn't look as frightening as before. Chapter 566. Wei Ziqing frowned. Donghe, why aren't you greeting eldest miss? You're so unruly. Only then did the maidservant named Donghe put down Xiao Sen's hand in terror. She turned around and gave Arbor a salute. Donghe greets eldest Mississippi. Arbor swept a glance at her before turning to look at her mother. Wei Ziqing smiled. You haven't returned for many years, and you don't know that there are many new people in the family. Let's go in first. Little young master, does your hand still hurt? Donghe followed behind and asked softly. Little young master must be tired. This servant will carry you in. Little Xiao San was just about to lie down on Donghe like in the past, only to see her eldest sister abruptly turn her head. Her clear and cold eyes abruptly glared at that servant girl. Let go. This furious shout immediately gave Donghe, as well as the two manservants guarding the door, a huge fright. Donghe seemed to have been bitten by a venomous snake as she hurriedly retracted her hands. Can't you walk by yourself? Arbor was impatient with this kind of young master and young misbehavior. She looked coldly at the maidservant named Donghe. How old are you already? What kind of person are you to hang out with all these dubious people all day long? The eyes of the dubious maidservant Donghe immediately reddened from grievance. She gritted her teeth and lowered her head, concealing the unwillingness in her eyes. Walk properly. How many times has mother told you that you should be scolded by your eldest sister if you don't have proper manners? Wei Ziqing patted her son in annoyance and pulled him into the house. Little Xiao San obediently stepped into the house by himself. Steward Chang Zai, who came after hearing the news, greeted eldest miss with a face full of smiles and then followed along. Seeing many unfamiliar faces along the way, Arbor couldn't help but frown. Mother, why are there so many idle people in the house? Idle people? The corner of Chang Zai's mouth twitched. Sure enough, little master didn't like those extra servants. Wei Ziqing looked at her daughter in amusement. The mother and daughter pair held hands and walked affectionately toward the main hall. Actually, it's not that many people. Your grandmother likes the house to be more lively, so she bought more than 10 servant girls. Your grandmother left 2 servant girls to accompany her and chat with her. All in all, our Qiao family has a total of 21 people. Compared to the rules of a normal manor, there are far fewer manservants and maids. Wei Ziqing said to her daughter in a kind manner. Arbor turned his head and glared at the crown prince unhappily. It must be this fellow who sent this, and that every 2 to 3 days, making the family very rich. Otherwise, how could father and second uncle go out to do missions from time to time to support such a large number of people? Speaking of which, these idlers were mostly supported by the crown prince. Prince stepped forward innocently and hooked Arbor's little finger. Jojo, Annie was right. There weren't many new servants in the house. Now that the courtyard is so big, it's troublesome to take care of it. You don't want Annie to work too hard, right? Arbor snorted and turned his head away, not wanting to pay attention to him. Wei Ziqing, on the other hand, was somewhat alarmed. She hurriedly stepped forward to separate the 2 people's hands, looking at her daughter with a face that wanted to say something but hesitated. Ciao, ciao. Mother has something to tell you. Crown Prince was baffled. He didn't understand why his mother-in-law had stepped forward to break up an affectionate couple. Mother, tell me, what is it? Daughter, this morning, the family received an imperial edict. The great king somehow betrothed you to the current crown prince. Tell me about this. AI. Wei Ziqing sighed. Chapter 567. Wiping away her tears, Wei Ziqing looked at the crown prince with regret. She couldn't bear to part ways with the child she thought highly of, so she said, "Little Mo, Annie knows that you like our family's chow chow. But this matter, sigh." His Majesty had randomly arranged a matchmaker and had even arranged a marriage for no reason. Men and women are different, so don't get too close to our Jojo in the future. Arbor's mouth twitched. The Crown Prince was dumbfounded and hurriedly said, "No, Auntie, that. I know." Wei Ziqing interrupted him and sighed. She took Emollien's hand and patted it familiarly. Acting like an elder, she said earnestly, "As subjects, it's not appropriate for us to say anything about the great king. But there aren't any outsiders here, so I'll tell you in private. This great king is too reckless. What do you think our Jojo has to do with the Crown Prince? Our Chow family has always been a small family, so I can't figure it out. Where did the great king's decree come from?" The Crown Prince. The Crown Prince cast a pleading look at Jojo. "You should tell your mother." Xiao Mu didn't say anything and even tugged at her lips as she rolled her eyes at him that said, "Do as you see fit." She then walked forward while holding her mother's arm. "Mom, don't worry about that Crown Prince. Let's go see Dad and second uncle first. This child, it's fine if you talk about it at home, but don't do this when you're outside. That's the Crown Prince. You can't disrespect him." Wei Ziqing reminded her daughter. The Crown Prince felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Would his mother-in-law fly into a rage when she found out the truth and chase him out in a fit of anger? What's going on? Why am I so unlucky today? What's happening today? The group entered the main hall. His father, Qiao Zhongbong, and second uncle, Qiao Zhongxing, who had heard the news, quickly strode in. "Jojo, you're finally willing to come back from the sect." Qiao Zhongxing laughed heartily as he strode towards his niece. "Daughter." Qiao Zhongbong also hurriedly ran over with a joyful expression. "Father, second uncle." Arbor glanced at the two of them and saw that their cultivation bases had both risen slightly. Second uncle was now a level 4 peak body cultivator, while father's cultivation had reached the phenomenal success of level 7 mystic cultivation. Compared to the geniuses of the large sects, the growth of their cultivation was very slow. As time passed, it would be more difficult for them to grow. If he could find the time to refine some Xian-breaking pills and body-tempering pills, they could help the two of them break through 1 or 2 levels. "Daughter, it's good that you're back. Look, you've lost a lot of weight. Your mother has been nagging me about you every day. When you come back, stay at home and let your mother nourish you well." When the Crown Prince heard this, he immediately had the urge to grab his wife and run away. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have sent the little fellow back so quickly. Now that he had entered the house, he couldn't go back. "Older sister." Everyone was chatting when a shout came from the door. Arbor turned around and saw Xiao Lin, Er's rosy little face full of smiles. Her pair of eyes were wrinkled and sparkling as she dashed through the door and threw herself at her. Arbor hurriedly reached out to catch her. Her heart instantly filled to the brim. Her younger sister was no longer as pitiful and submissive as she was in her previous life. This little face in high spirits was really beautiful. "Older sister, you're finally back." Xiao Lin was nearly 11 years old and no longer looked as chubby as when she was young. Now, she was a slender little girl. Chapter 568. Xiao Lin, you've grown a lot taller. Arbor looked at her little sister's cheerful figure and her mood was lifted. She had also temporarily thrown all those troublesome matters to the back of her mind. "Sister, you're even prettier than before." All right. These two sisters have only just met, and they're already praising each other. Wei Ziqing couldn't help but giggle. She held her daughters in each hand and couldn't hide her fondness for them. "Jojo, Mother will take you to see your Nanju garden. You'll live there in the future. If you don't like it, how about we change?" When the Crown Prince heard that, he was going to live there. The Crown Prince hurried forward and smiled at Wei Ziqing. "Auntie, Jojo still has to return to the palace today. There's a palace banquet tomorrow night, and he must know about it. When the banquet is over, it won't be too late for Jojo to move home in 2 days." The Crown Prince's words meant that he still had to wait for the banquet to be over before he could return home in 2 days. That, to put it bluntly, the Queen's Palace banquet had nothing to do with whether or not Arbor moved home. Even if Xiao Mu were to stay at home now, she would just enter the palace with her mother tomorrow night. After all, her mother was currently a marchioness with a third-rank title, so she definitely had to attend the banquet and meet the noble ladies of the capital while she was at it. Of course, the banquet wouldn't be a good one. This was inevitable. She would see who dared to provoke her. Arbor's mother was led astray by the crown prince's words. When she thought of the palace banquet, she frowned. Jojo, I don't know what the crown prince's personality is like. AI, when you enter the palace tomorrow, you'll probably have to meet him. I don't know what that great king is thinking. You haven't even reached marriageable age yet, and he's already betrothed you to His Highness the Crown Prince. Although there's still some time before the wedding, the status is already set. AI. Her mother began to nag about her daughter's boundless marriage path again, full of worry and worry. Arbor's mouth twitched. She received the crown prince's pleading gaze and couldn't help but curse him inwardly. She snorted and turned her face away. The crown prince hurriedly stretched out his finger to scratch her small palm and gently tugged at her. Arbor coughed and reached out to hold his mother's arm and said softly, "Mother, do you remember what I told you before? There was once when your daughter was almost kidnapped by someone from an evil sect, but was saved by a young hero." I remember. Of course, Mother remembers. Wei Ziqing's face paled at the mention of this. She still remembered that her daughter had told her that someone from the evil sect had taken a fancy to her daughter's talent and wanted to capture her to make her into a puppet. Yes, actually, that young swordsman is the current crown prince. Wei Ziqing opened her mouth slightly. His Highness saved you? Okay. Arbor nodded. Wei Ziqing said gratefully, "Then Mother must properly thank His Highness the Crown Prince when I enter the palace this time." At this moment, the incompetent brother-in-law, standing at the side, spoke up. "Big brother, didn't Ren Hongfei's parents just call you Your Highness the Crown Prince? Why should Mother enter the palace to thank you? Can't she thank you now?" Wei Ziqing abruptly turned her head to look at the slender and elegant young man. Her pair of eyes were already wide open. Emollien. Da Qiao Zhongbong suddenly slapped his thigh. This little Mo was called so coherently that no one had thought about it. Actually, that child Emollien seemed to have revealed her name the moment she entered the door. Wasn't the current world surnamed Mo? First 5 o'clock at night. Chapter 569. Qiao Zhongbong, Wei Ziqing, and the others were just about to step forward to salute when Emollien hastily stopped them. "Uncle, Andy, there are no outsiders here, so we won't pay attention to those empty formalities." What a joke. His little wife was glaring at him. So how could he dare to let Qiao Zhongbong and his wife greet him? "I didn't deliberately hide it from you before, so please forgive me. Your Highness the Crown Prince is too serious," Qiao Zhongbong quickly said. "Uncle, Annie, you can call me Little Mo like you always do at home. Uncle, Annie, and second uncle are all my elders, so calling me this sounds more intimate." This. Qiao Zhongbong hesitated for a moment, but it was Wei Ziqing who readily agreed. "Little Mo, you're too much. You didn't say anything and made Annie worry for the entire day." She thought that the great king had randomly arranged the Mandarin ducks, but who knew that it was actually a misunderstanding. Arbor stood at the side without uttering a word. She could tell that the crown prince had been putting in a lot of effort to visit her family recently. Look at how happy he had coaxed her mother, calling him Little Mo this and Little Mo that. In the beginning, perhaps there were still some restraints due to her identity, but after chatting for a while, her mother completely recovered to her usual self. Prince Mo chatted with Arbor's mother for a while before turning to smile at Arbor. "See, I already told my future parents-in-law. There's no problem at all, right?" Arbor turned her small head and pulled Xiaolin's hand. "Xiaolin, you triggered your mystic meridians." "MHM." Xiaolin nodded vigorously. "Last year, a mentor from the Mystic Cultivator Association helped me trigger my mystic meridians successfully. Sister, I'm a level 4 mystic cultivator now." A level 4 mystic cultivator who wasn't even 11 years old was already considered outstanding talent and excellent constitution. Arbor nodded in satisfaction. "Sister can tell that you worked very hard." Xiao Lin's eyes revealed a smile, and she pursed her small lips. While the family was happily chatting, Dong He's silhouette flashed at the door. She then swiftly went out and hurriedly ran towards the old madam's longevity court. The old lady had just finished her afternoon nap, and Dong He happened to bump into her as she was getting up. Hearing that Dong He had rushed over, the old madam's eyes flickered slightly, and she said to the head maid beside her, "Xin, bring her in." Soon, Dong He's tall figure appeared before Wang Shi's eyes. "Dong He, you came to find me in such a hurry. Did something happen on Master's side?" Old Madam held a cup of tea and drank it unhurriedly. Her eyes swept over Dong He, who was kneeling in front of her without batting an eyelid. Dong He hurriedly crawled to Old Madam on her knees and deliberately squeezed out 2 drops of tears. "Old Madam, I'm afraid you still don't know. Young Miss is back." "What?" The old lady was shocked. At the mention of Arbor, her heart was filled with a pair of icy eyes, and the hand holding the teacup froze for no reason. Dong He didn't detect Old Madam's abnormality and even added fuel to the fire as she complained. "Young Miss really is an old-fashioned and strict person." As soon as she entered the house, she beat up little young Master without any explanation. Little young Master is only so old. What does a 7 or 8-year-old know? Young Miss beat little young Master's palm until it was red and swollen. It really makes one's heart ache. Madam actually didn't say anything and just let young Miss do as she pleased. This servant really can't stand it anymore. Moreover, Old Madam, young Miss has been back for so long, but she actually didn't come over to pay respects to you. She's seriously too unfilial. Dong He pursed her lips. Chapter 570. Just now, this servant saw that little young Master was beaten so pitifully, so this servant wanted to carry little young Master away to apply some ointment. Who knew that eldest Miss would berate this servant without any explanation and even say that this servant is that kind of indecent person? Dong He continued to complain with an aggrieved expression. "Old Madam, in any case, this servant is someone that you assign to Master and Madam." Eldest Miss not giving this servant any face clearly shows that she doesn't put Old Madam in her eyes. With every sentence that Dong He said, Wang Nei's expression turned worse by a few degrees. Finally, she slammed the table and shouted angrily. "This little girl's temper has grown increasingly these few years. This old one wants to meet her. Look at how good my good granddaughter is now to be able to do something like beating her own younger brother the moment she entered the house, causing the entire family to be in a state of chaos." Having achieved her goal, Dong He secretly revealed a sinister smile. She hurriedly wiped away her tears and stood up, following Old Madam with small steps. Cheyenne frowned and caught up with Old Madam's footsteps. She whispered, "Old Madam, you're going to the antechamber by yourself? Then why are you looking for eldest Miss? Don't forget, eldest Miss's current status is completely different. Early this morning, His Majesty issued a marriage decree and has already betrothed her to His Highness the Crown Prince. Eldest Miss is now Her Highness the Crown Princess. There's a difference between a monarch and a subject. If you rashly rush over to reprimand her like this, and someone with ulterior motives finds out, they will definitely make a big fuss about it." Thinking carefully, Old Madam almost broke out in a cold sweat. She turned to look at Sheyun and nodded repeatedly. Sheyun's words are very true. Seeing that Old Madam was actually about to back down, how could Dong He be willing to comply? She hurriedly added fuel to the fire and said, "Old Madam, even if eldest Miss is now Her Highness the Crown Princess, the current great king is also someone who pays attention to filial piety. Could she disrespect her grandmother just because she was the crown prince consort?" This servant heard that when the Empress Dowager was ill, His Highness the Crown Prince had also attended to the Empress Dowager for several days. As the Crown Prince's official wife, the Crown Princess is a role model for the entire world. The word filial piety is enough to firmly suppress her. "Dong He, why are you stirring up trouble here? What intentions did he have? Could it be that you want to see the Old Madam and the Crown Princess at odds?" She had long known that this Dong, he wasn't a good person. Although she was quick-witted, she was too scheming. If Xia knew that Dong He was here today, to pick a fight with the crown princess. Cheyenne would really regret not blocking her at the door and directly chasing her out. As servants, all they had to do was to be tactful. How could there be so much trouble? This Dongha was probably reprimanded by the crown princess and couldn't hold back her anger, so she ran over to challenge the old madam to stand up for her. However, the old madam was already so old. Recently, she had become more and more powerless. In fact, the right way to go was to enjoy her old age safely. Why would she bother arguing with a junior when she had nothing to do? Sister Cheyenne, what are you saying? All right, help this old woman over to take a look. Donghe's words were somewhat reasonable. Even the current crown prince didn't dare to be unfilial. She didn't believe that her granddaughter would dare to be disrespectful to her. When this servant left the antechamber just now, I heard them talking about it. It turns out that the young master who often comes to our residence to visit Madam and Master is His Highness the Crown Prince. He's the Crown Prince. Wang Nei was shocked. Soon after, she couldn't help but sigh. Such a graceful and elegant young man. This old woman felt at first glance that he was either wealthy or respectable. However, I didn't expect that his status would be so high. Chapter 571. When elderly lady was helped into the room, everyone was happily chatting. As soon as elderly lady Wang entered, the entire living room was dead silent. Everyone stood up to welcome elderly lady Wang and stole glances at each other. Seeing that elderly lady Wang didn't come with good intentions, they couldn't help exchanging glances. On the other hand, Arbor didn't say anything. When her mother stood up, she also stood up and bowed to elderly lady Wang with her mother before sitting down. No one could find fault with this etiquette. However, elderly lady Wang was furious and disliked the little stoic no matter how she looked at her. She had a stoic expression on her face all day, and it was the same for 7 to 8 years. It was as if someone owed her a huge debt. Xiao's son, come to grandmother. After elderly lady Wang sat down, she beckoned to Xiao. Senator Xiao's son bounced over, and elderly lady Wang pulled up his small hand. When elderly lady Wang saw that her grandson's hand was indeed still red and swollen, her expression changed abruptly, and she turned to berate Arbor. Eldest lass, so what if you're back? Is there a need to cause such a big commotion? This is your biological younger brother, not someone picked up from the streets. Look at you. You dragged him to someone else's house to torment him as soon as you came back, beating and scolding him. This old one, and your parents aren't dead yet. It's not your turn to meddle in your younger brother's upbringing. Arbor's icy gaze shot straight at elderly lady Wang. The sharp glint in her gaze immediately frightened elderly lady Wang so much that her heart skipped a beat. Elderly lady Wang hadn't seen this lass for several years, but she didn't expect her gaze to be even sharper now. This gaze was practically able to cut open her old bones. However, elderly lady Wang currently valued this little grandson and couldn't bear to see him suffer any grievances. Even if she was a bit cowardly, she still couldn't resist standing up for her grandson. Dongha stood next to elderly lady Wang and pursed her lips as she secretly snickered, waiting to see eldest miss suffer. All of a sudden, eldest miss stood up abruptly, and a pair of icy eyes abruptly shifted to her. The front hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Dongha felt that her heart was about to leap out of her chest. In a flash, eldest young miss had already arrived in front of her. Without any explanation, a heavy slap landed on her cheek. This slap was truly beautiful. Dongha immediately opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood that was mixed with 2 teeth. She fell to the ground with a plop and started whimpering. Her pupils constricted and were filled with disbelief and terror. The old lady was so frightened by the servant girl's actions that her face drained of color. She thought that the servant girl had rushed up to hit her, but it turned out that the servant girl next to her had attacked her. She suddenly remembered that a few years ago, she had called upon the 2 grandnephews of the Wang family to fight with her. At that time, her granddaughter was only 7 years old. At that time, she had not been able to gain any advantage from her hands. Ever since she was 7 years old, this girl had always been fierce, and no one dared to bully her. Old madam, is this what you taught? A little servant girl also dares to turn her nose up at me. What kind of thing is she? Arbor berated, scolding mercilessly. A servant girl, dressing herself up like a concubine, wearing red and green and acting coy all day long and showing off her right and wrong. She doesn't have the slightest bit of a servant girl's duty, causing the entire household to be in a foul atmosphere. Hurry and come. Immediately drag her away. Even if you want to sell her or beat her to death, make her disappear from my sight immediately. Don't disgust me. Changzai immediately jumped out tactfully. With a wave of his hand, he instructed 2 manservants to go up and twist Dongha's arm. Chapter 572. Old Madam was so infuriated that her chest heaved up and down repeatedly. She pointed at Arbor and said, "You," for a long time, but she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Her eyes were so furious that they were about to spit out flames. "What right do you have to sell me? What right do you have to sell me? I'm Old Madam's person." Donghi's arms were twisted by the 2 manservants, and her eyes couldn't help but widen as she struggled nonstop. Her head of jewelry and jade shook, and her disheveled appearance cut a sorry figure. Arbor's belly full of anger instantly exploded, and he fiercely kicked that last Donghi, sending her flying out from the 2 manservants' hands. She fell to the ground fiercely, and her head knocked against the thick stone slab, instantly creating a bloody hole. The surroundings were dead silent. All the servants stared at the enraged eldest miss with fear and trepidation. They only felt as if their hearts were gripped by a giant palm, and they were so frightened that they were somewhat unable to breathe. "What right do I have to sell you?" Arbor shouted sternly, then turned to Steward Changzai and roared, "Go and bring her indenture contract here. Immediately." "Yes, yes, yes." Changzai hurriedly signaled to the manservants with his eyes. The group of people swiftly rushed to Longevity Court. Since she said she was Old Madam's person, then the indenture contract must be in Longevity Court. Old Madam looked on helplessly as that group of manservants accepted Arbor's order without any moral integrity and openly ran to her court to search for the indenture contract. She was so angry that her chest kept panting, and she was almost unable to breathe. Not a moment later, a few quick-witted manservants dug out the indenture contract, and a thin stack was handed over to eldest Mississippi. "Do you see this? Your indenture contract is now in my hands. If I want you to live, you'll live. If I want you to die, you'll die for me." Arbor waved the slave contract in his hand, scaring Dongha, who was curled up on the ground, to the point that she scrambled to the old lady's side and cried, "Old lady, save me. Old lady, save me." That was a weeping pear blossom bathed in the rain, her coquettish eyes brimming with charm. That last Dongha's entire body was trembling. Seeing that Old Madam was panting heavily without making a sound, she looked up in Xiao Zhongbang's direction and crawled towards him while crying, "Master, master, save me." He knew that the old lady was up to no good again. This Dong He, judging from her enchanting appearance, was definitely someone who wasn't content with her marriage. Most likely, the matriarch had even promised her that if she found an opportunity, she might even promote her to be her father's bedwarmer. Xiao's son was ruined by you demons. Arbor stepped forward and stomped on Dong He's back, directly making her lie there and unable to move. Drag her out, flog her 30 times, and immediately sell her. From now on, this will be the outcome of whoever dares to talk nonsense again, Arbor said coldly as he ruthlessly stomped on Dong He's back with his small foot. Dong He howled as she was dragged out. She never expected that she would become a part of the play when she only came to watch the show. Old Madam was so angry that she sat paralyzed on the ground. She pounded the ground and wailed, "My descendants are unworthy. My descendants are unworthy. Ah, I'm already so old, but I'm being humiliated by my granddaughter like this. I can't live anymore. I can't live anymore." As he spoke, he patted his chest and gasped for breath. Xiao Zhongbang awkwardly glanced at the crown prince, who was sitting calmly on the side. A pitch-black shadow had appeared at the crown prince's side at some point in time, and Huifeng followed him like a shadow. The crown prince secretly sent him a look, and Huifeng understood and left after receiving the order. Chapter 573. This was truly a farce. His mother had only stopped for a short while, so why did she start making a fuss again as soon as eldest miss returned? She clearly knew that his eldest miss wasn't someone who was easy to bully. This old lady, Qiao Zhongbang, couldn't help but rub his aching head, secretly blaming his mother for being so meddlesome. He had already investigated the matter of his younger son being beaten. It was indeed due to his parents' negligence in disciplining him that he deserved to be beaten and punished. He had originally intended to personally make a trip to Sir Ren's residence tomorrow to apologize to him. What the hell is this old lady doing? She rushed over to rebuke his eldest miss just because a servant girl made a fuss in front of her. This was truly vexing. If it weren't for someone instigating them, no one would have thought of informing old madam today. Why would she come over on her own? Qiao Zhongbang wasn't a fool and connected the dots after thinking carefully. Wasn't this purely for His Highness the Crown Prince to see a joke with such a ruckus at home? Qiao Zhongbang sneaked a glance at the Crown Prince. Seeing that the Crown Prince had a calm expression and didn't say much, he couldn't help but relax slightly. After Huifeng left to carry out his orders, the Crown Prince sneered inwardly. That servant girl called Dong something was extremely audacious and actually angered his darling Qiao so much that her face flushed red. As such, she still wanted to smoothly report to the broker house after leaving the Qiao estate. Dong he didn't know that her fate was already sealed. After being punished with 30 whips, she was thrown at the door like a rag, waiting for the broker house's people to come and take her away. She was full of resentment and indignation as she cursed. So what if the Qiao estate's eldest miss is great? So what if the Crown Princess is great? One day, I will avenge today's grievances. Just you wait. MMPH, MMPH. The two servants disliked her and directly stuffed her mouth with a rag. Mother, please get up first. Wei Ziqin sat still with a cold expression, but Qiao Zhongbang couldn't sit still anymore. He couldn't possibly watch his mother sit on the ground like a village woman and make a scene in front of the Crown Prince. You unfilial son. The old lady slapped Qiao Zhongbang in the face. A few years ago, Qiao Zhongbang's sincere heart was almost obliterated by Laonyang. Now, his heart had long since cooled down, so naturally, it would not hurt anymore. On the other hand, second Uncle Qiao, Zhongxing, was enraged. He stood up with a whoosh and said angrily, Mother, what are you doing? Have you had enough? You guys, why aren't you helping old madam back to longevity court? Ah, the son is unfilial and the daughter-in-law is unvirtuous. Ah, his descendants are unworthy. What's the point of me living? Just let me die. The old lady howled, wailing to the heavens. Qiao Zhongbang got up quietly and ignored her. Arbor coldly glanced at the old lady. Suddenly, he flipped his hand and took out a small bottle of liquid medicine from his inner world. He slowly walked over to the old lady and handed it over. Here, drink it. The old lady's eyes widened as she looked at him. Her lips involuntarily trembled. What is this? Poison. Drink a mouthful, and I guarantee that you'll die thoroughly. The old lady's face drained of color as she raised her head. Everyone in the courtyard was even more silent. They pursed their lips and didn't make a sound. The entire front hall was filled with a terrifying silence. Do you need me to find someone to wait on you? Arbor asked coldly. You. The old lady was also a coward. When Arbor was fierce to her, she became somewhat listless. Looking into Arbor's emotionless eyes, her entire body couldn't help but tremble. Today, it ended at 10 p.m. Next week, 6 p.m. Chapter 574. Elderly lady stared blankly for a moment. Then she started to throw a tantrum, rolling on the floor and bawling loudly. The son is unfilial, and the daughter-in-law is unvirtuous. Ah, you're going to drive this old woman to death. Ah. Arbor looked on coldly from the sidelines, not saying a word. Her beautiful eyes were filled with ridicule as she stared at elderly lady. However, right at this moment, a manservant guarding the door rushed in and bowed. Master, Madam, Second Master. There's a group of people at the door claiming to be Third Master's family. and they insist on barging in. We don't know their identities, so we've been temporarily blocked outside. When elderly lady heard the words, "Third Master," it was as if her ears had been pricked. She instantly stopped throwing tantrums and raised her head to shriek. "It's Zhongheng. Zhongheng's family is here. I want to see them. Zhongheng, Zhongheng, my poor child. You're here to save your old mother." Wei Ziqin stood up and pulled the two children to the side, not bothering to pay attention to this wailing old woman. She was about to be annoyed to death by this old woman. She would bring Xiao's son her side every 2 to 3 days to raise him, but she didn't raise him well and spoiled him until he was full of bad habits. Every time she wanted to teach her son a lesson, this old woman would hurriedly protect him, not allowing her to hit or scold him. Look at what kind of child they've raised. If it weren't for her eldest daughter making such a scene today, she wouldn't have known that this little rascal actually bullied others outside. He deserved a beating. When she returned, she would have his father fiercely scold him. She had to make this child remember this lesson. At this moment, Wei Ziqin saw that elderly lady was throwing a tantrum, so she hurriedly handed the 2 half-grown children to the old mama beside her. "Nanny Li, take the 2 young ladies and young master back to their rooms first." This place was truly too noisy. She didn't want her children to see this old woman's tantrum and learn from her in the future. "Yes, mother." Xiao Lin still wanted to stay and watch the show, but her mother glared at her. "Go back." Young ladies could learn anything, but learning how to throw tantrums and roll on the ground like this old woman was truly too uncultured. "Oh," Xiao Lin pouted. Nanny Li held her hand and dragged Xiao Sun away. The 2 children were taken away. At this moment, the 2 servants at the entrance were beaten up and forced their way in. Although Xiao Zhongheng was thin and weak, the muscles on his arms were bulging. It was obvious that he was a strength-type superhuman. Relying on his own strength, he rushed through the door at lightning speed and took the lead to barge into the Marquis' manor. Behind him, his wife and children, as well as Granny Nyo's family, followed. With the help of Granny Nyo's strong and healthy sons, Xiao Zhongheng and his entourage swept away 1,000 troops along the way, beating up all the manservants of the Qiao estate until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. The group of people dashed straight to the antechamber and stared at the large Marquis' mansion, as well as Qiao Zhongbang's family's bright and beautiful appearance. Their eyes were red with jealousy. Heavens, what kind of life did they have on this journey? What kind of life did the first branch of the Qiao family have? Xiao Zhongheng never expected that his honest and wooden eldest brother, who was the most disliked by his mother, would actually achieve meteoric success today and be conferred the title of Marquis by the great king. Su Jiao's eyes were sharp, and she spotted Granny Ne Wang, who was lying on the ground. Wailing to the heavens and wailing, she rushed forward and hugged her mother, bawling her eyes out. "Mother, my dear mother, this daughter-in-law has finally found you. Mother, mother, mother." Elderly lady almost fainted from Su Jiao's wailing. Chapter 575. In addition, Su Jiao's filthy and stinky body carried her over. The stench assailed the nostrils as soon as she opened her mouth, and old madam almost fainted from nausea. Xiaoyun wanted to go up and help old madam up, but Su Jiao forcefully brushed her aside. She hugged old madam tightly and refused to let go, as if she had caught a life-saving straw. Su Jiao hugged old madam tightly and glared at everyone like a tiger eyeing its prey. Old madam had lived like a princess these past few years. Now that Su Jiao was strangling her with his stinky body, old madam was about to be strangled to death. "Mother, your son is unfilial. You took so long to find mother." Xiao Zhongheng rushed over and knelt in front of his mother to cry. When old madam saw her son's shriveled appearance, grief welled up from her heart. She reached out to hold Xiao Zhongheng's hands as tears streamed down her face. "Xiao Long, hurry up and greet grandmother." Kowtow to grandmother, Su Jiao berated her son. Xiao Long hurriedly went up and cried, "Grandmother." The family of 3 gathered around old madam and cried fiercely. Old madam didn't despise Xiao Long for being filthy. Looking at her plump grandson who had become as thin as a shriveled green bean, Her heart ached so much that she almost fainted. When this large family rushed in, Arbor had already ordered people to close the main door. Although there weren't many people on Minshun Avenue, no one in the Chow estate was willing to perform a drama with the main door open. Great! Now that the three generations had performed a great show together, it was Granny Nyo who impatiently kicked Su Jiao's leg from the side, which made Su Jiao, who was still weeping bitterly, come back to her senses. "Mother, how have you been these years?" Su Jiao pretended to wipe her tears as she stole a glance at her sisters-in-law sitting on the side. The moment he saw this, he was immediately filled with anger. Wei Ziqin's face was fair and delicate, with only a few faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She wore a lotus-colored jacket embroidered with peonies, paired with a flower-sprinkled pleated skirt of the same color. She looked like a rich and noble person. The most hateful thing was that Wei Ziqin had been sitting there without batting an eyelid from the beginning until now. No matter how Qiao Zhongheng's family of three kicked up a fuss, she didn't say a word for a long time. This behavior infuriated Su Jiao into gnashing her teeth. In the past, when she was at home, she was the most popular in front of the old lady. In terms of food and clothing, how could Wei Ziqin compare with her? But now, her family of three was like beggars begging on the streets, while Wei Ziqin had been gloriously promoted to the Grand Marquise estate's madam. She was dressed in silks and satins, and she was also eating exotic delicacies. This disparity was so great that it made Su Jiao's entire heart twist fiercely. The son is unfilial and the daughter-in-law is not virtuous. When the old lady heard her youngest daughter-in-law's question, she immediately cried again. Xiao Zhongbong seemed to be energized as he sprang to his feet and immediately reprimanded Xiao Zhongbong. "Eldest brother, how can you be so unfilial? Look at how angry Mother is. Have you taken good care of Mother all these years? I told you that Mother can't do without me to take care of her." Su Jiao squeezed out 2 drops of tears and said bitterly, "Mother, how about letting your daughter-in-law and eldest grandson take care of you in the future?" Okay. Elderly lady repeatedly agreed. "But will eldest brother and the others welcome us?" Su Jiao deliberately asked. In the corner of her eye twitched as she instigated Wei Ziqin with a glance. "He dares not to welcome us." Elderly lady immediately roared with vigor. "We're all brothers of the same family, blood-related brothers who won't leave even if they're beaten to death. If he can bear to part with that face, he'll chase you all out along with this old lady." Chapter 576. Wei Ziqin felt as if she had swallowed a fly. All these years, she had attended to this old woman in the morning and at night. Every time old madam was sick or in pain, she would stay by her bedside to take care of her, but she had never received a word of praise. Now, she was constantly saying that her son was unfilial and her daughter-in-law was unvirtuous. She was so aggrieved that her eyes reddened. This old woman didn't ask anything and just made the decision to let Xiao Zhongheng's family of three move in. Arbor sat next to his mother and held her hand as he gazed at her comfortingly. He said softly, "Mom, don't worry, I won't give them the chance to get involved." Wei Ziqin immediately patted her daughter. Although her eyes were red, her voice was resolute. "Don't worry about this matter. Mom won't let them get what they want." She was now a legitimate third-rank marchioness personally conferred by the present emperor and had the title of noble lady. It was absolutely impossible for Su Jiao to bully her and use her as a stepping stone like before. Besides, she wasn't stupid. Looking at today's situation, not only was Su Jiao's family delusional about moving into the Marquise estate, even Granny Nyo's family, who had nothing to do with them, wanted to move in and reap benefits. How could she allow these rat droppings to come in and cause a great disturbance in the Qiao estate? Since Mom said so, Arbor continued to sit and ignore the matter. He only rummaged through his storage talisman and took out an item, slapping it on the small table. Elderly lady turned her head when she heard the sound. When she saw the red paper on the table, she thought of something, and her eyelids suddenly twitched. As the mistress of the Marquise estate, Wei Ziqin had already walked up and gazed coldly at Su Jiao, who was putting on a good show. Third sister-in-law, don't drag old madam into acting. No matter what you say, your family of 3, along with Granny Nyo's family, can't move into the Marquis' estate. This is an estate bestowed by the present emperor, and not just anyone can live in it. Su Jiao had already aged quite a bit from being exposed to the elements, and her face was even darker from anger now. She vigorously shook old madam's hand that was supporting her. Mother-in-law, look at what eldest sister-in-law is saying. She clearly doesn't want to acknowledge us as her relatives. Granny Qiao immediately trembled in anger. She turned around and pointed at Wei Ziqin as she cursed, "Vicious woman, where do you want to send my son and grandson? You vicious woman. Do you believe that I will immediately ask Zhongbong to divorce you?" The head maidservant by Wei Ziqin's side, Chunying, was so angry that her face turned red. She had seen how Madam treated old Madam all these years. It was a good thing to be considerate. Which family's daughter-in-law could do this? Even a lowly servant like her couldn't stand it anymore. Old Madam, she was really an ingrate. Arbor coldly glanced at Xiao Zhongheng's family, who were jumping up and down. He picked up the piece of paper and walked to old Madam's side. He supported his mother and said, "Old Madam, don't tell them that my mother is now a third-rank noble lady. She's also not someone that can be divorced just because some random person says so. I really don't believe what you're saying. Moreover, the family division document is written clearly. Do you want to look through it again and recall it?" Old Madam Qiao was so infuriated by Arbor's eccentric tone that she fell backwards on the spot. Su Jiao made a big fuss as she supported old Madam. She turned her head and angrily rebuked Arbor. "Eldest young miss, is it? After not seeing you for a few years, your words have become even sharper and more unkind. There's no place for you to speak when the elders are talking here." Chapter 577. Arbor coldly glanced at Su Jiao, and a faint disdain surfaced on her stoic face. "With my current status, I'm sorry, but I really do have a place to talk." She suddenly wanted to ruthlessly bully others. What should she do? It wasn't good to bully others. But facing these greedy and hypocritical faces, she really didn't want to continue enduring. Why should she let her mother suffer in front of these people? Could it be that if they endured, these people would be willing to let their family off? Su Jiao's expression abruptly changed. On the side, Qiao Long couldn't take it anymore and roared, "You little bitch, you dare to speak to my mother like this?" He rushed up and aimed a slap at Arbor's small face. In the past, Qiao Long was the entire family's ancestor. Who dared to throw a tantrum at him? Now that he entered the eldest branch's Marquis' estate and saw that the eldest branch's family, who could only wear cotton clothes and live in a rundown house, were all well-fed and well-fed, he truly felt extremely unbalanced. In front of grandmother, he, Qiao Long, was the greatest ancestor. Even if he slapped this eldest cousin's sister, she could only swallow her teeth and blood. However, her hand hadn't even touched a strand of Arbor's hair when her face suffered a heavy slap. Impudent! Mo Lien flashed to Arbor's side and pulled her into his embrace. He bellowed angrily, his expression abnormally furious. He really didn't know that when Xiao Qiao was in the village, she was bullied like this. This half-grown brat dared to lay a hand on his Jojo at this time. It was evident that he was used to being unruly at home and being violent. He truly had a lot of guts. Immediately afterwards, the main door abruptly opened, and several dozen guards armed with sabers and swords rushed in. They surrounded Granny Nyo's family and Xiao Zhongheng's family of 3, and their sabers and swords flickered as they uniformly pointed their sharp points at the deathly pale Xiao Zhongheng and company. Xiao Zhongheng and company all looked emaciated and bewildered, but under the direction of so many sabers and swords, they could only raise their hands and surrender. He Tian led his troops to kneel and salute with a solemn expression. This subordinate greets the crown prince and crown princess. This subordinate failed to protect his master. The crown princess was shocked. "Please punish me, crown princess." Arbor shook his head and motioned for him to get up. The eyelids of Qiao Zhongheng and the others twitched violently. They all wore dumbfounded expressions as they stared blankly at Prince Mo and their eldest niece, who were surrounded by people. Crown Prince? Crown Princess? What was going on? After they entered the city, they were like headless flies, trying to find out the whereabouts of the Qiao estate. However, they couldn't tell them clearly. The person who gave them directions didn't have good intentions either. He directly pointed them to the marquee of Jiyuan's estate and said that it was the largest Qiao estate in the city. That person saw that they were dressed in rags and looked like beggars. In fact, he was just joking with them and deliberately wanted to brush them off. Who would have thought that he would really point them in the right direction? When he saw that Qiao Zhongheng's family of 3 were really relatives of the marquis of Jiyuan's estate. The person who had been leading the way to watch a good show was so scared that his legs turned to jelly, and he had long since slipped away. Qiao Zhongheng and company went straight to the Qiao estate as soon as they arrived, so they didn't find out what was going on at all. They only knew that his older brother had been promoted and made a fortune, silently becoming a marquis. Qiao Zhongheng was very envious and thought that he had to bring his wife and children to live in the marquis's estate no matter what. No matter what, he had to cling to his big brother. When the time came, he might even be able to become an official. Now that the situation had suddenly changed, Qiao Zhongheng's family was scared out of their wits. Chapter 578. He Tian's furious shout was heard. A bunch of unruly commoners. Why aren't you paying your respects to the Crown Prince and Crown Princess when you see her? The family, including Granny Nyo's family, hastily knelt down and trembled like quails, not daring to make a fuss. The entire estate immediately fell silent. Xiao Long was enraged, and just as he opened his mouth to curse, "Bitch!" Mo Lian's icy gaze swept over, her pair of phoenix eyes exuding a baleful aura. Slap him. Don't. He's a child. A child is insensible and speaks without thinking. Please forgive him. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Seeing a eunuch walking over with a wide mahogany board, Su Jiao was scared out of her wits and hastily went up to protect her son. Speaking without thinking at such an age, that's your lack of upbringing as parents. Let him go. And Mo Lian coldly said, punish him with 10 boards. Remember this in the future. Su Jiao howled and wanted to pounce forward, but she was immediately dragged away by 2 vicious soldiers. She screamed with reddened eyes as she watched Xiao Long being dragged away by a soldier to the side. The eunuch used the wide board to slap her son's mouth repeatedly. Xiao Long had never suffered such humiliation in his life. His mouth was hit again, and after the 10 slaps, one of his teeth fell out. He roared with a mouth full of blood. You little bitch, you really dare to hit me? Who do you think you are, you? You dared to treat me like this in front of grandmother? If I knew earlier, I would have strangled you to death back then. Su Jiao was so scared that her face was drained of color, and she frantically crawled towards her son while shrieking, Xiao Long, shut up, shut up. Overwhelming fury surged in Mo Lian's eyes, and she raised her hand to shout angrily, what are you still standing there for? You refused to mend your ways and spoke rudely against the Crown Princess. Drag them out and beat them to death. The Marquis of Jiyuan's estate instantly quieted down. However, that silence only lasted for a split second before it was immediately filled with Su Jiao's piercing wails. And no. Su Jiao scrambled in front of Mo Lian and Arbor. She knelt and kowtowed. Your Highness, please spare my life. Your Highness, please spare my life. When a child speaks without a filter, it is the foolish woman who has not been properly educated. When I return, I will definitely punish him severely and properly educate him. Your Highness, please spare his life. She looked up and saw Prince Mo pursing his lips and not saying a word. She quickly rolled over to Arbor, wanting to hug his leg. Niece, miss, no. Crown Princess, Your Highness the Crown Princess, I beg you to spare your younger brother's life for the sake of the Qiao family's old master, who shares the same origin. I beg you, Crown Princess, Crown Princess. Arbor's face was cold. Mo Lian looked down at her and rubbed her head. She waved her hand impatiently and said, "Drag her out." Two soldiers immediately dragged Xiao Long to the front yard. Su Jiao's vision darkened, and she repeatedly begged for mercy, her head banging against the ground. Granny Niu and company were so frightened that they couldn't make a sound. The young lady kneeling behind Granny Niu was around 15 or 16 years old. She secretly looked up at the enraged crown prince with an intoxicated expression. Was this the current crown prince? He was so young and handsome, and he also had so much power and influence. Wei Mingli's maiden heart thumped wildly, and she was practically unable to shift her gaze away. Look, such a hoodlum and scoundrel eldest brother Wei's family could only kneel in front of His Highness the Crown Prince, not daring to utter a single word. Madame Nei's son, who was kneeling next to Wei Mingli, quickly tugged at her daughter and had her quickly lower her head. Chapter 579. Madame Nei's son was timid. In front of the Crown Prince, she was alarmed and scared when she saw her daughter staring at that person's face without any etiquette. She was also worried that her daughter would be ignorant and cause trouble, so she quickly tugged at her to make her bow her head. Of her 3 daughters, 2 had starved to death, so she only had this one daughter left. Second young Master Wei had also died of illness 2 years ago, so the mother and daughter had to rely on the eldest branch to survive. They had already lived in fear and trepidation, so she didn't want to cause any more trouble now. How could she have known that a young girl's yearning for love was actually fantasizing about the crown prince at this very moment? Wei Mingli completely ignored Madame Nei's son's reminder as she stared fixedly at the crown prince. Her gaze was too sharp, so Arbor immediately looked over vigilantly. His cold and clear eyes swept over Wei Mingli as he said in displeasure, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Everyone, the crown prince's pursed lips turned up slightly. For some reason, he suddenly recalled coitus sex Chi Mei-er's sorry state back then that his darling was as funny as ever. She always felt that the other girls' gazes were on her. Madame Nei's son was so terrified that she immediately pressed her daughter's head down. With a bang, Wei Mingli was forced to kowtow. Her eyes were filled with indignation and resentment as she forcefully pushed Madame Nei's son's hand away. She felt that Madame Nei's son was incompetent and made her lose face in front of everyone. She didn't even raise her head as she tightly clutched her skirt with both hands and bit her lip. Arbor felt bored and turned to look at Xiao Long, who had already been dragged to the front door. He saw that Xiao Long's hands were clinging tightly to the door, and he also knew fear now. His cries shook the heavens as he begged for mercy. Old Madame also didn't have the energy to make a fuss at this moment. She collapsed on the ground and shouted intermittently, "I'm going to be driven to death by my own granddaughter." Driven to death. Xiayun reached out in a panic, wishing that she could cover old Madame's mouth. His Highness the Crown Prince was already in a thunderous rage, yet old Madame still dared to howl here. Did she really think that His Highness wouldn't kill a shrew like her? Just now, Third Old Master and his family had insulted the Crown Princess. It wasn't as if they hadn't seen what happened to them. The Crown Prince doted on the eldest miss so much that he wouldn't let her suffer any grievances. The only reason His Highness was showing mercy to an old woman like her was probably because of the Marquis of Jiyuan and his wife. Old Madame slapped her knees and cried, "There's no place for us in this Marquis's estate. I can't stay in this Marquis's estate anymore. When you become an official, brothers and sisters will kill each other. What kind of sin did this old woman commit? I can't live anymore." Arbor suddenly pulled the Crown Prince's sleeve. The Crown Prince lowered his head and glanced at her. Seeing the impatience in her eyes, he immediately understood. He waved his hand and said, "Wait." The two soldiers then pulled Xiao Long over like a sack and threw him in front of the Crown Princess. Xiao Long's entire body trembled, and he had already peed his pants in fright. When he fell to the ground, the smell of urine wafted out. Arbor reflexively shrank into Mo Lian's embrace and covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt. "Old Madam, since you can't live in the Marquis's estate anymore, then this Crown Prince will permit you to leave the estate and live with the Qiao family's third branch. Come, Each of the Qiao family's third branch will be punished with 30 planks. Throw old Madam and the third branch out. In the future, they are not allowed to take half a step into the Marquis's estate. Violators will be beheaded. Chapter 580. When this verbal edict was passed down, it immediately caused the entire court to howl in anguish. Old Madam was even more dumbfounded. When did she sincerely want to leave the Marquis's estate? Where could she go to live such comfortable days after leaving the Marquis's estate? She had only casually howled a few times. How could it be taken for real? She had just moved from a small estate to such a large Marquis's estate and hadn't enjoyed enough of the good days. Yet the Crown Prince actually issued a verbal edict for her to move out and live outside with her youngest son and daughter-in-law. How could she accept this? She wasn't leaving. Where could her old bones go? Seeing that old Madam was about to shout, Su Jiao truly reacted quickly and used her dirty black hand to forcefully cover old Madam's mouth. Only by bringing old Madam along with her would she be able to stay connected to the eldest branch in the future. Otherwise, after being thrown out this time, how could she continue to maintain a relationship with the eldest branch in the future? Su Jiao wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was very shrewd. She knew that as long as she held Qiao Zhongbang's mother in her hands, with that man's honest and considerate personality, there would be a day when he would give in. At that time, the third branch would definitely be able to return to Su Jiao pulled her son Xiao along and her husband Xiao Zhongheng along as the family of three prostrated themselves on the ground and humbly kowtowed several times. Then they were unceremoniously picked up by the soldiers and beaten 30 times each before being directly thrown out of the gate. Granny Nyo's eyes darted around, and she had just opened her mouth to call out, Ziqin, I'm a cow from the same village as you. But she was immediately swept over by the Crown Prince's cold gaze, and she was so frightened that she swallowed back her bellyful of words and knelt on the ground with weak limbs. Where did this idle person come from and make a fuss? Throw them out, the Crown Prince coldly reprimanded. Immediately, 7 or 8 soldiers swarmed over like tigers and wolves. Without any courtesy, they swung their clubs at Granny Nyo's family a few times. Dragging the group of people who were making a fuss, they directly shoved and threw them out of the main door, rolling together with Xiao Zhongheng's family of 3. Yo, yo, yo. Granny Nyo stroked her old waist and cried out in grief. Due to the Crown Prince's terror, she didn't dare to curse out loud and could only grumble in her heart. What an unlucky year. They originally wanted to follow Su Jiao's family into the Marquis's estate to enjoy themselves, but they didn't expect Su Jiao's family to be so incompetent that they actually angered the current Crown Prince and were directly swept out the door. Oh, Granny Nyo is so angry, so angry. Wei Mingli was screaming madly in her heart. She was a young lady in her late 20s, yet she had been grabbed and thrown out of the door by those ferocious soldiers just now. Her reputation had been swept to the ground, and there was nothing left of it. It really made her heart shatter into pieces, and it was unbearable. The cold-looking Crown Prince glanced over with a terrifying gaze, causing everyone present to shut their mouths. Wei Mingli's heart was restless and restless, as if a cat had clawed at it. She cast a jealous and hateful glance at the Marquis's estate's tightly shut main door, her heart filled with unwillingness. Grandmother, are we just going to be kicked out of the house like this and not do anything? Wei Mingli twisted her sleeves and bit her lower lip, her words full of unwillingness. Her mother, Madame Sun, was shocked. She raised her hand and slapped her heavily on the back. You're asking for trouble. How dare you spout nonsense? You were truly too audacious just now. You actually dared to stare at His Highness like this. Aren't you afraid of angering His Highness and beheading you all at once? Oh, isn't it because the young lady's heart is rippling? TSK, shameless, shameless. Chapter 581. Don't tell me you're delusional enough to think that you can win His Highness's favor with your looks. Eldest Brother Wei's wife, Madame Ne Bo, was fuming because she hadn't gotten anything good out of the Marquis's estate. When she heard Madame Ne Sun's words, she immediately mocked and ridiculed Madame Ne Sun and her daughter as usual. How could Wei Mingli suppress her anger? She pointed at Madame Nebo and shouted angrily, "What do you mean? What's wrong with my looks? Who am I ugly to look at? You look like a crooked date, yet you still dare to mock others? Don't worry about it." Madame Nebo flew into a rage, while Madame Ney's son was so frightened that she kept quiet out of fear. She tugged at her daughter's clothes and urged her to shut up. "You little bitch who doesn't know how to choose your words. Is this how you speak to your elders?" How could Madame Nebo be trifled with? The second branch and their daughter had humbly relied on the eldest branch for a living all this while. Now, they actually dared to defy her authority? How could Madame Nebo tolerate this? She rushed forward and grabbed Wei Mingli's hair with her broad and fat body. Slap, slap. She slapped Wei Mingli's face twice. "I'm hitting you for not knowing your manners. You little bitch, you still dare to take advantage of me." Wei Mingli only felt pain from Madame Nebo's fingernails scratching her left cheek. When she touched it, there was a trace of blood. She immediately felt angry, hateful, scared, and furious. "Little bitch, you're delusional to think you can fly to the top. Why don't you look at your own face in the mirror? Only a blind man would fancy you. That's the high and mighty crown prince. Who do you think you are? Don't say that other people look down on you when you're the one who's cheap." Madame Nebo's mouth was as sharp and unkind as she could be, scolding Wei Mingli until she cried in anger. Madame Ney's son was also clumsy with her words. She didn't dare to argue with Madame Nebo, so she pulled her daughter's hand and urged, all right. Don't talk so much. Don't quarrel with your eldest aunt." Wei Mingli only felt a chill in her heart. She abruptly flung Madame Ney's son's hand away and screamed shrilly, "Get lost! Are you still my mother? Seeing your own daughter being bullied like this, you still have the face to persuade me not to say anything? It was that old woman who was scolding me. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you to death." Wei Mingli burst into tears. She turned around and ran like mad, disappearing in a short while. Madame Sun was so scared that she trembled all over. She licked her lips and begged Madame Bo, "Sister-in-law, don't be angry with the child. You see, it's our first time in the capital. There are many adults here. What if Mingli gets lost? Let's chase after her and look for her. If you want to find it, go find it yourself. That little bitch was just lustful. Why did she care about her? She might have wanted to leave us a long time ago and go out to find a random man." Madame Bo shook off Madame Sun's hand and looked at her with disdain. Madame Sun's face turned pale and her lips trembled, but she subconsciously did not dare to refute. "What are you all arguing about?" This was Minshun Avenue, at the place where the officials gathered. If there was nothing important, ordinary people were forbidden to stay here and make noise. Go. Everyone leave quickly." The city guards who heard the news ran over and chased them away without a second word. Elderly lady howled and wanted to go up to bang on the Marquis estate's main gate, but Su Jiao grabbed her hand forcefully. "Mother, let's leave this place first. We can discuss this at length after we leave." The group of people came in high spirits and left dejectedly. Chapter 582. When she was escorted away from Minshun Boulevard by the city guards, elderly lady was still staring at the tightly shut doors of the Marquis' estate, unwilling to give up. Su Jiao didn't say anything and only turned her head to glance at the Marquis' estate's lintel, her eyes flickering with greed. She understood the eldest branch's husband and wife too well. They simply couldn't harden their hearts. She reckoned that in less than 3 days, Qiao Zhongbong and his wife would definitely be reluctant to part with their mother and come visit. This old fart was a bargaining chip in her hand. As long as she had this old fart, she could guarantee that the eldest branch's husband and wife would be docile. So, how could she allow her mother to continue loitering in the Marquis' estate? Even if she had to seize her mother, she had to seize her mother to her side. Su Jiao snorted lightly and flung elderly lady's hand away after leaving the Marquis' estate. Their family of 3 had just been beaten, so they couldn't walk nimbly. Her son, Qiao Long, was even more miserable. Not only was his but severely injured, his mouth was also nearly smashed with a bamboo plank. This made Su Jiao's heart ache, and she couldn't help but hate Arbor to death in her heart. That rotten little bitch. Relying on His Highness the Crown Prince's favor, she dared to torment her precious son like this. One day, she would make her taste the pain of being humiliated like this. Humph! A man's favor came and went quickly. That person was the Grand Crown Prince of the Emo Kingdom, second only to one and above all. Could it be that he could spend his days guarding a little bitch like you? There would definitely be a chance for her to fall out of favor. At that time, she would definitely make you pay with your blood. Elderly lady started to pant after walking a few steps. She had been pampered all these years and lived like a prince. If she wasn't in a palanquin, she would be in a sedan chair, so there was no need for her to walk. Su Jiao turned to glance at elderly lady and cursed this cursed old woman in her heart. However, she still put on a virtuous appearance and helped elderly lady to Granny Neo's family's donkey cart. At this time, she still had to rely on this old woman. It would be fine when she returned to the Marquis's estate one day. Before Qiao Zhongbong and his wife came looking for her, she had to serve this old woman well and let this old woman know that she was a very filial person. It was just at this time, Su Jiao's scheme was probably going to fall through completely. Qiao Zhongbong had been disappointed in his mother over the years. He would never take the initiative to bring his mother back. Moreover, since the Crown Prince had given the order to move the Empress Dowager out of the Marquis' manor so that his third brother's family could be filial to her, he wasn't stupid enough to go with the flow. As for Wei Ziqin, she had long given up hope. She wished that the Empress Dowager would go far away and never disturb them again. At this time, Su Jiao still didn't know. Along with Qiao Zhongheng and his wife, they'd been doing their best to show filial piety to this old lady along the way. They took care of every aspect, which comforted old Madam. He thought that even though his eldest and second sons were unfilial, and he had been chased out of the Marquis' household by his descendants at an old age, at least he still had a filial youngest son and daughter-in-law. It couldn't be considered too bad. After the group of ragged beggars were escorted out of Minshan Boulevard, they looked at the people coming and going on the streets and practically didn't know where to go. They didn't have money, and they were almost out of grain. They didn't even have a place to stay at this time. What should they do? Qiao Zhongheng was already regretting it at this time. He thought that he should have bitterly begged to hug his eldest brother's thigh instead of acting like a big shot and acting like a tyrant. Chapter 583. As for Wei Mingli, after she impulsively ran away from Minshan Avenue, she ran madly along the road. As she ran, she started to regret it. The road ahead was boundless, and she didn't know where to go. Wei Mingli dazedly looked at the unfamiliar faces coming and going, and her footsteps gradually slowed down. Suddenly, she was knocked over by a passing carriage, and her entire body crookedly fell to the ground. She didn't feel the ice-cold ground in her impression, and instead threw herself into a warm embrace filled with ambergris. "Miss, are you all right?" A man's voice sounded beside her ear. Although it wasn't as magnetic and pleasant as His Highness the Crown Prince's, it was still passable. Wei Mingli looked up and met a pair of slightly swollen large eyes with thick eyebrows. The man's face wasn't the slightest bit handsome and could only be considered regular features. It truly couldn't compare to His Highness the Crown Prince, who had slightly raised phoenix eyes and a gorgeous appearance. Wei Mingli couldn't help but be taken aback. Why did she link everything to the Crown Prince? Her small face couldn't help but blush slightly. Could it be that she really was a young girl in love? "I've startled Mississippi." The man's gaze flickered as he looked at Wei Mingli, and he extended his hands to help her up from the ground. Wei Mingli was a bit embarrassed by the other party's scorching gaze. Although she came from the village, she was still a young lady in her late 20s. She was a bit shy from the man's gaze, and her neck drooped. Just as Granny Neo, Su Jiao, and the others were searching the streets for a place to stay, the Qiao family in the Marquis' estate finally had a harmonious and beautiful reunion dinner. Without the disturbance of unrelated people, everyone was in a cheerful mood, and the meal was very sumptuous. A little later, the Crown Prince took his leave and very naturally held the little fellow's small hand as they left the Qiao estate together. It was only after they boarded the carriage that Arbor rolled her eyes at him. She clearly didn't have to return to the palace, but this person insisted on bringing her along. This guy had completely let go at this time and didn't even avoid her younger brothers and sisters. He held hands whenever he wanted and hugged whenever he wanted. He truly did as he pleased. You could do whatever you want in your own home. The Crown Prince smiled as he carried the little fellow onto his lap. He hugged her waist and whispered into her ear, "You must be tired after a long day. Do you want to sleep for a while?" Arbor felt his ears warm up and reached out to rub them. The Crown Prince let out a muffled laugh. He pulled down her little hand and helped her rub it. His gesture was very gentle. After he was done, he chuckled. "Your ears are itchy. What a bad person." Arbor turned his head and glared at him, but their faces were so close that when Arbor turned his head, his little mouth brushed past the corner of his mouth. It was as gentle as a feather, quietly plucking at his heartstrings. Our dear Xiao Mu's entire body froze. The Crown Prince wasn't any better than her. He stared at her in a daze, deep whirlpools churning in the depths of his eyes. The little fellow saw that the situation was not good and wanted to run away after teasing him. He struggled on his knees and was about to break free from his embrace and roll to the other side of the carriage. The Crown Prince scooped her back and fixed her on his lap. He lowered his head and exhaled a mouthful of cold medicinal power into her ear. "Want to run?" A certain person instantly realized that her little hands and feet were somewhat unable to move. A pair of watery eyes widened as she angrily glared at his face that was close to hers. This guy was an apothecary, so how could he carelessly use medicinal power on her? What kind of medicinal power was this? Chapter 584. Heavens! Why was the drug so strong? It made her feel weak all over, and she couldn't even lift her arms and legs. Arbor glared at him. "Oh, you're definitely not convinced by using medicine like this. I'll let you use talismans on me first." The Crown Prince grinned as he pressed his face against hers and exhaled softly. The great Crown Princess was instantly revived. She took out a few talismans and pasted them all on the Crown Prince's forehead. The talismans floated around the Crown Prince's head. After a while, the Crown Prince burst out laughing. How annoying. These talismans were completely ineffective on him. In a fit of anger, Arbor reached out and circled his neck without thinking. She opened her mouth and bit his chin. She clearly felt the Crown Prince's body tense up, and her little mouth opened. His slender index finger caressed her little face, and he chuckled softly. "You bit the wrong place, baby." Xiao Mu raised her head, and her small and round chin abruptly landed in his palm. She was just scratching her head in bewilderment when she suddenly felt her mouth being filled with warmth. In her daze, she heard the man chuckle lightly. "Bite here, darling. Harder." Darling Xiao quivered and almost jumped up, her head hitting the roof of the carriage. Heh, but that was just a thought. Her entire body was weak from the effects of the medicine, and she couldn't lift her arms or legs at all. This bastard, what was he doing? Wasn't he kissing her? Being glared at by a pair of round eyes, the Crown Prince couldn't help but laugh and couldn't kiss her anymore. He scooped her into his arms. "You keep staring at me. Do you still want to bite me? Here, I'll let you bite." "Arbor, this baby suddenly doesn't want to talk to you anymore. If you don't want to talk, then I'll continue kissing my baby." The Crown Prince moved closer to her little mouth. Our dear Xiao Mu raised her hand and pressed it against his chest. Only then did she realize that she could move her arms and legs. Wow, this bad guy. One moment he could make her move, the next moment he made her unable to move. He was so annoying. She tugged at his long hair angrily. "Didn't you say that it was just a title and nothing else?" He revealed his wolf's tail so quickly. Wasn't he afraid that she would bite him? No, she couldn't bite him either. Once she did, he would take advantage of her. And it's just a title. The Crown Prince looked at her innocently. After confirming their status, it was only natural for them to kiss, hug, and throw themselves at each other. "You were the one who pounced on me and bit me. Do you still want to bite? Baby, I'll let you bite me whenever you want." "Arbor, that does seem to be the case." "Don't." Arbor looked at him speechlessly, his little stoic face unable to maintain a straight face. The Crown Prince was amused. He reached out to hug the little fellow and caressed her. He looked at her with a face full of regret. "Next time, if you want to bite, Just bite as much as you want. Don't hold it in, okay? I really don't want to talk to you anymore. By the way, baby, aren't you going to give me a gift in return? Mo Yin hugged his little body and shook it gently. Xiao Mu's watery eyes abruptly widened. What? Why was he giving a gift in return again? Just as she was thinking about when she owed that fellow a gift, he reached out and lifted her little chin. The two of them stared at each other, their gazes glued together. His slightly curved, thin lips inched closer and closer to her face as her eyes widened. Something was wrong. Wasn't it just a title? Why were they kissing so frequently? This was only the first day of the betrothal. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the air and suddenly streaked past her eyes, shattering the seductive atmosphere in the carriage. Chapter 585. The Crown Prince's gaze sharpened, and he took the opportunity to throw the little thing under his body to protect her. With a flick of his sleeve, the arrowhead was shattered into pieces. The countless arrows that followed were all blocked by the defensive barrier that he had set up. Whistling sounds came from outside. He Tion's group of soldiers had already started fighting with the black-clothed men swarming in from all directions. Arbor lifted her little head from his embrace and saw that his thin lips were tightly pursed. His eyes were sharp, and his expression was tainted with a trace of killing intent. It was obvious that he was extremely furious. Emolian, she couldn't help but call out. The Crown Prince lowered his head and lightly pecked her pink, moist lips. Don't be afraid. Wait for me to kill them. A bunch of blind idiots. They actually dared to disturb his beautiful moment of tenderness with his wife in his arms. They all deserve to die. Arbor pursed her little lips and thought, how can you tell that this baby is afraid? As they spoke, another storm of arrows flew over like thunder, striking the defensive barrier with a pitter-patter. The entire carriage was covered by the defensive barrier. Other than the first arrow that passed through the curtain, the rest were blocked. The carriage was not damaged at all. Emolian couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. It was all his fault for being so engrossed in holding the little fellow that he didn't notice that someone had set up an ambush at Huabei Gate. At this moment, the commotion outside Huabei Gate had already alarmed a group of patrolling Imperial Guards. A large group of soldiers was rushing over at top speed. The Crown Prince tightly pursed his lips and scooped up the little fellow's body. He swiftly darted out of the carriage, and a fierce look flitted across his phoenix eyes. In an instant, all the hundreds and thousands of arrows that were shooting towards the two of them stopped in midair and started to vibrate slightly, along with a light gurgling sound. The hundreds and thousands of arrows abruptly turned around and flew towards the roofs where the ambush was set up. Ear-piercing screams continuously sounded, accompanied by black shadows falling from the roofs. Arbor turned to look at Tion and the others who were fighting with dozens of assassins. With a wave of her little hand, a handful of talismans appeared in her hand. The intermediate blue stun talisman was scattered in the wind. It was aimed at the group of black-clothed assassins. From the activation of the talisman to the stun, it was almost done in one breath. It was as if the man in black was drunk. His footsteps were unsteady as he swayed back and forth. He couldn't even hold the sword in his hand. When Tion and the others saw this, they immediately took the opportunity to kill the assassins. One of them saw that the situation was not good. He turned around and was about to escape, but he was hit in the chest by a flame. He screamed. Then he fell to the ground, his head heavily knocked on the thick stone floor. At this moment, the patrolling Imperial Guards had already arrived. When they saw that it was the Crown Prince who had been attacked, they were all scared out of their wits and knelt down to accept their punishment. Tion rushed over and knelt down on one knee. Your Highness, I have failed in my duty. I didn't notice the assassin's ambush. Mo Yin waved her hand at him and said, They've taken some medicine to hide their scent. Bring some people over to take a look and clean up the archers on the roof. Yes. Tion paused and asked, Do you want to leave him alive? This prince knows who did it. Mo Yin curled her lips and shook her head non-committally. Clean it up. Yes. Tion led a group of Imperial Guards to clean up the mess where the archers were lying in ambush. Mo Yin held Arbor's little hand and walked to the black-clothed man who was rolling on the ground and clutching his chest. Chapter 586. The two of them looked at each other, then walked up to the howling black-clothed man and looked at him coldly. With a flick of her finger, Xiao Mu took out a blue talisman and struck the person on the ground. After the blue light flashed past, the man suddenly quivered and fell silent. "Who sent you to assassinate me?" Arbor asked coldly. The assassin rolled on the ground and opened his mouth to say too. Xiao Mu instantly felt her body lighten. Mo Yin reacted extremely quickly and tossed out a ball of fire that enveloped the assassin's entire body. At the same time, Xiao Qiao, who was hugging him, swiftly retreated backwards. Boom! The assassin suddenly self-destructed in the circle of fire that Mo Yin had set up. What happened? Arbor's eyes widened. She turned to look at Mo Yin, whose face was solemn and body tense. Mo Yin hugged the little girl and patted her back. She said softly, "It's okay." Arbor was confused. Why will my dictum talisman make him self-destruct? The dictum talisman was from the fourth jade slip of the golden talisman jade tome, just like the Vajra talisman and the invisibility talisman. With a single dictum talisman, anyone with a lower cultivation level than her would obediently speak the truth. That was why she had used the dictum talisman to ask about the assassin's identity. She didn't expect that the man would self-destruct. It has nothing to do with your talisman. Mo Yin hugged the little girl tightly and patted her back comfortingly. This person must have had a strand of his soul extracted and a hint planted in him. Anyone who tried to reveal the mastermind would be immediately detected and forced to self-destruct. So what did he mean by to? Arbor believed that her hearing was good. She had heard the word that the black-clothed man had spat out clearly. Mo Yin curled his lips, and he whispered into her ear. At this time, He Tian and the others who were attracted by the huge explosion hurriedly turned back. When he saw that his two masters were unharmed, He Tian heaved a sigh of relief. In his heart, he cursed the 18 generations of the assassin's ancestors. Why did he have to stir up trouble? Couldn't he just stop for a while? The news of the crown prince being attacked at Huabei Gate quickly spread to the ears of the great king, the queen, and the other concubines of the imperial harem. They all sent people to express their condolences. The great king and queen summoned the crown prince for questioning that very night. Xiao Mu naturally didn't join the fun. After Mo Yin sent her back to the eastern palace, she washed up and climbed into bed. At this time, the great king and queen summoned the crown prince into the main hall. They looked at him carefully before asking, "Who tried to assassinate you? Do you know? Your humble servant failed to protect you. Please punish me, great king." He Tian stepped forward and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. He Tian did not neglect his duty. It was my son's carelessness, the crown prince said calmly. The queen glared at her son somewhat angrily and turned to ask He Tian, "Did you find out where the assassins came from?" He Tian immediately looked like he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. The great king said angrily, "What are you stopping yourself for? Speak." "Your Majesty, great king and queen, please forgive me. Your humble servant found this on the assassin's body, but your humble servant didn't dare to say." He Tian presented a crescent-shaped jade pendant with both hands. The great king snatched the jade pendant from him and suddenly became furious. "Guards, go and invite noble Consort Lin and the third prince here." Mo Yin's expression was leisurely. When Queen Zhao saw this, she became angry again. She pulled her son and said, "Imperial Mother heard everything. Today's incident happened because you accompanied that girl from the Qiao family back to her maternal home." Chapter 587. When Mo Yin heard this, he was immediately unhappy with his mother's disdainful tone. "Imperial Mother, what Qiao family's lass? That's your son's daughter-in-law, the crown princess that Imperial Father personally conferred upon her." The great king's mouth twitched at the side. He hated that he couldn't go up and give his son a slap on the back of his head. He was such a swindling brat all the time. Was he willing to issue this imperial edict? That was because he was threatened and forced. That day, the words that this damned son said to him in the imperial study, if he said it out loud, his mother would be angered to death. On account of their relationship as husband and wife, he was too embarrassed to tell Queen Zhao that her son was such a swindling person. In the end, the great king was infuriated when Queen Zhao received the news early this morning. She rushed to his study and angrily scolded him. At this moment, the great king was still suppressing a bellyful of anger. He didn't have a single day of rest. Was this something that couldn't be said? She only said one sentence about that Xiao family's lass, and her son immediately jumped out to defend her. The queen's long, shapely eyebrows shot up as she jabbed her son's forehead with a finger. Mother hasn't said anything about you yet. You and your imperial father rashly issued an imperial edict to that Xiao family's lass. Do you still have me, your mother, in your eyes? Queen Zhao was really about to be angered to death. On her end, she had been very enthusiastic and had been helping the crown prince choose the young misses from various manors. All right, on this end, her husband and son didn't say anything. An imperial edict came out of nowhere and directly decided on the crown prince's consort at lightning speed. The key point was that she had never seen this crown princess from beginning to end. She also didn't know what her character was like. In her heart, she had two good candidates for the crown princess that she liked. Now, it was all ruined by this father and son pair. Imperial mother, your son naturally respects you very much in his heart. Emolian was all smiles as he helped his mother to the side to sit down. But your son's daughter-in-law is also very more important. If your son can't marry this daughter-in-law, your son will have to be a bachelor for the rest of his life. The great king picked up a book and threw it at the back of the crown prince's head. This unfilial son, he really dared to shoot his mouth off in front of his mother. He did not even mention such shameless words in front of his queen. As expected, Queen Zhao widened her eyes in shock. She looked her son up and down, as if she wanted to see if he was telling the truth or not. Emolian tilted his head and dodged the book that his father threw at him. He looked at his mother innocently. Queen Zhao saw that his expression was exceptionally serious, and she was completely curious about that girl from the Qiao family. In Queen Zhao's heart, her son was the most outstanding child in the entire kingdom. There was no girl in the world who could match up to her outstanding son. In the past 20 years, he had never seen him care so much about any woman around him. This crown princess, not to mention that his son had begged for her, why was he so protective of her? How curious. In short, you put yourself in danger for that girl from the Qiao family. Mother is not happy, Queen Zhao said in dissatisfaction. Tomorrow night, at the palace banquet, you should let Mother see that good wife of yours, right? Emolian nodded and supported Queen Zhao as she said, Mother, my wife is still young. When the time comes, don't scare her. Your son only has this one daughter-in-law. If you scare her away, your son will have to be a bachelor for the rest of his life. Queen Zhao was both anxious and angry. She jabbed her son fiercely. You child, you talk nonsense all day long. The great king also glared at the crown prince in annoyance. Just then, they heard an announcement from outside. Great king, noble consort Lin and the third prince have arrived. Tell them to get their asses in here. The great king roared angrily. Chapter 588. A woman dressed in a gold-embroidered brocade jacket and a lily-colored dress, who was close to 50 but had maintained herself well, was currently gracefully walking into the main hall. Behind her was a man in his late 20s, wearing an azure robe. His long hair was tied up high, and he could be considered fair and clean. His concubine greets the great king. Greetings to the queen. You raised a good son. Without another word, the great king picked up an inkstone and smashed it at noble consort Lin's head. Noble consort Lin immediately turned pale with fright. She abruptly prostrated herself on the ground and trembled as she asked, May I know why the great king is so angry? Smack! The inkstone smashed at noble consort Lin's feet, scaring her so much that she paled. You still have the face to ask us. The great king paced back and forth on the steps, stamping with rage as he said, Why don't you go ask your good son? Third son Emo Tung immediately knelt down and repeatedly cried out for injustice. Royal father? Royal father? What exactly did son do? Why are you treating royal mother like this? Is this yours? The great king picked up the crescent-shaped jade pendant from the table and threw it at Mo Tong's face with a smack. We remember that this was a present your royal mother gave you in public on your 10th birthday. Is this the one? It's even engraved with your Tong character on the back. Mo Tong's face was filled with panic as he hurriedly cried out, "Royal father, why is this jade pendant here? I already lost this jade pendant 2 days ago." Royal father is wise. How could the great king believe his nonsense? He stepped forward and kicked his son to the ground. "You disgraceful thing! Of all times, it fell on the assassin who tried to assassinate your sixth brother? Do you think we're easy to fool?" Mo Tong's eyes widened in horror. He naturally also received news of the crown prince's assassination attempt at Huabei Gate, and at that time, he even rejoiced in his misfortune in the palace. He didn't expect that this inexplicable fire would burn him all of a sudden. What was going on? He didn't do anything. This jade pendant really had already disappeared 3 days ago. How would he know how this jade pendant would appear the scene of the crown prince's assassination attempt? Someone must have framed him. "Father." The unlucky Prince Mo Tong shuffled a few steps on his knees and hugged the old great king's thigh, with tears streaming down his face. He cried bitterly, "It's really not a son. Your son can swear to the heavens that if I really send someone to assassinate sixth brother, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Imperial father, think about it. If it was really his son who sent someone to assassinate his sixth brother, how could he leave such evidence at the scene? Imperial father, you have to believe me. I have never done such a thing." The crown prince glanced at the unlucky third prince and sighed. "Father, I also believe that this matter was not done by third prince." The third prince, Mo Tong, simply couldn't believe his ears. His younger brother, the crown prince, who was rumored to be like a spring breeze on the outside, but was actually extremely cold and heartless on the inside, was actually pleading for him today. The old great king kept a straight face, a hint of disdain hanging from the corner of his mouth. He moved his leg and pulled it out of Mo Tong's embrace. "There's no proof for this matter. I will send people to investigate thoroughly. From today onwards, stay in the third prince's estate and don't come out until the truth comes to light." Noble Consort Lin immediately collapsed to the ground and repeatedly cried, "Your Majesty, the third prince is innocent. Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The great king didn't want to listen anymore and instead angrily rebuked Noble Consort Lin. "You're also grounded for 3 days. Properly reflect on what kind of son you taught." Chapter 589. When the pitiful third prince was chased out of the main hall by the great king, he only felt the cold wind blow by, and his body also shivered. The crown prince followed him out and sighed as he looked at him. "Third royal brother, I believe you, but royal father won't listen to me either. When he saw that jade pendant, he insisted that it was third royal brother who did it." "Sixth brother." The third prince abruptly turned his head, wishing he could grab the crown prince's hand and pour out his heart. However, the crown prince raised his fist to his lips and pretended to cough twice, avoiding the third prince's enthusiastic claws. "Sixth brother, you really have to believe me. I can swear an oath to the heavens." Mo Tong stuck out 2 fingers and swore. All right, third royal brother, of course I believe you." The crown prince hastily interrupted his string of swearing, cursing him inwardly for being annoying. "Can't you let me finish speaking? This idiot, he's so stupid that he doesn't even know how to refute and only knows how to swear. What's the use of that? No wonder he was framed." Noble Consort Lin wiped her tears and said, "Your Highness Crown Prince, I hope you can investigate clearly. Tung is devoted to your Highness and definitely wouldn't do such a disobedient and immoral thing. Speaking of which, third royal brother was too careless. How could such a personal jade pendant fall into the hands of someone with intentions?" Mo Yin sighed and glanced at Mo Tong. "Actually, I originally had a very suspicious target in my heart. I could have mentioned it in front of royal father, but something like this happened to third royal brother." Mo Tong's ears twitched, and he hastily lowered his voice to ask, "Sixth brother, who do you suspect? Tell older brother in private, so that older brother can have an idea. You also know that older brother isn't very astute and is easily confused. Haha, why don't I say you're stupid? The crown prince ridiculed in his heart. However, he was all smiles on the surface. The crown prince also lowered his voice. The two brothers leaned their heads together and whispered, "Third royal brother. Actually, I feel that second royal brother is extremely suspicious. I also have a clue in my hands that points to him. Who knew that third royal brother's jade pendant would fall at the scene of the assassination? I can't help you explain yourself to Imperial Father." Mo Tang's face instantly turned green, and he smacked his thigh as if he had thought of something. He hurriedly said to the crown prince, "Sixth brother, elder brother thought of something, so I'll return to the estate first." Watching noble Consort Lin and the third prince Mo Lien leave in a huff, Mo Lien muttered to herself, "Who has the time to play this kind of little game with you?" He didn't even have time to accompany his wife. This bunch of crooked melons and crack dates, looking for trouble for him. Humph, he'll just let them fight amongst themselves. "Your Highness, is the second prince planning to do something?" Huifeng whispered as he followed behind the crown prince. "Why not? I let him assassinate me for nothing." Our dear Mo Lien was filled with anger when he recalled the seductive scene that was interrupted inside the carriage. Seriously, this second prince was tired of living. Since he dared to play assassination with him, then he'll find more people to play with him to his heart's content. Didn't you say a while ago that a downtrodden royal grandson of West Qiu Kingdom fled to the second prince's estate? The crown prince waved his hand at Huifeng and instructed him. Huifeng's mouth twitched, and he nodded repeatedly before leaving to carry out the order. His master was digging a grave for his second highness. But who told his second highness to be so blind? Your second highness, you're on your own. Chapter 590. Second brother, do you know the consequences of provoking this crown prince? Prince Mo sneered. After walking slowly for a while, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His expression froze for a moment, and his figure flashed as he rushed toward the Eastern Palace. She hadn't entered Paradise Planet to take a look for several days. Ever since that day, she tracked the poison-tailed butterflies and got rid of a poison master. She had Sapling move all the poison-tailed butterflies into Paradise Planet. Now that she wanted to take a look, she had Sapling bring her into Paradise Planet. Chocho had specially opened up a separate poison garden for her, and even moved some of the poisonous flowers and herbs in the original medicinal field into that poison garden, completely separating it from the medicinal field. Now that she was strolling in the poison garden, she saw a group of colorful poison-tailed butterflies fluttering in the medicinal field. An enormous black shadow suddenly descended, flapping its wings as it flew toward her. Looking closely, the giant butterfly in front of her had already transformed into a human, with a pair of long and beautiful dark blue wings on its back. In the middle was the figure of a little lowly. This was the strange creature that had swooped down from the sky when she wanted to leave the Poison Master's courtyard that day. The queen of the poison-tailed butterflies had named her Xiao Xiao. Speaking of which, that pygmy Poison Master probably couldn't find peace in the underworld. The poison-tailed butterflies that he had nurtured his entire life were all taken in by this little fellow for her own use. The most interesting thing was that before he died, he didn't even get to see the poison-tailed butterfly queen. After the poison-tailed butterfly queen broke out of its cocoon, it happily pounced on classmate Arbor, directly acknowledging him as its master. Arbor thought that pygmy would probably cry injustice to the king of hell when he entered the underworld. Tilting his little head, Arbor waved at Xiao Xiao, who was fluttering her wings. Xiao Xiao happily shrunk her figure, turning into a butterfly as thick as a finger, and fluttered into Arbor's hand. She cutely called out, "Master, master, you've come to see me." "That's right. How are you and your little friend staying? This place is great. The mystic energy is rich, and we're free. It's too suitable for us to live in." Xiao Xiao happily fluttered her wings. That's good. Arbor knew that her Paradise Planet was a good place to live, and the little fellows definitely wouldn't be dissatisfied. She was just asking casually. She stroked Xiao Xiao's wings. "Xiao Xiao, send some butterflies out with me. I want them to go somewhere to scout for information. Yes, master. With a wave of Xiao Xiao's hand, 3 small black butterflies fluttered up to Xiao Mu, fluttering up and down. Master, Xiao 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 Xiao, Master, she said. If there's anything you need, just tell them and they'll do it. Xiao 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 Xiao. Xiao Mu nodded. Although her small stoic face was expressionless, the sapling Qiu could tell that its little master was still very happy. Master, master, I can also go out. I can also work for you. The water child dashed over and bounced several times in front of Xiao Mu. No need. It's just a small matter. You can all stay here. Wah, master, you'd better go out quickly. I can feel the crown prince's aura spreading over. He seems to be very angry, Qiu said suddenly. Chapter 591. Xiao Xiao, I'll bring him out now. Remember to send me feedback from time to time. Arbor hurriedly had Qiu send her out. Almost at the same time, she felt the crown prince's raging aura approach. With a whoosh, his figure landed in the bedchamber. He panicked. He hurried all the way back. But when he entered the Eastern Palace and saw the slender figure, he was clearly stunned. He looked her up and down in a daze. His entire heart seemed to settle down, and his expression relaxed slightly. Where did you go just now? Mo Lien appeared beside her in a flash and pulled her into his embrace. Xiao Mu blinked her eyes. I'm telling you, if you disappear without a word like this again, I'll tie you to my side one day and not allow you to leave my side. Mo Lien lowered his head and was about to bite the little fellow's mouth. Our dear Xiao Mu hurriedly reached out a small paw to block his lips and silently communicated with the sapling. Can you bring Mo Lien into Paradise Planet now? No. Last time, Qiu was almost exhausted from bringing in so many living creatures from the outside world. The Crown Prince is such a big person. Let's wait a while. Arbor's eyes curved suspiciously. Only one person? Last time, you brought in so many butterflies, but they were fine. Other than Master, living people are the hardest to bring in. It's another matter if they're dead. Scram, who are you talking about dying? Arbor's beautiful brows immediately furrowed. No, I didn't say anything. The Crown Prince's cultivation is so high. How could anything happen to him? Wow, Master is so scary. She quickly smoothed things over. Actually, Master, as long as your cultivation increases, it won't be so difficult to bring in living creatures in the future. Qiu immediately said fawningly. I believe in Master. It won't take long for you to have a big breakthrough. In Paradise Planet, Butterfly Queen Xiao Xiao looked at the fawning treant with disdain. She unhappily flapped her wings and returned to her poison garden. Why aren't you saying anything? The Crown Prince reached out and held her small chin. His eyes were slightly suspicious as he looked at the silent little fellow in front of him. You disappeared just now. For a moment, just like 2 years ago, he could no longer catch her aura. This made him very anxious, and he hurriedly rushed to the Eastern Palace, afraid that the little fellow would disappear without a word, and that they would not see each other for many years. Why aren't you saying anything? The Crown Princess increased the force in her hand slightly, causing Arbor, who was communicating with Qiu, to come back to his senses. Jojo, you're not allowed to run. He lifted her up and looked her in the eye. Can you not run? Where did I go? Arbor looked at him speechlessly. It was all her fault that her cultivation wasn't high enough. If she could bring him to Paradise Planet to take a look, wouldn't everything be clear at a glance? She ran away. He leaned over and bit her lips. Just now. Let's not run anymore, okay? Running makes me nervous. Next time, if I can't feel your presence, I'll take measures against you. Okay? Apui, what measures do you want to take? Arbor struggled in his arms, but failed to break free. She angrily bared her little white teeth and bit him. The Crown Prince, this shameless person, hurriedly adjusted his position and said with a smile, Come, don't bite the wrong place. The two people's four lips met. Chapter 592. Splash. A trickle of water splashed onto Prince Mo's face. Arbor's little finger was encircled by a ring of clear spring water, glistening and flowing back and forth between her fingertips. At this moment, The handsome and otherworldly crown Prince Mo was looking at her in bewilderment with a head full of water, his long hair dripping wet. This appearance that Arbor couldn't help but snicker, and then burst out laughing. Emolian looked at her in a daze for a while, then suddenly hugged her tightly and said excitedly, "Jojo, Jojo," you smiled at Jojo. Look at this fool. Was it worth it to be so happy just because she smiled? He wanted to grab her and fly up. Arbor reached out a pair of little claws and rubbed his wet face, a faint gentleness flashing through her big eyes. "You're wet. Go take a bath." "Okay, then you should sleep early. Don't worry about the palace banquet tomorrow night. I'll go with you." Prince Mo rubbed the little fellow's forehead. Arbor snorted. "I'm not worried at all. It's others who should be worried. If someone is blind enough to provoke me, I'll help you hit them back." Prince Mo immediately agreed without any restraint. Arbor pursed her watery lips, her eyes shining brightly. She poked his chest with a finger. "I'll hit them myself." Okay, hit them yourself. My Jojo is so powerful, you definitely won't be at a disadvantage." Prince Mo flicked his sleeves, and the water on his body was dried by an invisible fire. He placed her on the bed, held her little hand, and asked, "What was that just now?" "It's the power of the essence water that I fused with." Arbor tilted her little head to look at him. "It's just that my cultivation isn't high enough now, so I can only control this much water." "Very good." There was a hint of a smile in the Crown Prince's eyes as he rubbed her head. "You've yet to break through to the spirit realm, but you already control the most powerful water spirit, the Holy Spirit water that can crush 9th level spirit water. When you break through to the spirit realm, you'll naturally be able to use it with ease." 9th layer spiritual water? Arbor had never heard of it before and was curious. That's right, 9th layer spiritual water. When breaking through to level 15 Great Mystic Cultivator Realm, as long as one can comprehend one of the 5 spirits, they can enter the spirit realm. The Crown Prince explained, but normal mystic cultivators can only comprehend the 1st to 5th levels of the 5 spirits. Those who were able to comprehend the 6th level of spirit, fire, and water were all extraordinarily talented individuals within the spirit realm. You have surpassed the comprehension of the 9th level of spiritual water. I didn't comprehend anything. I can use the power of water after fusing with the essence water. The little fellow's explanation made a certain Crown Prince's mouth twitch. Yes. My Jojo is amazing." The Crown Prince laid her down and covered her with the blanket with a grin. He leaned over and gently kissed her forehead. "Go to sleep." "Where are you sleeping?" Arbor suddenly asked. "Are you keeping me?" The Crown Prince was startled, and a mischievous smile immediately surfaced on his lips. "The bed is quite big, so we can squeeze and sleep together. Pretend I didn't say anything." Darling Xiao pulled the blanket over her little head and shrank inside, wrapping herself into a cocoon. The man chuckled softly and reached over to pull the blanket over her, insisting on pulling her little head out of the blanket. All right, hurry and sleep. Don't suffocate yourself. Be good, okay?" "Chirp." Receiving a kiss on her little face, the little one muttered and turned her face away. Chapter 593. Sleep well. There's no rush to wake up early. Tomorrow, when I'm done, I'll come back and tell you a big joke. The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes and smiled. He reached out to tuck the little fellow in before leaving, until his bamboo-like figure gradually disappeared from the window outside the bedchamber. Arbor continued to stare in a daze. She suddenly shrank her head into the blanket and reached out to touch her slightly hot little face. His words lingered in her heart, and not long after, she poked her head out of the blanket. She was as timid as a small animal in the snowy night, her eyes especially bright in the dark night. There was only one candle lit in the corner of the room, and the faint yellow light spread out. After tossing and turning for a while, she didn't know when she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes, it was already late in the morning. Xiao Yao heard her movements and immediately walked over with a smile. She helped her freshen up and change her clothes with a smile on her face. "Little mistress, did you sleep well last night?" "Not bad." Arbor pursed her lips. She thought that the crown prince must have given her some medicine. Otherwise, how could she sleep so soundly later on? That's great. Xiaoyao took out a red dress for her to change into. She said, Her Majesty the Queen is holding a small banquet tonight to see Little Mistress. Little Mistress, you don't have to worry too much. Her Majesty the Queen is an especially forgiving person. Arbor fiddled with the jade beads in her hand and said with a childish attitude, If she doesn't treat me well, I'll ignore her. Xiaoyao almost laughed out loud. She fiddled with her hair. Comb it again tonight. It's still early, so let's leave it like this for now. Does Little Mistress want to eat now? I'm not that hungry. I'll go read for a while. I'll just get some snacks later. It's better to eat some staple food. No need. I'll eat later. Get more food. After eating, I'll go to that whatever palace banquet. The little fellow waved her hand. She hugged the book and ran to the brocade couch by the window to read. Xiaoyao was a bit dumbfounded. After staring blankly for a while, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Little Master wanted to eat his fill so that he could join the battle later. Emolian didn't come back until the evening. Arbor saw her, put down his book, and ran over. I've finished reading all the medical books. You can send them back now. It's snowing outside again. Emolian was very wet all the way, so he didn't go forward to hug her. Instead, he prepared to change his clothes. All right, send it back and see if there are any other medical books in the Imperial Physicians building. Speaking of which, it was really funny. The old doctors of the Imperial Physician building actually jointly wrote a letter to complain about him in front of his imperial father. The old great king even called the crown prince over and reprimanded him. But in the end, the crown prince still didn't return the book to the Imperial Physician, so the matter was left unsettled. The little fellow followed closely behind him. Then let's eat. Emolian took off his outer robe and changed into a clean one. He reached out to hug her. Are you hungry? Set the table. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao 11Z retreated and gave the order. I'm not that hungry, right? The little fellow had just chewed on a peach. She rubbed her stomach. It's only when I'm full that I have the strength to beat people up. She had a feeling that this banquet was going to be a torturous one. That's why she had to eat her fill in advance, so that she wouldn't have to listen to some people's chatter when she was hungry. The crown prince. Though what should he do when his wife didn't rely on him at all? Beating people up was so tiring. Did he need his wife to do it? Chapter 594. That's right. I had nothing to do this afternoon, so I roasted 2 fish for you. But it's cold now, so let Xiaoyao heat it up for us to eat. Since he liked to hold her, she was too lazy to walk by herself. The two of them sat on the embroidered couch. Emolian turned the little girl's face and looked at her with a smile. Jojo is so capable. Can't do it. Arbor frowned. It doesn't taste good, and it's a bit burnt. You should roast it next time. It was also because these fish were born and bred in Paradise Stars Lake, so it was a pity to waste their rich, profound energy. Otherwise, she would have thrown them away. Jojo's cooking is delicious. As she spoke, Xiaoyao smiled and brought people forward to serve the dishes. 2 slightly burnt fish. Emolian was a bit surprised when she took the first bite. The profound energy wrapped around the fish was very rich, as if these fish had been raised in some profound realm for a long time. He glanced at her and didn't say anything. Thinking about the peaches that the little girl had taken out earlier, he thought that this little fellow must have had a fortuitous encounter. After the two of them finished eating, Xiaoyao went forward to tidy up Arbor's clothes and hair again. Only then did the two of them leave the door and board the carriage, heading towards the central palace. At this time, the snowflakes were a bit heavy. Arbor reached out a hand to the curtain and watched the snowflakes fall on her palm, sparkling brightly. Her brows moved slightly. She thought of the Spirit Division Records Technique chapter, which recorded a strange technique related to the water spirit. Using water to condense ice, ice to melt snow, ice as needles, ice as arrows, and snow as fragments of dust. It could harm people invisibly. With her current cultivation, she couldn't use the water spirit's power in a large area. If she could secretly use it in a small area, she would be able to obtain a strange victory in battle. The crown prince saw her sitting in the carriage, silently staring at the 6-chestnut snowflake in her palm. He couldn't help but raise his brows and whisper a word to the driver. The snow in her palm suddenly melted into a bit of water, and then a small stream of water emerged from her palm. It didn't turn into ice for a long time, and Arbor's forehead condensed a trace of sweat. The carriage quietly walked on the palace road. Without Arbor's knowledge, it took a long detour and slowly headed toward the central palace. Condensing water into ice was easier said than done. It was impossible for her to be born with the ability to change the form of water and easily condense water into ice. Chocho's assistance would always be an assistance. Only when she could control the water manipulation ability would it be her own power. This required her to try again and again to test the waters and put in more effort. Because she had fused the life essence water, she might have a success rate that was more than 10 times higher than others. However, she still needed to constantly try to solidify it. There was nothing that could be easily obtained. The crown prince stared at her with a smile on his lips. His Xiao Xiao was truly a person with outstanding innate talent. Even a snowstorm could open the door to enlightenment for her. This kind of comprehension ability was already one of a kind in this world. After an hour, Arbor grasped the essentials. Under her control, a small stream of water condensed into a piece of sparkling ice crystal. In a flash, this piece of ice crystal turned into a 6-chestnut snowflake, flashing in her hand. When she suddenly raised her hand, it suddenly flew out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The snowflakes cut through several nearby trees. After the carriage moved far away, the trees split from the middle. The upper half of the branches suddenly fell to the ground and split into 2 pieces. Arbor sighed and turned to meet the crown prince's smiling gaze. I just got home. You don't have to wait for me until 11 o'clock. Chapter 595. This kind of control over the water spirit can absolutely be considered as a gift blessed by the heavens. Emolian pinched her small face. After all, his little one hadn't even broken through to the spiritual realm. Using the water spirit required spiritual energy as a guide at the very least, right? However, this little one broke all the rules. No level 11 mystic cultivator could use mystic energy to control the water spirit. This wasn't as simple as skipping levels to control it. This little one was definitely an oddball. If she wasn't exceptionally gifted, then what was she? The crown prince looked proud as he warmed up the little one's slightly cold hand. Then are we late? Arbor looked up at him when she saw that the sky had already turned completely dark. It's a special situation. I've already sent someone to report to Mother Queen's brilliant sun hall, the crown prince said with a smile. Then will your mother think that I was late on purpose? Although the little one looked aloof on the outside and didn't say many things, she was actually an especially soft and meticulous person. Sometimes she thought a lot, but she wouldn't say it all out loud. Her intuition toward people was also especially sharp. She could almost instantly determine who was good to her and who was hostile to her. Emolian could already sense her slight uneasiness, so she quickly held her small hand and rubbed it. Mother Queen is a very magnanimous person, so don't be nervous. Besides, I'll always be by your side no matter what happens. We'll always stand together. I'm not nervous, Arbor said with a stoic face. If your mother doesn't treat me well, I won't talk to her. Prince Emo looked at this darling, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. All right, then I won't talk to her either. Let's both ignore her. Emolian nodded solemnly. Xiao 11Z and the other eunuchs and royal maids accompanying them almost staggered and knelt on the ground. Oh my, their Lord Crown Prince was originally a very willful and reckless person. Now, great, the Crown Princess seemed to be 100 times more willful than their lord. What are they going to do in the future? Wouldn't their days be abnormally lively? Xiao Mu turned to look at him and harumphed, non-committally disagreeing with his words. The carriage did not take any more detours and quickly stopped at the entrance of the middle palace. The two of them got out of the carriage and didn't use the palanquin. Instead, they held hands and slowly walked through the snow. Xiao 11Z quickly opened up an umbrella and called for the palace maids on the side to hastily hold umbrellas for their two willful masters. Along the way, The roofs and trees on both sides of the road were already covered in a thin layer of snow white. If this snow continued for the whole night, it would definitely accumulate again tomorrow. Inside the brilliant sun hall, where the queen was holding a banquet, a group of noble ladies with titles and daughters-in-law from aristocratic families were already seated, waiting for the banquet to begin. The queen was dressed in a golden and red robe with layers of clouds embroidered on the hem. She sat upright on the seat of honor, drinking tea leisurely from beginning to end, not saying a word. There were only a few whispers below, and no one dared to say anything, until the announcement of Consort Zheng's arrival broke the apparent tranquility of the palace. All of the noble ladies with titles and daughters-in-law from aristocratic families stood up and bowed, saying in unison, "Greetings to Consort Zheng." Her Highness Consort Zheng, who had a slender waist and a voluptuous and tall figure, was dressed in a long red dress with rippling ripples. She wore a gorgeous hairpin with 8 treasures and pearls in her hair. With the help of the palace maids, she gracefully swayed her way to the first seat below the seat of honor. The top-grade pearls hanging next to her cheeks clanked as they bumped against each other as she walked. Chapter 596. Her red lips were slightly curved, and her figure was graceful. Although she was in her early 20s, she was dressed as pretty as a 15 or 16-year-old girl, so she didn't look too out of place. All the concubines and princesses also stood up to greet her. In front of Consort Zheng, other than Her Majesty the Queen, who didn't need to worry about Consort Zheng due to her precious and noble status, no one else dared to be careless. Dispense with the formalities. Consort Zheng reached out to touch the jade tassel pendant that had been scraped to the side of her face, a frivolous smile hanging on her lips. She unhurriedly curtsied to Her Majesty the Queen, who was sitting at the head of the table. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen." Queen Zhao glanced at her indifferently and nodded. Consort Zheng's but was just about to sit down on the first seat below the head of the table when Queen Zhao irreverently curled her lips and coldly said, "Younger sister Zheng, you're sitting in the wrong seat. That's where the crown princess is sitting." Consort Zheng's smile immediately froze on her pretty face. Cough. One of the 2 middle-aged concubines sitting below the head of the table choked on her tea and coughed out a laugh. Both of them were in their 40s and had maintained themselves well. Although they couldn't be considered young and beautiful, they still retained their charm. One of them was Consort Zheng, the mother of the great king's son Mo Jiao, and the other was Lu Fei, the mother of the second prince Mo Lu. The one who coughed out a laugh was Her Highness Consort Zheng, and Consort Zheng was currently glaring at her fiercely. The latter pretended to wipe her mouth with a handkerchief and didn't say anything, but the smile on her lips couldn't be wiped away. "Older sister Zheng, come sit here." A royal concubine in her 20s gently pointed at the seat in front of Consort Zheng as she spoke to noble Consort Zheng with a grin. Consort Zheng then glared at her fiercely and sneered. "Your Majesty the Queen, this daughter-in-law who is suddenly betrothed is really putting on airs. What time is it now? Why aren't they here yet?" Just as she finished speaking, a eunuch outside the brilliant sun hall reported, "The crown prince and the crown princess have arrived." The group of noble ladies and aristocratic families immediately revealed expectant gazes as they eagerly turned their heads to look at the open door outside the hall. Consort Zheng immediately lost her composure. She straightened her back and glared at the seat under her, but if her gaze could split the seat, she would have done it long ago. That damned old hag. Why didn't she say that this was the crown princess seat earlier? Why did she have to wait until she was sitting down? How embarrassing. Consort Zheng stood in front of the seat. She felt that it would be too embarrassing to walk away now, so she didn't sit down. Instead, she looked coldly at the couple entering the hall hand in hand. Who knew how many people's gazes they had attracted on their way here? The crown prince and the crown princess were dressed in red as they walked in hand, looking very eye-catching. The man was tall and slender, handsome like an exquisite piece of jade, while the girl was icy and beautiful like the cold moon. No one could find a single flaw in their appearances, so much so that everyone couldn't help but think the same thing in their minds when they saw this scene. A match made in heaven. Mu Qianqian felt like she was sitting on pins and needles as if there were 17 to 18 needles poking her under her, but she shifted her body uneasily, and her malicious eyes glared straight at the red-clothed little lady who was walking past her. So hateful. Was it her, the lowly lass who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stole her crown princess position? Mu Qianqian completely didn't recognize that she had seen Arbor in the Qin estate before. At that time, Arbor was still in disguise, so her current appearance was naturally worlds apart. Chapter 597. Abruptly, Arbor turned his head, and his icy eyes apathetically shot a vicious glance at Mu Qianqian. That glance made one's heart tremble with fear, as if it could kill a person on the spot with a single glance. That was a ruthless attack that our dear Qiao Mu had used her spiritual conscience to directly infiltrate the other party's conscience. Was this darling someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry could stare at? Mu Qianqian immediately felt her mind go blank, and a piercing pain assaulted her brain. With a shriek, she fell backward. The people sitting behind her were precisely the second branch's mother and daughter, Madame Ne Lu and Mu Zhilan. Caught off guard, Mu Qianqian knocked over the entire small table, and all the soup and water spilled onto them. The second branch's mother and daughter immediately shrieked and jumped up, attracting Her Majesty the Queen's stern gaze from the head seat. The young misses nearby all covered their mouths and chuckled as they looked disdainfully at the Mu family's mother and daughter, who were jumping up and down. Madame Ne Lu's heart jolted, and she hastily pulled her daughter Mu Zhilan forward to kneel. This commoner and my daughter have been disrespectful in front of Your Majesty the Queen. It's truly because eldest miss suddenly attacked, and this commoner and my daughter were caught off guard. Mu Qianqian also hastily knelt forward and cried pitifully, Your Majesty is wise. Just now, when she passed by Qianqian, she used some kind of witchcraft to glare fiercely at Qianqian, which caused me to suddenly lose my balance and fall backward. As she spoke, Mu Qianqian raised her sleeve to point at Arbor's back. Slap her! The Crown Prince abruptly turned around and shouted sternly. Mu Qianqian's eyes bulged in shock as she dumbfoundedly looked at His Highness the Crown Prince, who had suddenly turned hostile and merciless. Just as an indoctrination nanny was about to step forward and press down on Mu Qianqian with a wooden plank, Mu Qianqian wailed, Your Majesty the Queen, Your Majesty the Queen, Qianqian doesn't know what she did wrong to anger His Highness the Crown Prince. Is the Crown Princess someone a wicked commoner, like you can casually point fingers at? What her? Who is she? The Crown Prince glared at the indoctrination nanny who had stopped and said ruthlessly, Don't you know how to hit her? Do you want us to do it personally? Double it. The indoctrinating nanny's heart shuddered, and she promptly slapped Mu Qianqian's mouth with the paddle. After 3 hits, Mu Qianqian's originally glossy and seductive red lips broke, and tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken necklace. When Queen Zhao saw this, she couldn't bear it anymore. The Queen previously had 3 or 4 Crown Princess and secondary consort candidates that she favored, and one of them was this Mu Qianqian. Although Mu Qianqian's father wasn't an official in the imperial court, he was the family head of one of the capital's 8 great patrician families, the Talisman patrician family. Moreover, it was said that this Talisman aristocratic family was a branch family of a Talisman aristocratic family in the Divine Prefecture. Their influence was absolutely not to be underestimated. That was the mysterious divine land that was praised by tens of thousands of people. Compared to the Shuntian manor behind Consort, it was naturally one level higher. If the Crown Prince were to marry the daughter of such an aristocratic family, it would definitely be of great help to him. The other few were also daughters of high-ranking officials or daughters of aristocratic families. Their looks and knowledge were all very good, so they were more than qualified to be secondary consorts. However, she didn't expect that father and son pair to pull off such a stunt and casually settle on the Crown Princess candidate. At this time, the Queen was currently sizing up this Crown Princess. She saw that she was only 14 or 15 years old, but her small face was glistening, snow-white, and jade-like. However, what was up with that expressionless small face? I'm done for today. I'll try my best to add more chapters tomorrow. I've always been writing 6 chapters a day. Older sister, I had to take 3 days of leave to write the first 10 chapters. How could I take leave every day? Wouldn't I get hacked by my boss? Other than writing chapters in my spare time, I basically don't leave the house at all. Of course, I'm already cut off from TV and games. I've already done my best. I don't even have time to save chapters when the editor told me to ow. Chapter 598. Greetings to Royal Mother. Prince Imo walked up while holding Jojo's small hand and curtsied to his mother. After witnessing the crown prince's severe punishment of Mu Qianqian, the group of royal concubines, madams, and noble ladies all tacitly understood that the crown prince attached great importance to this consort. No one would continue to idiotically provoke this crown princess's dignity in front of the crown prince. Therefore, they all obediently curtsied to the crown prince and crown princess. Our dear Qiao Lin, who was at the back of the crowd, couldn't help but twist her small body in excitement. Her mother, Wei Ziqin, patted her small hand lightly and shot her a warning glance before she finally settled down. Wei Ziqin had arrived early with her daughter, but her eldest daughter didn't show up even after waiting for a long time. Now that she saw the crown prince personally escorting her eldest daughter over and even defending her in front of others, she couldn't help but be extremely delighted. She liked this son-in-law no matter how she looked at him. Queen Zhao was a protective mother, so she naturally wouldn't embarrass her son in front of everyone. Even if she disapproved of our dear Qiao Lin's stoic face, she naturally wouldn't show it on the surface. She had them dispense with the formalities with a chuckle and secretly cast a glance at her son. Truly, her son had grown up, and she couldn't do as she wished. Could it be that she would eat the crown princess up? She even specially sent the crown princess over. She couldn't see how this little lady was worthy of her peerlessly outstanding son. She could tell at a glance that this young lady had an icy temperament. Her small face didn't even have the slightest hint of a smile when facing the elders. Heaven knew how much her son would suffer from chasing after her. When she thought of how such a good son would suffer grievances in front of a young lady, Queen Zhao didn't feel good about it. In Queen Zhao's opinion, her son was the best in the world. When young ladies saw him, they should be like Mu Qianqian and the likes, swarming over like bees. How could they be like darling Qiao, indifferent and expressionless all day long? Our dear Qiao Lin keenly detected a trace of dissatisfaction coming from the queen's direction, and she looked up with a frown at the queen with sparkling eyes. What the heck? You actually dare to frown at me? Queen Zhao kept complaining in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. All right, leave your crown princess behind. The queen grumbled in annoyance and glanced at the crown prince. The crown prince nodded with a smile. Then this subject will come back in 2 hours to bring the crown princess back. Queen Zhao wished she could send the crown prince flying with a smack of the back of his head. Her expression was simply brilliant. The expressions of the other concubines and noble ladies were also quite interesting. Could these women eat the crown princess or something? Wasn't it just a small banquet in the palace? The crown prince was still worried about sending her back and forth. She was really a delicate girl. It looked very worrisome. Queen Zhao was thunderstruck by the stoic face again. The stoic face was expressionless from beginning to end. When she heard the crown prince say he was going to pick her up, she took it as a matter of course. Just as everyone was madly ridiculing her in their hearts, they saw the little stoic turn around and say to the crown prince, "How about an hour? I'm sleepy." The crown prince nodded happily and patted the little fellow's head. Okay. Queen Zhao and all the concubines were flabbergasted. Consort Zheng couldn't resist laughing out loud and mocking. The crown princess really is delicate beyond belief. You just came to attend a banquet and want to leave immediately? TSK, TSK. Where are you putting Her Majesty the Queen's face? Hee hee. The little stoic turned to look at Consort Zheng and creased her brows. You are the queen? Chapter 599. Consort Zheng was dumbstruck for a moment before retorting angrily, I am Consort Zheng. Your mistress hasn't even said anything yet. So why are you, a concubine, spouting so much nonsense? You don't even know the slightest bit of etiquette. Arbor irritably prodded her and turned her head away, no longer looking at her. This time, everyone was truly shocked. It was fine if the crown princess didn't say anything, but the moment she opened her mouth, she verbally attacked Consort Zheng. She truly wasn't the slightest bit polite. Consort Zheng gnashed her teeth, wishing for nothing more than to slap Arbor's expressionless little stoic face. However, she still had some IQ and knew that the crown prince was here. If she dared to lay a hand on the crown princess, she would definitely be sent flying by the crown prince, who was protective of his own. Thus, no matter how much she ground her teeth, she endured it and didn't make a move. She merely brushed past the crown princess in an unpleasant tone and said to Queen Zhao, "Your Majesty the Queen, the crown princess dares to speak so rudely in front of you and torment us concubine mothers. I really don't know what other outrageous things the crown princess would do if you weren't present." "Crown princess," the queen put on an act and berated, "how can you be so rude to the noble consort?" The noble consort is also a concubine. A trace of impatience hung on the little stoic's face. "She speaks so much. Aren't you going to discipline her a bit? You're going to let her jump up and down like a grasshopper. You don't find it annoying, but I do. I don't want to talk to her, so please make her shut up." Queen Zhao was actually left speechless. A pretty and delicate girl about 18 or 19 years old abruptly laughed out loud. Immediately after, she attracted a slight glare from her lady mother, and the girl playfully stuck out her tongue before closing her small mouth. She then secretly winked in Arbor's direction. "That's 8th sister MOU. She has a good temper. If you're bored, you can go find her play." Mo Lien curled his lips as he whispered while tugging at Xiao Xiao's small hand. Consort Zheng's expression could no longer be described as ugly. A layer of dark clouds was smeared on her pretty face. Her eyes revealed a bit of viciousness as she coldly stared at this little slut who dared to speak nonsense and ruthlessly trample on her imperial concubine face. Very good. How many years had it been since someone had dared to speak to her in such a disrespectful tone? That slut who dared to provoke her imperial concubine had long been drowned at the bottom of the pond in the imperial garden and turned into a pile of mud. She couldn't be more dead. The crown princess, this little bitch, just because the crown prince doted on her, she dared to look down on her. She wanted her to regret coming to this world. "Young-hee, you are glaring at our crown princess like this. Are you dissatisfied with her?" The crown prince suddenly spoke in an icy tone. Consort Zheng's body immediately chilled, and she hurriedly retracted her gaze. She forced a smile and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince must be joking. How could this concubine dare to be like this?" After speaking, she rubbed her forehead and pretended to have a headache. She said delicately to Queen Zhao, "Your Majesty the Queen, please forgive younger sister. Younger sister has a headache and will take her leave first." "What a disrespectful concubine," Darling Xiao said with a cold expression. "You just came to the banquet and already want to leave? Ha! Where are you putting Her Majesty the Queen's face?" This completely threw Consort Zheng's words back at her. The imperial concubine was so angry that she fell backwards and was quickly supported by 2 palace maids. Everyone, Queen Zhao's mouth twitched fiercely as she solemnly sized up the little girl. Chapter 600. Consort Zheng's favor in the imperial harem had never declined. It could be said that she had covered half the sky with a single hand for so many years, but Queen Zhao had never seen her suffer such a setback in recent years. Now that she saw her trembling from anger after hearing a few words from the crown princess, Queen Zhao needed to take a good look at this daughter-in-law of hers. She was truly a capable person. This child was young and appeared to be very aloof. She didn't seem to speak much, but unexpectedly, her venomous words could infuriate someone to death. Queen Zhao glanced at a certain person who was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down slightly. Her lower lip inwardly twitched, and a faint smile appeared on her face. He had been domineering for many years, and it was rare to meet a young lady who could infuriate her half to death with a single word. Needless to say, Queen Zhao was secretly pleased. Looking at Arbor's stoic little face, she found her somewhat pleasing to the eye. The young lady that her son liked was definitely extraordinary. Queen Zhao thought to herself, I'll just observe for now. Royal mother, then this son will take his leave first. I'll come back to pick up my crown princess in an hour. The crown prince held Arbor's small hand and even escorted her to her seat. Only then did he bow to the queen and take his leave. Queen Zhao really wanted to pick up the teacup next to her and throw it at his head. This stinky son, he really only gave her an hour to interact with him. After the crown prince finished bowing and exhorted his little wife, he flicked his sleeves and left. Naturally, he also took away the infatuated gazes of the numerous young ladies in Brilliant Sun Hall. Queen Zhao didn't know what to say. She felt that she had raised a son for nothing. Consort Zheng originally wanted to flick her sleeves and leave, but after the queen said, Younger sister, are you really not giving this consort face like the crown princess said? She could only grit her teeth and sit down next to Consort Zheng. Her handkerchief was twisted so tightly in her hand that it was almost about to be torn to shreds. Noble Consort Zheng, the crown prince consort is still young, and it looks like she has an innocent and unaffected temperament. So don't bicker with her. Consort Zheng drank a mouthful of tea as she said this to noble Consort Zheng with a chuckle. Consort Zheng didn't say anything, but there was a cold smile on her lips. On the other end, after Mu Qianqian was scolded, her mouth was already completely rotten. Madame Mu couldn't bear it and wiped her tears, but she didn't dare to take her daughter away at this time. She could only watch her daughter sit there with a rotten mouth, as if sitting on pins and needles, and accept the malicious sneers of the noble ladies around her. Mu Qianqian cast a resentful gaze at Arbor from time to time. Her entire heart was rather uncomfortable when she saw that lofty person sitting in the first seat below the queen. It was all because of that slut that the crown prince punished her in public, making her unable to raise her head in front of everyone. The mother and daughter of the Mu family's second branch didn't have it easy either. Their heads were drenched in soup, and they were only wiping them slightly, so their complexions weren't good right now. During this small banquet, the Mu family simply became the laughingstock in the eyes of all the noble ladies in the capital. Today's small banquet was held to let you all recognize the crown princess. The queen said dryly, The crown princess mother, please step forward. Wei Ziqin stepped forward and performed a proper curtsy. This subject greets your majesty. The queen casually praised the crown princess a couple of times insincerely and also bestowed many gifts to Wei Ziqin, giving the Qiao family enough face. Only then did she have her withdraw to continue eating. Consort Zheng's cold gaze roved over Wei Ziqin's face, but she feigned silence while holding her cup. At this time, a woman suddenly stood up and curtsied to the queen. Today, I will write a reward for you guys. Let's see when the time comes. Chapter 601. This woman's cheeks were slightly protruding, and her face was extremely thin. Her eyes were sharp and spirited, and Arbor felt that she seemed to have swept an imperceptible glance at her face when she stood up. That gaze was displeasing. Princess Anam, what do you have to say? The queen's tone towards Wu Hongma was rather amiable. Your Majesty the Queen, my niece Wu Xiaosu has learned a new fan dance. It looks rather interesting, so I'll have her dance a song for your Majesty here to liven things up a bit. The queen nodded slightly. Very good. The 18-year-old girl, named Wu Xiaosu, had probably made preparations early on. As soon as the queen nodded, she walked into the Brilliant Sun Hall under the royal maid's guidance, dressed in a long pink dress with smoke and sand fluttering around her. She held her head high, her chest puffed out, and her chin raised proudly. Greetings, your Majesty the Queen. Wu Xiaosu and the group of girls greeted in unison. Rise. Wu Xiaosu, is it the Wu family's eldest daughter? The queen asked softly. Princess Anam nodded with a smile. Replying, your Majesty, is indeed the Wu family's eldest daughter. This smile caused the vassal king consort of Anan's protruding cheekbones to deepen. Xiaosu has embarrassed herself. After the Wu estate's eldest miss, Wu Xiaosu, bowed again, she turned around and signaled the two dancers behind her with her eyes. Instantly, the melodious sound of a zither rang out, and Wu Xiaosu's body bent backward in a very exaggerated arc. Her waist was so soft that it could almost be snapped in half. Swish! A pink feather fan slid out from her sleeve, covering half of her face. The fan dance appeared extremely beautiful under the performance of 16 young and beautiful girls, and every movement could become a beautiful scene. The stoic face was expressionless as she poked at the food in front of her with her chopsticks. Then, she casually flipped through the food and quickly put down her chopsticks in disdain. The food had already cooled down, and it couldn't even compare to her family's Chiochio small, warm, salt-free stew. It truly was very boring. To entertain so many guests, the food was naturally prepared by the Imperial Kitchen. On the way from the Imperial Kitchen to the Central Palace, although the food was packed in brocade boxes and padded with cotton wool, it was still a long journey. It would be strange if the dishes were not cold after being carried all the way here on such a snowy day. The little fellow had always been a picky eater and was unwilling to touch the cold food. How could her mother, Wei Ziqin, not know her daughter's delicate temperament? Looking at her daughter from afar, her eyes were slightly worried. "Crown Princess, let this servant add some fruit wine for you." A palace maid serving beside her lowered her head and took 2 steps closer. She held a white jade pot in her hand and added a fruity wine to Arbor's cup. This was a winter fruit that could grow in a world of ice and snow. It could be used to fill one's stomach when one was hungry. It was also good for brewing wine. The fruit's fragrance was very rich. The main reason was that this type of plant was very easy to grow, and the probability of mutation was not high. Therefore, in the inner city of the capital, the seeds of this type of fruit tree have been planted on a large scale in recent years to satisfy various needs. Of course, to the poor and starving commoners at the bottom, the price of something like the winter fruit was still very high. Arbor expressionlessly raised her wine cup and fanned it twice with her hand. As a fruity fragrance assailed her nostrils, Arbor's expression turned icy cold in a split second. With a flip of her wrist, the cup of top-notch fruit wine splashed onto the palace maid's face. Chapter 602. The palace maid suddenly fell to the ground and covered her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose with her hands. Black blood spurted out from her face, looking extremely terrifying. Everyone was in an uproar and stopped eating. Her Majesty the Queen was so shocked that she suddenly stood up from her seat, and the song and dance stopped. Wu Xiaosu had just danced to the climax of the dance when she was suddenly interrupted. The music stopped, and the girl turned around with a face full of shame and resentment. Arbor looked at her coldly and slightly glanced sideways at the palace maid who was covering her face and rolling back and forth on the ground. He didn't say anything for a long time. The brilliant Sun Hall was dead silent. Everyone stared at the palace maid with frightened eyes. "Crown Princess, what did you do?" Consort Zheng suddenly screamed. Deeply afraid that that royal maid would be blind and roll in front of her, contaminating her with some filth, noble Consort Zheng continuously retreated several steps, making a fuss over nothing, acting like a village woman. Arbor coldly said, "This palace maid poured me a cup of poison wine. I just gave it to her." Everyone was silent. "Thank you. Crown Princess, why are you so generous?" "Poison wine." Her Majesty the Queen's eyelids suddenly jumped. Thinking of her son's protective expression when he left, she couldn't help but reach out and press her aching head. With her son's temperament, his beloved wife was attacked by an assassin in the brilliant Sun Hall, so he definitely wouldn't leave the matter at that. "Go and ask old Imperial Physician Chow to come here." Seeing the palace maid rolling on the ground, but not dying, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That palace maid's face should be rotten. Otherwise, why would there be black water constantly coming out from her 5 fingers? What kind of powerful poison was this? Just pouring wine on a person's face would immediately cause the skin to rot and decay? What if the crown princess drank this cup of poison wine? Everyone couldn't help but tremble. After a long time, old imperial physician Chow hurried over to the central palace. As soon as they entered the brilliant Sun Hall, they saw the poisoned palace maid wailing in grief in the middle of the hall. She hadn't stopped breathing. Everyone had scattered far away. No one dared to approach the palace maid. Only a young girl in a red dress with a cold face stood calmly beside the screaming palace maid. From time to time, she would step forward and kick her. "Stop screaming. The imperial physician is here." Old imperial physician Chow looked at the young lady speechlessly and hurriedly went forward to pick up the broken wine jug and cup. He sniffed it and tested it with his medicine before nodding with certainty. The wine was poisoned. It's just that this old man's knowledge is shallow, and I don't know how this poison is concocted, so I don't have a prescription for it. Xiao Mu's lips curled up. "If you can identify the antidote for my poison, then you're really amazing." When the palace maid poured the wine for her, she smelled that something was wrong with the wine. Taking advantage of the time, she took to fan the top of the wine cup. She had already sprinkled the poison powder down and then smashed the entire cup of wine on the palace maid's face. "Ha, what is this called?" "This is called harming others and harming oneself." The palace maid had only given him a slow-acting poison. This kind of poison had to be taken for at least 3 months. After accumulating in the body over the years, it would suddenly erupt and cause a sudden death. The good thing was that there were no signs of sudden death from poison at all. She was just a little curious. Who would use this kind of mild poison to deal with her? Was it going to be another move in the future? Chapter 603. She was very patient, someone who knew how to do big things. She wanted to see if that person would continue to use this kind of slow-acting poison on her. Arbor tilted her head and looked at the queen, who had an ugly expression. "How is it? Are you sure that she wants to harm me?" The queen nodded. "Crown Princess, how do you want to deal with this person?" "Kill her." Arbor opened her mouth and spat out these 2 words without any scruples. The crowd of noble maidens looked at her with a bit of fear in their eyes. After a short period of interaction, they seemed to have detected 8 words from the Crown Princess. Vicious, not to be trifled with. The vassal king consort of Anan said with a smile, "The Crown Prince consort is truly remarkable, knowing that it was poisoned by that royal maid just by smelling the scent of the fruit wine. Could it be that the Crown Prince consort also has some experience in using poison?" Arbor glanced at her innocently. "That's not the case." "Oh, what do you mean?" Princess Anam asked with a smile. "If the Crown Princess hit the nail on the head, then her luck is really too good. This person's actions are sneaky." Her hand kept trembling when she was pouring the wine. "I poured the wine to test her, but I didn't expect that she really poisoned it. I just don't know if the other wine cups were poisoned as well." Everyone looked at the palace maid who was pouring the wine with a face full of horror. Some of them even covered their throats and turned around to cough with all their might, as if they wanted to vomit out the wine that had just entered their stomachs. Imperial Physician Xiao, take a look at the wine of the other madams and misses. How could the queen not understand the horror in these people's eyes? The old imperial physician nodded and went forward. After checking the wine cups one by one, he shook his head and said, "The other wine cups are all non-toxic." The queen nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. The seriousness in her eyes deepened a little. Then this poisoning of the wine was clearly targeted at the Crown Princess. For such a thing to happen in her brilliant Sun Palace Hall, wasn't this deliberately causing a trace of discord between her and her son? Wasn't this deliberately causing her to feel uncomfortable in her heart? "Crown Princess, this queen will definitely uphold justice for you in this matter and give you an explanation," the queen said in a low voice. Arbor nodded expressionlessly. She didn't expect the queen to be able to find out anything. In any case, poisoning her was just like scratching an itch for her. They could use soldiers to block, to block, to water, to block, to block, to block, to block, to use earth, to block, to block, to block, to block of water. At this moment, the palace maid who was tossing and turning onto the floor was to toss and turn to slowly breathe. To prevent the queens, to prevent a change, to burn to the night. The queen to the queen, up to the crown princess. To the queen, to be, to the be, to the be, to be, to the be, to be, to of be, up to the men, to men, to be, to mend. Moreover, the queen was still a bit worried. Would this crown princess be so petty as to think that she was the one behind this poisoning? However, she couldn't see any expression from that expressionless face, so there was no way to know her true thoughts. The queen was extremely gloomy. She felt so stifled just looking at her perfectly expressionless daughter-in-law. Consort Chung had so many daughters-in-law, and which one of them wasn't gentle to their husbands and mothers-in-law? No matter how she looked at her daughter-in-law, she didn't have any expression. Just looking at her made her a bit angry. The small banquet ended abruptly. Before Consort Chung was helped away by the servants, she coldly swept a glance at Arbor from the corner of her eyes. She gracefully walked out of the brilliant Sun Palace's main entrance in a pair of embroidered shoes. Not done yet. Chapter 604. The moment Arbor walked out of the brilliant Sun Hall, she was pounced on by a chirping Shaolin. "Sister, are you coming home with us today?" Jolin asked with a grin. "Your sister can't go back today." Arbor was just about to agree when she was interrupted by that hateful voice. She turned to glare at him. The Crown Prince quickly walked over and naturally reached out to hold her little hand. He turned to smile at Wei Ziqin. "Mother, Jojo still has to stay here for a few more days. Tomorrow, Lord Father will summon her, so there's no need to go through so much trouble. Mother, don't worry, I'll take good care of Jojo." This shameless person who was acting all familiar with her even called her mother in front of all the noble ladies who had yet to leave. Wei Ziqin was stunned. Then she covered her mouth and laughed. After laughing, Wei Ziqin pulled her daughter's little hand. "Crown Prince, I'll leave after having a few intimate words with Jojo." "Okay, I'll wait here for Jojo." The Crown Prince smiled and nodded. Wei Ziqin pulled Arbor a little further away and walked under the eaves of the corridor. She whispered, "Daughter, you'll be of marriageable age in 3 months, so you're still young. Don't do anything out of line that will make Mother worried, okay?" With Arbor's clever mind, she understood what her mother wanted to say when she heard her mother's hemming and hawing. Her little face inexplicably reddened. "Mother, what are you talking about? He's been sleeping alone in the side chamber for the past 2 days." Wei Ziqin beamed and nodded. She couldn't help but praise her son-in-law. "I knew that Xiao Mo is a very sensible child. He has a good character and a good temperament. He's also handsome. Mother really didn't misjudge him. You two are a match made in heaven." "Ha ha ha. Mother, please stop praising. I'm your biological daughter, aren't I?" "Good daughter, your performance in the main hall today was also. You should be more careful in the future. After all, she's the great king's imperial concubine. We still have to give her some face." Arbor snorted. "Those people aren't qualified for me to be careful." After saying that, he glanced at his mother's eager expression and couldn't help but nod helplessly. I know. In short, if others don't come to provoke me, I won't take the initiative to provoke others." "You lass. All right, Mother just wants to say a few words to you. I'll leave the palace with your younger sister first. Remember to come back in 2 days. It's not good for your reputation if you always live together before you get married. You should take it easy. After all, gossip is a fearful thing." Arbor nodded. "Mom, I'll come back early. I miss your cooking." "Silly girl. Whenever you come back, Mother will cook for you. There's no need to worry that you won't have something to eat." Wei Ziqin chuckled happily, her eyes filled with deep love. "Sister, when you come back with brother-in-law, remember to take a detour to the Wang's sesame seed shop and bring me a..." "Woo-woo, Mother, why are you covering my mouth?" "Bring a Wang's sesame seed shop. Woo-woo." The little foodie was dragged away by Wei Ziqin with her mouth covered. Arbor sat in the carriage and couldn't help but purse her lips and want to laugh. She had been so busy since she came back that she forgot to prepare some snacks for her foodie sister. She must prepare some delicious food for her in 2 days. Also, she didn't see Brother Xiao who last time. She wondered if he had come out of seclusion. The Crown Prince was bursting with joy as he looked in the direction the little foodie left. He smiled and turned to Arbor. "Sister is really clever. As expected, her personality is like you, innocent, lively, and interesting. When we go back in 2 days, we'll bring her a few more sesame seed cakes. 2 stacks won't be a problem." Chapter 605. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he glanced at him. "Do you think my sister is a pig?" Hui Feng really wanted to ridicule him. "Your Highness, are you blind? How is your stoic-faced wife lively and interesting? Can she be lively?" During the journey, the Crown Prince reached out to hold Arbor's small hand. "Jojo, Imperial Mother definitely didn't have someone pour that poison wine. You have to believe me. Arbor glanced at him and gave him a, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" look. The Crown Prince chuckled foolishly and nodded repeatedly. "I knew my Jojo is very smart, one of a kind in the world. I'll definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. This person dared to poison you in front of everyone, so they must have bribed that royal maid by your side. And there aren't many people who can bribe my Imperial Mother's palace. It's such a rare poison." "I sprinkled that powder into the wine cup," Arbor indifferently said. Xiao Mu explained dryly. "I sprinkled a pinch of incomparably toxic poison powder so that the poison would spread and fester upon contact with her skin." The Crown Prince. "As expected, my wife isn't ordinary." Huifeng's mouth twitched. "The Crown Princess is so savage. What should I do? She previously gave me a slow-acting poison. 3 months later, I might have unknowingly kicked my legs and died." Arbor's indifferent voice caused the Crown Prince's eyes to surge with fury. "I'm just curious. Will this person still send someone to infiltrate my side and continue to poison me?" He really was very curious. "Darling, what do you plan to do?" "I'll cooperate fully. Tell me." "Huifeng, Your Highness, hurry and pick up your moral integrity that's all over the floor. Where did my wise and mighty Highness, who's praised by tens of thousands of people, go?" "I plan to beat them at their own game and wait for that person to infiltrate my side. I'll secretly switch all of that person's poison onto himself." The Crown Prince reached out to lift her onto his lap and nodded repeatedly. "Jojo, you're so awesome. Huifeng, Your Majesty Crown Princess, are you sure it's not because you're lazy and don't want to investigate? So you're saying things like waiting for rabbits to appear? By the way, I remember someone said last night that he would tell me a big joke when he comes back from the morning assembly." Arbor pursed his lips. The Crown Prince immediately understood and laughed in a low voice. "Last night, I heard that Second Imperial Brother's residence was robbed. The whole night was chaotic. Second Imperial Brother fell down while trying to catch the thief, and his elbow was broken." Arbor pursed his lips. "But today, when I saw his mother, Lu Fei, she was still smiling as if nothing had happened. How can he still laugh when his son is in such a sorry state?" Huifeng, Her Highness the Crown Princess's choice of words feels a bit strange. The more interesting thing is tonight. Yesterday was just a warm-up. Did he think that he would be able to sleep peacefully today? Oomph. The Crown Prince whispered a few words into her ear. Arbor's eyes suddenly widened, and she turned to look at the Crown Prince. What a fraud. Who could be his match? "Jojo, isn't it funny?" Emol Yin was all smiles as he hugged his little wife and shook her. "Smile for me." Arbor turned her little head and faced him with the back of her head. Emol Yin chuckled softly. Just as he was about to turn the little fellow's head back, he saw a black shadow suddenly land next to the carriage and anxiously say, "Your Highness, Madame Xiao and Second Miss were attacked at Dongshan Gate. Our men are already doing their best to fend them off, so they're fine for now." "What?" Arbor was alarmed, and the Crown Prince's expression also turned solemn. Chapter 606. The two of them were no longer in the mood to enjoy the snowy night along the way. They both jumped off the carriage and rushed towards Dongshan Gate at an extremely fast speed. Today, all the carriages of the noble women and noble ladies were arranged to pass through Dongshan Gate. Because Wei Ziqin spoke a few more words with her family's daughter, she came out a little later. The carriage followed Dongshan Gate's path, and there weren't many people under the decorated archway. As the snowflakes became heavier, the Wu family's carriage could be seen carrying their eldest young miss, Wu Xiaosu, slowly moving forward. Wu Xiaosu had the coachman deliberately slow down, waiting for Wei Ziqin's carriage to come up. Madame Xiao, eldest young Miss Wu unhurriedly lifted the curtain and poked her head out to softly call out. Wei Ziqin also lifted a corner of the curtain and looked at eldest young Miss Wu. She nodded and said, "Young Miss Wu, what's the matter?" "Madame Xiao, I'm really sorry. There seems to be a problem with my carriage's wheels. I wonder if you could give me a ride?" Wei Ziqin glanced sideways and saw that the rear wheels of Wu Xiaosu's carriage were indeed a little crooked, as if they wouldn't be able to support a long journey. "Young Miss Wu, we don't seem to be going the same way. Xiaolin poked her head out and grinned at Wu Xiaosu. I see that your wheels are only a little crooked, so they should be able to run for a while. Your home isn't far from Dongshan Gate, so you should be able to hold on. Unlike us, we still have to go around to the North Gate. If we had to take another detour to give you a ride, my mother and I don't know how long it would take to reach home. The implication was that since young Miss Wu was so considerate, she shouldn't be so tactless as to do something so overboard. Wu Xiaosu didn't expect that this little girl's mouth would be so sharp, wanting to send her off with just a few words. Her face stiffened slightly, looking a little unsightly. That coachman jumped off the carriage at the right time and bowed to Wei Ziqin, saying, Madam Xiao, I originally didn't want to trouble you. But from this old servant's many years of experience driving carriages, these wheels really won't be able to hold on for long. Right now, it's freezing outside. If the wheels break and can't run, then our young miss will have to endure the entire night in the snow. Madam, please be so kind as to give our young lady a ride. This old servant is familiar with the roads in this area and can point out a shortcut for Madam. I beg for Madam's help. Wei Ziqin was a kind-hearted person and was about to open her mouth to agree. Xiaolin exclaimed from the other end, Her small face suddenly squeezed together and cold sweat dripped down from her head. She began to display her extraordinary acting skills. What's wrong? What's wrong? Wei Ziqin was surprised. The maidservant Chunying also asked anxiously, Second miss, what's wrong? Where does it hurt, second miss? My stomach hurts. Mother, my stomach hurts so much. Xiaolin let out a trembling groan, and her entire body began to tremble. Lin, don't scare your mother. Everything was fine just now. Why is your stomach hurting now? Mother, it must be the cold wind that blew in and froze me. Mother, let's go home quickly. My stomach hurts so much that I'm about to die. Don't speak nonsense. Wei Ziqin patted the back of her daughter's hand, feeling sorry for her. She hastily stuck her head out and said to the coachman, Hurry back to the residence. Yes, madam. Of course, the Qiao family's coachman wasn't happy that they had to take a detour in such a snowy day. Now that he heard his wife's order, he whipped the horse and made a prompt decision to drive the carriage away. Chapter 607. Wu Xiaosu glared at the Qiao family's carriage with a fiery glare. With a bang, she slammed the carriage frame and angrily reprimanded, Slut! The older one is so slutty, and the younger one is also slutty. Miss, what should we do now? If we can't get on the Qiao family's carriage, then we can't. Wu Xiaosu's personal maidservant stuttered. Wu Xiaosu slapped her across the face, causing her to cry out in alarm. She covered her face and hung her head, tears about to roll down her cheeks. You're asking me what to do? What's the use of raising you bunch of trash? It's fine if you don't know how to come up with ideas, but now you're asking me what to do. The personal maidservant knelt down in the carriage with tears in her eyes, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. The Qiao family's carriage was already far away at this time, turning left after exiting Dongshan Gate. Wei Ziqin poked her daughter's forehead in annoyance and amusement. Stop pretending. This act came as she wished, and she could even force herself to break out in a cold sweat. How could this younger daughter be so talented? Xiaolin stuck out her tongue and revealed a sweet smile. She held her mother's arm and said, Mother, the weather is so cold, and it didn't break down earlier or later. It just had to wait until we arrived before her carriage broke down. If that Miss Wu said she didn't have any other plans, I don't believe it. We shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but we must be vigilant against others. Elder sister also said that we shouldn't be overly kind. We have to be clear-eyed and clear-minded and think more about everything. Wei Ziqin couldn't help but find it funny. These two daughters were both mischievous. The older one had a cold face and didn't speak much, but her thoughts were more meticulous than anyone else's. The younger one looked carefree and simple-minded on the surface, but in reality, her heart wasn't coarse, and her mind was very active. Heh, mother. I just feel that Miss Wu doesn't seem like a kind person. Let's not pay too much attention to her. Amen. Wei Ziqin glanced at her and sighed. My daughter has grown up and has more ideas. Mother can't control her anymore. Xiao Lin giggled and hugged her mother's arm affectionately. "What are you saying, mother? Your daughter is very obedient." While the mother and daughter were chatting affectionately, a sword light suddenly flew over and chopped down on the carriage, instantly chopping off one of the shafts with a clang sound. The coachman couldn't control himself and rolled down from his position. Before he could make a sound, his head was chopped off by a flash of light in front of him. The mother and daughter duo grabbed Chunying and flew out of the broken carriage. The carriage that had fallen to the ground was instantly pierced by arrows like a hornet's nest. Chunying was extremely shocked. After landing on the ground, she hurriedly shouted, "Madam, second miss, quickly leave. Don't worry about this servant." More than a dozen adult men dressed in night clothes surrounded the mother and daughter duo. Their auras were very powerful. The moment they attacked, they fiercely attacked the two of them. Chunying stepped back. Xiao Lin's eyes darkened. At this moment, a sharp glint faintly bloomed in the eyes of the 11-year-old girl. Wei Ziqin waved her sleeve to block one person's attack, as she looked at the newcomers with a slightly dark expression. "Who are you? You actually dare to attack an Imperial Court's madam in front of Dongshan Gate. Do you not want to live?" The dozen or so night walkers didn't say anything. They only surrounded Wei Ziqin and her daughter and launched attacks without any regard for their lives. Among these dozen or so people, one of them was a level 9 mystic cultivator with extremely vigorous mystic energy. Wei Ziqin, a mere level 3 mystic cultivator, and Xiao Lin, a level 4 mystic cultivator, naturally weren't his match. Chapter 608. As the attacks gradually intensified, the night pervaded. Two agile young men in black suddenly jumped into the encirclement. Accompanied by two tiger roars, two enormous mystic beasts pounced forward and bit the palms of the two night walkers, doing their best to tear them apart. The night walkers merely grunted and didn't make any sound. "Madam Xiao, hold on. We've already sent people to inform the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Don't panic." The young man who spoke blocked in front of Wei Ziqin with his sword, completely blocking a level 5 Mystic Cultivator's attack. Among these people, apart from that level 9 Mystic Cultivator, most of the others only had level 5 or level 6 cultivation, and half of them were body cultivators around the 6th layer. It was naturally more than enough to deal with Wei Ziqin and her daughter's level 3 and level 4 cultivation, but it was completely insufficient in front of a level 10 Mystic Cultivator. Those two young men led their mystic beasts and quickly cleared a path out of the encirclement. They protected the mother and daughter pair and were about to charge out of the encirclement. Suddenly, their bodies tensed up as if they sensed something, and they abruptly looked up. That level 9 Mystic Cultivator took out two white beads the size of pellets from his bosom. With a cold snort, he abruptly flicked them at the two young Mystic Cultivators. "Madam Xiao, second miss, quickly move aside." The two young men each grabbed one of the mother and daughter pair and scattered to the left and right. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the level 11 mystic energy beads explosions tore apart the silent night and alarmed nearly half of the capital's citizens. Because the two young men wanted to protect Wei Ziqin and her daughter, their internal organs were impacted by the mystic energy beads explosions. They coughed several times, and blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths at almost the same time. The level 9 Mystic Cultivator's ghostly figure appeared in front of one of them and struck that young man's back with his palm. Taking advantage of the young man flying out, the level 9 Mystic Cultivator seized Wei Ziqin from his hands and struck the back of her neck, causing her to faint. "Mother!" Xiao Lin tightly clenched her fists with reddened eyes. The level 9 Mystic Cultivator suddenly raised his sleeve and shot an arrow in her direction. That sleeve arrow swiftly arrived in front of Xiao Lin in the blink of an eye. The level 10 Mystic Cultivator youth's expression chilled, and he swiftly raised his hand to control that sleeve arrow with mystic energy, causing it to explode in front of his eyes with a bang. Then, his expression changed slightly as he cursed in his heart. The sleeve arrow was smeared with poisonous powder. After such an explosion, the wind blew and scattered the powder, causing his body to tremble slightly. The two mystical beasts were just about to pounce forward and bite him, But because they had inhaled a mouthful of poison powder, their forehooves slipped and they suddenly fell to the ground. The level 9 Mystic Cultivator saw an opportunity and swiftly scuttled to this level 10 Mystic Cultivator youth side. He struck the youth's chest with his palm again, and his firm fingers grabbed Xiao Lin's pulse and exerted force. Jolin furrowed his brows in pain. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as his body fell limply to the ground. The remaining 7 or 8 night walkers swarmed forward in a well-trained manner. They separated the unconscious mother and daughter and carried them into 2 prepared carriages. Bayan, who was driving the carriages, berated twice before driving the carriages to the left and right to separate the mother and daughter and take them away. When the crown prince and crown princess rushed over, they saw the 2 carriages separating left and right as fast as lightning, and their hearts instantly skipped a beat. "Your Highness!" 2 black-clothed youths scrambled up from the ground and stumbled as they ran to them. They separately escaped to Huabei Gate and Jinan Gate. Chapter 609. Yin and Arbor looked at each other, nodded in tacit understanding, and then split up to chase after the carriage. The dozen or so hidden guards whistled and followed closely behind Arbor. Arbor's eyes were already burning with raging flames. Today, she was going to announce to the world that whoever dared to capture her family and hurt them, she would make them die a horrible death and regret coming to this world. The carriage sped forward, and the coachman looked back from time to time. Arbor's face was cold as she took out a speed talisman and placed it on herself. At the same time, Arbor was like a flash of lightning as she sped forward. The coachman shouted, and the carriage quickly turned a corner on the city street. Arbor wasn't willing to give up. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and jumped onto the roof. She could only hear the wind blowing past her ears. Her speed was so fast that she left behind an illusory white shadow. Whoosh whoosh. After a few leaps, Xiaomu jumped down from the white eaves covered in a thick layer of snow. A harsh glint flashed through her eyes. She spread her fingers, and the water instantly condensed into ice crystals. She raised her hand, and hundreds of ice crystals shot out. Like snow, rain, ice, and wind, they instantly shattered the carriage into pieces. The coachman's eyes were filled with a trace of panic and surprise. His hands didn't stop moving as he held the reins and urged the horse to run. However, Arbor saw clearly that her mother and sister weren't in the carriage. "You're courting death." Xiao Mu's eyes burst out with a cold glint, and she leaped up. Mystic energy enveloped her body as she struck down a critical strike with a bang. The shaft of the carriage collapsed at the same time, and the 3 people in the carriage were about to jump up and escape. Arbor's dagger was like a bolt of lightning as it slashed across the coachman's neck. A round head rolled under the wheel of the carriage, but the horse still continued to charge forward due to inertia. After the 3 body securing talismans were cast, the body cultivators stiffened their bodies and assumed a posture that suggested they were about to get up and flee. "Speak. Where are the people in the carriage?" Xiao Mu slapped one of them, and the wind from her palm swept across one of their faces. "If you don't tell me, I'll make you beg for death." Arbor's 5 fingers ruthlessly pierced into the man's shoulder, his cold eyes staring straight at the man. That body cultivator's body was rather sturdy, but he didn't expect his bones to be crushed by the girl's grasp. Arbor didn't have the time to listen to his screams. He grabbed him by the neck and raised a dictum talisman in his hand. "Let me tell you, if you don't tell me the truth, wait until I use the dictum talisman and ask for the whereabouts of your family. I will bury them in the rivers, lakes, and seas, and grind their bones to dust. Die without a burial ground." That person's pupils shrank. The light in his eyes was as if he was looking at a fiend. "Speak." Inserting the dictum talisman would take some time. What she lacked the most now was time. She needed to know the whereabouts of her mother and sister. Now was the time. She couldn't wait another second. "I'll talk." That level 9 Mystic Cultivator carried second Miss Xiao away when he was making a detour just now. Crack. That person's gaze turned sluggish. His neck tilted slightly, and his entire head drooped down due to his broken neck. Crack, crack. After 2 consecutive sounds of bones breaking, the other 2 body cultivators also died on the spot. Xiao Mu promptly summoned Qingwan and jumped onto its back. She then spread out her spiritual conscious and shouted while pointing to the left, "There!" Chapter 610. With a shrill cry, Qingwan spread its wings with a whoosh and fiercely chased in the direction Arbor had pointed out. Qingwan's speed had already reached its peak. Arbor's stoic face had already been completely replaced by a frosty expression. Looking at her with eyes that froze 3,000 feet of ice, it was as if they had returned to that night several years ago, terrifyingly desolate and silent. She killed people. She wanted to skin them alive and kill them without a doubt. Shriek! Qingwan swooped down from the sky, already locking onto a running target. That person was carrying Shaolin and dashing at an extremely fast speed. Their goal seemed to be to leave Jinan Gate and head toward Shiluo Street. Shiluo Street housed many commoners who had fled to the capital from outside the city. It could be said that it was the most crowded place in the entire capital. Most of the commoners didn't have houses. Instead, they set up piles of tents outside their houses. Those who could afford to live in houses on Shiluo Street were usually mystic cultivators or body cultivators. If this guy ran into Shiluo Street with his little sister and blended into the pile of tents, it would be troublesome to find them. Arbor hooked his lips in a sneer. He had already stood up from Qingwan's back and jumped down, slapping the immobilization talisman in his hand towards that person's back. However, once the immobilization talisman was activated, that person's body actually only swayed slightly before immediately continuing to run forward with nimble movements. She was about to cross Shiluo Street's decorated archway and enter the tent area. Arbor's gaze hardened as he used his spiritual conscious to launch a swift and violent mental attack. Although she had yet to enter the spiritual realm, her mystic conscious had already advanced to spiritual conscious. The range of her spiritual conscious application was much wider than her mystic conscious. Not only could she infiltrate other people's inner worlds and clearly see their mystic veins, she could even launch an invisible attack. Under her spiritual conscious identification, the other party's cultivation was already clear as day. So, it's a level 12 mystic cultivator who used an aura concealing talisman to disguise herself as a level 9 mystic cultivator. Arbor snorted coldly. His spiritual conscious had already infiltrated the other party's conscious and inflicted a lacerating injury. That mystic cultivator clearly didn't expect Arbor to have such a method. His conscious felt as if it had been ruthlessly struck by someone, and it almost started to shatter from the root. This made him flustered, and his grip loosened, causing Shaolin to fall to the ground. Xiao Mu's figure abruptly shot up and flitted past her younger sister. She directly tossed her backwards, directly throwing her to the several hidden guards that had followed closely behind her. "Don't interfere." Arbor stretched out his 5 fingers and shook them behind him. His eyes were filled with severity as he coldly gazed at the level 12 mystic cultivator in front of him. Such a beautiful snowy night. Let's not disturb the commoners of Shiluo Street. Life isn't easy. Don't cause trouble for others. After saying this, she actually pulled out an extremely thin vine from her sleeve and coldly looked at that mystic cultivator. "Since I can't use a dictum talisman on you, then forget it. I'll use some other methods to make you speak." That person couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. "Little girl, you're quite arrogant. Unfortunately, I don't know if you'll have the life to return to your Eastern Palace alive." "Is that so?" Arbor's lips curled into a meaningful sneer. She abruptly swung the vine in the direction of the level 12 mystic cultivator, aiming straight for his face. At the same time, Arbor used another spiritual conscious attack. Using 2 spiritual conscious attacks in a short period of time had already reached the limit of her spiritual conscious usage, because she wanted to end the battle quickly. Chapter 611. Under the impact of Arbor's spiritual sense, the level 12 mystic cultivator's conscious rapidly crumbled. His head throbbed with pain, and he was about to topple to the ground. His gaze was horrified, and he inwardly cursed. His fingers had already fished out 2 mystic energy beads from his inner world. Would Arbor give him the chance to use the mystic energy beads? The vine twined around the level 12 mystic cultivator's wrist like a living creature. It didn't seem to exert much force, but a crisp crack was heard. That level 12 mystic cultivator's pupils contracted, and he simply looked down at his wrist that had been snapped by the vine in disbelief. How? How was this possible? How could a thin and soft vine break his wrist in a matter of seconds? Was this still the body of a level 12 mystic cultivator? The 2 mystic energy beads were nimbly swallowed by the vine and completely turned into nourishment for Chio. This level 12 mystic cultivator would never have imagined that this vine was actually a clone of the sapling Chio. It possessed a portion of the sapling's strength, so it was more than enough to deal with this level 12 mystic cultivator. Slap! The vine once again pressed forward and whipped that level 12 mystic cultivator's face. He could even hear the crisp sound of his cheekbone cracking. It seemed like his cheekbone had completely shattered. No! He tried his best to regulate his chaotic breathing and pacify his unbearably painful conscience. But Arbor wouldn't give him time to catch his breath. The vine whipped the level 12 mystic cultivator's limbs and face more than a dozen times in a row. The last hit directly sent that person's eyeball flying out of its socket. Arbor's lips curled into a mocking smile. Now, do you still think that I can't return to the Eastern Palace? The hidden guards shrunk their necks in their hiding places. Heavens! The Crown Princess's methods were far from what ordinary people could compare to. Perhaps she normally didn't care much about others, but once she was truly angered, her methods would absolutely be dangerous and severe. Dictum Talisman. Arbor didn't waste words with him and directly threw a Dictum Talisman at him. The Dictum Talisman could be said to be ineffective against people with higher cultivation than her. But now, the person in front of him had already been beaten like a dog, and his conscience was almost shattered. His current cultivation could no longer be considered to be at level 12. Arbor wanted to test the effect of the Dictum Talisman. After waiting for almost a minute, her brows furrowed slightly. Just when he thought that the Dictum Talisman couldn't escape from the laws and was destined to lose its effect, Meng Chao suddenly realized something. A faint light suddenly flitted across the miserable level 12 mystic cultivator's glabella. Success! Arbor raised his eyebrows and went straight to the point. Who sent you to kidnap Madame Chiao and second Miss Chiao? Cough, cough, cough. The level 12 mystic cultivator coughed heavily on the ground and said hoarsely, yes, yes. He was under the effect of the Dictum Talisman, so he couldn't help but tell the person who had contacted him in detail. A bone-chilling coldness flashed through Arbor's eyes. She held the vine in one hand and picked up the panting level 12 mystic cultivator like a gunny sack with the other. She stood up and leaped down, heading toward the location he spoke of. The hidden guards behind her looked at each other and cried out in alarm before hastily running after her. As for her mother's side, Emollien definitely wouldn't have any problems handling it, so she wasn't in a hurry to find Crown Prince Emo. She merely picked up this person with a sneer on her lips as she dashed madly towards her target. Chapter 6:12. At this moment, inside Sephora Flower Palace, 2 palace maids were kneeling in front of the soft couch and massaging Her Highness Consort Zheng's legs as they carefully attended to her. The palace maids could tell that Her Highness was currently in a very good mood as a carefree smile hung at the corners of her mouth. Your Highness, the Zheng Estate's second manager, Qi, has been waiting outside for a long time. Consort Zheng's personal nanny, Mammy Su, quickly walked in and bowed. Call him in. Consort Zheng brushed away the hair on her face with waning interest and lazily propped up her hand as she lay there motionlessly. Second manager Qi strode in and prostrated himself with a fawning expression. This lowly one, Qi Ming, greets your highness noble consort. Qi Ming, you came here in such a hurry. Did you find a solution to the matter of the sharp pearl? Noble consort Zheng stretched out her sharp pinky and lightly touched her face that was as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon. However, The little girl's exceptionally gifted and icy face suddenly flashed before her eyes. Damn it! It really was a delicate and alluring little face. It inexplicably gave one the urge to ruthlessly destroy this face. This lowly one deserves to die. This lowly one deserves to die. Qi Ming repeatedly kowtowed and said, "Ever since this lowly one caught a group of merfolk at the Dark Sea tributary near Five Moon City last time, but was let off by a damn girl for no reason, they haven't been on the island since. The mermaids and mermen have not come ashore recently. They are all very vigilant." Trash. Consort Zheng picked up a small vase with gold-patterned flowers and smashed it at Qi Ming's head. Qi Ming didn't dare to dodge and took the hit head-on. A bloody mark immediately appeared on his forehead. The second manager hastily prostrated himself and repeatedly kowtowed, shouting, "Consort Zheng, spare my life. Consort Zheng, spare my life." Xiao Xiao still has something to report. Speak. Consort Zheng was so angry that her head hurt. She felt extremely uncomfortable when she thought about how she didn't have the shark pearl powder to nourish her face. Yes. This lowly one came today because this lowly one heard a piece of news from the people. It was said that a merchant's family had obtained a rare, beautifying pill. After taking it, it can improve the quality of the skin. The effect is very magical. Consort Zheng's brows twitched slightly, and she waved at Qi Ming. Qi Ming crawled forward like a dog, laughing heartily. He leaned in front of Consort Zheng and whispered to her about this family. Noble Consort Zheng was already paranoid about her own beauty, so upon hearing that it was a pill that could improve her skin, her entire face lit up. Ever since she saw that fresh and tender little girl, she was quite dissatisfied with her body that she was so proud of. He always felt that his delicate skin was completely incomparable to that young lady's. That young lady's skin was truly delicate and natural. She did not apply anything. Because of this, it made him feel even more jealous and hateful. The beauty that she had been pursuing all her life had been completely trampled on by a little girl of 14 or 15 years of age in a single encounter. Qi Ming, if you can handle this matter well, I'll give you a piece of my mind. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Noble Consort Zheng's lips curled up in satisfaction as she smiled charmingly. This lowly one will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for Imperial Consort. Imperial Consort, Imperial Consort. A palace maid hurriedly ran in. Seeing that Qi Ming was present, she couldn't help but hesitate. Consort Zheng glanced at Qi Ming and waved her hand. You may leave first. Do your job well. Yes, this lowly one will take his leave. Qi Ming smiled flatteringly and hurriedly got up and tactfully left. Chapter 613. Your Highness. That palace maid eagerly came forward and sang her praises. This servant just received a message. The crown princess traveled through the night and seems to be carrying something. She's heading toward the reverend chamber of the two priestesses at an incredible speed. It looks like she's in a very aggressive mood. Consort Zheng was slightly stunned and blurted out, "That fast? I don't know if Priestess Huang will be able to handle it." The palace maid pursed her lips. TCH, if she can't even handle a little girl, then just let her be. Consort Zheng still couldn't help but frown. She doesn't know how to handle things at all. Fortunately, Your Highness is quick-witted and removed yourself from this matter. I doubt that Priestess Huang would dare to speak carelessly. The palace maid smugly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Go to the reverend chamber again and investigate the situation. Yes, this servant will go right away. The palace maid walked out the door with small steps. Your Highness, if you let that girl Kaling go to the reverend chamber to investigate, wouldn't it be bad if she coincidentally bumped into the crown princess? Mammy Sue said in a low voice. Humph. A little girl dares to be impudent in front of this consort? It's all that Priestess Huang's fault for not knowing how to handle things properly. She was caught so quickly. Consort Zheng was completely in a bad mood and kicked away the two palace maids who were massaging her legs. The two palace maids were barefaced and submissive. Their hair was coiled into two buns, and they weren't wearing any ornaments or accessories. Consort Zheng walked over to the table with her slender, half-exposed legs. An old mama supported her slender, jade-like hand as she walked towards a table. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks and shouted at a palace maid who was passing by, "Stop!" The palace maid was holding half a painting in her hands and walking past with a smile on her face. Her young face, without any makeup, instantly burned Consort Zheng's eyes. Noble Consort Zheng glanced to the side, and Nanny Su sighed faintly on the side. Two eunuchs, who were like wolves and tigers, walked over and clamped down on that royal maid's arms. Ignoring that royal maid's screams, they dragged her outside. The half-drawn scroll in the palace maid's hand fell to the ground with a crash. Her eyes widened in fear, and her small mouth was suddenly covered by a eunuch's palm. She moaned as she was dragged to a small room at the side. A cold light flashed through Consort Zheng's eyes. She reprimanded arrogantly, "You must be up to something if you dare to laugh so lowly. Cut off her little face and feed it to the wild dogs." Woo-woo. The palace maid didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy before two eunuchs grabbed her by the arms and covered her mouth, dragging her to a small room to be dealt with. Soon, ear-piercing screams could be heard from the small room. Not long after, two vicious eunuchs dragged out the palace maid whose face was completely unrecognizable. There was not a single piece of flesh on her face that was intact. They threw her directly onto a broken cart and dragged her out of the palace. "They're all sluts." Consort Zheng pinched her fingers and curled her thin lips. Did they think that there would be a second shrew like Yin Yang who would take advantage of loopholes? They all need to be taught a lesson. This consort's head hurts a bit. Help me to rest. Noble Consort Zheng swayed her slender waist as she gracefully walked into the bedchamber with Nanny Su's hand, who was silently bending her waist, holding on to it. However, she didn't know that the consequences of darling Xiao, that jinx being stepped on by someone's tail, were quite serious. Chapter 614. Two Jie Yuans lived in each of the east and west rooms of the classic's reverence chamber. Born in the Marquis Yanwei estate, Jie Yulu had always been plagued with illness. She basically spent most of the year recuperating in the east room of the classic's reverence chamber, so she rarely participated in banquets. As for Jie Yu Huang, it was said that she was outstanding in singing and dancing when she was young. Otherwise, she wouldn't have received the great king's favor and been conferred the title of Jie Yu as a mere county magistrate's daughter. However, as she grew older in recent years, the number of beauties by the great king's side also increased, so she slowly received the cold shoulder. When Arbor first heard the level 12 mystic cultivator mention the classic's reverence chamber's old nanny, she didn't have the slightest impression of her. She was also baffled when Jie Yu Huang was mentioned. She had never interacted with this Jie Yu before, nor did she have any enmity with her. Was her brain damaged to kidnap her mother and younger sister at Dongshan Gate? She absolutely didn't believe that there was no one behind this. Going to the classic's reverence chamber to find Jie Yu Huang was one reason, and forcing the instigator out of her mouth was another. She only had these two objectives. She still wanted to escape unscathed after touching her mother and younger sister. That was truly too naive. It was already 10 minutes into the night. The two masters of the classic's reverence chamber had also washed up and planned to go to bed. But at this time, a loud noise came from the west room's roof. The sound of falling tiles and bricks instantly broke the silence of the night. Jie Yu, who had just laid down on the bed, quivered and abruptly sat up. For some reason, ever since she accepted the work arranged by Her Highness the Noble Consort, her heart had been in turmoil, and her eyelids hadn't stopped twitching the entire night. At this time, hearing the loud noise from the eaves, she was somewhat stupefied and hastily shouted toward the outer courtyard. Someone quickly come. Go and see what happened." Bang! A ball-shaped person was kicked in from outside and rolled several times on the ground. Her head hit the wooden clothes rack in the bedroom, and she cried out in pain. Her eyes rolled back, and she was about to faint. Who dares to trespass into this Jie Yu's bedroom? Ji Huang put on a brave front and climbed down from the bed. She angrily shouted, her eyes wide open. Dong! Accompanied by a muffled groan, a heavy object fell to the ground. Arbor's small face slowly emerged from the dim light. His cold eyes fell on beautiful Huang, who was only wearing a white undergarment. Do you still recognize this person? She kicked the level 12 mystic cultivator who was groaning softly on the ground. The level 12 mystic cultivator exerted a bit of strength on his toes and flipped his face in front of Pure Huang, revealing his ghastly pale, true appearance to her. Jiu Huang exclaimed and took a step back, trembling. There was no doubt that she had accepted it. Xiao Mu was immediately angered to the point of laughter, and she coldly ordered, "Smash this ghastly place that harbors filth for me." Screech. Qingluan circled in the sky and abruptly swooped down after receiving its little master's order. A mouthful of icicles sprayed down from the west wing's eaves, instantly slicing off half of the eaves. Boom! The earth-shattering noise completely alarmed the royal guards patrolling outside the high walls. However, because they didn't have a transfer order, the captain of the royal guards didn't have the authority to set foot in the harem for the time being. He could only lead a team of people to watch from the other side of the wall and look at each other in dismay. That noise just now was truly too loud. It seemed to have come from the classic's reverence chamber. However, Chapter 615. Following that, 5 to 6 consecutive explosions alarmed the entire capital from top to bottom. At this moment, the old king was currently reprimanding his second son in the royal study through the night with a dark expression. The second prince knelt at the old king's feet and sang a wonderful song to express his loyalty to his royal father and the entire Mo kingdom. He was just short of vomiting blood to act it out. Suddenly, he was alarmed by the loud explosions. The great king immediately jumped up from his seat and shouted angrily, "What's going on?" "Great king." The steward eunuch Gong Chong and rolled in from the outside. His face was pale as he anxiously said, Great king, it's not good. I don't know how Pure Huang provoked the crown princess, but the crown princess brought such a huge mystical bird into the Reverend Cannon Hall in the middle of the night. Right now, she's angrily smashing Pure Huang's Reverend Cannon Hall. What? The great king immediately jumped up from the ground. With his hands behind his back and a solemn expression, he angrily rebuked, Ridiculous! Ridiculous! Hurry and pass down my orders. Mobilize the royal guards to the Reverend Cannon Hall and stop the crown princess from causing trouble. Father. The second prince felt that he hadn't finished his performance yet, but he saw his father leave with a solemn expression. How could this be? He had to make things clear today. Otherwise, who knew what kind of changes would happen tomorrow? Scram! The great king was furious. He directly threw a stack of letters at the second prince's face. These letters were all personally written by you. How could there be a mistake? You greedy, stupid thing. From today onwards, you'd better reflect on your actions in the second prince's residence until you admit your mistakes. From today onwards, the second prince's residence will be cut off for 3 months. The great king angrily rebuked and strode out the door. The second prince was left paralyzed on the ground. He didn't even know how he left his father's study in a daze. On the other side, Pure Lu was also alarmed. She sent someone to take a look and returned to report that the crown princess had come knocking. Pure Lu was dumbfounded. She didn't attend the palace banquet today, so she didn't have the chance to see the crown princess. Just as she was about to get up and take a look, the old nanny beside her hurriedly dissuaded her. Pure Lu, it's better if you don't go. There's a fierce fight outside right now. If you go, what if you bump into something? Wouldn't you be implicated for no reason? That Huang Jieyu was usually arrogant and didn't put anyone in her eyes. She deserved it. Humph! Just let the crown prince consort teach her a lesson so that she won't think that she's the only one in this palace apart from the noble consort. Nanny Zhang ahem. Jiu Lu coughed again. Hurry and close the doors and windows. Nanny Zhang anxiously shouted and hastily helped Pure Lu lie down. Pure Lu, listen to this old one. It's better if you don't go. It's cold and windy outside. Hurry and don't get involved in this muddy water. At this time, Pure Lu trembled in fear as if she had just been fished out of water. Her eyes were fixed on the crown princess' foot as she crushed the level 12 mystic cultivator. The crown princess was like a monster descending upon the world. Separated by the flickering candlelight, she crushed the level 12 mystic cultivators, spine inch by inch. If you don't speak, you'll be the same as this person. Your Highness the Crown Princess, spare my life. Pure Lu knelt with a plop. All of this was ordered by Her Highness the Noble Consort. I, a tiny Pure Lu, didn't dare to disobey. Bring me there. Arbor shouted angrily and directly picked up the trembling Pure Lu. With a whoosh, he left the Classics Reverence Hall and headed straight for the Noble Consort's Sephora Flower Palace. Chapter 616. Shriek! Qingwan angrily rebuked and directly rained down hailstones, smashing the Classics Reverence House's west wing into smithereens. Only then did it contentedly spread its wings and chase after its little master with a whoosh. When Nanny Zhang heard the commotion outside gradually dwindle, she finally sighed in relief. She raised her embroidered handkerchief to wipe her sweat before hastily instructing the junior royal maid beside her to go investigate. When Jiu Lu and Nanny Zhang returned, they heard that the entire west wing had been smashed to smithereens without a single intact brick or tile to be seen. The two of them looked at each other in bewilderment, completely at a loss for words. Arbor carried Jiu Huang in one hand and that level 12 Mystic Cultivator in the other as he made a beeline for Sephora Flower Palace. There were actually 7 to 8 junior royal maids guarding Sephora Flower Palace's entrance, and the posture of a noble consort was quite proper. How could Arbor pay attention to them? He directly leaped over the wall with the person in hand. Who dares to trespass into Sephora Flower Palace? A burst of mystic energy directly shot up from the ground towards her. Arbor sneered. With a flick of his sleeve, he swept this mystic energy away. With a boom, it slammed into a stone stool in the small garden, immediately blasting a small and exquisite stone stool into smithereens. The expression of the royal maid who attacked turned apprehensive, and her entire body involuntarily shuddered. Mammy Su had just helped Consort Zheng lie down when Consort Zheng knitted her brows and shouted, "Who's making a ruckus outside?" Bang! A loud noise rang out. The 4 doors of Sephora Flower Palace's bedchamber were simultaneously smashed open by an enormous burst of mystic energy, turning into piles of rotten wood that fell to the ground in disarray. Consort Zheng's eyes widened as she abruptly threw off the cotton blanket covering her body. Just as she ran barefoot off the bed, she was met with a gust of cold air. "You, impudent!" Consort Zheng's entire body trembled as she stared wide-eyed at the young lady striding over. The young lady's ice-cold appearance was like a jade statue carved in this snowy night, without the slightest hint of a smile on her face. Bam! How could Xiao Mu care about noble Consort Zheng's hooting? She went up and directly kicked her backwards. Consort Zheng was caught off guard. Her hair was disheveled as she was kicked to the side of the bed. She stumbled and missed a step. She sprained her ankle and almost fell to the ground. With great difficulty, she reached out to hold the edge of the bed and bent over. Her pretty face was flushed with anger and her eyes were filled with rage. It was as if blood was about to drip out. "Crown Prince Consort, you are too daring and presumptuous." Noble Consort Zheng shouted furiously, her entire body trembling non-stop from her fury. Like a protective little beast, Xiao Mu jumped in front of Noble Consort Zheng with a whoosh. Her icy lips tugged up as she scoffed. "You think one kick is too much? Then, can you handle what's coming next?" Slap! A heavy slap landed on Consort Zheng's cheek. Consort Zheng only felt pain on her face. It took her a while to realize that she had been slapped by the crown princess. A mere crown princess. How dare she? How dare she? Someone come quickly. Consort Zheng was completely mad with anger. Her long hair was disheveled and draped over her face. Veins popped out on her forehead like a malicious spirit. "Take her down. Take this slut down. I'm going to put this slut to death by 1,000 cuts, then kill all 9 generations of her family." Consort Zheng was going crazy. She was completely driven mad by Arbor. She had commanded the entire harem for so many years and had always been doted on by the great king. Who Who dared to treat her like this? She was kicked and slapped. She was Consort Zheng. Chapter 617. Young, he wants to put our crown princess to death by 1,000 cuts. She even wants to execute her entire clan. Does that mean that our clan will be executed as well? Even royal father and royal mother will be executed? What a majestic presence indeed. A cold voice came from outside the broken gate. The crown prince was dressed in a plain red coronet, and his gaze was as cold as a blade. There wasn't a trace of warmth in his gaze as he stared coldly at Consort Zheng. Young, he had been muddle-headed from anger at the time, but now that she thought about it, disaster really came from careless talk. Her entire body quivered as she came to her senses. This concubine didn't mean that. Consort Zheng couldn't swallow her anger at all as she glared coldly at Arbor with her venomous eyes. At this moment, Mammy Sue straightened her back and bowed. She braved the danger of being put to death by 1,000 cuts by the crown prince and said in a low voice, "Your Highness the Crown Prince's late-night visit to Sephora Flower Palace is indeed improper. Just now, Her Highness made a slip of the tongue, so I hope Your Highness the Crown Prince won't take it to heart." The Crown Prince's icy gaze landed on Mammy Sue. "What do you think your noble consort's disgusting, powdered face is worth looking at? Our clan is here to pick up our Crown Princess. Wherever our Crown Princess is, our clan will be there. A tiny Sephora Flower Palace wants to block our path? Our clan can order people to smash your Sephora Flower Palace to pieces with just a few words. Someone drag this old hag out and beat her to death." Two pitch-black figures immediately appeared beside the trembling Mammy Sue. The Crown Prince's cold voice said indifferently, "Seeing Young-hee, it's time for our servants and palace maids to be replaced. They've all been raised to the point where they can't tell who's the master and who's the servant. Drag her out. An eyesore." No. Your Highness, please forgive my reverend mother. She didn't mean it. She didn't mean to contradict Your Highness." Consort Zheng immediately panicked. She rushed forward and hugged Mammy Sue's waist. This was an old nanny who had been by her side for so many years. Usually, she relied on this nanny to give her advice and ideas. She had followed her into the palace since Legay Courtyard, and followed her from a young he to a meteoric rise to become Consort Zheng's personal nanny. If Mammy Sue was killed by the Crown Prince, it was undeniable that Consort Zheng's arm would be broken. It would be excruciatingly painful. The Crown Prince stepped forward and held Arbor's small hand. He coldly glanced at the two guards in black. "What? You can't even drag a weak old woman?" "Yes." The hidden guard's entire body trembled, and he hastily exerted more strength, directly pushing aside the incessantly crying noble Consort Zheng and throwing her to the side. He then dragged Nanny Sue, whose eyes were flickering continuously, outside. Suddenly, a powerful mystic energy exploded from Mammy Sue's body, and she abruptly pushed aside one of the guards. The Crown Prince's lips curled slightly. He raised his finger, and 5 streaks of fire shot towards Mammy Sue's face like crafty little snakes. "The Great King has arrived." The eunuchs and palace maids who had rolled into a pile outside the palace hurriedly cried out, Great King, hurry and save Her Highness the noble consort. Her Highness the noble consort is about to be beaten to death by the Crown Princess." How could Mammy Sue resist Mo Lien's fire spirit? She was hit head-on by a beam of fire. Her entire body flew up and fiercely crashed into the flower caltrip cabinet. Bang! After a loud sound, the flower caltrip cabinet exploded, and the falling pieces of wood buried Nanny Sue in a messy manner. Nonsense! The Great King angrily berated, "Why aren't you stopping?" Chapter 618. Consort Zheng, who was shouting, Mammy Sue, suddenly turned around and threw herself at the old Great King with tears streaming down her face. "Great King, this concubine doesn't know what wrong I've done to deserve such humiliation from the Crown Princess." She sobbed uncontrollably, and her palm-sized face was as delicate and alluring as raindrops on a banana leaf. Arbor expressionlessly stepped forward and kicked the trembling pure Huang in front of the Great King. That kick was so nimble that the Great King, Gong Chong, and and the other Imperial Guardsmen couldn't help but twitch their mouths. "Ah, great king! Great king! Save me, great king!" Pure Huang trembled all over as she scrambled to hug the old great king's leg. What the hell is going on? The great king watched his two concubines cry so miserably, and his old face almost couldn't hold it together. "Huang Jieyu has already confessed," Arbor expressionlessly said with a stoic face. "It was Yonghe who sent a dozen people to kidnap my mother and younger sister outside Dongshan Gate. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I naturally have to find the mastermind behind the scenes to settle things. As the saying goes, if there's a grudge, then there's a grudge, and there's a grudge. I presume that the great king is reasonable and won't stop me from taking revenge for kidnapping my mother and sister." The great king glared at Consort Zheng. Consort Zheng promptly knelt down and sobbed softly. "Great king, how could this concubine do such a thing? This concubine simply doesn't know what the crown princess is talking about. Why would this concubine kidnap her mother and younger sister? What grudge or enmity does this concubine have with the Marquis of N that this concubine must do such a thing after the small banquet? So you're saying that you won't admit it?" Xiao Mu coldly curled her lips as she swept her gaze towards the uncontrollably trembling Pure Huang. "I didn't do anything. Even if you were the high and mighty crown princess, you can't force this concubine to admit to something I didn't do." Noble Consort Zheng insisted that she hadn't done it before, so she couldn't help but sneer in her mind. "This little lass still wants to fight with me? This time, I'll let you know that it's useless to just open your mouth and bite. Can you produce any evidence? What a joke. What do you have to say?" The great king's face darkened as he glared at Huang Jieyu. Shivering, Huang Jieyu raised her head and saw Consort Zheng shooting a piercing cold glare at her from the corner of her eye. Her whole body shivered, and she immediately sobered up. She knew better than anyone what kind of person Consort Zheng was. If she dared to bite her in front of the great king, even if she managed to survive today, she definitely wouldn't be able to survive tomorrow or the day after, and her entire family would definitely suffer. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but harden her heart. She rolled and crawled in front of the great king and slightly raised her face, revealing her most beautiful side to the great king. Huang Jieyu was sorrowful and delicate as she cried weakly, "Great king, this concubine has been wronged. This concubine also doesn't know why the crown princess brought a stranger to this concubine's classics reverence hall and insisted that this concubine admit that it was Her Highness the Imperial Consort who sent people to kidnap her mother and sister. Huang Jieyu, you better think carefully before you speak," the crown prince coldly said, his gaze as if he was looking at a corpse. Huang Jieyu's body involuntarily trembled more and more violently. She sobbed loudly as she crawled in front of the great king and cried, "Great king, this concubine really didn't do anything. This concubine can swear to the heavens that if I sent people to kidnap Her Highness the Crown Princess, mother and sister, let this concubine be burned by heavenly fire and die a horrible death." Arbor coldly glanced at this woman. "I originally had no enmity with you, but today you just had to reach out to my family. I will definitely not let this matter rest." Chapter 619. How can I not hold back against you bunch of demons and monsters? Could it be that you two really think that I don't have evidence? That I'll let you casually accuse me in front of the great king? As soon as Arbor's cold voice fell, Pure Jade Huang couldn't help but tremble all over. She cast a panicked glance at Consort Zheng, but was fiercely glared back at by the Imperial Consort. "Calm down. Don't be caught by a few words from this little girl." Consort Zheng's sharp gaze swept over Pure Jade Huang as she thought to herself, what kind of concrete evidence could a damned little girl have? I'm afraid that you've never known that there's something called a listening talisman in this world. Arbor turned over her finger, revealing a white jade tablet that was as thick as 3 fingers. "I'll let you listen to what you said to me just now." Arbor's cold words left Pure Jade Huang's body, as if someone had sucked all the strength out of her body, and she suddenly collapsed to the ground. What kind of person was this crown prince consort? How could she be so meticulous? Why didn't she leave her any way out? This listening talisman wasn't drawn by Arbor. With her current talisman power, it was impossible for her to draw talisman characters on the Jade Tablet. Of course, even if she learned how to make a listening talisman, with her pragmatic nature, she probably wouldn't draw such a useless talisman. This very rare jade talisman was coincidentally found in a shop in Anshan Town when she and her parents escaped from the village and headed for Anshan Town. She had always thrown it in a corner of Paradise Planet, occasionally taking it out to study it until the fourth piece of the Golden Talisman Jade Tome was opened. She vaguely knew that this jade tablet was likely a jade talisman sealed with a special talisman power. The talisman master who drew this jade talisman had very profound talisman power. She used her own talisman power to open the talisman and spent a lot of effort. Afterwards, she studied it many times and found that this should be a very rare listening talisman. There was also a passage recorded in the jade talisman. Of course, after she memorized it, she naturally erased it. This listening talisman could now be used by her. This kind of jade talisman was usually sold to wealthy people. Legend has it that there was a prince who loved the voice of a prostitute. He bought 10 jade talismans for listening to music and asked the prostitute to play the zither and sing. Each jade talisman was engraved with the woman's voice. Thus, every day, the prince would excitedly hide in a secluded place and quietly listen to the music of the female singers, intoxicated by it day and night. In the end, when his valiant wife found out about this, she immediately ordered hundreds of servants to smash the brothel into smithereens. She even dragged the singer out of the brothel and beat her up on the street. From then on, her face was disfigured to the point that even her parents couldn't recognize her. Other than that, the jade talisman had no other practical uses. But in reality, it could still come in handy occasionally, such as now. Arbor's finger lightly brushed over the jade talisman, and the level, 12 Mystic Cultivator's pained voice was heard. I was the classic's Reverence Chambers Virtuous Huang, the old nanny beside her who contacted me. She wanted me to control Madame Chiao and Second Miss first, then think of a way to transfer them out of the capital and find a place to sell them. Emollien's eyes were overflowing with anger, and she kicked Virtuous Huang. Do you have anything else to say? Soon, Virtuous Huang's trembling voice was heard again. It was Her Highness, the noble consort's orders. I'm just a small virtuous jade, so I don't dare to disobey. Chapter 620. In this palace, I'm afraid that only you, Young-hee, are worthy of the title of noble consort. Arbor's cold gaze shifted to Consort Jung, causing her to shiver for no reason. Consort Jung couldn't help but be inwardly alarmed. This little girl had already dug a hole long ago and was waiting for them to jump in before lazily taking out the evidence in her hands. How could she be so scheming? Was this still a 14 or 15-year-old girl? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this kind of scheming person was someone who had decades of experience. Young-hee, what else do you have to say? Emolien angrily rebuked, then suddenly pulled out a slender, jet-black sword and pointed it at Consort Jung. You vicious woman! How did my mother-in-law and the others offend you? You're actually so vicious as to want to sell them off? Consort Jung's pupils abruptly contracted, and she hurriedly rolled to the Great King's feet. She hugged the Great King's leg and cried in a delicate voice, Great King, I really didn't know about this. How could you push this on me just based on a few words from little sister Huang? Handsome Huang. Consort Jung cried to the heavens as she turned around and angrily shouted at Handsome Huang. How could you be so shameless? You're randomly pinning some unrelated matter onto this consort. Speak. Why did you do this? Consort Jung's beautiful eyes revealed a vicious glint as she looked at Handsome Huang. Her thin lips moved slightly as she faintly spat out a person's name. Handsome Huang's shoulders immediately collapsed. She was like a doll that had been poked by someone as her entire body went limp and weak on the ground. That was her father's name. Consort Jung was using her entire family's lives to threaten her. This woman's methods were extremely vicious. If she didn't continue acting as she said today, her entire family would definitely be slaughtered tomorrow. Handsome Huang finally felt a deep sense of regret at this moment. Why? Why was she so stupid? Why did she have to get involved in this mess between the Crown Princess and Consort? Wouldn't it have been better to learn from Jiu Lu and live a peaceful life in the classics Reverend Hall? She had to learn from others at her age and still fight for favor. She even had the delusion that she could gain the favor of the great king by relying on noble Consort. Pathetic, pathetic, pathetic. Handsome Huang clenched her teeth and hardened her heart as she looked at the old great king, then suddenly stood up and slammed her head against a nearby pillar. I did all of this. It was me who was jealous of Her Highness the Crown Prince Consort. She was high and mighty and was doted on by the Crown Prince. It's me who wants to deal with the Crown Prince Consort and make her suffer. And because I have a grudge with the imperial concubine, I decided to push the blame to the imperial concubine. It's me. It's all me. It's of these things of pigs. I should atone for my sins with my death. I hope that the great king will let me take responsibility for my own actions and not implicate my family. Boom! Handsome Huang hardened her heart and slammed her head against the pillar. She died immediately, so fast that no one could react. Arbor couldn't help but frown deeply. In the inner court of the imperial palace, there was really one thing after another. Consort Zheng hugged the great king's leg and gently exhaled. She stole a glance at Arbor, her bright red lips slightly raised as she gave Arbor a provocative look. All of a sudden, Emol Yin abruptly moved, and the long sword in his hand slashed towards noble Consort Zheng's neck without any explanation. Consort Zheng was so scared that her face turned pale. She scrambled into the great king's arms and said in a trembling voice, "Great king, great king. His Highness the Crown Prince wants to kill his concubine mother." Chapter 621. Killing a wicked person like you who brings calamity to the country is to punish evil and punish evil, to uphold the righteous path. Emol Yin's sword was already at Consort Zheng's neck like a bolt of lightning. Consort Zheng shrieked and squeezed desperately into the great king's arms. She felt a chill on the back of her head, and when she touched it with her hand, she realized that a strand of her hair had been severed by the sword chi. Consort Zheng nearly fainted as she hugged the great king tightly and wailed, great king, save me, great king." The great king hurriedly hugged his beloved consort and reached out to shake her frantically. He repeatedly shouted, my king, oh, my king." Emol Yin's expression darkened as she coldly glared at her old father who was blocking her. "Move aside. Everyone, great crown prince, there's something wrong with your tone. My king." The great king hurriedly pushed his beloved consort behind him and tried to smooth things over. "Put your sword away. Put it away, put it away. Put away and speak, my king." The great king shielded Consort Zheng and retreated a few steps. Then, he felt that he was a little cowardly in front of his son and daughter-in-law. So he quickly puffed out his chest and rebuked angrily. "Ridiculous! Crown Prince, how can you draw your sword at your concubine mother for no reason? You're really too. In any case, put your sword away for us right now. Hurry." Seeing that Emol Yin was unmoved, the great king couldn't maintain his composure any longer and hurriedly ran forward. Emol Yin could only put away his sword with an indescribable expression when he saw this muddle-headed royal father of his who was charging straight into his sword. "My king, that's right. If there's anything, let's talk about it openly. We're all family, so there's nothing to hide." The great king heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at the crown princess, whose expression was bone-chillingly cold and without a trace of warmth. Cough. The great king was at a loss for words as he looked at her expressionless face. With great difficulty, he organized his words and said in a low voice, "Crown Princess, you've seen it for yourself. Huang Jieyu has already admitted her guilt. She admitted that she sent people to kidnap your mother and sister and slandered the imperial concubine. This matter has nothing to do with my beloved concubine, so let's just drop it." Arbor coldly glanced at the great king and walked out without saying a word. The great king's heart skipped a beat. He felt that his daughter-in-law's condescending gaze just now was simply too stifling. Screech. The Qingwan that pounced down from the sky made all the hairs on the Imperial Army's body stand on end. They entered a state of full alert. "Smash this filthy place for me," Xiao Mu shouted angrily. Qingwan suddenly spat out a mouthful of frost towards Consort Zheng's bedroom. Suddenly, like a hailstorm, all of it rushed down. The entire roof was smashed into a sieve by this terrifying gust of wind, snow, and frost. Rubble fell from the holes in the roof. The Imperial Army hastily protected the Great King and the Imperial concubine as they rushed out of the bedroom. The Crown Princess leaped onto Qingwan's back and looked down on the common people. Her voice was unprecedentedly cold and frigid. "Younghe, today, I'll give the Crown Prince face and let you off. If you do it again in the future, I don't care if you're the Heavenly Emperor or the 6 prefectures and 3 prefectures. I want your entire family to die without a burial ground. Just like this palace." Boom! As her voice fell, Consort Zheng was at a loss for what to do. Her eyes bulged as she looked behind her. She saw that the perfectly fine Sephora Flower Palace's main hall and bedroom had been completely pulverized in a matter of seconds and turned into rubble. The old Great King clutched his chest in shock. Chapter 622. "Lord Father, look after your concubine well. Don't make a single mistake." Mo Yin coldly threw down these words and leaped to the little fellow's side. She raised her hands to pull her into her embrace and patted her comfortingly. Qingwan let out a long cry and then flapped its huge wings, carrying the Crown Prince and Crown Princess back to the Eastern Palace. Consort Zheng only dared to let out a long sigh of relief when she saw that the two were far away. She delicately laid in the Great King's embrace and cried, "Great King, look at that Crown Prince. Even his concubine is so arrogant and insufferably arrogant. He doesn't put Qinxie in his eyes at all. That's how that couple tortures me, their concubine mother. Great King, you have to uphold justice for Qinxie, Great King." The old Great King's head hurt from her noise, and a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. He fiercely shook off Younghe's hand and flung her to the ground. "Don't think that this humble one doesn't know what you've done. This humble one was giving you face in front of the Crown Princess just now." The old Great King angrily reprimanded. "That Huang Jieyu is clearly one of your people. You still won't admit it? Look at what kind of foolish thing you've done. Why did you go and capture the Crown Princess's mother and sister for no reason? You're just looking for trouble. If it wasn't for little 15's sake, this humble one wouldn't have bothered to save you just now. This humble one just doesn't want little 15 to lose her mother's care at such a young age." "Great King, I'm innocent, Great King." Consort Zheng cried until tears fell like pear blossoms, her delicate body trembling. She walked a few steps on her knees and knelt in front of the old Great King as she cried, "Great King, no matter what, Qinxie is still the Crown Prince and Crown Princess's concubine mother. How can they treat me like this? Disrespecting one's concubine mother is unfilial. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess were the role models of the world, the people of the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. How could they disregard etiquette, justice, integrity, and honor and do this to their stepmother, Great King, Qinxie's reputation has been completely swept to the ground by the Crown Princess's antics. How am I supposed to help Her Majesty manage the 6 palaces in the future? Then there's no need for you to help." The Great King waved his hand and shouted angrily. In an instant, Consort Zheng's voice was drowned out. She raised her teary eyes and stared blankly at the old Great King, as if she didn't understand what the old Great King meant. "Men, draft the decree. Madame Zheng did not respect the Crown Prince and was spoiled and rude. Due to her immoral conduct, she will be demoted to Consort Zheng from today onwards. She was stripped of her right to manage the 6 palaces and temporarily handed it over to He Jiaoyi. I hope that Consort Zheng will properly repent in the palace and not take half a step out of the palace without our orders for a month." After saying this, the old Great King turned around in a huff and was about to leave. Consort Zheng almost fainted on the ground, but Mammy Su, who had hurried over, supported her body. Consort Zheng wept to the heavens as she hugged the great king's leg and repeatedly shouted, "Great king, great king! Please retract your orders, great king. Qinxie knows her wrongs, great king, great king." Although Qinxie is in the wrong, is the crown princess not in the wrong? She flouted the palace rules and barged into Qinxie's Sephora Flower Palace and smashed the bedchamber into pieces. How can this kind of crown princess shoulder the heavy burden of being the nation's future mother? Great king, great king. The old great king was so angry that he kicked Consort Zheng away and said angrily, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You clearly knew that the husband and wife weren't to be trifled with, so why did you insist on arguing with them? It's great now. You made a big fuss and become a laughingstock in court. You better properly stay in Sephora Flower Palace and reflect on yourself. Don't come out if you haven't realized your wrongs." Chapter 6:23. The great king was so angry that he didn't even mention the 1-month deadline. It was as if he wanted to banish Consort Zheng to the cold palace and keep her in Sephora Flower Palace to reflect on her actions. Mammy Su shuddered in fright when she heard the meaning behind the great king's words. She hastily crawled forward to cover Consort Zheng's mouth and dissuaded her in a low voice. "Your Highness, don't say any more. Your Highness, quickly kowtow and express your gratitude." Consort Zheng finally fainted. When the news reached the queen's central palace, it was already past midnight. The queen hastily got up to change her clothes and was about to visit the crown prince in the eastern palace, but she was stopped by the mama by her side. "Consort Zheng has been demoted to Consort Zheng, Your Highness." Her personal mama, Hua Xian, pursed her lips and said with a smile, "This crown princess is really something. Sigh, that child Wang Er, I don't even know where he found such a wife. That stoic face really worries me to death." The queen sighed. "This child of mine has always been willful and unbridled in front of his father. This is great. He married a wife who's even more willful and unbridled than him. Io, the days from now on are going to be lively." Her personal palace maid, Xiang, giggled and consoled the queen. The crown prince and crown princess are both sentimental people. The great king must know this. The queen pointed at Xiang and laughed along. "Mama, look at this mouth of Xiang's. She's clearly just being willful and unbridled, but in her mouth, it becomes a compliment. What sentimental person, huh? Sigh, Your Highness, the children and grandchildren will have their own fortune. This old servant feels that you shouldn't meddle in this matter tonight." The old mama said, "The great king must still be in a fit of anger right now." This servant also heard that the great king summoned the second prince to the imperial study at 10 o'clock tonight. The old mama lowered her voice and whispered into Empress Zhao's ear. The queen nodded. This Consort Zheng is really strange. Why was she so impatient to make a move on the crown princess's mother and sister at Dongshan Gate? This doesn't match her usual cautious demeanor. This servant heard that His Highness the Crown Prince even affectionately called the crown princess's mother. His Highness and the crown princess escorted them all the way out of the second gate, but for some reason, they were ambushed at Dongshan Gate. When the queen heard this, she immediately snorted. "I don't usually see that child being so intimate with me." The maids covered their mouths and snickered. The king princess's mothers, Consort Zheng shunt to sleep, Consort Cessest right. The court officials who were well-informed naturally received the news as well, and they clicked their tongues in amazement. From what they knew, Consort Zheng had enjoyed unfailing favor for many years. Who would have thought that she would be so unlucky tonight when she met the crown princess? Even her, shocked by the change in the court's direction, the officials all sent letters to their sons at home, earnestly warning them not to mention it. After Arbor returned to the Eastern Palace, although her face was expressionless, Emolien knew that she was still angry. Emolien raised his hand and called, "Supper. This servant is here. Didn't you say that He summoned the Zheng estate's second steward today? Go find out what's his cause." The crown prince ordered. "Yes, this servant will go immediately. Darling, don't be angry. We'll secretly take revenge." Mo Yin hugged his little wife and stroked her hair. I'll write you a monthly ticket tomorrow. Chapter 624. I've already sent people to send mother and second sister back to the Chiao estate. They also suffered a bit of a fright today, so let them rest well. We'll visit them tomorrow, Mo Yin said as he hugged his little wife. Jojo, blame me for being careless. I didn't send more people to escort them back. Arbor shook her head. How would you know that Young? He is so unscrupulous that she dared to lay a hand on my mother outside Dongshan Gate. With that, she looked up at the man. Mo Yin, I won't let her off so easily. Mo Yin hastily nodded and said, all right, go ahead and do whatever you want. Since Royal Father is stopping us from touching her, it's the same as taking revenge in secret. I'll have Xiao Yi find out first, then we'll haggle over this further. Only then did Arbor feel a bit better. She nodded and said, this Her Highness Zheng is truly too much of a bully. If she couldn't help but lay a hand on my mother and sister because of a quarrel between us, then she's too narrow-minded. She thinks that you're like those people in the palace, that she can do whatever she wants to you. That's good too. Give her a lesson she'll never forget. Mo Yin's lips curled into a sneer as he said, don't let her misunderstand that no one in this world can control her. Jojo, you must be tired from today's torment. Rest early. Oh, that's right. Give me your broken ferrule and debeo. I'll see if I can repair it. It can be repaired. Arbor's eyes suddenly brightened. It should be possible. Mo Yin couldn't help but feel very happy when he saw a glimmer of light appear on her face. He raised his hand to pinch her little face and said, I obtained a top-grade material earlier. I reckon that not only can it be repaired, it might even improve by leaps and bounds. What leaps and bounds? Darling Xiao was curious, but the crown prince didn't say anything and only reached out to tease her little face. You'll know after I give it to you. Okay. Xiao Mu was in high spirits as she handed the ferrule and big treasure to Mo Yin. I'm not in a hurry either. Take your time. I know. Mo Yin's gaze was deep and gentle. Also, can you make me a wooden club? Usually, when I meet someone who doesn't have eyes, I'll hit him with a wooden club. That way, I won't have to use my ferrule all the time. Xiao Mu suddenly had an idea. The corner of Hui Feng's mouth twitched slightly. All right, sure enough, the crown prince agreed without any moral integrity. Do you want to add some thorns to the club? Yes. Add some barbs. It'll definitely feel good to smash it. The little guy's ferocious eyes lit up again. They were as black as two boundless stars. What a strange scene. Hui Feng stared at this pair of savage goods in disbelief. They were currently discussing in high spirits how to perfectly forge that club. The little girl was born ferocious, and His Highness had led the little girl astray without knowing it. Did His Highness' conscience not hurt? Let's go. Mo Yin's voice brought our dear Hui Feng back to his senses, and he hurriedly followed the crown prince out of the bedchamber. Hui Feng, what was that expression on your face earlier? You don't agree with this crown prince's actions? The crown prince asked calmly. Hui Feng really wanted to be like Hidden Flower and fawningly say to His Highness the Crown Prince, of course not. This subordinate thinks that everything Your Highness does is right. But he really wasn't that shameless, so he could only harumph, no, Your Highness. The Crown Prince nodded with his hands behind his back. That's the best. If you do, I'll immediately send you away. Chapter 625. Hui Feng inexplicably felt a chill on the back of his neck, and he turned to glance at the night. It must be because the night wind has gotten stronger. Your Highness, are we still going back to the study? Mo Yin turned to glance at the slightly dimmed light in the bedchamber and sighed at the night. Tough life. Who knows when I'll be able to openly enter the room? Your Highness? Hui Feng was too embarrassed to ridicule His Highness when he saw how reluctant he was to part with her. My lord, it's just one night of not seeing the little miss. You'll report in on time tomorrow morning. Do you have to make it look like a parting of life and death? Poo. There's no parting of life and death. Let's go. Mo Yin listlessly stuffed her hands into her sleeves and pitifully turned to leave. Cold winds blew the entire way, and her back was bleak as she stumbled across a thick layer of snow. Huifeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he thought, "What am I acting for? The little miss isn't even here. You're acting so well, and the little miss can't see it all, so she definitely won't keep you. How was the study inconvenient for you? With your cultivation, you can reach the study in 3 seconds if you fly normally. Yet you have to walk like a tortoise, so you have to stagger through the snow. The small bedroom in the study has already been filled with bathing water, filled with charcoal, and brewed with hot tea. What's missing from you?" Not long after Mo Lien left, a crack opened in the bedchamber's window, and Darling Xiao's large eyes peered out from the crack. A trace of snow drifted into her eyes as the cold wind of the snowy night blew. So cold, she narrowed her eyes slightly and closed the window before hopping onto the bed and covering herself with the blankets again. However, she couldn't get the Crown Prince's pitiful back view out of her mind. If it's still snowing too late tomorrow, shouldn't she chase him to the study to sleep? It shouldn't be a problem for him to stay the night, right? She wondered if the study was warm or not. This was his bedchamber to begin with, but she had taken over the magpie's nest the moment she came. Tomorrow. Our dear Xiao Mu hugged the blankets and turned over, curling up and falling asleep in a daze. Early the next morning, Arbor was woken up by a series of squeaking noises. He opened his eyes and was momentarily at a loss. 3 thumb-sized, black-winged butterflies fluttered towards her. "They're back." Xiao Mu immediately opened her blankets and sat up, somewhat sober. Little master, Xiao Zhao's crisp voice rang in her ears. "The mansion you asked me to investigate has been bustling with activity these past 2 days. Hurry up and tell me," Arbor urged as he put on his clothes. "That family has been making a ruckus since the night before yesterday," Xiao Xiao said briskly. "First, a thief broke into the mansion and snuck into the study to steal something. He was caught red-handed. Last night, there was even more drama going on. A group of people came to the mansion, saying that they got the news and wanted to catch the big thieves. The one who stole from the study. Yes, that's him. But is it that easy to search the second prince's residence?" Arbor was stunned. The residence that she had asked Butterfly to keep an eye on was the second prince's residence. That official who went to investigate was really arrogant. He said that the big thief stole something from the imperial concubine and came to investigate after getting wind of it. Without any explanation, he searched that person's residence from top to bottom. Xiao Xiao smiled happily. Butterfly said that they didn't find anything. That big thief actually disappeared in the end. What a joke. Chapter 626. Arbor's small hand paused in the middle of wiping her face. But she heard that the unlucky second prince had already been detained last night. Xiao Xiao chirped, and that whatever prince's study, they found a large stack of letters. Oh, they even caught someone. As they were speaking, Mo Lien walked in. Seeing that Arbor was already up, she couldn't help but walk over with smiling eyes. "You're up so early. Why aren't you greeting anyone?" "It's not like I can't take care of myself," Arbor muttered and finished wiping her small face. Mo Lien pulled her over. "I'll comb your hair. You know how to?" "No, I'll learn." "Forget it. Don't mess around." Arbor hurriedly wanted to call Xiao Yao, but Mo Lien pulled her over to sit on a small round stool in front of the mirror. "Jojo, it's snowing heavily outside today, and some roads are closed. Let's wait for the snow to stop before going back tomorrow or the day after." "It's snowing heavily?" The little fellow tilted her head and looked outside, but she couldn't see clearly through the heavy beads and brocade curtains. He turned her small head back and straightened it in front of the mirror. Then he combed her hair twice in a decent manner. "It's windy and snowing heavily, so let's not go out." Mo Lien casually combed her hair into a homey hairstyle. Looking at it in the mirror, it actually looked quite decent. "How is it?" The man couldn't help but feel a little smug. Arbor glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. "What exactly did you do at the second prince's place yesterday? Is that notorious bandit the day before yesterday related to you?" "How could I be related to that notorious bandit?" Mo Lien looked innocent and was even a little indignant when talking about this matter. "That notorious bandit is quite famous on Seacombe Planet. He's called Thief Sage Ding Ting Ding or something. He can steal anything from his target. Arbor couldn't help but twitch her mouth. What ding ting ding? I'm the one who's talking about that. And Mo Yin simply reached out to hug her and rubbed her head with a grin. It's not ding ting ding. It's ding ting ding. He sat at the table, dipped his finger in the tea, and wrote 3 words. Oh, what did ding ting ding do to make the crown prince so disdainful? And Mo Yin giggled, hugging her little fellow as she laughed. This ding ting ding almost ruined my plans. I sent someone to put something in second brother's study. Let's write letters. The little guy rolled his eyes. You already know. And Mo Yin looked down at her. Who knew that ding ting ding had been hiding in second brother's study all this time? Later on, he even deliberately got caught by second brother. Doesn't that mean he witnessed you finding someone to frame the second prince? Arbor's face suddenly turned serious. Mo Yin smiled. What do you mean by framing me? Those letters are real. It's just that he wasn't in the study before. Second brother has colluded with a descendant of the West Chio Kingdom and hid him in the second prince's residence. Later on, Lord Ge found him and caught him red-handed. This can't be wrong. That Lord Ge, how did he happen to receive the news and rush to the second prince's residence? Arbor glanced askance at the crown prince. I just had someone leak the news that Ding Ting Ding was in the second prince's residence. Naturally, someone couldn't sit still and jumped out for me, the crown prince said with a smile. Xiao Yao came in with a row of junior royal maids to set the table. When she saw her 2 masters stuck together again, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in secret amusement. Ding Ting Ding really ran away. He's very good at running. The crown prince harumphed, his expression displeased. Chapter 6:27. Lauer, that idiot really thought he could catch him. But now Lauer won't let this Ding Ting Ding go and justified himself in front of royal father, saying that the letters were all Ding Ting Ding's doing. It's just that how could his handwriting be fake? Your father is so muddle-headed, he might actually believe it. Arbor pursed her lips in exasperation. The crown prince chuckled and kissed her on the cheek. Good darling, you shouldn't doubt it. My muddle-headed father has a rather accurate grasp of right and wrong when it comes to major issues. Arbor was noncommittal. The 2 of them held hands as they went to eat. Xiao Yao interrupted from the side and said in an indignant tone, Miss, this servant heard that Consort Zheng fell ill from anger. She was in a daze from her illness, but she kept yelling that her chest hurt because of Mississippi. Arbor rolled her eyes and drank 2 mouthfuls of porridge with a spoon. What a senseless trick. Didn't the great king order her to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors? Why did the news still spread? What kind of closed door is this? What mistakes is she reflecting on? That's right. The crown prince immediately nodded, fully supporting his wife. Someone, send more people to heavily guard Consort Zheng's Sephora Flower Palace. If you continue to spread false information, I will hold you responsible. Reflecting on her mistakes behind closed doors is such a light punishment, and it's all thanks to your muddle-headed father for punishing her. Arbor became a bit angry again as she spoke. Xiao Yao was already used to her Mrs. tone, but none of the royal maids beside her were used to it. Who would criticize the great king in front of the crown prince like this? The crown princess was truly shockingly bold. However, the crown prince and sister Xiao Yao's expressions were boundlessly calm and unperturbed. It was evident that the crown princess was already used to shooting her mouth off in front of His Highness the Crown Prince. The group of junior royal maids were all people who acted according to the situation. They all silently warned themselves to keep their mouths shut and look down, not daring to say anything. My lord, Xiao Yi is back. Hui Feng entered to report. Mo Lian raised her head and said to the palace maids, You may leave. With the exception of Peony, all of the junior palace maids retreated. Xiao Ye's dark figure appeared at the door like a ghost. He knelt on one knee and bowed. Greetings to the crown prince and crown princess. Get up, the crown prince asked anxiously, beckoning him over. How's the investigation going? Just as your highness expected. Xiao Yi said seriously. The second steward of the Zheng estate wouldn't come to the Three Treasures Palace for no reason. He's here to offer medicine to Consort Zheng. It said that a merchant family obtained a beautifying pill. Now, the second steward of the Zheng estate should be plotting how to get his hands on it. The Zheng family has always been ruthless. The crown prince frowned. It's just a tiny, beautifying pill. Young, he wouldn't go so far as to kill an entire family for it, right? Arbor disdainfully pursed his lips. Huifeng and Xiao both discreetly glanced at the crown princess, only to feel that the little girl's eyes truly revealed a thick sense of disdain and mockery. That was because she looked down on this beautifying pill, right? It's hard to say, Crown Princess. The Zheng estate's actions have always been ruthless and ruthless, just as your highness said. In order to curry favor with Consort Zheng, they'll do anything, Xiao Yao hastily said. And Mo Yin, I have a way to secretly retaliate against this young he. Arbor's lips curled into a scornful sneer as he hatched a plan. Huifeng and Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel that it was better if the crown princess didn't smile. This stiff sneer that tugged at the corners of her lips caused chills to run down her spine. Chapter 628. It was as if a knife had slashed the corner of an ice sculpture's mouth, suddenly splitting it open. The cold laughter was so lifeless that it made people shudder uncontrollably. Mo Lien leaned in to listen, gently gazing at this little person as she listened. The two subordinates couldn't help but shudder again. They felt that the crown prince consort wouldn't be saying anything good right now, but just from the crown prince's expression, it was as though the crown prince was listening to the crown prince consort's warm and gentle voice as she spoke of her true feelings. It was a very strange scene. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and continued to eat happily, not caring about the mood of their two subordinates who were looking at each other. Arbor wiped her small mouth. I'll go to the garden to use the summoning talisman in a bit. Ever since she summoned Weak Chicken, it was useless no matter how she tried. She couldn't summon any ferocious beasts. Thus, she suspected that the summoning talisman couldn't summon an unlimited number of beasts. Perhaps it was related to her own talisman energy. For example, after she summoned a strange permanent Qinghuan as a beginner talisman practitioner, she might have already reached the limit of her talisman practitioner level. Thus, if someone else used the summoning talisman she made and summoned a beast higher than her current intermediate talisman practitioner level, they might not have the chance to summon anything else. Even if she gave that person a bunch of summoning talismans, it would be useless. She used to naively dream of summoning a bunch of beasts and leading them to crush the enemy. Now, it looked like it was purely a dream. It's snowing heavily outside, little master, Xiao Yao couldn't help but say. It's fine, it'll only take a while. Arbor shook her head. Although it's snowing heavily outside, the scenery isn't bad. Let's go together after eating, Mo Lien said with a smile. The two ate breakfast around a small stove in the Eastern Palace's bedchamber. On the other side, Qiao Zhongheng, Su Jiao, and Granny Nyo had already holed up in the rundown temple for more than 3 days. This was poles apart from Su Jiao's original plan of Qiao Zhongbong begging and kneeling to invite elderly lady and their family back to the Marquis's estate in less than 3 days. It could even be said that Su Jiao couldn't understand why Qiao Zhongbong was so heartless this time. Granny Nyo and her family huddled in front of the bonfire. Their tattered jackets couldn't block the wind at all. Other than them, there were a few other families living in the corners of the dilapidated temple. Those families had arrived early and had already occupied the advantageous positions in the dilapidated temple. What was left for Su Jiao and the others was near the dilapidated temple's entrance, and there was even a hole in the ceiling. The cold wind outside whistled, and there was even snow floating above their heads. It was so cold that the group of people were frozen into pitiable dogs. As soon as Su Jiao entered the rundown temple, she made her husband kick up a fuss, wanting to snatch a good place to squat. In the end, there were 2 body refinement disciples from 2 of the clans, and they worked together to beat up Qiao Zhongheng. Instantly, the meddlesome couple cowered and didn't dare to say anything. Granny Nyo was flipping a small pot. The soup inside was very clear, with only 2 vegetable leaves floating in it. The porridge was as thin as water. Even so, the group of people around her were still swallowing their saliva and staring at her with stars in their eyes. Didn't you say that your uncle would come to pick up that old woman in 2 days? Why was there no sound at all? Did you leak the news of this old woman being here to the Marquis Estate's people or not? Granny Nyo cast a sidelong glance at elderly Lady Chiao, who was lying on the side, and grinned disdainfully. How could I not? Su Jiao was also so anxious that a string of bubbles formed at the corner of her mouth. Granny Nyo humphed. Honestly speaking, if it weren't for her coveting the Marquis Estate's glory and wealth, and wanting to establish a relationship with the Marquis Estate through Su Jiao, she wouldn't be willing to share her food with them. Chapter 629. The porridge with 2 vegetable leaves floating in the small pot began to boil. Pairs of eyes stared fixedly and impatiently. When Granny Nyo took the small pot down from the firewood rack, eldest Brother Wei and his wife, as well as their son, had already impatiently rushed up to scoop the porridge. When it was Qiao Zhongheng's family of 3's turn, there really was only a mouthful of soup left. It was unknown whose stomach it could fill. The couple could only reluctantly let their precious son eat. "Mom, I'm about to starve to death." Qiao Long drank a mouthful of soup and felt his stomach rumble. Rubbing his starving stomach, Qiao Long recalled the various pastries that were placed on the table when he barged into the Marquis' estate. He regretted that he didn't rush up to grab a few pieces to fill his stomach before arguing with them. Sigh, when your father finds a job as a guard, he'll have food to eat. He wouldn't be able to take it if he continued to starve. It looked like he could only fill his stomach with dirt first. Elderly Lady Qiao lay on the ground covered with withered grass and groaned. Su Jiao shot her a glance and simply couldn't vent her anger. This damn old hag truly had a precious life. These past few days, she had been ordering her around all day, and she had to serve her food, drink, and poop. She was simply an old good-for-nothing. After all, elderly lady had enjoyed several years of peace and quiet, so how could she endure this kind of hardship? On the first night of arriving at the rundown temple, she started coughing because she caught a cold from a wind. Her illness didn't seem to improve these past 2 days, and she kept mumbling about returning to the Marquis' estate in a daze, which annoyed Su Jiao. While she was unconscious, Su Jiao still had to serve her poop, which disgusted Su Jiao to no end. However, if they left her alone and allowed her to poop on herself, the one who would stink would still be themselves. Su Jiao thought of a good idea. In any case, there wasn't enough food, so they wouldn't give her food or water. It wouldn't be so troublesome if she ate and drank less. As a result, elderly lady only drank 2 mouthfuls of thin soup these past few days, so she was already somewhat delirious from her illness. Your mother-in-law won't die from her illness, right? Granny Nyo was very disdainful of Wang Nei's behavior. If she didn't have a precious life, then she shouldn't pretend to be an old madam from a noble family. They came from a similar village. That day, when Granny Nyo saw Wang Shi wearing gold and silver and being raised to a healthy appearance, she felt sullen in her heart. However, after being exposed to the wind and rain for the past 3 days, Wang Shi had lost a lot of weight. She had also become much darker. She looked a bit like an old lady from the countryside. Su Jiao had sold off all the valuable items she had on her, including that leather jacket that could ward off the cold, in exchange for food. It was also because she didn't have a cotton-padded jacket to protect her from the cold that the old lady's precious body was blown away by the cold wind on the first day. How could that be? Annie Nyo, don't worry. I'll find someone to go to the Marquis' estate and cry. Just say that the Marquis' master's mother is about to die of starvation or illness in the ruined temple. Let's see what my uncle is going to do. He still dares to not come and take me back. So, Annie Nyo, I'll have to trouble you to lend me some food. Old woman Nyo tightly clutched the bag of grain as she looked at Su Jiao with a guarded gaze. I gave you quite a bit 2 days ago. Everyone said that they were going out to invite someone to the Marquis' estate to cry to Qian, but there hasn't been any news until now. I think that your uncle is most likely a black-hearted person. If he wasn't black-hearted, how could he possibly drive his mother out of the estate? Your eldest branch wouldn't have come to take you back. Andy Nyo, that's because I entrusted the wrong person before. This time, I guarantee that I'll entrust an honest person to go to my uncle's place and cry for an entire day. Granny Nyo was skeptical. She grabbed a small pinch of millet between her fingers and reluctantly placed it into Su Jiao's open pouch. Chapter 630. Su Jiao couldn't help but inwardly curse Granny Nyo for being stingy. She even feigned a bashful smile on her face as she took the small bag of rice and went out to take care of matters. There was a pile of snow outside, making the road difficult to walk on. Su Jiao picked from the side of the street for a long time before picking an old beggar who looked like he was about to die. She gave half of the pitiful amount of millet that Granny Nyo gave her to the old beggar. After giving him such instructions, she hid the remaining bit of millet in her pocket in case of an emergency. However, despite Su Jiao's extreme scheming, she didn't know that the old beggar couldn't even step on a Minshun Boulevard. Ever since Su Jiao's party caused a ruckus, Minshun Boulevard had been patrolled by royal guards. Idle beggars and refugees were chased away before they could even approach the various estates. Thus, while Su Jiao was dreaming of returning to the Marquis's estate to enjoy life, she didn't know that Xiao Zhongbang and company didn't know where they went at all. Arbor naturally wouldn't pay attention to Su Jiao's party anymore. To her, these people had already lost their meaning in her life, and she treated them as if they didn't exist. After finishing breakfast, the Crown Prince put on a thick cloak for her and held her small hand as they walked towards the garden together. After exiting the door, Arbor looked at the flying snow that filled the sky and finally felt a chill assaulting her. The Crown Prince's hand was warm and cozy, like a burning flame. Holding his hand was like holding a small stove, and she didn't feel cold at all. The duo slowly walked in the snow, leaving behind 2 rows of crooked footprints of different sizes, both deep and shallow. Arbor looked back, and her eyes brightened as her lips curled up. If this snow continues, it'll become a disaster. Xiao Yao held an umbrella for the duo as she followed behind them, stumbling along the way. There's no need to worry about that. 2 days ago, Sir He from the Ministry of Works already reported the disaster to His Highness the Crown Prince. All the major fortifications have already been alerted and ordered to repair the roads. Huifeng couldn't help but interject. He Qijing is someone who can do things, the Crown Prince praised. The Crown Prince praised. Holding Xiao Mu's small hand, the 2 people arrived at a slightly spacious area in the garden. Baby, here it is. Summon. The Crown Prince took 2 steps back. Xiao Yao ran over to Arbor and held an umbrella for him. Her little face was filled with excitement. Miss, don't tell me you've recruited another weakling this time. All right, where's that weak chicken? Arbor's mouth twitched. Cool. The weak chicken that Xiao Yao was thinking about suddenly flapped its wings and flew onto Xiao Yao's shoulder. Xiao Yao reached out and held her up. She chuckled and said, Miss, don't say that. I don't know if it's because I'm used to it, but I feel that this weak chicken is quite pleasing to the eye. Don't you think it's prettier than before? Huifeng rolled his eyes at skyward. First, miss, that's because you didn't see how weak chicken smashed the Reverend Book Hall and froze Sephora Flower Palace. You won't say that if you see it. Miss, I hope you could summon a big beast this time. Arbor waved her hand at her, indicating for her to move further away. Right? She was someone who was going to summon a beast. Taking a deep breath, Arbor took out an intermediate-level blue summoning talisman inscribed with ebony. She mumbled to the blue summoning talisman for a while before a faint light suddenly appeared. Activate the talisman. A glowing blue light abruptly filled the air before their eyes. Everyone widened their eyes and held their breaths in anticipation. Xiao Yao even looked around curiously, anxiously looking at where a fierce beast would suddenly emerge from in the snow. Chapter 631. There was no reaction for a long time. There was nothing in front of her, not to mention a ferocious beast. Not even a tiny sparrow could be seen flying. The garden was still full of winter sweet blossoms and evergreen pines and cypresses, but because it was too cold, all the living creatures had shrunk back into their nests. Woo-woo. Another failure. Arbor threw the ebony talisman into the snow and stomped on it twice to vent her anger. Only then did she angrily run to the Crown Prince's side, allowing him to wrap his arms around her. Hey, miss, the patterns on this talisman have lost their color. Xiao Yao ran up and picked up the ebony talisman from the snow, shaking it. When Miss first took out the talisman, the ebony was clearly engraved with strange blue patterns. But now, the blue patterns on this piece of wood were gone, leaving only a few faint grayish-brown rune patterns. That's right. This means that the talisman was activated successfully. But nothing was summoned. Just like before, nothing could be summoned. Arbor was furious. Her small hand tugged at the crown prince's long hair that hung in front of her eyes as she angrily pouted. Let's go back, let's go back. The crown prince couldn't help but laugh. Holding her small hand, he turned around and walked towards the bedchamber. Jojo, don't be anxious. Just because you can't summon it now doesn't mean you can't summon it in the future. You're still young. Summoning Blue Luan as an intermediate-level talisman master isn't in accordance with the rules in the first place. Arbor pursed her small mouth noncommittally. Caw! The weak chicken also shook its feathers, looking smug with its head held high and chest puffed out. Forget it, you can't force anything. The little fellow listlessly drooped her head. Jojo, I returned a batch of medical books last time and also brought you a few unique copies. Do you want to go back and take a look? Okay. Arbor's footsteps paused, and she looked up at him. The old royal physician is willing to give you such precious, unique medical books? Of course, he wasn't willing to give them. But was there any use in not giving them? Humph. Cough. The crown prince coughed lightly with a clenched fist, and Huifeng immediately said from the side, Rest assured, Crown Princess, His Highness the Crown Prince neither snatched nor stole. Those were all brought over to have a look after discussing with the old imperial physician. Besides, the Crown Princess flipped through the books very quickly. She would send the books back to them in no time. The old imperial physicians were very reassured and fought to send it to the Crown Prince Consort. As if. That's good then. Xiao Mu nodded. Your father has so many concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Those old grandpas are already so old. They usually have to treat the concubines in various palaces and courtyards. It's quite tiring. Don't bully them for no reason. The crown prince made a muffled sound and coughed twice. His face was serious, and it was impossible to tell that under his gentle appearance there was a little devil's heart hidden. Sigh. Imperial physician Chao is crying so much today. He couldn't let his darling know that he bullied an imperial physician. MHM. He would send something over to imperial physician Chao tomorrow to express his condolences. Not long after the group left, the snowy ground where Arbor was originally standing suddenly moved, and a small snow bump appeared. Darling Xiao spent the day very leisurely. She read books for half a day and occasionally stared blankly at the crown prince's serious expression as he read through the memorials. It wasn't until after dinner that the crown prince silently took the cloak handed to him by a royal maid and pitifully glanced at Xiao Mu. I'm leaving, Xiao Xiao. After saying this, he shuffled away like a turtle, his back lonely and pitiful as he walked outside into the cold wind and snow. Our dear Xiao Mu calmly looked at the sky, full of snow outside, and suddenly said, why don't you stay here and sleep? See you tomorrow, okay? Chapter 632. Clang. The sound of Huifeng banging against the door abruptly rang out. Then His Highness the Crown Prince kicked him out of the door, and he rolled into the snow without a sound, with his back to our dear Xiao Mu. The Crown Prince's eyes suddenly lit up like twinkling stars. Stabilizing his facial expression, the Crown Prince turned his head to look at his Xiao Xiao. His phoenix eyes were slightly watery. Xiao Xiao, really? It's snowing too heavily outside. It won't be convenient for you to walk over. Arbor's face was solemn as she walked to the Crown Prince's side and held his hand. You sleep on your own bed. I'll sleep on the couch. No need, no need. You sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the couch. Mo Yin hugged the little fellow and lowered her head to rub against her neck, beaming with joy as she revealed her porcelain-white teeth. After the two of them washed up, they snuggled together and whispered to each other for a while. Arbor suddenly thought of something and asked, I heard that great bandit Ting Ding stole something from Consort Jung. Do you know what it is? The Crown Prince coughed awkwardly. I don't know. You definitely know. Seeing his expression, Arbor knew that he was hiding something, so she poked his waist. Hurry and tell me. You said before that you'll tell me everything you know, so you can't hide anything. What kind of hiding was this? The Crown Prince groaned inwardly. He just didn't want to mention Young He's lousy incident. What is it? Seeing the Crown Prince's expression, the more secretive it was, the more curious darling Xiao became, and she couldn't help but sound a bit coquettish. Emollient's heart was about to melt from this little fellow's cuteness, but her expression was a bit awkward. She hugged the little fellow and whispered into her ear, "Ding, ting, ding, stole Young He's." Her voice trailed off, but darling Xiao's eyes suddenly widened. She opened her mouth and yelled, "What? He actually stole Young He's belly." The Crown Prince hastily covered her yelling mouth, silencing the little rascal's pocket from her lips. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ding ting ding is too deceitful. No wonder Young He views him as a mortal enemy and immediately went to the second prince's estate to capture him. You don't know. The Crown Prince was also a bit angry at the mention of Ding Ting Ding, who would enter every nook and cranny. This stinking bug likes to send invitations before stealing. Xiao Mu widened her pair of watery eyes, looking as if she had not heard this. What? He even sent an invitation to courtesan Zheng, saying that he was going to steal her belly. Doa, Xiao Mu whispered into the Crown Prince's ear. Ting ding, ting ding, ting 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 ding, ting ding. Back then, his father had ordered the Imperial Army to guard the perimeter of Sephora Flower Palace. But even so, that person was still able to come and go as he pleased. I suspect that he either used some kind of special talisman or had some kind of amazing disguise technique, the Crown Prince said with a smile. From then on, Young He hated this person to the core. He's quite interesting. Arbor nodded and expressed his opinion. Crown Prince Mo immediately turned vigilant. He cupped her small face and gazed at his darling. I'm telling you, this person is really ugly. With a green face and fangs, he didn't seem like a good person. You can't interact with him, you know? Good boy. Xiao Mu rolled her eyes at him. Why should I interact with him? I don't even know him. Chapter 633. Yes, my Jojo is the most obedient. The Crown Prince was very happy and rubbed his face against her soft little face. Go to sleep. Wake up early tomorrow to cultivate. You've been lazy for a few days, haven't you? Arbor puffed up her little cheeks. She had been stuck at a bottleneck for the past few days anyway, so it didn't matter if she cultivated or not. The Crown Prince rubbed her little face in amusement and put her on the big bed. He pulled the blanket over her and leaned over to whisper, "All right, go to sleep." Arbor closed her eyes, but couldn't help but secretly open one at a glance at him. She thought that with another person in the room, she wouldn't be able to sleep. Who knew that she would be so careless that she fell into a deep sleep after a while? Sleeping until midnight, Arbor felt her little hand itch, as if something was rubbing against her arm. Stop fooling around. Arbor waved her hand, but that soft and cool rubbing feeling was intermittent. Her neck started to itch. Arbor forced her eyes open and squinted to take a look. At first, she only saw a faint shadow swaying slightly, but when she saw the thing in front of her clearly, she felt a chill all over her body. Instantly, clusters of small goosebumps appeared on her arms. My dear mother, anyone who opened their eyes half asleep and saw a snake as thick as a thumb beside their pillow would be so disgusted that their soul would scatter. Even if this snake was white and slender, with a pure gold 5-star crown on its small round head, it looked extremely beautiful. Even her pair of watery and round amber eyes revealed an adorable and fawning look. Just this alone scared baby Xiao half to death. She screamed and jumped up on the spot. Without thinking, she pounced towards the Crown Prince's brocade bed and crashed into his embrace. She hooked her arms around his neck, wishing that she could shrink into his body and completely hide herself. Poor Prince Mo, he was caught off guard. He heard Jojo's cry and was about to sit up when the little fellow pounced on him. He was caught off guard and was pushed to the ground by the little thing. Both of them lost their balance and rolled onto the thick plush carpet, lying on top of each other in a strange position. In the blink of an eye, a loud bang was heard. Xiao Yao rushed into the bedroom to protect the Empress and shouted, "Young miss, don't be afraid." Xiao Yao is here. Behind him, a large group of palace maids and eunuchs followed in. They all carried sticks and shovels in their hands and looked around vigilantly. Thus, he saw his own crown princess and crown prince's unique style. Their upper bodies were on the ground, but their legs were still on the brocade couch. The crown prince's arms were wrapped around the crown princess. His expression couldn't be seen as he was pinned under her. They guessed that the crown prince's mood wouldn't be too good when a group of people came in. That handsome face of his was probably completely black now. Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. She didn't care about anything else and hurriedly ran forward to help Arbor up. She had to protect her master loyally. She definitely couldn't let her master be bullied by the crown prince. Arbor was helped up with a dazed expression. He even stepped on the crown prince's foot in the process. Xiao Yao covered her face and didn't dare to look at the crown prince's expression. "Young miss, are you all right?" Xiao Yao asked in concern. "Don't be afraid. His Highness is just a little anxious. He doesn't have any bad intentions. Please forgive him." The crown prince stood up with a dumbfounded expression. He looked around and realized that the group of palace maids and eunuchs had the same thoughts as Xiao Yao. They were all secretly looking at him with strange expressions. Chapter 634. Your Highness, the crown princess is still young. Don't bully her. Xiao Yao whispered. These words sounded like he was in a hurry. Crown Prince Mo felt like he was at a loss for words. Are you all blind? Can't you see that it was your crown princess who threw herself at me? All right, you can all leave. The crown prince took the little fellow's hand from Xiao Yao's and chased him out. Can't you see that his baby's eyes are still hazy? It's obvious that she still wants to sleep. A bunch of ignorant people chattering here. It'll be dawn soon. Jojo, did you have a nightmare? The crown prince held her little hand and carried her to the bed. Sleep a little more. It's all right. It's just a dream. Snake, there's a snake. Arbor hooked her arms around his neck and refused to let go. No matter what, she didn't want to sleep on the bed again. Snake? The crown prince hurried forward and checked the inside and outside of the bed. He didn't find anything. The Eastern Palace was cleaned every day. It was always dry and tidy. How could there be a snake? But the little fellow wouldn't speak without thinking. If she said there was a snake, she must have seen it with her own eyes. Don't worry. Mo Lien carried the little fellow back to the bed by the window. You sleep here first. I'll look around again. Arbor was really sleepy. She fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. It was just that he was frightened halfway through, so he couldn't sleep well. It wasn't until a pair of warm hands brushed her face that Arbor fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, while half asleep, Arbor had a strange dream. In the dream, she saw the little snake slithering in the snow for a while. There was a bulging bag on its head. It looked back at her, its watery eyes full of grievances and pity. The word summon was faintly discernible under its slanted crown. Summon beast. Arbor woke up with a start. Arbor's small hand slammed onto a bulging package, and he was slightly startled. Looking down, wasn't it the floral cloth package that the little snake carried on its belly in his dream? The little guy quivered and his legs trembled as he kicked the bundle off the couch. The opening of the package loosened, and something fell out of the floral cloth package. Gold, silver, jadewares, jade inkstones, incense paper, pearls, emeralds, corals, agates, ambers, ivory, and all kinds of colorful gems. My God, this seemingly unremarkable flower cloth package actually had a hidden treasure inside. Half of the treasures in the palace's treasury had been moved here. Our dear Xiao Mu sat on top of a pile of jewelry that was getting taller and taller. She looked at the jadeite and jade jewelry that was still pouring out of her bag with a stupefied expression. She simply didn't know what to say. Miss, Xiao Yao excitedly walked in. Then, her eyes widened, and she hurriedly turned around to close the door. Miss, where did this come from? Why did it seem like there was no end to these gold, silver, and jewelry that were still piling up endlessly? Arbor was startled awake by Xiao Yao's shout. She hurriedly stood up from the pile of jewelry and hurriedly tidied it up. With great difficulty, she stuffed these things back into that ugly floral cloth package and cleaned up the room. The master and servant looked at each other in dismay, their faces full of confusion. Miss, this is a Cosmos treasure pouch, right? Legend has it that only divine weapon masters can make this kind of treasure pouch. Would a miss get it? Arbor opened her mouth. Chapter 635. What could she say? Say that she dreamed of a white snake carrying this ugly package. But when she opened her eyes, it was right next to her? Wasn't this a fantasy? Who would believe this story? Even she herself didn't believe it. Xiao Yao. This can't be something from the great king's private storehouse, right? Arbor asked in a hushed voice. Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. Master, Xiao Yao also hasn't been to the great king's private storehouse. But looking at these jewels and accessories, each one is precious and valuable. The value shouldn't be low. Then what do we do now? Arbor turned to look at her. Of course we. Put away. Xiao Yao looked around furtively, then hurriedly stuffed the package into her arms. It's fine, little master. Put it in your inner world. No one will know. Even if the great king's private storehouse is stolen, no one will be able to search your inner world. Also, how do we know why this package is here? Maybe it's another scheme of that evil woman, Consort Zheng. If we take it out and get caught red-handed, then wouldn't we be unable to explain ourselves? After Xiao Yao finished speaking, she pulled her little master and ran behind the heavy curtains. Hurry and put it away, little master. Consort Zheng was the scapegoat again. Arbor thought about it and decided not to put it away. It was too eye-catching to leave such a big package outside. But if she put it away, her little body trembled from the depths of her heart when she thought of that white snake with a round and bald head. Thinking of that cold and soft touch from last night, her entire body felt uncomfortable. With a move of his profound sense, the Cosmos treasure pouch fell into his inner world. The pouch opened and flipped over, like golden pearls and jade pearls falling into a jade basin. A large pile of items fell behind the original mountain of treasures, forming another high slope. Arbor used his mystic sense and moved a red coral as tall as a person into the room. Master and servant sighed in amazement as they circled the coral tree. After admiring it for a long time, they finally looked at each other. Young master, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but I feel that even the great king's private vault would not be able to find a more perfect red coral than this. Look at this crystal clear. Xiao Yao clicked her tongue in wonder. This is the best red coral. Arbor looked at it a few more times with emotion and then put it away. Xiao Yao, after the small banquet that day, the queen gave me a lot of jewelry as compensation. There's a box of beaded flowers, and the style is very suitable for you young people. Why don't you share it with the palace maids? After saying that, she pulled Xiao Yao to the dressing table, took out a brocade box, and handed it to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao was speechless. The crown princess was clearly younger than them, but sometimes she spoke like an elder, making people feel very uncomfortable. Also, the crown princess is the only one who dares to say something like compensation. Many thanks to young miss for the reward. Xiao Yao did not expose her and only smiled as she accepted the gift. After helping Arbor wash up and eat, Xiao Yao pulled the palace maids to the courtyard to choose and distribute the beaded flowers. For the entire afternoon, the Eastern Palace was filled with cheerful laughter, as if it was the new year ahead of time. Arbor read the medical book for the entire afternoon. When she turned around, she told the crown prince to quickly return the book. At night, the snow finally stopped. The two of them chatted until late at night. They agreed to wait for the crown prince to finish dealing with state affairs tomorrow before returning home together. Arbor threw the ugly empty cloth bag to the side and went to sleep. At night, when she was half asleep, she heard some rustling sounds. She suddenly opened a pair of cold eyes. Chapter 636. She saw a candlestick in the corner of the sleeping chamber, slightly swaying with a faint yellow halo. But Arbor's gaze fell on the ground. That Cosmos treasure pouch was gone. Xiao Mu vigilantly looked back and forth, but she didn't see any trace of that white snake. Only then did she close her eyes and listen for a while more. Only when she saw that there were no more strange sounds in the bedchamber did she drift off to sleep. Xiao Mu only lazily crawled out of bed when it was close to noon the next day. When her feet stepped off the bed, she kicked a round and bulging package. She was so shocked that she hurriedly retracted her legs. She lowered her head and saw that the extremely ugly floral package had returned. It can't be right. Arbor stretched out her foot and kicked that package. That white snake couldn't have brought her something again in the middle of the night, right? She quickly got up, squatted down, opened the bag, and threw it. Waves of exotic fragrance wafted over. Looking carefully, one after another, exotic flowers and herbs rolled out of the package, their fragrance assailing her nostrils. Although the quantity was not as exaggerated as yesterday's pile of jewelry, the quality was eye-opening. These were all precious herbs, ah. Arbor's interest was piqued. She squatted on the ground and flipped through this and that, clicking her tongue in wonder. When Xiao Yao came in, she saw her little master squatting in front of a pile of flowers and herbs. Her fingers were quickly flipping through them, and the corners of her mouth were actually holding a long-lost smile. "Miss, it's time to eat," Xiao Yao called out twice. Seeing that she did not respond, she could not help but curiously run over to take a look. "Miss, why is this Cosmos treasure pouch stuffed with so many herbs again? If I say that it's a gift from a white snake, you definitely won't believe me." The little fellow pursed her lips. This time, without any consideration, she directly let Little Tree keep all these herbs. There were also many medicinal seeds mixed in, and she instructed Little Tree to plant them all. Previously, she was still worried that there were not many medicinal ingredients in Paradise Planet that she could take out. Now it was all good. She had a lot of medicinal ingredients. Just now, she saw that there were 2 or 3 herbs that could be refined into level 11 Mystic Breakthrough pills. She planned to refine a few to comfort herself. The only thing he lacked was a suitable medicinal cauldron. That day at the Elixir Appreciation Conference in front of the Wurun Elixir store, he had been too busy to attend. It should have already ended by now. He had really missed the opportunity to find a good medicinal cauldron. She sighed as she arranged the flowers and plants. After having a simple meal, she wandered back and forth in the bedroom, asking Xiao Yao from time to time, "When will Mo Yin come back?" Xiao Yao covered her mouth and chuckled. "The Crown Prince should be back soon. His Highness agreed to return to the Marquis's estate with you, so naturally he won't go back on his word." Arbor nodded and asked someone to bring a pen and paper over. He spread out a piece of white paper and started writing on it. A quarter of an hour later, when Emol Yin walked into the bedchamber, he saw his little one holding a brush and standing in front of the table in deep thought, her eyes fixed on the paper on the table. He walked over to take a look and saw 3 lines of delicate handwriting written from right to left. Jiang Shubi shadow, like a startled swan hen, Chong Kong Hao, can compare to falling. Moon Emol Yin stooped down and moved his head closer to look at those 3 lines of characters. Suddenly, he picked up the brush and circled 3, 3, 3, a total of 9 characters on the paper. Henjiang, Can Long Sparse Forest Shadow Moon Temple. Isn't that near Bailon Fortifications? Arbor jumped up, almost knocking into his chin. He abruptly turned around and hugged him, exclaiming, "Mo Yin, you're so awesome." "What?" Mo Yin was baffled. Chapter 637. Prince Mo lowered his head and glanced at the little fellow. What was so amazing about this? In order to choose a suitable city to build fortifications of various sizes, Prince Mo knew all the remote corners of the entire country like the back of his hand. Arbor put down the pen, folded the paper neatly, and stuffed it into her pocket. Only then did she raise her head to look at him. "Do you know what Startled Swan is?" This Startled Swan is the key to opening a secret inheritance realm. And this Startled Swan should be at the place you mentioned just now. The 3 sentences she had written on the paper just now were the message the mysterious woman had left for her in the Jade Sound Transmission Talisman she had used talisman energy to open earlier. The message said she was able to obtain this Jade Talisman because she was fated with it. As for whether she was fated with Startled Swan or even the secret inheritance realm, that was unknown. "Startled Swan?" Mo Lien murmured. "Could it be that Startled Swan dagger? You know?" Arbor's eyes lit up, becoming more and more curious. About 10 years ago, a group of relatively powerful Great Spirit Masters from Shuntian Prefecture came down and pursued a woman with all their might. Emolian searched through some damaged, ancient records in her mind. It said that the woman's cultivation was especially strong. I reckoned that she might have already broken through to the Great Spirit Master realm. However, in our place, her cultivation would be unlimitedly suppressed to the Profound realm. Then those people from Shuntian Prefecture wouldn't be suppressed. Little Jojo pursed her lips, and for some reason, her heart was filled with a thick sense of anger. Now that she heard the words Shuntian Prefecture, she had the urge to tear them apart with her own hands. They would. Emolien's voice paused slightly. However, according to the remnant records, a portion of the people from Shuntian Prefecture should have used some kind of secret technique, causing their realms to only be suppressed to the beginning stages of the spirit realm, which is about the same as a 4th-level spirit master. Shuntian Prefecture and that female senior had a huge battle in the Western Territories. According to many records, the reason why the Western Wilderness is so desolate, where not even a blade of grass can grow, is because that battle back then was extremely tragic. Tens of thousands of people besieged that female senior. Arbor's blood boiled when he heard this. Tens of thousands of people. That mysterious woman had single-handedly turned the situation around. How arrogant and conceited was that? Praise also appeared in Emolien's eyes. That senior is very formidable. She withstood the attacks of 10,000 people with her suppressed level, 15 great mystic cultivation. It was said that the startling swan dagger had once soared into the sky and burrowed into the earth, setting a record of 3,000 kills. No spiritual tool or divine tool could compare to this record. Arbor felt as if she was listening to a fairy tale. Her face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Emolien saw how cute she was and couldn't help but pinch her cheeks lightly. She smiled and said, "In addition, Senior also has a super strong beast. It had a robust body and the strength to move mountains and rivers. It was shaped like a giant rat and had 13 giant tails, each of which had the ability to split a mountain peak. People call it the White Emperor Holy Beast. One woman and one beast fought alone, and in the end, they actually killed more than 9,000 people from Shuntian Prefecture." Arbor let out a long exclamation. Senior escaped in the end, and after that, her whereabouts were unknown. Emolien reached out to pick up the little fellow. "All right, now that you've finished listening to the story, tell me about those 3 lines you wrote just now. It should have been left behind by that senior." Arbor told Emolien everything about the jade listening talisman. Emolien's eyes couldn't help but light up. But why would the startling swan dagger be kept in Shadow Moon Temple? Today's end. Chapter 638. Arbor shook her head. "I don't know. I'm afraid that we will only know when we go. It just so happens that Balon's soil has grown a batch of edible things. I was just considering going to take a look." The Crown Prince smiled. "When the snow melts, let's go together." Arbor thought of the flourishing fruits and vegetables growing on Paradise Planet, but after some consideration, she didn't say anything. Although Paradise Planet was large, the food there wasn't enough to provide for all of Northern Amo. It was right for the Crown Prince to place so much importance on the food that Balon had grown. After all, they had to tackle the root of the problem to solve the people's livelihood. However, if they transplanted the plants on Paradise Planet, she didn't know if there would be any special growth effects. She could give this a try. While Arbor was pondering, she felt a cool breeze hit her in the face. The Crown Prince had already wrapped a cloak around her and carried her out the door. The carriage stopped at the door, and the two felt warm and cozy as soon as they boarded it. A small stove had already been set up in the carriage, and 2 cups of hot tea were emitting white steam. Emolien reached out to remove the cloak for her, revealing her tender face. He smiled and rubbed his head against her forehead. "Jojo, you can't come back with me when we go back today. You have to let me hug you for a while longer." They were just about to separate, but she was already thinking about it. What should she do? It seemed that she could only urge the Ministry of Rites to quickly put the wedding ceremony on the schedule and hurry up with the purchasing process. Arbor rolled her eyes at him. She didn't believe that this person would obediently stay in the Eastern Palace and not come to find her. This is for you. When Yin stretched out his hand, he saw a short and small ruler that was flowing with an inky light lying quietly in his palm. Arbor's brows twitched, and she looked up at him. It could change the size of a weapon at will. This should be a spirit artifact. This spirit artifact doesn't need to be sealed anymore. It will automatically adjust to the range of power suitable for you according to your actual cultivation. It will be easier to use. Yin hugged her and lowered his head to look at her with a smile. Do you like it? Arbor nodded heavily. He happily took the ruler and stroked it gently with his small hand. He could instantly feel the ruler's excitement. Her little Mo was back. It was no longer lifeless and broken. It had repaired Yin. Arbor was so happy that he almost wanted to spin in circles, but his little hands and feet were trapped in someone's arms, and he couldn't move. Give it a try? Arbor nodded and channeled a trace of Xian energy into it. Immediately, an ink light flowed, and it was full of vigor. The ruler turned into a normal ruler and was held in Arbor's hand. Yin, thank. Before Arbor could finish his sentence, Yin pressed a finger to his lips. What an idiot. You're not allowed to thank me. You're a spirit tool master. Arbor's eyes lit up as he looked at the man in front of him. Yin tilted his head in slight distress. Perhaps. I'm just following the inheritance in my head. I'm actually not very clear about what level of weapon master I am. But currently, I can only forge a level 15 spirit artifact at most. But this ruler of yours, I used a kind of top-grade material that can grow. In the future, when your cultivation increases, you can forge it again. Arbor's eyes lit up. He tugged at his sleeve and asked, Then what about DeBeo? Yin waved his hand, and a small person jumped up in the air, happily pouncing towards Arbor. Little Master, DeBeo missed you so much. Little Master, you're getting more and more beautiful. Chapter 639. Ha ha ha. Arbor laughed from the bottom of her heart. This joker was as talkative as always. Although she disliked it in the beginning, she really couldn't get used to it without that chatter. Humans were truly frightening. As she got used to it, she naturally got used to it. You're happy now. I still haven't taken out the good thing that you wanted custom-made for you. Yin smiled as she took out a palm-sized wooden club. It was covered in a layer of densely packed and frightening barbs, and it was also coated with a layer of golden fluid that emitted a dazzling golden luster. Arbor thought that it was simply amazing. This golden club really looked small, exquisite, and beautiful. Taking the club that the crown prince handed over, Arbor turned it over and over, unable to take her eyes off it. She almost couldn't bear to part with it. Momo, this is your good partner, Jean, the little fellow muttered to herself, which amused the crown prince. Arbor swung her small hand slightly, and the club in her palm suddenly grew longer and fatter. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a household club. In reality, this club could be a bit longer, but the space here was rather cramped, so Arbor dropped the idea. She excitedly lifted a corner of the curtain and secretly channeled mystic energy. The club emitted a faint golden glow that drilled out of the window. After a loud boom, a pile of snow nearby instantly exploded into pieces, and snowflakes silently flew everywhere. Arbor only used a wisp of mystic energy, and the club already had such power. This made her even more delighted. Yin couldn't help but gasp in amazement, and she reached out to pinch the little fellow's cheek. Jojo is truly amazing. You made a spirit tool acknowledge you as its master so easily. If it was a normal person, just the process of taming a spirit tool would probably take more than 3 days and 2 nights. Spirit tools couldn't be compared to mystic tools. They all had spirituality, and they could only be tamed and used by people above the level of spiritual cultivator. A level 11 mystic cultivator effortlessly tamed a level 15 spirit tool that could grow. No one would dare to believe this if they heard about it. There's still a portion of this top-grade material left. I reckon it should be enough to upgrade your defensive artifact. Give me the defensive equipment first, and stay at home obediently for the next 2 days. I'll send it to you once I'm done forging it. See, Wasn't this an opportunity to openly send himself to his Jojo's doorstep? Arbor silently took off the ring on his finger and gave it to him. Well, can you change the design? Changing it to this eggshell? Something like a defensive barrier will do. Emolian shook her head vigorously. I can only change it to the shape of a flower. The corners of Arbor's mouth twitched. He didn't know if he was fooling him. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, then forget it. I'll stick with the eggshell. If he really changed it into a flower and wrapped himself in it, then wouldn't he make people laugh to death when he went up to fight? Okay. Emolian agreed with a smile. Just as he put away Jojo's ring, the carriage suddenly jolted and stopped. There was a small commotion outside. It's not impossible. You? Swoosh. The carriage curtain lifted, and a tall figure abruptly jumped into the carriage. Jojo, Duan Yu. Arbor's mouth gaped as he looked at the youth pouncing toward him. However, the crown prince nimbly kicked over and hooked his Jojo into his arms while he was at it. Duan Yu didn't pounce on his Jojo and was almost kicked off the carriage by Emolian. His peerlessly handsome face instantly darkened. Chapter 640. Jojo. Duan Yu bitterly gazed at Arbor, who was in Emolian's embrace. His peach blossom eyes rolled up and down as he battled with Emolian. Hurry and let go of Jojo, you shameless guy. Jerk. He was so miserable. Ever since they parted ways at the Qin estate, he hadn't seen his Jojo again. The most bizarre thing was that a few days ago, he actually heard rumors in the capital that the great king had betrothed the crown prince to the Qiao family's eldest miss. What betrothal? He wouldn't acknowledge it. Did this great king's brain go haywire? For some reason, he blindly betrothed his Jojo to that wretched crown prince. If it weren't for the Duan clan's trivial matters pestering him these past few days, he would have long snuck into the palace and met with his Jojo. Woo-woo. Emolian vigilantly glanced at him. What did you come here for? Hurry and get out of the carriage. Jojo, the great king is fooling around and betrothing you to Prince Mo. If you don't like it, you can resist. Duan Yu incited from the side, causing Emolian's gaze to darken. It's not that I don't like it, Arbor honestly replied. Prince Mo's originally dark clouds instantly turned sunny. He looked down at his darling with a grin and then disdainfully glanced at Duan Yu. Did you hear that? Humph. Hurry and get out of the carriage. Don't keep saying strange things and inciting my wife. Hurry and scram. Duan Yu looked like he was struck by lightning. He sized up Arbor from head to toe and suddenly wanted to pounce on her again. Jojo, listen to me, you're still young. Don't fall for it. We're not in a hurry to get married. Hurry and come over. I'll take you away. Prince Mo directly struck out with his palm. Run my ass. Go and squat down where it's cool. With a flick of his sleeve, Duan Yu dodged Emolian's palm strike. The car window trembled, and the carved wooden window frame nearly cracked. What are you doing? Duan Yu glared angrily at Emolian. You want to fight, right? Emolian gave him a look that said, I'm afraid of you. Arbor suddenly reached out and patted Duan Yu's dog head as he exasperatedly said, You two should stop. How old are you already? You're even more noisy than Xiao Senior, Duan Yu. Emolian. Ha ha ha. Look at her Jojo's small hands. It was as if she was stroking a puppy and smoothing its fur. Duan Yu blinked and suddenly pulled Arbor's petite hand over. Emolian's handsome face darkened, but it was too late for her to snatch it back. Jojo, tell me, what did Emolian say to you? Why did you run into the palace when you were clearly at the Qin estate? That night, he even snuck into the Qin estate to find her, but it was all for naught. Arbor was an honest child, so he replied, I don't know either. I was in the Eastern Palace when I opened my eyes. Emolian, carry me back. That scoundrel actually made the first move and gained the upper hand. Duan Yu gritted his teeth as he angrily glared at the crown prince. The crown prince raised his brows at him with an expression that said, Sorry, Jojo is my wife, so scram to the side. Jojo, do you know how the Qin estate is doing right now? Didn't pay attention. Arbor spoke the truth. She wasn't familiar with the Qin estate either. At most, she was closer to Xiang Yuan. Logically speaking, the Qin estate should be sealed off after a level 4 zombie appeared. Xiang Yuan had never come into contact with a level 4 zombie before, so she would naturally be released once the time was up and it was safe. She was merely a maidservant and wouldn't be an eyesore, so she would definitely be fine. As for Eldest Qin and Omega Katoku, she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. She wouldn't finish until 10:30 p.m., right? Chapter 641. I'm telling you, the Qin estate is miserable. They've been completely surrounded by Mo Lian's troops. Not even a fly can fly out. Duan Yu slandered Crown Prince Mo to his face, speaking ill of him with all his might. Mo Lian merely harumphed and raised a brow, ignoring him. However, Arbor said, logically speaking, that should be the case. A level 4 zombie appeared in their estate. Although it didn't injure anyone on the spot, who knows if it had come into contact with anyone else in the inner court before. It should be observed for 5 to 6 days and unsealed only after there are no issues, the little fellow said indifferently. Her heart had always been as hard as steel when it came to zombies, so she should treat them more heartlessly than anyone else. Duan Yu pursed his lips. It's already past the deadline, but Mo Lian doesn't have the slightest intention of letting them out. Ask him if you don't believe me. Arbor turned to look at Mo Lian, and the latter looked back innocently. I was just too busy and forgot about the Qin estate's matter. Don't worry, I just need to instruct them. As if he didn't want those two annoying young masters of the Qin estate to come out. Who knew if they would come looking for his darling? He forgot. Arbor then looked at Duan Yu with complete trust. The Crown Prince was busy with state affairs, so how could he have so much free time to pay attention to the Qin estate's trivial matters? If he forgot, then so be it. In any case, she didn't like the Qin estate very much. Duan Yu secretly twitched his mouth as he cursed Mo Lian's craftiness in his mind. What kind of tricks did this guy use to coax the little fellow? She even trusted him so much. It was simply infuriating to death. Jojo, you definitely don't know what the Great King's betrothal means. Since this path didn't work, Duan Yu quickly changed to another path and earnestly admonished Arbor. Jojo, you're young and naive, stupid. Some people are crafty and astute, and you're completely not their match. Every step he takes has his own profound meaning. First, it would silently appear by your side all the time. Then it would slowly infiltrate your life and infiltrate your family. This was clearly despicable. Then he would pull all your family members to his side and slowly lure you to his side step by step. This was Prince Mo's strategy of slowly infiltrating the empire. He was so stupid. With such a good plan, he should have made the first move to gain the upper hand. Why did the Crown Prince succeed? For example, this betrothal. Didn't you say that you don't even have any friends? Why did you suddenly agree to this betrothal? Duan Yu glanced at Arbor aggrievedly. Every time he said, let's be friends, she would yell, I don't have any friends. Then, Prince Mo would take advantage of this opportunity to sneak her into the enemy's camp. Into Jojo's heart. Darling Xiao nodded sincerely. Before Mo Lian could cover her mouth, she heard her reply crisply. That's right. Mo Lian also told me that since I said that we don't have any friends, then we won't be friends anymore. We might as well be husband and wife. Duan Yu looked at her in bewilderment. Was this okay? Mo Lian couldn't resist face-palming. Oh my, why was his darling speaking so honestly? Darling, the private words between us husband and wife can only be spoken between us in the future. You mustn't tell anyone else. Mo Lian quickly pulled the little fellow closer to her and glared at Duan Yu. Let go. Chapter 642. Not only did Duan Yu not let go, he even grabbed Arbor's hand and abruptly lowered his head. He held her hand with both hands and sobbed bitterly. Jojo, how could you be so deceptive? You should have said earlier that you weren't going to be friends and be husband and wife instead. Let go. Mo Lian forcefully slapped Duan Yu's arm twice. Arbor hastily said, don't hit him. He's already crying. He looks quite miserable and pitiful. Mo Lian. As she spoke, Arbor reached out to stroke Duan Yu's head again. All right, don't cry anymore. I know, it was my fault for pretending not to know you that day. But how would I know that you guys are so crazy that you recognized me with a single glance? I originally wanted to hide in the Chin estate for a few days. When Arbor thought of this, she couldn't help but ask, Duan Yu, Mo Lien said that you blindly recognized me after my disguise. How did you guess? Mo Lien. His wife was too simple-minded and could say anything. What should he do? So anxious. Duan Yu was even more dumbfounded. Why did he feel like he was talking to his Jojo in a different world? Was he crying bitterly because of the Chin estate's matter? That wasn't the case at all right? He was crying because Jojo was deceptive and didn't tell him earlier that he had a wife if he didn't have friends. All right? However, he still quickly retorted, Of course not. Don't listen to Mo Lien's nonsense. How could I have guessed right? I recognized you with a single glance, purely based on intuition. My Jojo is so fair, adorable, and intelligent. No matter what you turn into, I can recognize you with a single glance. It's really Jojo. Get out of my way. Go, 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 go. Mo Lien grumpily grabbed Arbor's hand and pulled her into his embrace. He patted her back while he was at it. Don't believe him, Jojo. He's pretending to be obedient in front of you right now. He definitely guessed it. Absolutely. You're the one who's pretending to be obedient. Your whole family is pretending to be obedient. If you didn't use such a shameless method to trick Jojo into leaving, who knows who would be smiling proudly right now? Mo Lien snorted as she glared at Duan Yu from the corner of her eyes. Who was he blaming for his own stupidity? The two of them communicated silently. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. After a fierce battle, Arbor's face was filled with confusion. The friendship between men was really strange and complicated. In one moment, they were as close as real brothers. That day in the Chin estate, the two of them had joined forces to force her out of the Chin estate, and at the same time, they had confronted the young masters of the Chin estate. Now, the two of them were biting each other like dogs. He knew that this fellow was up to no good. Sure enough, he had made a prompt decision to take his wife home and raise her. That was completely correct. Mo Lien thought to himself and couldn't help but feel a little proud. He really had to be fast and accurate. Otherwise, if his wife was kidnapped, who would he cry to? You're done talking. You can scram now. Mo Lien impatiently said, We still have matters to attend to, so we won't see you out. Duan Yu quickly said, Jojo, aren't you going home? I'll go back with you. I haven't seen Uncle and Annie in a long time, and I really miss them. Mo Lien immediately glared daggers at him, stabbing him to death. His lips curled up as he remarked dryly, Father and Mother's health is quite good, so there's no need for you to worry. It's late today, so you should hurry and leave. Duan Yu rolled his eyes and pretended not to see. He pitifully looked at Arbor. Jojo, I've been hungry for 2 days. Didn't you return to the Duan estate? Arbor asked curiously. She didn't expect that the concealed weapons patrician family, the Duan estate in the capital, would also have such a bizarre background. Chapter 643. Duan Yu pursed his lips in disdain. I don't want to go back. That old man is forcing me to go back. As soon as he stepped into that house, there would be endless disputes. It was so annoying that he was annoyed to death. Some trivial matters, big or small, always got in his way, making it impossible for him to have a pleasant conversation with Jojo. Jojo, where did you run off to these 2 years? Do you know that I was about to court death? I'm sorry, I made you worry. Duan Yu's eyes brightened, and he started rambling non-stop, completely ignoring the daggers that Prince Mo shot at him from time to time. Afterwards, Duan Yu was annoyed by Mo Lien's daggers, so he directly shot him a look. Don't think that you'll succeed just because you made the first move. I'm telling you, you two haven't gotten married yet, so who knows if there will be any variables. Moreover, after getting married, many people can still divorce. Prince Mo instantly exploded. He grabbed Duan Yu's collar and broke out of the window, directly beating him up. Arbor was baffled as he watched the two exchange murderous glances. Afterwards, they both jumped out of the carriage and actually started fighting halfway. With their cultivation, it was a lively fight. White snow fluttered and withered leaves covered the ground. The two's mystic energy swept across, causing all the people and animals within a radius of 5 kilometers to flee. The carriage driver stopped the carriage in a daze and turned to look at Arbor. He stammered, "Your crown princess, His Highness is—" Arbor rolled his eyes. "Ignore them. The two brothers are acting crazy. Drive me to Wangji's sesame cake shop first. I'll bring a sesame cake back for my sister." "Yes, crown princess." The carriage driver quickly drove the carriage to Wangji's sesame cake shop. Behind them, Xiao Yao's carriage also stopped. When she saw the crown princess's carriage moving again, she also followed. This Wangji sesame cake shop sold at most 3 sesame cakes every day. Customers usually exchanged silk cloth or other food with the shop owner. Just like that, no one bought it. It wasn't that they didn't want to eat it, but that they didn't have anything valuable to exchange with others. This Wang Ji must have stockpiled a lot of wheat, so it wasn't much of a problem to make 3 sesame seed cakes a day. Who told them to only have sesame seed cakes at home? Of course, they had to use the sesame seed cakes to exchange for other things. Otherwise, they would be sick of eating sesame seed cakes every day. However, it had been more than half a month since anyone had come to buy sesame seed cakes or barter with him. Shopkeeper Wang was almost worried to death. His little grandson kept saying that he wanted to eat. It would be even better if there were some fresh vegetables. He was always eating sesame seed cakes, dough balls, and the like. Without fresh vegetables and fruits in his stomach, his little grandson's bowel movements were somewhat obstructed. However, in this day and age, having something to eat was better than nothing, so there was nothing to be picky about. At this moment, he saw a little girl with a very beautiful face and wearing an expensive ferret fur cloak walk up to him. He hurriedly put on a smile and asked, "Little girl, do you want to buy sesame seed cakes?" "Yes, I want to buy 20 sesame seed cakes, freshly made. Do you have any hot ones?" Yes. The old man hurriedly nodded like he was pounding garlic. Then, he looked at Arbor somewhat shyly and rubbed his hands. Just miss, I want to exchange them for some fresh vegetables and fruits and also rice." It seemed that his request was a bit high, so the old man was somewhat embarrassed. Arbor flipped her small hand and threw half a bucket of white rice to him. Then, she asked Little Tree to bring her 2 big cabbages, some bean sprouts, a bunch of grapes, and 4 honey peaches from Paradise Planet. She threw them all to the old man. "Is this okay?" She was just sitting at home, and a nouveau riche came knocking on her door. The old man hugged a large pile of vegetables, fruits, and rice and almost cried out. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Today ended. Chapter 644. "Miss, you have so many things that you can exchange for 30 sesame seed cakes. I'll make 30 for you." The old man was also an honest person, so he quickly beamed with joy when he saw this. Arbor shook his head. 20 will do. You can keep the rest and slowly eat them." The old man quickly thanked him profusely and used all his effort to make 20 hot sesame seed cakes. He carefully wrapped them in oil paper and handed them to the little girl. "Many thanks." Arbor accepted them and directly stored them in his inner world. He nodded and turned to walk towards the carriage. As soon as she lifted the curtain, the corner of her mouth involuntarily twitched. She saw 2 men sitting across from each other, each holding a teacup. Their fingers were long and slender, and their eyes were slightly lowered. A picture of quiet and handsome men flowed before her eyes. The 2 of them were sipping tea, and the tea mist lingered before their eyes. It was quite beautiful, like jade, as if they had completely lost the appearance of having just fought a fierce battle. The little fellow sighed and climbed into the carriage, resigned to her fate, and sat in the innermost seat. "Not fighting anymore? We were just comparing notes," Mo Lien replied dryly. "MHM, when you disappeared for more than 2 years, we also frequently compared notes." Arbor, "All right, the world of boys was truly quite difficult to understand. Jojo, tonight is the last day of Wuruan Pill House's auction, and they will continue to auction that rare 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. How about we also go take a look?" Duan Yu suggested with a smile. "No need to trouble yourself. I'll just buy the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron for Jojo." Mo Lien harumphed. Duan Yu glanced at him and gloated. "You're uncultured. Huh? Do you think you can buy something like that so easily?" The seller said that if you want the cauldron, you can only exchange it with a level 11 Mystic Breakthrough pill and a blood stasis dispersing pill. Moreover, the person wants a high-grade pill, so must naturally have purple veins, understand? Arbor didn't notice Duan Yu's smug tone and asked in astonishment. Logically speaking, Wuruan Pill House's auction should have ended 2 days ago, right? It's precisely because of the appearance of this 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. Duan Yu clicked his tongue in wonder. The 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron attracted the attention of all the pill alchemists in the nearby towns. The alchemists really wanted to obtain this medicinal cauldron. It was just a pity that the other party had set specific conditions for the exchange. It is said that this matter has alarmed the Alchemy Alliance, and it has been delayed for 2 or 3 days to wait for the Alliance Master of the Alchemy Alliance to come and bid for the medicinal cauldron. Arbor blinked. Is the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron really that good? Even the Alchemy Guild is here? Of course. It is said that it is the treasured cauldron that all alchemists dream of. You only need a level 11 mystic breaking pill and a blood stasis dispersing pill with purple veins in exchange for that cauldron. Arbor's eyes sparkled as he asked. Yes, that's what the seller of the medicinal cauldron said. This matter has already spread through the streets and alleys, Duan Yu said with a grin. How is it? Shall we go and take a look tonight? Arbor nodded. I'll go and exchange with him. Duan Yu exclaimed with a chuckle. Jojo's current pill refining standards are so superb. It's all right. Arbor nodded. It shouldn't be a problem to concoct pills with purple veins. However, she was a bit impatient because she didn't have a suitable medicinal cauldron, and it took a long time to concoct. Can we make in time? Tonight is the last day, Duan Yu casually asked as he leisurely took a sip from his teacup. We can make it in time, right? We should be able to finish it in a little over 2 hours. It's just that it takes too long, so it's a bit annoying. The little fellow looked bored, and as a result, Duan Yu nearly choked to death on his tea. Chapter 645. You only need more than 2 hours to concoct a level 11 mystic breakthrough pill. Why did he keep hearing people excitedly talk about how some master spent 3 days and 2 nights painstakingly concocting a level 10 or level 11 mystic breakthrough pill, only to have it snatched up at a high price in a matter of minutes when it was put up for auction? Arbor rolled her eyes at him. It takes more than 2 hours to concoct a level 11 mystic breakthrough pill. Do you want to tire me to death? What I'm saying is that it might take more than 2 hours to concoct a mystic breakthrough pill and a blood stasis dispersing pill together. Emolian twitched her mouth and looked askance at Duan Yu's gaping mouth in shock. She couldn't help but laugh inwardly. You haven't seen the world yet. Do you think other people can compare to my wife's pill concoction talent? Emolian harumphed and rebuked Duan Yu. Duan Yu speechlessly rubbed his nose and looked out the window. The carriage had already stopped. Xiao Zhongbong and his wife, who had heard the news, quickly came out to greet them. Just as they were about to salute, Emolian waved her hand and went up to support them, pulling them into the house. Sister, Xiao Lin bounced out. Judging from her rosy cheeks, it was evident that the night raid 2 days ago didn't cause her much trouble. Arbor pursed her lips and reached out to hold her sister's small hand. As the group walked inside, Wei Ziqing cheerfully said, Xiaoyu, you haven't come in a long time. Yes, Auntie. I'll come every 2 or 3 days in the future. Don't find me annoying. How could I, child? Wei Ziqing shook her head with a smile. You're Jojo's good friend, and he doesn't mind you coming to eat every day. Arbor glanced askance at Duan Yu and harumphed. This time, she didn't rebuke a certain person in front of her mother by saying no friends. Sister, a vigorous youth's voice cut in. Arbor looked up and saw a burly young man with thick brows and big eyes running down the corridor. He ran straight to her and looked at her with a hearty laugh. Brother who? Arbor's eyebrows curved slightly as he ran forward to greet his brother. Little sister, big brother really regrets what happened last time. Of all times to go into seclusion, I just had to go into seclusion when you came back. Xiao, who scratched his head and said, What's there to regret? Didn't I come back? Yes. Xiao, who smiled honestly. You won't be leaving this time, right? Arbor nodded. She's living at home. Great. Jolin cheered and pulled Arbor's hand. Sister, Did you buy me a sesame seed cake? Wei Ziqing turned her head and glared at him. You're only thinking about that little bit of food. It's as if you're missing out on something. Uncle Wong's sesame seed cakes are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. They're delicious. Xiao Lin pouted and looked at her sister eagerly. Arbor reached out and flicked her forehead. Then, with a swipe of his hand, he took out a stack of sesame seed cakes from his inner world. Take this and stuff your mouth. Jolin cheered and took it, grinning from ear to ear. A few sesame seed cakes were enough to make her happy. Arbor helplessly shook her head and followed the group of people chatting and laughing into the hall. After chatting for a while, Arbor was still thinking about the pills, so she planned to return to her room first. When Wei Ziqing heard this, she quickly wanted to take her daughter with her, leaving Xiao Zhongbong and second Uncle Qiao to take care of Mo Lian and Duan Yu. Jolin quickly followed them and chattered the entire way about the attack that night. As they chatted, the topic shifted to Miss Wu. Arbor frowned. Lin, you said that Miss Wu originally wanted you guys to send her off? Chapter 646. That's right, it's that Wu Xiaosu, the eldest daughter of the Wu family. Mother's heart was about to soften, but I saw that she was faking it, so I didn't let her come up. Otherwise, if something happened to her in our carriage, the Wu family might come after us to settle accounts. Xiaolin proudly raised her little head. Wei Ziqing couldn't help but laugh. She turned around and poked her daughter's head. You're the only one who likes to pretend to be obedient in front of your eldest sister. You're making mother sound worthless. Xiaolin stuck out her tongue with a playful and adorable expression. Arbor looked at her little sister's lively and cheerful appearance, and her heart was filled with emotion. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she nodded. Xiaolin is quite quick-witted. All right, you don't have to praise her anymore. If you keep praising your little sister, her tail will fly to the sky. Wei Ziqing shook her head with a smile. She held her daughter's hand, feeling full of happiness. The three of them entered Nanju Garden. The emerald green bamboo that greeted them caused Arbor's expression to become slightly dazed. At this time, the snow hadn't completely melted, and the emerald green and white blended together to form a scene. It reminded her of a benevolent old lady who always liked to wave her large cattail leaf fan and set up a small table in the bamboo forest to listen to the wind and the bamboo while admiring the snow. She couldn't go back. Jojo, what's wrong? Wei Ziqing looked at her child in confusion. Arbor blinked and gently shook her head. It's nothing, Mother. I like it here a lot. It's good that you like it. It's good that you like it. Wei Ziqing nodded happily. Go in and take a look. Mother has already prepared for you to come home to live. The mattress and everything else is new. See if you need anything, then tell Mother. Mother, you always give elder sister the best. Compared to this, I don't even look like your biological daughter. Xiao Lin pouted and teased. Wei Ziqing's hand paused. Then she raised it to pat her younger daughter's back. What nonsense are you talking about? Your mother doesn't worry enough about you. Jolin covered her mouth and laughed. She flashed behind her sister and pulled Arbor's sleeve. Sister, when you weren't home, Mother would hit me for no reason and always said that I was a naughty monkey. Now that you're back, you have to uphold justice for me. We sisters must be of one mind. Wei Ziqing couldn't help but sneer. Let me tell you, your sister is the most principled. Don't expect her to stand on your side if you do something wrong. Xiao Lin pursed her lips as the three of them walked into the exquisitely decorated room. Using a double-sided peony embroidered screen to separate the room, the outside was arranged into a small cubicle for drinking tea and entertaining close friends, while the inside was a spacious bedroom. Xiao Mu was satisfied with everything she needed after sweeping her eyes over it, so she didn't need to add anything else. She was originally a person who did not have high requirements. As long as it was comfortable, it was fine. As for the furnishings and whatnot, it did not matter. Now that father had been promoted to a marquis, mother had started to be particular. Otherwise, if it was in the village in the past, a big Kong bed was enough as long as it was warm enough to lie down. Sister, you're really not a particular person. Xiao Lin saw her sister's gaze, which seemed to be indifferent to worldly things, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Go away, you have no sense of seniority. How can you casually make fun of your sister? Wei Ziqin patted her younger daughter. Arbor couldn't help but shake her head. Protecting her younger sister, she said, "Mother is fine. We're in our own home, so we can be casual." "That's right." Xiaolin tilted her head and naturally shrank behind Arbor. "I'll have more chapters today. Go home first. Don't hide. Throw your tickets over, Al." Chapter 647. You can't nurture her bad habit. Wei Ziqin reprimanded with a frown. What kind of person is she if she's like this outside? We're in the capital right now, and everyone in our family has to fight for your honor when they go out. Mom, I'm very well-behaved and well-mannered outside. Xiaolin made a standard greeting and called out gently, "Greetings to the crown princess." Wei Ziqin and Arbor both laughed. "This mischievous girl." Arbor poked her little head. "Come, let sister take your pulse." Xiaolin extended her wrist, and before long, Arbor had her switch hands. After taking her pulse, he nodded and said, "Your body is quite good." Her mystic energy surged powerfully, and her aura was dense and prolonged. Although she was only a mere level 4 mystic cultivator, the strength of her body's recuperation and the expansion of her mystic meridians were very good. Sister will make 2 level 4 and level 5 mystic breakthrough pills for you. First, I'll help you recuperate for 2 more days. After 2 days, take them and enter seclusion to see if you can break through to level 6 mystic cultivator in one go. Xiaolin's small mouth was wide enough to stuff a duck egg in. Sister? Sister. Xiaolin was simply in disbelief. She was currently a level 4 mystic cultivator, but from Sister's words, it seemed like advancing to level 6 mystic cultivator overnight was an extremely simple matter. It's fine. Work hard. Even if you can't advance to level 6 in one go, it doesn't matter. You should be able to steadily advance to level 5 mystic cultivator. Arbor comforted his sister before turning around to take his mother's pulse. Mom's foundation is weak. Let me help you recuperate first. Don't be in a hurry to advance, lest your mystic meridians become chaotic and cause chi deviation if you forcefully advance, Arbor said. Mom is already so old. It's already a pleasant surprise to be able to become a mystic cultivator. How can I demand anything else? Only then did Wei Ziqin return to her senses. Her eyes were actually brimming with tears as she grasped Arbor's hands. She muttered to herself with an agitated expression, "Jojo, tell Mom, did you become an alchemist?" What his daughter was talking about just now should be pill refinement. Arbor nodded. He was a little surprised that his mother would be so emotional. He helplessly patted her hand and said, "Didn't you already know that I have some medical skills? That's different. How could that be the same? You become an alchemist." Madame Wei continued to mutter, "Daughter, an alchemist is very different from a normal doctor. Alchemists are quite impressive." Yes. Arbor could only nod along with his excited mother. "Mom, don't wake me up before dinner. I'll concoct a few pills for little Lin and the others." Okay. Go ahead. Mother and your younger sister won't hinder you." Wei Ziqin beamed from ear to ear as she nodded. She pulled her younger daughter towards the door as she muttered, No, this is such a good thing. You must tell your father and have him open the ancestral hall. I want to pay respects to the ancestors. This is the manifestation of our ancestors." Arbor, Mom, aren't you exaggerating a little too much? Because she didn't have a handy medicinal cauldron, Arbor still took out a very ordinary cooking stove to concoct her pills. If other alchemists were to see that this strange child had used this crappy little cauldron to concoct those high-grade pills with purple veins, they would probably vomit blood and faint from anger. Arbor washed her small hands clean and calmed her mind. She took out a few stalks of herbs for concocting a level 11 mystic breakthrough pill and began to carefully grind them. Chapter 648. It was still because she didn't have a medicinal cauldron, so the little fellow could only make a porcelain jar on the small stove to make her pills. If those people from the Pill Alliance saw this scene, they would definitely slap her to the wall, making her unable to be pulled down. You freaking made a small jar for stewing tonics, and your sister stewed it there. And you actually made a purple vein pill. Why didn't he go to heaven? That was why it was more convenient for her to use a small jar to stew medicinal powders, ointments, and the like. It was also fine to make medicinal liquids, but refining pills was a little out of place. That who asked her to be so poor that she didn't even have a decent medicinal cauldron? However, her alchemy and medical skills were all made up by herself. Before eldest Sheen told her about medicinal cauldrons, she didn't even think that there was such a thing as a medicinal cauldron. Perhaps that master of hers, who was rather capable in the medical field, also did it like this. Otherwise, why didn't she have any information about medicinal cauldrons in her mind? How would she know that her capable master basically didn't need to worry about refining pills in the later stages? He just needed to throw the medicinal ingredients in, and he didn't even need to control the heat, and it would form pills on its own. Unlike her, who still had to bitterly watch the heat. So it took so long, and she could only refine 2 types of pills in a little over 2 hours. It really made her depressed. With this kind of refining speed, she didn't even have the face to tell others that she was an alchemist. That patient was about to die, and she still needed to refine pills for an hour. That person would have kicked the bucket long ago. Sigh. A certain darling supported her chin with one hand as she squatted beside the small stove. From time to time, she would use mystic energy to adjust the heat and gently brush the lid of the porcelain jar. She had to think of a good idea to speed up. She still had to refine pills for Dad and the rest. This way, she wouldn't be able to finish even if the sky turned dark. When Mo Yin stealthily sneaked in, he saw his wife's small, bitter face as she fretted over a small pot of stew. He was simply a little stunned. His phoenix eyes suddenly widened. You won't tell me. You used this small stove and small white porcelain jar to stew your purple vein pills? What do you think? Darling Xiao was already feeling a little hopeless from waiting. Therefore, after she learned how to concoct medicine, to be honest, she hadn't really concocted many pills. It was simply too slow, so slow that she wanted to sleep. Crown Prince Mo was simply at a loss for words as he looked at his eccentric wifey. How many times have you succeeded in refining pills? Mo Yin couldn't believe it. A certain baby rolled her eyes and gave him a look that said, "Nonsense." Student Mo felt that the bronze cauldron he used was already broken enough. It was simply a waste of his great talent in refining weapons. However, using such a broken cauldron, he could still make something like a level 15 spirit weapon. If this were to spread out, it would really shock the world. However, this time, he felt that those people who thought that he was enough to shock the world were definitely ignorant and inexperienced. They had not seen the weirdness of his little wife. This was the oddball girl of the entire alchemy world. Jojo, where are the pills you refined? Here. Arbor's little mouth twitched as he showed him the few jade white pills in the lid of the teacup. This time, Prince Mo couldn't help but slightly open his mouth. There were 4 small round pills in the lid of the teacup. Based on his experience, he had never seen anyone who could refine so many pills in one afternoon. You actually refined 4 pills in one afternoon? What kind of pills are these? It smelled so good. Chapter 649. Are you kidding me? If I can only refine 4 pills in an afternoon, then I don't want to live anymore. Arbor rolled his eyes and threw him a small porcelain bottle. And this, Prince Mo, my wife is especially inhuman when she's refining pills. What should I do? There are no less than 10 small, round pills in the small porcelain bottle. I'm not refining anymore after refining this, the little girl said impatiently. Refining 20-something pills in one afternoon. It's so slow. Prince Mo, that if there were other alchemists present right now, they would definitely want to beat her to death. These are all level 11 mystic breakthrough pills. Prince Mo asked as he held the small bottle. No, 10 level 11 mystic breakthrough pills and 6 stasis dispelling pills. Arbor glanced at the teacup lid and said, those 4 pills are for Xiao Lin and Father. They were level 4, level 5, and level 7 and level 8 mystic breakthrough pills respectively. If there were no accidents, Father could advance to level 9 mystic cultivator, and Xiao Lin should be able to advance to level 6. Mo Yin already didn't make any sound. He really wanted to ask her, using such a lousy tool, a small jar for stewing bird's nest, to refine pills, don't you feel sorry for the pills and so many excellent medicinal herbs? But the problem was the pills actually obediently took shape to other alchemists who earnestly bought medicinal cauldrons and refined pills day and night. This was such a heart-rending matter. Baby, do you know of pill houses? I do. Arbor cast him a sidelong glance and felt that the Crown Prince's gaze was a bit off. It was clearly a bit like he was looking at someone from another planet. Then do you know of any pill houses that sell ordinary medicinal cauldrons? Arbor shook his head honestly. How would she know? If it weren't for the Omega Kitoku bringing her to experience pill houses last time, she wouldn't have come into contact with them at all. Was she to blame for being ignorant in her previous life? She hadn't refined pills in her previous life, so of course she wouldn't understand this stuff. You spent the entire afternoon refining level 11 mystic breakthrough pills and blood stasis dispersing pills. You even refined mystic breakthrough pills for Shaolin, and Father. How did you manage to concoct them in such a short time? The Crown Prince was extremely curious. Classmate Arbor looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He raised his hand and patted the small porcelain jar. The lid opened, revealing 4 small pills that had already taken shape. You can use different herbs to put them inside and stew them together, right? Emollient! Exclamation point. You actually didn't explode like that. You're ruthless. But these pills are of different grades, and their attributes are different as well. Mixing them together to refine, no, to stew them. What are you doing? Xiao Mu had an expression that said, "You're so ignorant and inexperienced." That's why I said it's annoying. Furthermore, he had to constantly control the temperature of the fire, and he couldn't even take his eyes off it. How annoying. The most I've stewed is 6 mystic breakthrough pills of the same grade in one jar. Arbor placed the lid back on the jar and waved his small hand. Don't worry, I'll be done soon. Is it time to eat? It's not time to eat yet. Mo Lien replied with a wooden expression. His wife couldn't be called a weirdo when it came to refining pills. She was simply a pervert. What should he do? Previously, it took me half an hour just to grind the various herbs. Baby, don't say such things in front of other pill refiners in the future. Mo Lien looked at him seriously and said, Why? Because you'll be beaten up by a group of people. He was so worried about his wife. It wasn't over yet. Chapter 650. The other pill alchemists were truly strange creatures. She was purely discussing the grinding time of medicinal herbs, stewing, pill refinement methods with them to promote mutual communication. She couldn't even do that? Looking at the Crown Prince's deeply worried gaze, why did she feel like the other pill alchemists would beat her up? That was impossible. Everyone was fastidious, so they had to do some upper-class fastidious things. Were these last 4 pills? The Crown Prince glanced at them. Aside from the faint purple veins on them, everything else felt about the same. Even the color was pure white, and the size and roundness were all carved from the same mold. They're just 4 body-tempering pills for my second uncle. Arbor skillfully slapped the small lid and took the 4 body-tempering pills into his hand. He carefully examined and sniffed them before nodding his small head in satisfaction. Emollient, I refined them quite well. Do you want to take a few to eat? Qingwan said they taste very good. Emollient, but what the hell did he mean by taste very good? Could it be that in his darling's eyes he was such a foodie? Arbor stuffed him with a body-tempering pill and 2 level 11 mystic breakthrough pills. These body-tempering pills are good for the body, so you should eat them. You don't have much use for mystic breakthrough pills, so give them to your subordinates. Jojo. Emollient pulled his small hand, touched. You're so good to me. Arbor turned to glance at him and nodded seriously. It's only right that I treat you well. You're also very good to me. Emollient almost laughed out loud. Look, his Jojo was such an honest darling. Emollient reached out to cup her small chin with a grin. Just as he was about to plant a kiss on her lips, he heard hurried footsteps outside the door, and Duan Yu's killjoy voice drifted inside. Chow chow. Time to eat. Emollient picked up that scalding pot of stew and threw it in Duan Yu's direction. Arbor immediately jumped up and shouted, Hey, catch! Don't break my medicine jar! Duan Yu originally wanted to kick it away, but when he heard Jojo's words, he quickly hugged the medicine jar to his chest and looked over in bewilderment. What is this thing? You two brothers, don't ruin it. If you want to fight, do it outside. I only have one pot that I can use to refine pills. If I break it, I'll have to find another pot." As she spoke, our dear Xiao Mu took back her jar from Duan Yu's hands with a treasured expression and ran to wash it. Duan Yu looked in bafflement at Mo Lien, who was walking over with her hands behind her back. "What kind of mystic weapon is that jar? Look at how nervous Jojo is." Mo Lien rolled his eyes at him. "It's just an ordinary pot of medicinal stew that I bought from a street stall. What profound artifact? Don't be ridiculous." "Duan Yu, she's using this to make pills? No way." Mo Lien pointed his chin in that direction. Duan Yu looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a small stove. Duan Yu gaped. "Tools for refining pills?" Arbor ran over after washing the jar. When she saw Duan Yu still standing at the door in a daze, she thought for a moment before taking out a body-tempering pill from her pocket and tossing it to him. "This is for you." She gave the remaining 2 body-tempering pills to second uncle. "Let's go eat." Arbor put away her set of tools for refining pills and was led out the door by Mo Lien. She even looked back curiously at the dazed Duan Yu. "What's wrong with him?" "Nothing. He's just a bit frightened by you." "Duan Yu," Arbor called out. Duan Yu hastily followed her out the door. Chapter 651. Duan Yu looked at Arbor incredulously the entire way. "Jojo, I must obtain the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron for you tonight, no matter what." His Jojo actually used a set of goods from a street stall to refine pills. This was too much of an insult to her skills. I've already prepared the pills that person wanted. The earlier we finish eating, the earlier we can leave, and the earlier we can return." Hopefully, that person was a straightforward person. Arbor wasn't willing to waste his breath on others. Our dear Xiao-san was brought back from the academy by a servant, but he still cowered and evaded his eldest sister when he saw her. The family ate a joyous and harmonious meal. Arbor took out the finished pills and gave them to father, second uncle, and Xiaolin. The 3 of them were overjoyed, and they practically couldn't take their eyes off the pills in their hands. "After we finish eating, we plan on going to Ruin Pill House to see what exactly that medicinal cauldron that has been talked about looks like." Xiao Mu said, "I'll be back later. Just send someone to leave the door open." Wei Ziqi nodded and instructed, "Don't be too late." Meanwhile, Xiao Lin and Xiao Sun gazed at their sister eagerly, looking like they wanted to go with her. However, due to their mother's fierce expression, they didn't dare to speak. "Mom, children, don't go jumping around so late at night. Your eldest sister is a pill alchemist." Wei Ziqi spat out these 2 words especially gloriously, her face practically glowing. "Eldest sister is going to the pill house to handle serious business. You 2 should behave yourselves and stay at home. Don't disturb your sister." Xiao Lin and Xiao Sun looked at each other and drooped their small heads. "Mom, it's fine. It's almost the new year, so the streets should be quite lively. Anyway, it's early after eating, so I'll bring them out for a stroll. They won't be back too late." Xiao Lin and Xiao Sun quickly raised their heads again, their round and bright eyes brimming with hope as they looked at Wei Ziqi. Wei Ziqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at their antics, and she glanced at them irritably. "Don't cause trouble for your eldest sister when you go out." "I know. Mother, I'm very obedient." The 2 siblings hurriedly agreed. When they were eating, they also put in a lot of effort. Their hearts were about to fly out of their homes. After hurriedly finishing their meal, Arbor and the 2 children boarded the Crown Prince's carriage and headed towards Wurundan. Xiaoya didn't follow them. She politely bowed to Wei Ziqi, Xiao Zhongbang, and then went back to Nanju Garden to pack her things. "This child, Xiaoyao, is getting better and better." Wei Ziqi sighed with emotion. She turned her head and saw her nephew, Xiao Hu, staring blankly in the direction of the other party's departure. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Silly boy, you haven't seen Xiaoyao for a long time. Why don't you talk to her more? Isn't that so? Look at how silly he is. Why aren't you going?" Second Uncle Xiao reached out and slapped his son's head. Xiao jumped up and left in a hurry. The carriage rolled along Minshun Avenue for a while at a moderate speed. Before they reached Wu Runan House, they saw that the road was already congested. Moreover, the snowy road was difficult to travel on, so two carriages actually crashed into each other and were stuck in the middle of the road. The servants of the two families accused each other and argued loudly. Arbor lifted the curtain and peeked out to take a look. The road ahead is blocked. Let's get off the carriage and squeeze in. The transaction hasn't started yet. Let's go to the third floor of that restaurant. When the time comes, we can just shout. Emolien couldn't bear to let his little fellow squeeze in with a bunch of stinky men, so he pulled her little hand and pointed forward. Time to sleep. Chapter 652. Arbor raised her small head. This three-story restaurant wasn't large, but it happened to be right next to the pill house, so it was already packed with people. How could there still be seats like this? This restaurant is actually still operating normally? Or are they scheming? Arbor was a bit curious. Those who sold sesame seed cakes would sell sesame seed cakes because they wanted to barter with others for other daily necessities. But a restaurant was different. A restaurant would definitely have a rich variety of dishes and ample wine. Of course. Emolien smiled at her and held her small hand as they walked towards the restaurant. There are 5 inns and restaurants in the entire capital that are operating normally. Of course, their prices are a bit higher. They don't buy gold, silver, pearls, and jade, but all kinds of forging materials, medicinal herbs, and, at the very least, mid- and high-grade magnetite. Emolien leaned close to her and whispered, "This is a profitable business with little capital. That piece of supreme-grade, blood-forged gold was bought from here." Darling Xiao's eyes suddenly bulged as she looked at the crown prince like he was an unscrupulous merchant. She lowered her voice and asked, "This restaurant is yours?" Emolien nodded rather smugly. "How is it? Hubby runs a good business, right?" When Duan Yu heard this, he gave a disdainful harumph. "Using your power to bully others and plunder the people's wealth." Emolien cast him a sidelong glance and spat at him. But what did a brat know? The night pavilion's intelligence gathering work had to be carried out in restaurants and tea houses. All 5 inns and restaurants in the capital are yours. That's not it. There are only 3. As long as it's called Morning Cloud Restaurant, it's ours. Emolien led the little fellow inside. The innkeeper recognized the crown prince's identity at a glance, but he didn't dare to make a fuss. He only quickly welcomed them and respectfully escorted them to a private room on the 3rd floor. He arranged for a waiter to eagerly pour tea for them, and then went to prepare the dishes. Emolien waved her hand and said, "Don't be busy. We just finished our meal and came over. Just some tea, pastries, and snacks will do." The innkeeper quickly agreed respectfully and quickly led people out to prepare. "Is business good here?" This place is a little more remote, so the business isn't as good as the other 2 restaurants. However, due to the special circumstances of the past few days, the restaurant's business has improved a lot because of the pill house's auction. No wonder His Highness the Crown Prince is in such a hurry to cultivate a batch of edible vegetables. I reckon that if he continues to operate like this, his private stockpile of grain will be depleted. Duan Yu harumphed. The 2 children didn't interrupt, but when they saw that the tea and snacks were served, they happily ate them. Arbor tilted his head and thought for a moment. If it's just vegetables, fish, prawns, and fruits for the 3 restaurants, I can think of a way. But there are fewer meat birds. Her Paradise Planet's vegetables and fruits, especially the peaches, were almost unable to store them all. However, he could take out some to supply them. There were plenty of fish and prawns in the lake, so Chocho only needed to catch some casually. Even now, Paradise Planet was still not very willing to accept living creatures from the outside world. Therefore, it was very rare to put living animals from the outside world inside. Naturally, the poison-tailed butterflies that they had painstakingly reared and couldn't be treated as food, those were her little companions. According to Chocho, she reckoned that she would only be able to take care of some small animals and bring them into Paradise Planet after her cultivation reached level 13 Mystic Cultivator or above. At that time, Chocho wouldn't drag things out so tiresomely. Arbor propped up his chin with one hand and looked back. He saw 2 youths looking at him, waiting for him to continue. Chapter 653. Unfortunately, she couldn't invite them into Paradise Planet to take a look, and darling Xiao was too lazy to explain so much. So she looked at them and directly took out 2 peaches from Paradise Planet. Try it. It's a bit tastier than before. I can supply this kind of peach for a long time in the restaurant, but it can only be exchanged with medicinal herbs. Mo Yin was long accustomed to the little fellow taking out peaches from time to time. Duan Yu, on the other hand, was taken aback as he stared blankly at her. This peach, is it the peach from the paradise we wanted back then? Duan Yu clicked his tongue in wonder. When he took a bite, he felt that the moisture was extremely good and the texture was excellent. It practically melted in his mouth and even converged into a warm current that merged into his mystic meridians. This was a rare and excellent product. There was a mellow mystic energy hidden inside the peach. Although there wasn't much, it was very rich. Just a few drops merged into the mystic meridians, and it could cause a ripple in one's mystic energy. If he could feel it eating with his cultivation, it would definitely imperceptibly increase the concentration of mystic energy in his body if he took it for a long time. However, when he took a bite, he glanced over and saw the 2 children staring at him eagerly, as if their saliva was about to fall out. Now what should he do when he suddenly felt like he was bullying children? Sister. The 2 children turned their heads at the same time and looked at their sister eagerly. Arbor couldn't help but find it amusing, and she reached out to take out 2 ebony blue storage talismans. Here, I won't forget your share. She had already prepared them for her 2 younger siblings. There were over 1,000 peaches inside, as well as many other fruits and snacks, enough for them to eat for a long time. Don't be greedy and eat too much until you can't eat. Arbor instructed, drip a drop of blood to open the talismans. Try it. The 2 children cheered and put down the pastries in their hands. They bounced over and took the ebony talismans from her hands before going to play around by themselves. What Arbor lacked the most right now were all kinds of talismans. After staying on Paradise Planet for more than 2 years, she would draw talismans to kill time when she had nothing to do. There were at least 1,000 assistive offensive talismans drawn from ebony. In addition, she had drawn more than 500 ebony blue storage talismans, so she didn't have to worry about her storage space at all. He didn't draw many summoning talismans, only about 40 of them. Now that he thought about the summoning talisman, he felt very depressed. Every time he summoned something, it was not very reliable. This time, he actually summoned a snake. He really did not like it. In addition, she also used ordinary blank talismans to draw many talisman formations in case of emergency. As a result, there were only 4,400 blank talismans in stock and 6,400 blank ebony in stock. Emolien, I want some more ebony. When Arbor thought of this, he said excitedly, I've learned a new glyph array. However, drawing this glyph array on ordinary blank glyph paper might not be as effective as drawing it on ebony. 120 pieces of ebony will be used to draw this talisman formation, so it's better to prepare more. All right, Mo Yin naturally agreed without hesitation. Ask Bailey she to get more. Ebony was not a rare item in the South, so Bailey, she only needed to give an order to get it. Duan Yu asked curiously, what new glyph array did you learn? Our dear Duan Yu, who knew nothing about talisman drawing, felt that talisman practitioners were very mystical. Arbor was a bit smug. Have you heard of it? Transfer glyph array. Chapter 654. After saying that, Duan Yu's mouth gaped open with a "you're so awesome" expression. The little fellow was quite pleased with herself. Right now, she was liking that golden talisman jade tome that inexplicably appeared in her conscious more and more. The talisman carving described in this golden talisman jade tome was truly too wondrous. It gave her a very novel feeling every time, intoxicating her with it. She wished for nothing more than to diligently learn more. Transportation talisman matrices are truly amazing. Emolien nodded and said, I've never heard of anyone from that talisman patrician family drawing transportation talisman matrices. What about this transportation talisman matrix? How far can it transport? MHM, based on my current talisman energy as an intermediate level talisman practitioner, the transportation distance I can draw is estimated to be within 5 kilometers. The number of people transported cannot exceed 5. The number of people transported cannot exceed 3 times in a row. The little fellow puffed up her cheeks. The number of people really is a bit low. However, this is only my estimation. I haven't really drawn it before, so I'll only know the actual situation after I draw it. When the 2 youths heard this, they both wanted to roll their eyes. Not bad, baby. After 3 consecutive teleportations, the 5 of them were already 15 kilometers away. Even if someone wanted to hunt you down, they would have to use an extremely fast flying mystic weapon or a very strong flying beast. Otherwise, they could only watch you guys die. All right, I'll urge you on the ebony matter, Imogen said with a grin. Then what grade of medicinal herb do you want to exchange the peaches for? Arbor was at a loss when she asked this. She knew the quality of medicinal herbs, but she wasn't clear about their grades. That longevity flower was an intermediate-level medicinal herb, and it was that miss from the Pill Union who kindly told her, "Can you give me a book on medicinal herb grades to look at?" What Imogen took from the royal physician before were all unique medical manuals that didn't touch on the basic classification of medicinal herbs at all. Imogen and Duan Yu couldn't help twitching their mouths. Who would have thought that a fellow alchemist who could casually stew a batch of purple-veined high-grade pills with a small stew pot bought from a street stall actually wasn't clear about the basic classification of medicinal herbs, that this little fellow only had experience and high-level knowledge. But her basic theories were very shallow. I don't need to read a book for this. The quality of medicinal herbs is similar to the classification of our forging materials. Generally, they were divided into low, medium, and high grades. Above there were yellow grade, black grade, earth grade, and heaven grade materials. The blood forge gold I told you about before is a top grade material that can be used to forge a level 15 spirit tool. That's why it's technically called an earth grade forging material. Imogen explained to his little wife. Generally speaking, we can call any material above the earth grade a top grade material. Xiao Mu came to a realization. As for this peach of yours, if consumed over a long period of time, it can strengthen one's physique and also increase one's cultivation and profound energy. The profound energy contained within the peach is extremely dense and is not bad at all. I suggest that you at least exchange it with medicinal herbs of profound grade and above, so that you won't suffer a loss. Arbor nodded repeatedly. Then I'll leave it to you. Save me the trouble. Imogen naturally agreed with a smile. Arbor then gave her an ebony talisman that contained more than 1,000 peaches. When she turned around to look, she saw that guy, Duan Yu, looking at her eagerly. Thinking about how Duan Yu had helped her a lot, she couldn't favor one over the other, so she also tossed him an ebony blue storage talisman that contained a lot of peaches. She also gave him 2 empty storage talismans to store things. After a round of distribution, people were already shouting at the entrance of the pill house downstairs. Chapter 655. Imogen, I have a lot of vegetables and grain. If the restaurant doesn't have enough to sell, you can look for me, Arbor said to Imogen. Paradise Planet's vegetable fields had already reached a certain scale. Now that Xiuqiu was bored out of his mind, he started thinking about planting food. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before Xiuqiu built 2 more granaries to store things. Fortunately, Paradise Planet's surface area was very large. It was comparable to 5 or 6 times Shizhou City's surface area, so it could do whatever it wanted. If there was an abundance of food production, then they might not be able to satisfy other needs, but they might at least be able to supply food to the capital first. Imogen smiled faintly and said, "There aren't that many people in this restaurant usually. After all, the price is right there. How many people would be so extravagant as to spend so many magnetite just for a good meal? My stockpile of grain is enough for the time being. It'll be fine for at least a year or 2. Did you forget that when we raided Qinghe Town, I also took a lot of grain?" Arbor nodded. It was fine as long as there was no problem. Imogen, I have a batch of winter fruits in my stockpile. I could take them out. When the time comes, send someone to distribute them to the people in the shanty town on Shiluo Street. There were many incidents of smashing and looting on Shiluo Street. It was all because refugees from the outer city had gathered there. In the end, it was all because of the lack of food. Imogen was slightly taken aback. She shook her head and said, There's no need for you to open up your personal stockpile. I'll take care of this kind of livelihood problem. He definitely had to leave his wife's money for his wife. How could he use her personal stash? Arbor was silent for half a second. The stockpile is almost full. You can just take it and distribute it. It's useless even if I store so much. Her stockpile of peaches was about to burst. Who the hell would still store winter fruits? After returning from a small banquet that day, our dear Chow Mu had the sapling plant 50 winter fruit trees. Because this winter fruit could be planted even in a world of ice and snow, there were no suitable conditions for planting it. Planting it in a paradise was simply a waste of talent. In addition, Chocho had specially cultivated the little tree and used some unknown method to accelerate its growth. In less than 2 days, Chocho had actually harvested several batches of the 50 winter fruit trees. The fruits piled up to the height of a small hill on the ground. It was really annoying to look at. It's delicious. I'm not lying. Why don't you try it? Since she took it out to give to the victims, it was naturally something good. She would not cheat those poor civilians. The two men, cough, cough, cough. Duan Yu drank a mouthful of tea to calm his nerves before grabbing a winter fruit in passing. Jojo, it's fine if you say that in front of us, but you mustn't say that to other people. Why? You'll be beaten to death. Everyone else is rushing about for food, but you're worrying that the storehouse can't hold the food anymore. How can you endure this? Arbor nodded honestly and asked casually, is it delicious? He saw his sister-in-law's 2 little heads nodding furiously. So bad, so bad. Sister, give me some more. This winter fruit tasted completely different from other stores' winter fruits. It was sweet and refreshing, and the flesh was so crispy that one almost had to swallow their tongue. Arbor speechlessly glanced at the 2 foodies. Even something as ordinary as winter fruit was delicious. Helpless, he took out a lot more and had the 2 gluttonous little fellows store it in their storage talismans. Duan Yu lamented with a smile. The taste is indeed not bad. Compared to ordinary winter fruits, it's sweet but not greasy, and the flesh is very crispy. Chapter 656. That's good. I'll put these winter fruits into talismans for you later. Take them to Shiluo Street's Shed District and distribute them, Arbor said to Emolian. Emolian's heart naturally softened. She only felt that her wifey was incredibly considerate. Who said that his wifey was fierce? Look at how soft and gentle her heart was. Of course, this matter still needed to be discussed with the Ministry of Revenue. Merely providing financial assistance wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. The main thing was to make the young and strong work and distribute according to their work so that they would get what they worked for. Emolian temporarily suppressed these chaotic state affairs and pointed outside the window. That person is the owner of the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron? Chow Mu hastily raised her small head to look down the window. They were all sitting by the window, and Xiao's son even eagerly climbed onto the soft brocade on the windowsill. He propped up his chin and looked down. There's no cauldron, sister. Since that cauldron is unusual, it should be able to change in size, Arbor casually muttered. However, Duan Yu scoffed. Don't be in such a hurry. Look, it can still change in size. It'll be out soon. Sure enough, it wasn't long before 3 to 5 burly men walked out, heaving a gigantic 3-legged copper cauldron that was more than 2 meters tall. Arbor. The cauldron's body was inscribed with a very imposing 9-star design, with a crescent moon hanging high in the middle. It looked quite authentic, but it was so big, it looked like a fake. Emolian's mouth also twitched. Are you sure this is the legendary 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron? It couldn't be a knockoff, right? This person went to great lengths to take it out to sell every day. With so many witnesses, could it be that he still dares to take out a fake? Duan Yu asked with wide eyes. Arbor pursed her lips. She felt that this cauldron was far from the exquisite and beautiful appearance she had in mind. This cauldron wasn't even as small and portable as her stew pot. Moreover, no one has subdued this cauldron before. If I can take it for my own use, who knows, I might be able to change its size at will. Duan Yu harumphed. Emolian held her teacup and nodded. That makes sense. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A series of noises came from the entrance of the pill house. 2 rows of guards escorted the 3 of them over. Arbor recognized the person walking in the middle. It was the old-fashioned girl from the Alchemy Guild that he had met in front of the Elixir House. He looked to be in his early 20s and had a tall and slender figure. However, his face had always been taut and was rather stern and old-fashioned. The 2 people next to him seemed to be over 40 years old. They should be important figures in the Alchemy Guild. "Master Hong, this way, please." The old-fashioned girl stretched out her hand and led a middle-aged man in his 40s to the red copper cauldron. Beside the red copper cauldron stood an old man. His back was slightly hunched, and his eyes were slightly sluggish as he looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, Master Hong, glanced at the old man before his gaze landed on the red copper cauldron. He carefully sized it up and even touched it a few times. He then sneered, "What kind of material is this cauldron made of? You actually dare to carelessly pass it off as some 9 stars mirroring the moon?" The old man's eyes instantly widened, and he rolled his eyes. If this cauldron isn't the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron, this old man will be struck by lightning. I will die without a burial place. Master Hong's face darkened. "You think I will believe you just because you say that? This old man isn't asking you to buy it. If you don't believe me, please leave." Master Hong harumphed. Chapter 657. His figure suddenly exploded, and he punched the red copper cauldron. The old man's eyelids didn't even twitch, but the cauldron didn't move at all. Master Hong, on the other hand, was knocked back several steps by the recoil. His eyes stared at the cauldron with some hesitation. "Old Hong." The other middle-aged man from the Pill Guild frowned slightly and called out to him. At this moment, a plain voice suddenly floated down from the 3rd floor of the Morning Cloud restaurant. Her small hand pressed against the cauldron, and she said indifferently, "Can a level 11 Mystic Breakthrough Pill and a Stasis Dispersing Pill be exchanged for this cauldron? Here, take a look." Without saying a word, he handed a small box to the old man. The old man's eyelids rolled slightly, and his eyes lit up as he received the box with both hands. He looked up at the little girl floating over and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. What a young little girl. Could it be that she became a pill master at such a young age? Question mark. The old-fashioned girl glanced at Arbor a few more times and asked hesitantly, "It's you?" Although they had met in a hurry that night, she had always remembered the little girl who might be able to refine pills with purple veins. Although the little girl in front of her looked very different from that night, her eyes left a deep impression. Arbor nodded at the girl in a very friendly manner. Master Hong, on the other hand, shouted angrily at the top of his voice, "Miss, aren't you being a little too unkind by interfering like this?" Arbor glanced at that person and didn't say anything. He looked at the old man. "How is it?" The old man had already quickly checked the pills in the box. There was a level 11 Mystic Breaking Pill and a Blood Stasis Dispersing Pill. There was not a single difference between the 2 pills. Both of them were high-grade purple vein pills. The quality of their refinement was of the highest quality that had never been seen before. The old man's gaze was slightly agitated. "Aunt, may I ask who refined this high-grade pill with purple veins?" This old man looked at its appearance and heard that its color was extremely good. In this capital city, there aren't many people who can refine pills of such quality. Arbor interrupted the old man's excited words. He didn't say anything else and only glanced at the old man indifferently. "Then it's a deal? I'll take the cauldron now." The old man naturally kept his mouth shut and nodded his head excitedly. "Wait a minute." Master Hong's face was full of anger. He stepped forward and reached out to press the medicine cauldron. Arbor's eyes turned cold. He instantly flew up and slapped away Master Hong's palm. His small hand grabbed the medicine cauldron and lifted it up abruptly. The surrounding onlookers were all dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Under a giant cauldron that was more than 2 meters tall, a slim little girl raised the cauldron with only 2 fingers and stared coldly at Master Hong of the Alchemy Guild. "I don't like other people touching my things," Arbor said coldly, but she saw Master Hong's face changed greatly and rushed towards her. "Wait, I also want to buy this cauldron." "Chi!" Arbor snorted coldly. His body leaped lightly and directly jumped into the air. He reached out his hand and patted the medicine cauldron neither lightly nor heavily. A wisp of profound energy was suddenly injected into it. The medicine cauldron exploded with a colorful light in the air. In just a moment, it disappeared in front of everyone. Master Hong was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. You, time is fleeting. It's your lack of foresight that doesn't know how to grasp the present. Arbor coldly threw his words at him, making people feel stifled. She didn't even look at Master Hong and went straight back to the restaurant. See you tomorrow. Oh, I've adjusted the time to daytime. Chapter 658. On the other end, Duan Yu and Mo Lien had just finished half a cup of tea. When they saw the little girl bouncing back from the window, they couldn't help but chuckle. Where's the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron? Summon it out for us to see. Arbor beckoned with her hand, and a palm-sized red copper cauldron flew out of her conscious and landed on the table in front of them. TSK, it really is a weapon whose grade can't be determined. Mo Lien sighed softly before taking the red copper cauldron and examining it carefully. Only one of the 9 stars mirroring the moon pattern on this red copper cauldron emitted a stream of light, but it made the cauldron's body look very beautiful. Duan Yu also took it for a look, but he ultimately couldn't discern anything. He merely shook his head and said, I also can't determine its grade. Arbor tilted her head with a bit of pride on her face. Jojo is very decisive and has excellent judgment. When she saw that Master Hong's palm strike on the cauldron didn't even budge it in the slightest, she knew that this item must be extraordinary. Even if it can't be used to refine medicine in the future, it'll be good to take it out to block someone's attack at a critical moment. When she thought of this, the little fellow couldn't help but be exhilarated. Duan Yu, try hitting it. Right now? Duan Yu's eyes widened. Arbor nodded repeatedly. Try. Let's not. If I break it, where am I supposed to compensate you with a handy cauldron? Just hit it if I tell you to. Arbor spat out mystic energy, and the cauldron grew in size. She firmly grabbed one of the cauldron's legs and lifted it into the air. The little fellow sat there motionless like a mountain and blinked at him as she shouted, Come quickly. Then you have to be careful. Duan Yu made a hand gesture, and a defensive boundary was set up around the little fellow. Subsequently, a dense mystic energy pounced and heavily slammed into the cauldron from top to bottom. However, the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron remained motionless. Arbor's small hand was slightly numb from the shock of Duan Yu's mystic energy. He quickly recalled the small cauldron into his conscious and massaged his aching wrist. When Mo Lien saw this, she quickly grabbed Duan Yu's petite hand and rubbed it. She grumpily glared at Duan Yu and reprimanded. You didn't know how to control your strength. Duan Yu was also anxious. He stood up and walked to Arbor's side. Jojo, did I hurt you? No. Arbor shook his head. It's just a little shaky. Duan Yu, how much mystic energy did you use earlier? I've already used 30% of my profound strength. He was wrong. He should have only used 10%. Arbor, get the hell out of here. The little fellow stretched out her little foot and stomped on Duan Yu's foot in a huff with a look of disdain. Scram, scram. He had only used 30% of his profound energy, and it was enough to make her wrist hurt. How infuriating. Is Jojo mad at me? Duan Yu actually turned to look at Mo Lien, who was chuckling on the side. Mo Lien glanced at him as though she didn't see him. She then carried Arbor over and continued to massage her petite wrist. She even instigated, don't be good friends with Duan Yu in the future. It's simply baffling using 30% of your strength to hurt our Jojo. That was right. It was better not to have any friends. Arbor nodded. Duan Yu, Jojo. Duan Yu hastily expressed his stance and coughed lightly. Although I'm only slightly better than you in terms of cultivation, think about it. You know how to refine pills and draw talismans, but I'm completely clueless about both. So you're still the formidable one, right? Arbor glanced at him and pondered for a moment before nodding. She felt that Duan Yu was completely right. Chapter 659. Mo Lien whispered into her ear, Darling, you might have really picked up a treasure this time. This medicinal cauldron could even block 30% of Duan Yu's attack without any fear and the cauldron's body didn't even flinch. I reckon it's completely fine as a defensive shield in a critical moment. See, that was what she was thinking. Arbor reached out and patted Emolien's shoulder, giving her a great minds think alike expression. Her thoughts always coincided with Emolien's, making her feel that classmate Emolien was perhaps the person who understood her the most in the entire world. Even if this medicinal cauldron wasn't a vessel that could be used to refine medicine, it wasn't a loss for her to exchange 2 pills for a defensive shield. Seeing her adorable expression, Emolien couldn't resist pinching her ears. Before she could say anything, she heard the door to the room being kicked open with a bang. The door panel bounced back violently, almost hitting the person who kicked the door open in the face. The old-fashioned girl followed Master Hong in awkwardly and glanced at Arbor apologetically. Sorry for disturbing everyone. Old Hong, another man in his 40s from the Pill Union, frowned and looked at Master Hong, whose behavior was out of line, with disapproval. They had indeed rushed here to exchange for the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron after receiving Chen Huron's news. However, it was Old Hong who didn't believe in someone else's medicinal cauldron in the first place and lost the initiative, allowing the little girl to obtain it. There was no right or wrong in this matter. Old Hong appeared too overbearing by refusing to let go of the little girl like this. The old-fashioned girl, Chun Huiran, also looked at Master Hong in displeasure. Master Hong, quickly leave with us. Forcefully barging into someone else's room truly made her feel humiliated. No way. What use does a little girl like her have for that 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron? Didn't she take it because she found the medicinal cauldron fun? Master Hong said unreasonably. Moreover, we were the ones who took a fancy to that cauldron first. How can we let others benefit from it? Could it be that our Pill Union is afraid of a few mere youngsters? You? Chun Huron's long, shapely eyebrows furrowed as her face tightened. She suddenly flung her sleeves and retreated to the side. Simply unreasonable. Grandmaster Hua, I won't interfere in this matter. Let him be. Bang! Master Hong took out a small box from his bosom and heavily placed it on the table. Here are 2 level 11 mystic breaking pills and 1 blood stasis dispersing pill. Take it as a bargain for you. Hand over the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. Inside the room, Jolin and Jolin opened their mouths slightly. They looked at the middle-aged man who had suddenly barged into the room and spoke very impolitely. Emolien and Duan Yu continued to drink their tea. They merely glanced indifferently at that idiot who barged in but didn't say anything. A moment later, the people who were gathered in front of the pill house and discussing heatedly turned their heads to take a look when they heard the sound. Master Hong, who had just aggressively gone upstairs to pick a fight, was kicked out of the restaurant by someone. At this time, he was lying flat on the street. A small box was thrown out of the window on the 3rd floor and directly smashed into Master Hong's old face. It bounced a bit before falling to the ground. The box opened, and 2 to 3 pills the size of date pits rolled out from within. An icy voice drifted into the ears of everyone on the street. I would be embarrassed to even gift pills of this quality to a beggar. You should keep them for yourself to slowly eat. Chapter 660. Little Miss You, Master Hua, who had followed Arbor's group from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor's lobby, was fuming. This was really not giving him any face at all. This girl directly threw one of their Pill Alliance's great masters out of the restaurant onto the street. She made their Pill Alliance's Master Hua fall on his back in full view of everyone, making a spectacularly humiliating fool of himself. Although Old Hong's actions were truly out of line, but that was their Pill Alliance. No one had ever disrespected their Pill Alliance like this. Arbor's group walked out of the restaurant without looking sideways and directly boarded the carriage. Emolien and Duan Yu glanced at the little fellow's displeased expression and silently stifled their laughter in their hearts. The 2 of them understood the little girl too well. The little girl was probably still quite angry right now. Someone had inexplicably forced her to buy and sell, so she would definitely be very unhappy. Was the little girl someone who lacked medicinal pills? She was too blind. Go to the Marquis's estate first. Mo Yin coughed lightly. The carriage driver immediately responded and flicked his whip, driving the carriage toward the marquee of Ji Yuan's estate. Master Hua still wanted to go up and reason with Arbor's group, but he was stopped by Chen Huiran. Huiran, why are you stopping me? I have to reason with that girl. Look at this. She's blowing up the matter. She's simply a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger, completely disregarding our pill alliance. Master Hua was so angry that his face was flushed red. What do you want to reason with? Chen Huiran pulled a long face and bluntly said, the little girl obtained the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron with her own ability. Our pill alliance had to bully others and force a sale to snatch the medicinal cauldron back from the little girl's hands? Is this honorable if word of it gets out? Does it make the pill alliance proud? You. Master Hua was momentarily at a loss for words. He flung his sleeves and turned his head away with a huff. At this time, the 2 medicine apprentices from Wuruan Pill House had already helped the disgraced Master Hong up and walked to Chen Huiran and Duan Yu's side. Master Hong's old face flushed red. His lips trembled as he said resentfully, I will not let this matter go. Whether it was in his family or in the Alchemy Guild, Hong Chung was a well-known figure. Who wouldn't salute him respectfully and call him Master Hong when they saw him outside? But it was such an unknown little girl who actually dared to talk nonsense to him and criticize his medicinal pills as worthless. He even said that even gifting it to a beggar was not good enough. It was simply infuriating. Chen Huiran sneered and said to Master Hua, Master Hua, I will return to the Alchemy Guild first. Hong Chung angrily glared at Chen Huiran's back as she left. He turned to Hua Feng and said, Master Hua, look at her attitude. You're just a mere mid-level alchemist in the Pill Alliance. How dare you be so rude to me, a high-level alchemist? Hua Feng persuaded Hong Chung and pulled him back because he felt that many people were looking at them on the street right now, which made him feel even more humiliated. However, a seed of hatred was planted in Hong Cheng's heart. He felt that the stoic-faced little girl had trampled all over his dignity today. He would definitely seek revenge for such an insult in the future. After returning home from Arbor, she bid farewell to Mo Yin and Duan Yu and directly sent her 2 younger siblings back to their respective courts. She didn't take such a trivial matter to heart. After returning to Nanju Garden, she had long tossed that miscellaneous person beyond the highest heavens. Chapter 661. When she woke up the next day, Xiao Yao walked in with a big smile on her face, holding a small box in her hand. Miss Xiao, you came by just now. He received Lord's orders and said he wanted to give you something. The little fellow had just finished washing up. Hearing this, she stretched out her hand and gave a small yawn. She nodded and said, What is it? Finish the porridge first and fill your stomach. You can have lunch later. Xiao Yao handed her a small bowl of red date porridge and said with a smile, Xiao Yao, you were guarding outside the whole night? Yes, Mississippi. Xiao Yao nodded her head and took a small box and placed it on the table. Don't guard tonight, go to sleep. What danger can there be in your own home? Arbor put down the bowl that she had eaten 2 mouthfuls of porridge and took the small box that Xiao Yao had placed on the table. Opening it, her eyes slightly flashed. Inside the small box, there was a vermilion pill that was neatly placed. The pill veins were purple, and the pill body was floating with extraordinary splendor. This beautifying pill is indeed a good thing. Arbor reached out her hand and stroked it. If she directly added something to it, it would be too much of a waste of this pill. How about that Arbor pursed her lips and thought of another plan? With a paw sound, she closed the lid of the box and handed the small box back to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, give this beautifying pill to my mother for her to consume. Later, I'll make another one for myself. Originally, she wanted to directly tamper with this beautifying pill and then give it to that consort Zheng to enjoy. But now, she changed her mind. Such a good thing. Naturally, she couldn't let that woman take advantage of it. It was just right to show filial piety to her own mother. Yes, Mississippi Xiao Yao will go now and be back soon. Xiao Yao chuckled, took the small box, and quickly walked out the door. Arbor continued to drink a few mouthfuls of red date porridge. With a move of her profound sense, The 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron abruptly jumped out of her conscious and steadily landed on the floor of the room. In an instant, it grew to the height of half a person. Arbor recited the names of a few more medicinal herbs and had Chochio deliver them to her. After she finished eating the porridge, she slowly began to process the few medicinal herbs on hand. After removing the dregs, only the essence of the herb was left. Arbor tossed it into the cauldron, and the cauldron immediately changed. The red cauldron flame ignited on its own, and the red copper cauldron instantly became transparent. The medicinal cauldron slowly rotated, and the star on the cauldron that was emitting a stream of light suddenly lit up. This beautifying pill that she had added a touch of the pure, heat-poison nether starseed should taste extremely good. Arbor supported his chin with one hand and glanced at the cauldron. He couldn't help but curl his lips in satisfaction. This cauldron normally looked very unremarkable, but unexpectedly, it was very beautiful when refining pills. The entire red copper cauldron had become transparent, and she could even clearly see the style of the fire control inside the cauldron. The fire control was very perfect, and the cauldron automatically made an accurate judgment based on the degree of burning of the herbs. This meant that she didn't need to constantly watch from the side and constantly control the fire, saving her a lot of time and energy. Miss Chow was a bit happy. Sure enough, a good cauldron was twice the result with half the effort on the path of refining pills. With such a comparison, her set of lousy medicine refining tools could really be thrown to the back of her mind. Miss Chow leisurely walked to the small table beside the bed and sat down. She took out a pure, white jade communication tablet from her inner world and drew a few strokes on it with a talisman brush. In a flash, both the Hidden Pavilion and the Night Pavilion received a message from their mistress. Spread the news that Morning Sunlight Pavilion will publicly auction the exceptional beautifying pill in 3 days. Chapter 662. Ding! A faint sound came from inside the cauldron. From the moment the herbs were put in to the moment the pill was formed, Arbor didn't even need to poke a finger. It was also because this beautifying pill was only a high-grade pill that Arbor didn't need to use mystic energy to increase the heat. In half a cup of tea's time, the pills were formed. This kind of speed made Miss Chow very satisfied. With a sweep of her sleeve, a faint fragrance followed the 2 pills that jumped out of the cauldron, assailing her nostrils. As soon as Wei Ziqin stepped through the door, she took a deep breath of the fragrance. With a flushed face, she cried out in pleasant surprise, "Daughter, you're refining pills. Did Mother disturb you?" Arbor couldn't help but want a facepalm. She always felt that her mother was unusually happy that she could refine pills. "Mother, I've already finished refining." Arbor directly recalled the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron, which had extinguished its own cauldron fire, into her conscious. She put the 2 beautifying pills that had just come out of the cauldron and added ingredients into 2 exquisite wooden boxes. TSK. She only wanted to make 1 beautifying pill with added ingredients. She didn't expect the cauldron to make 2 for her. Wei Ziqin hurriedly jogged over and took one of the wooden boxes to look at it happily. Her mouth kept muttering, "Daughter, this pill is really well refined." Looking at this pill, it was sparkling white and translucent, small and exquisite. There was a faint purple pattern on the pill's body that flickered with light. As an amateur, she felt very happy looking at it. "Mother." Arbor helplessly helped her mother to sit down. In passing, she took the wooden box from her mother's hands and put it together with the other wooden box in her inner world, so as to prevent it from being carelessly placed and accidentally eaten. "Jojo, this beautifying pill that you gave Mother, why don't you keep it for yourself?" Wei Ziqin took out a small box from her pocket and said, "Mother is already so old. What need is there for beautifying? Mother, look, I can refine it myself." Those 2 pills, just now, were both beautifying pills. You can have as many as you want. This pill is for you to eat, so hurry and consume it. It's also beneficial to your body. Xiao Mu poured a cup of tea while urging her mother to consume it. Wei Ziqin chuckled as she glanced at her daughter. Then she complied and swallowed the beautifying pill. "Mother, The effect of this beautifying pill is somewhat similar to the gradual improvement of a person's appearance. The effect is not immediate, but slowly, after a month, 2 months, 3 months, you'll realize that your white hair is gone, and the fine wrinkles on your temples will also disappear. Your skin will become smoother, and your body will also have strength. Qiao Mu held her mother's arm, and the mother and daughter pair chatted merrily for a while. Wei Ziqing laughed heartily at her daughter's teasing. She poked her daughter's forehead and said, "You mischievous girl, you just like to cajole your mother," when a mother and son were in a good mood. On the other side, in state Uncle Zhang's estate, Zheng Chao was currently throwing a fit at second manager Qi. "What are you doing? How did the meat that was about to be in our hands fly away?" A middle-aged man with a slightly pointed chin and a goatee, wearing a cyan brocade robe, paced back and forth in the living room with his hands clasped behind his back. Second manager Qi sprawled on the ground and said meekly and pitifully, "This subordinate also doesn't know how this happened. This subordinate just brought people to that merchant overnight, but they were all in vain. Later, when I asked around in the neighborhood, I found out that the merchant had already moved out overnight and even sold the beautifying pill to Morning Sunlight Pavilion." Zheng Chao went up and gave second manager Qi a kick. "Useless dog slave, tell me yourself. How are you going to explain this to Consort Zheng?" Chapter 663. This wretched servant. He didn't even settle the matter properly and was eager to claim credit in front of Consort Zheng. Otherwise, there would still be room for negotiation. Second manager Qi hastily said with a bitter expression, "Her Majesty already knows about the beautifying pill. We must get the beautifying pill for her no matter what." Zheng Chao's heart ached at the thought of going to Morning Sunlight Pavilion to bid for it at a high price. A few deep wrinkles appeared on his forehead, and Zheng Chao's voice turned cold as he said, "What can a mere Morning Sunlight Pavilion do if I insist on them handing over the beautifying pill?" Second manager Qi shuddered violently, and the cold sweat on his head fell with a splash. "Master, you absolutely can't do this. This servant heard that Morning Sunlight Pavilion's backer is extremely powerful. Do you still remember 2 years ago when the Hong Estate's concubine's son caused trouble at Morning Sunlight Pavilion and was chased out with a broken leg? That Hong Estate's concubine's son was beaten for nothing, and the Hong Estate couldn't get justice at all. It said that the concubine's son is still half paralyzed even now. The other party can even touch a century-old Hong Estate, not to mention an aristocratic family like ours that has just established a foothold in the capital." Second manager Qi hastily mediated. Zheng Chao's brows furrowed tightly. He had also heard about this matter. That old madam of the Hong Estate was said to be the sister of the current Empress Dowager. The entire Hong Estate was related to the Empress Dowager by marriage, yet they dared to make a move at Morning Sunlight Pavilion and let people come in and out without being able to find fault with them. Such a powerful force indeed couldn't be easily provoked. Sigh. Zheng Chao sighed, feeling somewhat defeated. "Qi Ming, this beautifying pill, no matter the price, we have to get our hands on it before we talk about anything else. Sister has been demoted to consort, so she must be in a bad mood recently. If we choose to go against her wishes at this juncture, our Zheng estate will definitely be blamed as well." Zheng Chao understood this sister of his very well. If they went against her wishes in this matter, she would definitely remember it. She was a scheming person, and who knew when she would be promoted to consort again. After all, the great king had doted on his sister greatly all these years. How could old feelings be broken so quickly? Let the manner calculate how many profound stones we can use. It's said that Morning Sunlight Pavilion also collects rare colored glass gems. If you don't have enough magnetite, you can add on some amber-colored glass. Let's see if Morning Sunlight Pavilion will accept it. It's said that the imperial court wants to create a kind of profound coin for circulation. It's made from profound stone, so maybe it'll be more convenient for transactions in the future. Zheng Chao sighed again. If you really can't do it, you could go to the rooms of the various young ladies and young masters and see if there are any profound armaments that you can sell to Morning Sunlight Pavilion at a discount. Hopefully, it won't come to that. A small beauty pill shouldn't have a sky-high price. He just hoped that the day of the auction would go smoothly and that there wouldn't be so many people fighting over this beauty pill with them. The more Zheng Chao thought about it, the more upset he felt. He simply flung his sleeves and threw this matter to second manager Qi to handle while he went out to find his concubine to relieve his boredom. Qi Ming scowled miserably and ran to the senior manager to ask for money, only to be berated by the senior manager. The Zheng estate situation had been terrible for the past 2 years. Especially after the zombie outbreak, the estate's income was barely enough to make ends meet. Relying on the old master's meager salary from the imperial court, it was not enough to support the operation of the estate. In addition, there were many people in the Zheng estate, including all sorts of concubine-born children. Other than 6th young master, all of them were gluttonous and lazy. It was over. Chapter 664. Qi Ming followed the senior manager to the accounts room. After settling the accounts, there really weren't many magnetite available in the estate that could be used. There were only a dozen or so pieces of high-grade magnetite and about 100 pieces of mid-grade magnetite. With the addition of a box of colored glass gems, Qi Ming's confidence was lacking, so he could only report this matter to Zheng Chao. Zheng Chao's one sentence caused chaos in the concubines' rooms. Things like the 5th young master was going to hang himself after stealing the 5th young master's mystic weapon, and the 3rd young miss was going to commit suicide after taking the 3rd young miss's private jewelry. Zheng Chao was infuriated by the series of minor incidents that happened in the Zheng estate over the past 3 days. He ordered that anyone who continued to cause trouble would be kicked out of the Zheng estate. After the pressure was suppressed, although the entire Zheng estate was silent, those concubines and young misses were secretly wiping their tears in their own courtyards all day long. Each and every one of them cried to the heavens and the earth, saying that they couldn't live anymore and that in the future they would have to beg for food on the streets and so on. This caused the servants in the estate to secretly laugh as they watched the good show of their masters. Zheng Chao spent the past 3 days in this vexed state until Morning Sunlight Pavilion's auction today. He decided to bring second manager Qi with him to personally make a trip there. This was called cutting off all means of retreat and sinking all boats. He was determined to obtain the beautifying pill no matter what. He was already so miserable. If he still couldn't obtain the beautifying pill and curry favor with his sister, his future days would probably be even more miserable than they were now. Morning Sunlight Pavilion's auction date was always set at the beginning of the month. However, this time, it was a special auction for the precious beautifying pill, so the time was a bit arbitrary, and it was set at noon. It had to be said that this beautifying pill was really quite popular. All the noble ladies in the capital had sent people to inquire about it. Even if they didn't have the ability to bid for it, they still sent people to participate in this grand auction today. Zheng Chao entered the auction house with second manager Qi, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he saw the hall full of people. Fuck, so many people. They couldn't all be here for the beautifying pill, right? Inside the exclusive, luxurious private room on the 2nd floor, Arbor had already run over with his 2 younger siblings to occupy seats and watch the show. At this moment, the 3 siblings were chatting while munching on a small bag of melon seeds. Huifeng coughed lightly and said, "Crown Princess, the Zheng clan's people have come." Arbor got up and walked to the window. He looked down and saw a middle-aged man with a goatee. He was wearing a green robe and had his hands behind his back as he walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. "Have him go to the main hall." Arbor waved a small hand and turned to glance at Huifeng. The corner of Huifeng's mouth twitched, and he hastily turned to leave the private room to handle matters. "Sister, why do you care where he sits?" Only the 3 siblings were left in the private room. Xiao Lin muttered while cracking the sunflower seeds. "Let him sit in a box on the 2nd floor. How am I going to watch his expression change?" Arbor snorted. "Just wait and see. He's going to be so angry that he's going to vomit blood." The door to the private room suddenly opened, and Duan Yu and Mo Lien walked in one after another, followed by Situ Yi, who coughed lightly. Duan Yu raised his brows and asked with a chuckle, who was angered to the point of vomiting blood, "Zheng Chao." Arbor pulled her 2 younger siblings to the side and gave up a seat for the 3 people. "Little junior sister, This is your true face. Situ Yi's praise immediately attracted Duan Yu's eye roll. Brother Situ, you were most likely guessing at the Qin estate that day, right? Of course not. Little junior sister is so distinctive. Who wouldn't recognize her stoic face? Chapter 665. Your senior brother Situ is spouting nonsense. Duan Yu turned to smile at Arbor. He just guessed it. Situ, he waved his hand. Don't listen to Duan Yu's nonsense. Little junior sister, your expression has been the same for many years. I can see through it at a glance. Why would I need to guess? Arbor reflexively touched his small face and thought, looks like I have to pay attention when I disguise myself next time. It's best if I can make an expressive face so that I won't be exposed immediately. Emolian couldn't help raising her brows when she saw the little fellow's pensive expression. What are you thinking about with such a serious expression? You can't be thinking of making an expressive disguise face to fool me next time, right? Duan Yu. Xiaomu immediately turned her head away guiltily and walked over to open the door and walk out on her own. The quarrel at the top of the stairs grew louder and louder. Zheng Chao was blocked on the stairs with his hands behind his back, so he was so angry that his face was turning green. The manager of Morning Sunlight Pavilion's capital branch was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a smooth and affable face and was quite eloquent in his speech. With just a few words, he made Zheng Chao, who was about to explode, gasp for breath. All of the private rooms upstairs have already been reserved. Others have already reserved them 3 days ago, so our Morning Sunlight Pavilion can't not play by the rules, right? The Song Estate's second miss is also sitting in the main hall downstairs right now, so there's nothing we can do about it. It's just that too many people have come to participate in the auction this time. Zheng Chao angrily flicked his sleeve. Let's go. Zheng Chao angrily led second manager Qi downstairs. He wished for nothing more than to immediately leave Morning Sunlight Pavilion and swagger away. They actually dared to make him, state Uncle Zheng, sit in the main hall and fight over the beautifying pill with a bunch of commoners? When he, Zheng Chao, went to other auction houses, which one of them didn't deferentially wait on him and give him the best treatment? Unlike this Morning Sunlight Pavilion, who actually dared to treat him like this. It was simply preposterous. Second manager Qi was so anxious that he was about to cry. Lord, if we leave now, what should we do about the beautifying pill? Zheng Chao was taken aback before he angrily retorted, buy it elsewhere. But they're only selling it here. Preposterous. Zheng Chao's footsteps stiffened slightly. He stiffened his neck and mechanically turned around, following the bowing second manager Qi as he swallowed his anger and walked toward the front row of the lobby. Yo, State Uncle Zheng, nice to meet you. A person in the front row suddenly stood up and bowed to him with a flattering expression. It's Hong Cheng from the Hong clan. Zheng Chao glanced at him, and the corners of his mouth twitched into a fake smile. Then he sat down beside Hong Cheng. Is Lord Zheng here to purchase the beautifying pill for Her Highness Zheng? Hong Cheng said with a polite smile. I'm also here to take a look at this beautifying pill that has been rumored to be somewhat miraculous. Zheng Chao recalled that Hong Cheng was also a senior alchemist and could not help but ask, Grandmaster Hong's alchemy skills are said to be extraordinary. I wonder if you can refine this beauty pill? Hong Cheng said proudly, refining the beautifying pill is naturally not a problem. However, State Uncle Zheng did not know that the herbs needed to refine the beautifying pill were extremely hard to find. In particular, a senior medicinal herb called the Look-Setting Ganoderma is practically extinct on our Seacone planet. Hong Cheng sighed and said, otherwise, if Lord Zheng could find this Look-Setting Ganoderma, I would definitely be able to refine a senior medicinal herb for Her Highness Zheng. Chapter 666. Zheng Chao nearly couldn't hold back his temper and spat all over his face. If I could freaking find the exotic herbs for that look-fixing Ganoderma, would I need you to refine the beautifying pill for me? Do you think you're the only high-level pill refiner in the pill union? How rare. Arbor closed the door and expressionlessly said, Zheng Chao is sitting with that nuisance from the pill union. Which nuisance? The one who stole my cauldron. Emolian stood up and walked to the window. She looked down and chuckled. This person is from the Hong clan. What Hong clan or Lan clan, I don't care who he is. He stole my cauldron first, and now he's sitting with Zheng Chao. Anyway, he's a nuisance. Arbor pursed his lips. The capital's 8 great patrician families. This Hong clan is one of them, Duan Yu said. What 8 great patrician families? Arbor asked offhandedly. The Talisman patrician family, the Mu clan, the Elixir patrician family, the Qin estate, and Duan Yu's concealed weapons patrician family, the Duan clan. Mo Lien continued. Aside from them, there's also the Wu clan, the Hong clan, and... The little fellow had long lost her patience to listen to those 8 great patrician families and ran to the window to look around. Mo Lien couldn't help but chuckle and shut her mouth. Forget it. It didn't matter if she remembered them or not. She would talk about it when she encountered them in the future. It's starting. When Hui Feng came in, he had someone bring in some snacks for the 2 little foodies. He then changed the tea to a new round of hot tea before ordering everyone to withdraw. Everyone chatted as they ate while observing the auction below. Apart from the beautifying pill, there were naturally other mystic weapons, high-grade jewelry, and the like. The items that Zheng Chao plundered from his concubine's children were also on the auction list. These items had all been sent to the auction house 2 days ago, so Mo Lien was naturally very clear about them. After a rough calculation, the total amount that Zheng Chao could take out was only around 50 pieces of high-grade magnetite when converted into magnetite. However, this was still considered quite a fortune. Even in peacetime, one could be considered a nouveau riche if they could take out 50 or so pieces of high-grade magnetite at once, not to mention that it was just to buy a beautifying pill. Not long after, the steward of Morning Sunlight Pavilion's Beijing branch, Lu Yin, knocked on the door and entered with a smile while carrying a tray. Your Highness, State Uncle Zheng wants to bid for a 500-year-old snow ginseng. Let me see. Arbor stretched out his small hand, and Lu Yin hurriedly handed over the tray. Arbor lifted the cover on the tray and examined the 500-year-old snow ginseng in his hand. Then, in front of everyone, he openly confiscated it. Lu Yan's mouth was slightly agape as he turned to look at the crown prince, who had his hand on his forehead. Your Highness, your wife has gone too far. Very quickly, Qiu carved out an identical 500-year-old snow ginseng and handed it over to her. All right, go and return it to him. He told them that there was no such rule in the auction house, and that the auction items would be decided 2 days in advance. How could there be any last-minute additions? Go and tell Zheng Chao that we can't break the auction rules for him alone. Arbor spoke sternly and righteously. Lu Yin received the tray with a dazed expression and lowered his head to look at the snow ginseng. Crown Princess, this snow ginseng is there a problem? No problem. It would be strange if there wasn't a problem. Didn't the Crown Princess confiscate the snow ginseng just now? Why did she return it so quickly? Our dear Crown Princess swept a disdainful glance at the snow ginseng. I'm not interested in this kind of 100-year-old trash. Go and return it to him. Yes. Chapter 667. After Steward Lu retreated, the private room was quiet. Her 2 sisters-in-law, 3 men, and 5 pairs of eyes stared at her without blinking. What is it? Arbor calmly returned their gaze. Whether it was the appearance or smell of the 500-year-old snow ginseng that Jojo gave Steward Lu, it was exactly the same as the one she confiscated earlier. But according to the little fellow's temperament, she wouldn't take something out of her inner world for no reason. Unless, may I ask, what exactly is this 500-year-old snow ginseng that you exchanged with Sir Zheng? Duan Yu asked curiously. A tonic. The little fellow propped her chin on her hand and stood by the window, admiring Sir Zheng's gloomy expression when the snow ginseng was returned. Lu Yin, this guy, was especially reliable. He even specially returned the item to Zheng Chao in front of everyone and strongly requested him to inspect it once to ensure that there were no mistakes before leaving with his men. This waiter was outstanding. Our dear Chao Mu pursed her lips and nodded approvingly. Ahem. Situ, he pretended to take a sip of tea and asked, what tonic is it? White radish. It's especially good to eat in winter. Add some pork ribs to stew in a pot of soup, and it's delicious. It's even more nutritious if it can be added to the dish with mutton, Arbor replied coolly. Uff. Duany was caught off guard and spat out his tea, coughing repeatedly as he choked. On the other hand, Situ, he had just swallowed his tea, so he didn't spit it out. At this time, he was holding his teacup in exasperation as he stared fixedly at that child. Look at this scammer. She used a white radish to exchange for someone else's 500-year-old snow ginseng. Most importantly, she could actually make an identical 500-year-old snow ginseng and exchange it in such a short time. Not everyone could do this. No wonder Jing Chao was also so miserably tricked and took back the snow ginseng without the slightest suspicion. After all, the appearance and smell were exactly the same, and it was done in such a short time. Who could tamper with it like the little fellow? Chochio's control over plants could be said to be a heaven-defying fortune. Any plant in its hands could be moved horizontally or vertically, and it could do whatever it wanted with it. This caused the little fellow to feel somewhat puzzled for a while. What exactly was Chochio? What a magical tree! As they spoke, the climax of the auction arrived. When the auctioneer showered the beautifying pill with extravagant praises and announced the start of the auction, the price of the profound stone skyrocketed. It was only when the price reached 30 pieces of high-grade magnetite did the price slow down a little. Only 3 families were left on the stage, competing with each other for the right to bid. One of them was Zheng Chao, the other was the family of the recently risen Hijiaoi, and the third was an old nanny sent by a wealthy family. The 3 of them were in a stalemate. Hijiaoi's family only announced that they would give up when the bidding price broke through 40 pieces of high-grade magnetite. However, the old granny sat there calmly and continued to raise the price. 43 pieces of high-grade profound stones, 44 pieces, 45 pieces. Zheng Chao felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He couldn't help but fidget in his seat as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Seeing this, Hong Chung hurriedly said in order to curry favor with State Uncle Zheng, I saw that State Uncle was in a hurry to sell that snow ginseng of excellent quality, but the auction house didn't agree. How about this? I'll pay twice the market price to buy this snow ginseng from State Uncle. Chapter 668. The two immediately completed their private transaction. Hong Chung spent 24 pieces of high-grade magnetite to buy the white radish in Zheng Chao's hand that Hong Chung had won State Uncle Zheng's favor. He spent some money to curry favor with State Uncle Zheng and also solve State Uncle Zheng's financial crisis. Both of them were very satisfied and became bosom buddies on the spot. Their conversation also became a little more casual. State Uncle Zheng had 78 pieces of high-grade magnetite in his hands now, so he was much more confident. He didn't even frown when he raised the bid and was rather forthright. When the bid reached 65 pieces of high-grade magnetite, the old nanny clearly paused. State Uncle Zheng sighed in relief and immediately called out in a loud voice, 68 pieces of high-grade magnetite. The entire venue was in an uproar. Everyone stared at this high-spirited State Uncle Zheng as if they were looking at a second-rate nouveau riche. As expected of the great king's brother-in-law, he was just so freaking extravagant. Look at how forthright he was when he raised the bid. 3 pieces at once. Everyone worshipped nouveau riche Zheng, filling State Uncle Zheng's heart with arrogance. When the bid reached 70 pieces of high-grade magnetite, the old nanny finally gave in and fell silent. Everyone in the hall stood up and applauded enthusiastically. They cheered for State Uncle Zheng and loudly called out, State Uncle Zheng, State Uncle Zheng. State Uncle Zheng's heart was thumping as he responded to the melon-eating crowd with smiles in his eyes. The auctioneer even gave a speech excitedly and enthusiastically. The atmosphere was at its most enthusiastic for a moment. The auctioneer's small hammer hit the auction stage again and again as he shouted passionately, 70 pieces of high-grade magnetite, going once. 70 pieces of high-grade magnetite, going twice. 70 pieces. 71. Arbor, who was sitting by the second-floor window, shouted irritably while cracking melon seeds. His icy voice cut into the crowd's excited cheers and instantly drenched everyone from head to toe like a basin of bone-chilling water, chilling their hearts. Arbor snorted and thought, "Are you all a bunch of idiots?" As for clapping and cheering for State Uncle Zheng, what does it have to do with you melon-eating crowd when he bought a beautifying pill? They even stood up and clapped their hands madly, loudly praising that idiot for having nothing better to do. Bam! State Uncle Zheng's legs went soft, and he fell to the ground. Why? Oh heavens! It was not easy to get rid of that old nanny from who knows which mansion she came from. But where did this little fellow jump out and continue to bid? Ha 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 ha! Duan Yu truly couldn't hold it in anymore. He laughed so hard that he collapsed on the armchair. Oh, you did on purpose, didn't you? He purposely poured a basin of ice water at such an exciting moment. Ah ha 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 ha! He couldn't take it anymore. He was laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. Situ, he turned his face away. With one hand supporting his forehead, he laughed so hard that he slammed the table. On the other hand, Emo Yin calmly walked to Qiao Mu's side and pulled over a stool to sit beside the window with her. The auctioneer stared blankly for a few seconds before continuing to shout in a professional manner, 71 pieces of high-grade magnetite, going once. Number, wait, 72. Under second manager Chi's sharp reminder, State Uncle Zheng finally recovered his wits and shouted again with a sullen face. 73, 74, 75, 76. Arbor continuously shouted. The melon-eating crowd all looked towards the second-floor window with dumbfounded expressions. However, they couldn't see Arbor's small face clearly from their angle. Chapter 669. State Uncle Zheng rubbed his hands anxiously and looked at his bosom friend, Hong Cheng. How many magnetite do you have on you? Lend them all to me, and I'll return them to you later. Hong Cheng was stupefied. He didn't expect that the 24 magnetite he sold to State Uncle Zheng for still wasn't enough for him to buy that beautifying pill. He wanted to refuse, but he was also afraid that State Uncle Zheng would bear a grudge against him. At this kind of life-and-death juncture, he had to put on a good performance. Hong Cheng gritted his teeth and said, I can only take out another 15 pieces of high-grade magnetite at most. Give them all to me. I'll give the beautifying pill to Her Majesty later, and Her Majesty will definitely bestow rewards. Zheng Chao urged, take them all out right now. Hong Cheng dug out all his assets as his heart bled. State Uncle Zheng staked everything on this one throw and stood up, shouting with a flushed face, 93 pieces of high-grade magnetite. 95. Arbor continued to bid. Hong Cheng felt like the sky was about to collapse. Sure enough, State Uncle Zheng turned back and stared at him with bloodshot eyes. Hong Cheng, you've helped me this time, so help me to the end. I'll definitely remember your kindness, and it won't be a problem for you to soar in the future. Hong Cheng hesitated for a moment before steeling himself and saying, I only have 10 pieces of high-grade magnetite left. I really don't have any more. State Uncle Zheng also gritted his teeth and said angrily, 103 pieces of high-grade magnetite. If I still can't buy it, I won't buy it anymore. This time, the little fellow didn't make a sound and continued to crack her melon seeds. Are you sure those two have been squeezed dry? Seeing Hui Feng enter, the little fellow only raised her head slightly and asked. Hui Feng's mouth twitched. This subordinate guarantees that those two are so poor that they can pawn their pants. All right then. Arbor spread his small hands. Take these high-grade magnetite and distribute it to those who need it. Hui Feng was startled and quickly turned to look at the Crown Prince. Seeing the Crown Prince nod, Hui Feng's expression became abnormally excited all of a sudden. Yes, thank you, Crown Princess, for your reward. 103 pieces of high-grade magnetite. Going thrice. Sold. Congratulations, congratulations, Lord Zheng. Congratulations on obtaining a beautifying pill. State Uncle Zheng sat there as if he had just lost a loved one. There was not the slightest bit of joy on his face that was twisted with anger. Right now, all he wanted to do was to take his things home, hug his blanket, and cry. For the sake of Her Highness Zheng's face, the entire Zheng estate had gone all out this time. State Uncle Zhang's hands trembled as he picked up the small box containing the beautifying pills. He abruptly raised his head and shot a torch-like gaze toward the window on the second floor. Right now, he really wanted to know who had jumped out to compete with him. Judging from the voice, it was definitely a young lady. Right now, he wanted to cut this girl into 1,000 pieces and put her to death. Unfortunately, the other party didn't show up, and he didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. After leaving Morning Sunlight Pavilion, State Uncle Zhang instructed the two subordinates behind him with a ferocious expression. You two stay here and keep an eye on her. If that woman from the private room on the second floor comes down, find a way to follow her home. This little bitch who dared to provoke him, he wanted her to pay the price. The two extremely vicious thugs from the Zhang estate nodded repeatedly in response. Unfortunately, they didn't see any lady come out from the door even when the lanterns were lit. Arbor had returned home early with his sister-in-law. He had already finished eating and was about to take a level 11 mystic breakthrough pill. Suddenly, he heard shuffling sound from the door. I'll add more chapters today and tomorrow, but I'll add later. Chapter 670. The little fellow's hair stood on end, and a bad premonition slid through her heart. That rustling sound made her stare at the door vigilantly. As expected, she saw a white and soft little snake slithering in from the door. A pair of watery and round eyes looked at her adorably. The little snake carried an ugly floral cloth package and slithered around quickly. But before it could get close to the bed, it saw its little master jump up high. Don't come over. Arbor stood on the bed with a blanket draped over her, and her eyes stared at the restless white snake defensively. The little white snake hurriedly shook its body and threw the floral cloth package on the ground. Then it retreated a few steps and coiled itself up like a piece of dung. It looked at its little master pitifully. Arbor sat down with the blanket wrapped around her, and her face was stern and serious. You're not allowed to sneak into my room in the middle of the night. The snake nodded its head pitifully, and the little white snake used its thin tail to poke the package on the floor. Arbor inexplicably felt that this little fellow was a little cute. Then, she subconsciously reached out and rubbed the goosebumps on her little paws. Cute your sister. She didn't even know if a cold snake was poisonous. How could it be cute? An illusion. It must be her own illusion. She mustn't be moved by that snake's pretending to be weak. Move away a little. Arbor jumped off the bed and waved her little hand at the snake. The little white snake rolled itself into a ball of white dough and rolled under the corner of the table. It stuck its little head out and looked at its little master with watery eyes. Arbor tentatively took 2 steps forward. Seeing that it didn't move, she was relieved and boldly took a few steps forward. Then, she squatted down in front of the floral cloth package. This time, the little white snake used the Cosmos treasure pouch to bring over a lot of medicinal herbs. Previously, when its little master was in a good mood when collecting medicinal herbs, it had left a deep impression on it. The little snake preliminarily confirmed that compared to gold, silver, and jewelry, its master seemed to like medicinal herbs more. Arbor also felt a little strange. He didn't know where the little snake had gotten so many different types of spirit flowers and plants. A very rare medicinal ingredient used to refine the beautifying pill, the luxetting Ganoderma, was also found for her by this snake. You don't have to bring them back in the future, Arbor said casually as he tossed all the herbs in his Cosmos treasure pouch to Chio. When she turned around, she saw the little white snake looking at her aggrievedly like a little wife. Its eyes were about to burst into tears. Now, even bringing over herbs that Master liked was disdained. Sob. Arbor was baffled. He couldn't understand what little snake was trying to express with his resentful face. She only said calmly, I have enough herbs for now. I don't know where you plucked them from, but after plucking so many of them, no matter how good the land is, it will eventually dry up. Let them grow well. The little white snake's resentful expression immediately disappeared, and it looked at Arbor with its pair of big, cute eyes. So the little master didn't dislike its herbs. Wasn't this cold-blooded snake's facial expression a little too rich? After Arbor finished collecting the herbs, she climbed onto the bed and raised her hand to yawn. I'm going to rest. The little white snake rolled itself into an even smaller ball of dough and shrank under the cupboard. It had an "I won't disturb your rest" look on its face. Chapter 671. Arbor glanced at the snake and thought for a bit before walking down. She took a small basket covered in cotton wool and walked to the corner of the table. "Stay here and don't crawl around. You're not allowed to climb onto my bed." The little white snake nodded its head repeatedly and obediently moved its body. It curled up into a ball inside the small basket. Seeing that it was quite obedient, Arbor finally relaxed. She flipped on the bed and pulled the covers over herself to sleep. The next morning, the first thing Arbor did when she woke up was to check on the snake. The little white snake obediently stayed in the small basket and didn't move at all. It was still in the same ball shape as yesterday. Seeing her look over, the little snake poked its head out of the basket. Arbor saw that it had stayed there the entire night without any signs of coming out. Her brows couldn't help but loosen a bit. This little snake wasn't as annoying as she had imagined. Mississippi. Xiao Yao lifted the curtain and hurried in. She bowed and said, "Wu family's eldest miss, Wu Xiaosu, requests an audience." Arbor had long forgotten about this person. Hearing this, she frowned and said, "I won't see her. I don't know her." Xiao Yao knew that her young mistress would react this way. She smiled and said, "Xiao Yao has already tactfully rejected Miss Wu and asked Miss Wu to return to the manor as soon as possible. It's a pity that Miss Wu won't listen to me. She's standing outside the Marquis's estate right now and won't leave no matter what." "Then let her be," Arbor said expressionlessly. "If someone likes to stand outside, then let her stand." Was she, Arbor, the kind of person who would hastily bring people in for the sake of the two families' reputation? The more she was threatened, the more she loathed it. If she wanted to embarrass herself, no one could stop her. She could stand outside as long as she wanted. "Where's Xiao Yi? Let him in. I want to ask him about yesterday's incident at the Zheng estate." Arbor put the small basket on the table and met the little white snake's round eyes. Xiao Yao exclaimed, "Miss, a snake entered the room?" Arbor looked at her in amusement. "This is my summoned beast." "Summoned beast?" Xiao Yao was a little surprised. "That day, Miss summoned in the garden? Then the summoning didn't fail. It's just that this little snake doesn't look mighty or ferocious at all. Will it be of use at a crucial moment?" The little snake stared at Xiao Yao with its human-like eyes. "It's the one who's been giving me gifts for the past 2 days," Arbor said. Xiao Yao's eyes widened when she heard that. She raised her hand to show her height. "That red coral?" "That's right, and the rest of the herbs were all given by it." Xiao Yao immediately looked at Lord Snake in worship, as if she was looking at a nouveau riche. "Then, Miss, should I go prepare some frogs, mice, or something to feed the little snake?" Unexpectedly, the moment she said that, the little white snake immediately turned its little head proudly and disdainfully. Its pair of watery eyes looked pitifully at Arbor. Xiao Mu glanced at it and asked on a whim, "Do you want congee or not?" The little snake nodded its little head furiously. "What kind of snake is this? It doesn't eat living things, but actually drinks porridge. It's so human-like." Xiao Yao muttered as she walked out and called in Xiao Yi, who was waiting outside the door. "Crown Princess." Xiao Yi bowed after entering the door. "What happened after yesterday?" Arbor asked curiously. "State Uncle Zheng sent the beautifying pill into the palace overnight and presented it to Her Highness Consort Zheng. I'll see you tomorrow, Beau." Chapter 672. Arbor nodded his little head in satisfaction. "Young, he must be very happy, right?" "That's right," Xiao Yi said. Consort Zheng rewarded State Uncle Zheng quite a bit on the spot, including fine jade, jewelry, gold, silver, and riches. However, the value of those things paled in comparison to the 103 high-grade magnetite that State Uncle Zheng took out. Lord Zheng could only suffer in silence, unable to voice out his bitterness, and returned to his residence listlessly. Arbor sneered. "Just let Young, he slowly enjoy that beautifying pill." When Xiao Yao returned with a bowl of porridge, Xiao Yi had already retreated as per the order. A light thud came from the window. Arbor didn't even turn his head as he stared at the little white snake whose head was almost buried in the bowl of porridge. This little snake was especially particular when it ate. After the entire bowl of millet porridge entered its mouth, it even raised its little head and used its eyes to signal Xiao Yao to take a white cloth from the side to wipe it. Xiao Yao muttered, "What the hell?" as she hurriedly took a white cloth to wipe the snake's head. Arbor couldn't help but chuckle. The next second, she felt her body lighten, and she landed in a comfortable and warm embrace. "Jojo, I knocked on the window, but you ignored me," Mo Lien grumbled aggrievedly. "Even if I ignored you, didn't you still come in?" Arbor turned to shoot him a glance and poked his chest. "When are we leaving for Bailon?" "In 2 days, I guess." After I told Royal Father about this, he strongly objected. I have to convince him. What is he objecting for? You're not going to bail on a play. You're going to inspect the food base. That's a serious matter that concerns the country and its people. He keeps you tied up in the palace all day and makes you represent him in state affairs. He really has it easy being this great king. Mo Lien chuckled softly. He reached out to cup his darling's little face and looked at her carefully. "Jojo, you're feeling sorry for your husband." Arbor rolled his eyes at him and poked him hard with his little finger. "We'll set off in 3 days at the latest." "All right." Mo Lien wrapped his arms around her waist and swayed her slender body. "I'll listen to you." His gaze met with the little white snake's round eyes. Mo Lien's expression changed slightly. Her hand shot out like lightning to grab the white snake. However, in the blink of an eye, the little white snake flashed through the air like a bolt of lightning. Its body suddenly shrunk to less than an inch, and it swiftly dodged Mo Lien's claw. "Huh?" Arbor's eyes widened slightly. This white snakelet could actually shrink into such a small form and successfully and swiftly evade Mo Lien's claw. "Master, there are bad guys here who want to catch me." The white snakelet twisted its body and swiftly flew towards Xiaomu. Arbor instinctively shrunk her body and hurriedly hid her 2 little hands in Mo Lien's arms. In the blink of an eye, she saw the little white snake writhing its small body in the middle of pouncing on her. It suddenly stopped in midair and looked at her pitifully with tears in its eyes. Why did it feel like she had bullied a snake? But it was cold and crooked. It didn't feel good to the touch. She didn't want to touch it from the bottom of her heart. "Master," the little white snake's big, cute eyes actually started to tear up. "Arbor, you're a cold-blooded animal. Why are you like a human? You have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and you can even cry?" Mo Lien immediately looked warily at the stupid snake that was trying to act cute. With a tap of her finger, a bewitching red light shot toward the cold-blooded animal. The light was about to hit the little white snake's skin. Xiaomu abruptly jumped up. Chapter 673. Mo Lien, don't bully it. Xiaomu abruptly jumped up and stretched out her small paws to hug that stupidly adorable white snake that had stiffened in midair. She watched as it froze in midair like an idiot and saw that Mo Lien's cluster of flames was about to pounce on its body. If it was roasted like this, it would turn into a crispy snake. "Master," the white snake's watery amber eyes revealed deep admiration. It twisted its body and was about to take advantage of the situation to burrow into Jojo's clothes. Mo Lien's eyes were sharp and her hands were fast. Taking advantage of the fact that the snake was unprepared, she clamped its head between her hands and casually flung it. With a whoosh, the white snake flew in a perfect arc in the air and was directly thrown out of the half-open window by Mo Lien. Mo Lien's heart was stifled. Why did she have to guard against people and also beasts? Looking at the dazed look on the white snake's face, Mo Lien imagined it. It was obviously a lecherous snake. How could she leave it in her baby's room? Absolutely not. "What are you doing?" When Arbor saw that Mo Lien actually threw the pitiful white snake out of the window, she was speechless and helpless for a moment. Just as she was about to walk to the window, her little hand was pulled back by Mo Lien. "Jojo, it's a male snake. You can't hide it in your clothes. Especially not on your chest," Mo Lien said with a serious face. Arbor couldn't help but roll her eyes. "I just wanted to take it and put it back in the basket. Now look, I don't know where you threw it." Mo Lien snorted and glanced at the door. It came back on its own. The white snakelet slithered up the table and gazed pitifully at Xiaomu. tears dripping down from its large eyes. This thing pretending to be pitiful. Emolian was just about to pick it up and throw it away. Hence, Chow Mu stretched out her hand to stop him. After glaring at him irritably, she lifted up that pitiful snakelet. "What are you doing? Don't bully children." "What little kid?" He dared to bet with Duan Yu's head. This weak-looking little white snake was definitely an adult snake. Moreover, judging from the speed and strength it had hidden just now, one could tell that it was an exceptionally black-bellied fellow. Emolian's gaze coldly fell on the snake's head. Suddenly, the little white snake turned its head and fiercely glared at him. Damn, he was indeed a scheming snake. Hey, he was glaring at him behind his baby's back. Sigh, boys were all brave and fierce. Even a man could fight with a male snake. Chow Mu placed the little white snake into the basket and stroked its head. Suddenly, his fingers paused. She abruptly discovered that this little white snake didn't feel icy cold to the touch. Instead, it felt as smooth and warm as a piece of beautiful jade. She clearly remembered the first time this snake appeared beside her bed. That kind of soft, greasy, and cold rubbing sensation gave her goosebumps. But now, what was with this warm feeling? Masta, the little white snake's head rubbed against Arbor's finger back and forth with great enjoyment. The more student Emolian looked, the angrier he got. All right, stop stroking. The more she stroked, the more excited this damn snake got. Emolian hastily pulled Arbor's small hand back and held it in his own as he pulled her outside. Come, accompany me to greet father and mother. Emolian's finger moved slightly, and an ink-colored ring silently hovered above his finger. Chapter 674. Arbor's eyes brightened slightly. He reached out to take the ring and put it on his finger. Once he activated his mystic energy, a transparent eggshell defensive barrier appeared around her. She could feel that the defensive power was much stronger than before. This defensive barrier had definitely been reinforced. Emolian. The little fellow tilted her head and reached out to hold his large palm. Emolian lowered his head slightly and lightly flicked her forehead. He lifted her up in an instant and looked deeply into her eyes with a smile. Do you want to return the favor? This husband will gladly accept it. Darling Xiao's little face was instantly dyed with a layer of red clouds, and she looked around with a guilty conscience. There's no one. Emolian laughed in spite of himself. Darling dislikes those annoying people who come in and out all day. So didn't Darling chase them all away? Only Xiao Yao is left, so she had far away long ago. That's right. She had already chased them out of Nanju Garden. She wasn't a particular person and didn't need others to take care of her daily needs. Then give me a kiss as a return gift. Emolian turned his head and was about to press down on the little fellow's lips. Daughter, Papa Xiao shouted. The two separated immediately upon contact. Prince Mo's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the baby in guilt. Our dear Xiao Mu's face was as red as a tomato, and she couldn't help but lower her head. Prince Mo's heart felt even more stifled. My dear father, you really know how to pick the right time to come. Xiao Zhongbong strode in as if he was flying. He immediately saw Prince Mo and his daughter standing on the left and right, leaving quite a bit of space between them. As a father, he was very satisfied. He knew that the crown prince wasn't someone who would mess around. Look, he was doing a surprise inspection this time. Little Mo, this child, was standing beside his daughter in a cultured and refined manner. He even maintained a distance from her. What a considerate child. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. At this time, Papa Qiao had completely forgotten that the crown prince didn't even enter through the front door. He directly touched the back window and barged into the boudoir. Crown Prince. Father, don't be so courteous. Xiao, and I just happen to be going to greet you and Mom. So let's talk on the way. Crown Prince Mo stealthily tugged at Xiao's small hand as he welcomed Xiao outside with a smile. Meanwhile, in the imperial study of the palace of the king, the great king smiled as he summoned the Qin estate's father and son trio. He waved his hand and said, Patriarch Qin, the two young masters Qin have been wrong. The crown prince is a careful and steady child. Most of the things that I did not consider thoroughly, he was able to handle them very well. The reason why so many soldiers have been dispatched to guard the estate is because they are worried that some unforeseen event will occur in the Qin estate. Great King is too serious. Qin Galu hastily cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Your Highness the Crown Prince's actions are exactly what this Qin wishes for." Now that the 10-day deadline was up, no one in the Qin estate had shown any signs of abnormalities. Everyone could see with a single glance that this was the case. Even if some zombies appear in the capital in the future, it shouldn't be blamed on our Qin estate. That's right, that's right. The Great King chuckled and pointed at the seat in front of him. "Patriarch Qin, please take a seat." "Thank you, Great King." Qin Guilu thanked him and sat down. First Qin and Omega Katoka walked to stand behind their father with their heads slightly lowered. "Xian, present the box to the Great King." "Yes, father." First Qin walked forward and bowed slightly. He raised the treasure box above his head with both hands. The Great King's face lit up, and a satisfied smile appeared in his eyes. He glanced at Gong Chong, who was standing to the side. Chapter 675. The latter hurriedly understood and hurriedly walked down the steps to take the box that eldest Qin presented. There are 3 meridian pacifying pills inside. The 50 strengthening pills are our Qin estate's offering to His Majesty as a token of our sincerity. Qin Galu lowered his head slightly and said, "This Qin is also very apologetic that His Highness the Crown Prince was startled at the Qin estate." Qin Galu looked up, and Omega Katoka walked out from behind his father. He opened a long box and presented it to the Great King. The old Great King looked down and grinned from ear to ear. "This 400-year-old ginseng was obtained by chance when my son went out for training. Now, I present it to His Highness the Crown Prince as an apology gift. I hope that the Great King won't dislike this Qin's small token of appreciation," Qin Guilu said with a smile. Good. The Great King nodded happily. "Gong Chong, and send someone to deliver this to the Eastern Palace." Since the Qin family was so tactful, the Great King naturally removed their restraining order and unsealed the Qin estate. After placating Qin Galu and giving him some rewards, he ordered someone to escort the 3 people from the Qin estate out of the palace. After leaving the palace, Qin Guilu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and sighed in relief. "Where are you going?" Qin Guilu called out when he saw Omega Katoku turn to leave. "You guys go back first. I have some matters to attend to." Omega Katoku left these words coldly before swaggering off. Qin Guilu looked uneasily at Qin Xian. Is second young master angry? Qin Xian swept him a glance. Qin Guilu hurriedly added, "But I have no choice. After all, we're in the lower star domain right now, and it's not good to openly clash with the old Great King of the MO Kingdom. I can only wrong eldest young master and second young master and throw some benefits to the old MO King and resolve the problem at hand first." Qin Xian said with a spurious smile, "He's not angry. It's just that this time you acted on your own initiative and even went for wool and came home shorn. It's a bit vexing." Qin Guilu stiffened, and he was inwardly shocked. They knew. Don't tell me you think that Omega Katoku hasn't noticed the little tricks that you and Shuntian Mansion have done. Qin Guilu's cold sweat instantly dripped from his forehead. The secret exchange of pill recipes with Shuntian Prefecture's Chiu Sen had been carried out behind the backs of those 2. But now it had been exposed so blatantly. "Eldest young master, this subordinate surname is Qin. Born as a member of the Qin family, I will die as a ghost of the Qin family. I will never betray the Qin family. This subordinate was only because I coveted those few rare pill formulas that Master Chiu San provided that I repeatedly colluded with Chiu San for benefits." "Idiot." Qin Xian glanced coldly at Qin Guilu. "You don't even know that you're being used as a pawn. If it weren't for second brother helping you clean up the mess, do you think the Qin estate would have been able to extricate itself from the corpse puppet incident so quickly?" Qin Guilu's pupils contracted as he looked incredulously at eldest young Sir Qin. "Eldest young sir, please speak frankly. Do you know how many people that person sent to infiltrate the Qin estate to search for evidence?" If it weren't for second brother erasing all the secret letters and correspondence that you colluded with Shuntian Prefecture, you would have already been sent to prison. Heh. Perhaps your head would have already fallen to the ground. Eldest young Sir Qin nonchalantly spat out these words, but Qin Guilu's expression changed drastically, and his pupils contracted. Why, you're talking about His Highness the Crown Prince? Qin Guilu turned pale with fright. That man is vicious, merciless, and cold-hearted. Chapter 676. Qin Xian sneered. Once he obtains evidence, the entire Qin estate won't be spared. Qin Guilu, be more careful in the future. You aren't his match. Eldest young Sir Qin chuckled and didn't say anything else. Leaving the dumbstruck Qin Guilu behind, he turned and floated away. Qin Guilu simply didn't expect that the two young sirs had already secretly exchanged blows with the Crown Prince. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and a wry smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It turned out that his little actions had all fallen into the young sir's eyes. To think that he had been so pleased with himself in the dark. Qin Guilu had to admit that he was old. These young children were truly each more ruthless than the other. Omega Kitoku sat in a carriage and coldly recited the name of a place. After the carriage set off, a large crowd of cheering girls rushed out from the corner of the street after hearing the news. They had all rushed over to watch the young sir of the Qin estate, but unfortunately, they were half a beat too late and only ate a mouthful of dust. The carriage stopped in front of a house, far away in a corner. The carriage driver didn't know what his master was waiting for, but he didn't dare to ask. He could only wait silently with his master. A small blue and white palanquin was parked in front of the residence's entrance. A young miss stood in front of the palanquin, accompanied by a maidservant with a somewhat gloomy expression. Omega Kitoku was silently waiting for something inside the carriage, and that young miss was also waiting at someone else's door. After waiting for a full 3 hours, it was already past lunchtime. The carriage driver opened his mouth and carefully called out, "Second young sir." Then he heard a creak from the other end, and the residence's main door was suddenly pulled open inwardly. Two figures walked out of the door hand in hand, followed by a male and female bodyguard maidservant. Omega Kitoku's deep gaze locked onto the young lady who stepped out of the door, first through the carriage's curtain, his aura gloomy. Eldest Miss Xiao, is this your original appearance? That Mu Xiaobao is also a fake name. Young Sir Omega Kitoku's cold gaze landed on Miss Xiao's small hand that the Crown Prince was holding, and he instinctively felt uncomfortable. How could he let another man hold her soft and delicate hand? It felt like something in the depths of Xiao Chen's heart had been torn apart, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Omega Kitoku stared coldly at the two men. The glint and shadow of the sword in his eyes were almost tangible, so much so that Arbor and Mo Lien both turned to look at the carriage. Separated by the thick curtain of the carriage, the two men's cold gazes met in a straight line. After a moment, Omega Kitoku clenched his fists. Let's go home. For some reason, the coachman felt that the surrounding air seemed to have become a few degrees colder. It was already the 12th month of winter, so he couldn't help but sneeze several times. Rubbing his nose, he hurriedly got into the carriage and rushed back to the Qin estate. Who's in the car? Arbor asked curiously as he tugged at the prince's sleeve. Irrelevant people. Mo Lien's gaze followed the carriage. After a moment, she retracted her gaze and lowered her head to look at Arbor. No need to pay attention to them. Arbor didn't pursue the matter. After eating, the two planned to go out for a stroll. She had just given him 4 ebony storage talismans filled with winter fruits. Speaking of the 50 winter fruit trees, it was a bit funny. Qiuqiu was like an idiot, insisting on accelerating their growth and harvesting the winter fruits. After picking a few rounds of fruits, she wondered if something had gone wrong with the trees. Chapter 677. Now that she was on the verge of death from Qiuqiu's torment, she reckoned that she would have to recuperate properly for a while. However, Qiuqiu had become increasingly spirited these past 2 days. Those unlucky winter fruit trees had been ruthlessly squeezed dry. A 12 cubic meter ebony blue storage talisman really couldn't store that many winter fruits. She had to store no less than 4 ebony talismans before she finally cleared out her overstock of winter fruits. The Crown Prince was also very astonished to obtain so many winter fruits to store, and he even hugged his Jojo and praised her. This time, Song Yuan of the Ministry of Revenue was going to be happy. Official Song, who originally came to him every day to complain about being poor, had already started repeatedly slandering him these past few days, instigating him to make an example of his father's harem and suggesting that the harem's expenses be reduced. This could also be considered a solution. Right now, the common people of the Mo Kingdom capital were almost unable to fill their stomachs, while the great king's harem were all exceedingly extravagant. If they could reduce their expenses, they would definitely be able to save a large amount of expenses. Miss Chiao. Suddenly, a round-faced maidservant blocked their path with a flushed face. You, how can you turn a blind eye to our miss? As it turned out, after the two left, they didn't even glance at that Miss Wu in front of the palanquin and were just about to leave hand in hand. This time, they were blocked by that maidservant. Glancing to the side, they saw that Miss Wu was dressed in pink and white with a thin fur coat draped over her shoulders and a delicate hairpin inserted into her hair. Braving the cold wind, she stood next to the small palanquin, her small face slightly flushed from the wind, her eyes filled with faint grievance. Impudent, Hui Feng reprimanded. A mere maidservant actually dares to block the path of the Crown Prince and Crown Princess? Why don't you kneel in greeting after seeing His Highness? That maidservant quivered in fright and immediately knelt on the ground, her shoulders trembling as she said, "This servant has been impolite. Greetings to the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Seeing that you are loyal to your master, I won't bicker with you. Withdraw," Arbor coldly ordered. That maidservant hastily crawled 2 steps back and obediently knelt on the side, not daring to get up. Wu Xiaosu couldn't help but clench her cold fists tightly under her sleeves. With a stiff expression, Wu Xiaosu stepped forward and bowed to the Crown Prince. "Xiaosu greets your Highness and Miss Chiao." Prince Mo's slender eyebrows involuntarily furrowed as he coldly reprimanded her in a low voice. "Don't you know to call her the Crown Princess?" Wu Xiaosu's fingers under her sleeves were almost broken. She shrank back and knelt on the ground. She lowered her head and said respectfully, "Xiaosu thinks so." Miss Chiao had yet to be married to His Highness. Such an overstep of her status, to address Miss Chiao in such a manner, was likely to ruin her reputation. "Xiaosu has been taught by my mother since young, so I don't dare to lose my sense of propriety and ruin Miss' reputation." With sharp tongue, the Crown Prince sneered. "Are you accusing this Crown Prince of lacking propriety? It's Xiaosu who is inarticulate and doesn't know how to speak properly. I've angered your Highness. I hope your Highness can forgive me." Wu Xiaosu knelt in front of Prince Mo and raised her pitiful face, aggrieved tears threatening to roll down her cheeks. "All right, it's just a form of address." Darling Xiao really wasn't that particular. She tugged at the Crown Prince's hand and said, "Let's go. Are we still shopping or not? Why bother with her?" Only then did Prince Mo retract his gaze and pull on Arbor's small hand in displeasure. Just as he turned around, he heard Miss Wu call out, "Miss Chiao, please wait." Chapter 678. A trace of impatience flitted across Arbor's brows. Was she very familiar with her? She came to visit her out of the blue and didn't even have an invitation. What were the rules and etiquette she kept talking about? Was this the etiquette taught by her Wu family? Miss Chiao, previously because of me, Madame Chiao, and second Miss Chiao suffered a bit of fright. This is just a small token of my respect. Wu Xiaosu walked briskly to Arbor's side and suddenly took out a long box from her inner world, handing it over to Arbor. "What do you mean?" Arbor felt that this woman was very baffling. Wu Xiaosu nodded slightly at her and said with a smile that didn't show her teeth, "If I hadn't delayed your mother for a while at Dongshan Gate, perhaps they would have left long ago and wouldn't have encountered the black-clothed men's pursuit." "You're here to apologize to my mother?" Arbor asked coldly. Wu Xiaosu was startled and barely managed to quell the anger in her chest. She thought to herself that this Chiao family's eldest miss was too blunt in her speech. How was this an apology? She was just using an excuse to visit this eldest Miss Chiao and get closer to her in passing. Was this eldest Miss Chiao an idiot? How could she be so ignorant of the ways of the world? She couldn't even discern this kind of polite greeting. Who to know? Even if she, Wu Xiaosu, hadn't stopped Madame Chiao outside Dongshan Gate, the mother and daughter pair would still have met with danger. All right? How is this an apology? According to the rules, if she came to other families' young ladies to express goodwill, shouldn't they immediately let her in first? Since you're here to apologize to my mother, why must you insist on standing outside my door and insist on seeing me? You could go find my mother yourself. What a baffling woman. Wu Xiaosu was so angry that her hands, which were holding the long box, couldn't help but tremble slightly. If she could, she really wanted to give this stoic face a big slap. Can you freaking understand the ways of the world? Don't you want others to lose face by speaking like this to a guest who came to your door? The corner of Prince Mo's mouth twitched slightly. He glanced at Miss Wu and held back his laughter as he turned his face away. Arbor saw that Wu Xiaosu's lips were trembling and she was frozen in place without saying a word. He looked at her impatiently and said, "Is there anything else? If there's nothing important, then don't block the way. We still have things to do. Since you've already said so, what else can I do?" Wu Xiaosu clenched her fists tightly under her sleeves and moved to the side mechanically to make way for them. She watched as Arbor and the Crown Prince swaggered off. Her eyes seemed to be burning with fury. This was the result of her waiting from morning until afternoon. She hadn't even taken a step into the Chiao family's house. Good. This big Miss Chiao was truly formidable. Without meeting her, he would not have known that this person was actually such a ruthless character who was impervious to everything. At such a young age, he was very scheming. Wu Xiaosu thought that Arbor's entire person was a conspiracy. She believed that this big Miss Chiao deliberately gave her the cold shoulder in front of the Crown Prince all morning. Then, she ruthlessly brushed her aside in front of the Crown Prince and completely shut the door on her. Did she think that she would give up just like that? Her mind was filled with her aunt's earnest exhortations. You must become good sisters with Big Miss Chiao of the Marquis of Juan's estate. How could she have known that Miss Chiao was completely baffled by her? A total stranger suddenly came to seek an audience with an appearance of deep sisterly love. Didn't she find it funny? Chapter 679. Young Master. On the way, a ghost-like figure silently appeared in the carriage and bent down to salute. Did you wipe it clean? Omega Kitoku asked softly, her voice as cold as iron. Yes. Omega Kitoku nodded, and her gaze shifted to that person's shoulder. A dark red spot was seeping through the black clothes. You fought with someone? Yes. That person's mouth widened, and his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty intent. But the person who fought with his subordinate didn't end up well either. His injuries were more severe than mine. Heh. He probably won't make it past tonight. Omega Kitoku nodded slightly, and then had the person leave the carriage. Mu Xiaobao, you want to run away so irresponsibly after provoking this young master? The teacup at Omega Kitoku's fingertips suddenly turned into powder. That was impossible. Arbor reached out to rub his slightly itchy nose. Emolian then grabbed his small hand and rubbed it. Cold? What cold? She was a mystic cultivator. How could she be cold in such a chilly winter day? It didn't matter even if she wore an unlined garment. But if she really wore an unlined garment outside, not to mention the Crown Prince, her parents would be the first to nag at her nonstop. It was sunny after the snow, and there were quite a lot of people on the streets today. The two people strolled aimlessly on the streets for a while, quietly enjoying the slow flow of time. However, the good times didn't last long. A wail broke the peace on the streets, and the pedestrians hastily dodged. The sound of shouting and whips, accompanied by a woman's cries and screams, quickly caused the streets to be in chaos. The Crown Prince lowered his head and took out a jade communication talisman from his sleeve. When he saw the small characters that appeared on it, his expression darkened. Jojo, I need to return to the pavilion to take a look. I'll send you back first. What's wrong? Aoyi got a bit injured. Arbor suddenly raised a brow. Aoyi got injured? Can I go with you? The Crown Prince was slightly startled. Then he smiled and said, "It's even better if you go with me. How could I forget that not only is my Jojo an alchemist, his medical skills are even better. Can you let me know the location of the pavilion?" Arbor blinked. "What are you talking about? I don't have any secrets in front of you. Just ask me directly if you want to know anything. Besides, you're the mistress of the Hidden Night Pavilion. You can go anywhere." The Crown Prince squeezed her hand. "Let's go." Xiao Mu nodded. Just as the two of them were about to leave hand in hand, they saw a sobbing woman running toward them while hugging a child. Seeing that she was about to fall headfirst into Xiao Mu's body, the Crown Prince hastily caught his darling by the waist and dodged to avoid that impetuous woman. As a result, the woman, who was carrying a child, fell heavily to the ground with a thud. The child in her arms groaned a couple of times and burst into tears. "You bitch, you still dare to run." The man's angry curses were mixed with the sound of a whip slicing through the air, instantly landing on the woman's head. Smack! When the whip landed diagonally on the woman's back, the man's hand clearly stiffened, as if he didn't expect this whip to land so easily. The woman grimaced in pain as she hugged the child. She rolled towards the Crown Prince's feet. This miss, please be kind and help us mother and son." According to the routine, the rich miss would definitely sympathize with the mother and son's misfortune. Who would have expected that the little stoic, the 8th watch, ended today? Chapter 680. "Beat," Arbor ordered. Hui Feng's mouth twitched, and he immediately reflexively slapped the man holding the whip. Pa! With a slap, the unlucky man holding the whip fell to the ground with a thud. "Thank you, miss, for saving me. Thank you. This commoner is." The woman holding the baby wept as she knelt in front of the Crown Prince and repeatedly thanked him. Continue. Xiao Mu was unable to move her limbs from being hugged by the Crown Prince, so she turned her head to say to Hui Feng, "Hit." Both man and woman, the onlookers, who were originally watching the drama of a beauty saving the weak mother and child, were instantly thrown into disarray. What was going on with this eldest miss? Wasn't she saving someone? Why did she want to beat the injured woman as well? Why was the brain circuit of a rich family's daughter so different from that of a normal person? Arbor patted the Crown Prince's chest and had him put him down. He snatched the whip from the man's hand and threw it to Hui Feng. "Beat. 50 lashes each." Everyone, even if the county magistrate was handling a case, he wouldn't give each person 50 lashes. Where did this monster come from? The Crown Prince couldn't help but facepalm. The scene was a bit tragic for a moment. The woman and man both screamed miserably on the street and rolled on the ground in pain under Hui Feng's whips. They crawled and wailed, clutching their heads and trying to flee like rats. Xiao Mu didn't even bat an eyelid as she accepted the child that Xiao Yao carried over. She reached out to check his pulse, lifted up the child's eyelids to take a look, and then fished out a pill for him to consume. At the same time, he flicked his fingertips, and 2 talismans instantly turned into 2 streaks of light that pounced on the man and woman. "Who sent you?" Arbor coldly looked at the sobbing woman and curled his lips in mockery. Don't beat, miss, don't beat." The woman had only wailed 2 sentences in her sobbing state before her entire body quivered, and she answered Xiao Mu's question in full detail, like beans from a bamboo tube. When the dictum talisman was activated, there was almost no need for any reaction time for it to take effect. It was a girl who gave us a liter of rice and asked us to put on this show. That girl said that Miss is kind-hearted. When you see me being chased and beaten by my husband, you will definitely save me. She also asked me to beg you to take me in. What does that girl look like? How old are you? Arbor asked coldly. The onlookers at the side were already dumbfounded. They didn't expect that this woman had teamed up with her husband to put on a show to deceive this rich young lady. She's pretty, just like a flower. She looks about 18 or 19 years old and is wearing a light pink fur coat. Her body looks a little frail, the woman replied honestly. Apart from rice, what else did I give you? Yes. The woman lowered her head and fished out a thumb-sized golden cicada from her waist pouch. She respectfully presented it to Arbor. Arbor swept a glance over, and his expression changed slightly. He sneered. What did she tell you? Tell me word by word. Yes, yes. The woman didn't hide anything and told Arbor everything that the girl told her. A trace of anger flitted across the Crown Prince's eyes. We'll go do our business first, Arbor said in a flash and handed the child in his arms to Xiao Yao. You sent him home. Chapter 681. The onlookers who were watching the show were all confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. Xiao Yao couldn't help but be amused by their stupidity. She rested one hand on her waist and held the boy's hand with the other as she scolded, "Look at your foolish faces. Did you all think that our miss was randomly beating people up on the streets? This little boy was clearly abducted. Have you ever seen a mother use her own son as a cushion when she falls down? This child was fed a delirious poison, and it was our miss who gave him the antidote." Xiao Yao grumpily rebuked the passers-by. The onlookers were rendered speechless, and they all smiled sheepishly as they apologized profusely. Peony kicked the swindler couple and asked them where they had picked up the child. Only then did she take the boy and leave. The Crown Prince and Arbor prepared to return to the Hidden Night Pavilion first to check on Aoya's injuries. Keep an eye on the two of them. Just keep them half alive, the Crown Prince instructed with a cold expression before leaving. Huifeng immediately bowed his head slightly. The two of them left through the northern city gate, and the Crown Prince immediately summoned Little Seven. The moment the child appeared, Arbor immediately discovered that he had grown up quite a bit. He now looked like a 14 or 15-year-old youth. A pair of golden-red eyes swept over her, and he snorted. Arbor also snorted back at him. He wasn't even as adorable as He Qingwan. Mo Lien was baffled. Why were these two little fellows like black-eyed chickens the moment they saw each other and didn't like each other? Little Seven. Mo Lien stroked Little Seven's little head. Let's go to Marshall Mountain. Seventh Yin pridefully turned his small face away and abruptly turned his head back to glare at Xiao Mu, who had cast her gaze over. Be nicer to little Mo. Yin Shi couldn't help but roar at Arbor. He didn't even know how his master got through all those years. He missed a person so pathetically, thought of a person, and longed for a person to appear. It was heartbreaking to see such a master. Xiao Mu trotted all the way to Yin Shi and suddenly reached out to smack his head. You rude fellow. Call me big sister. How am I not good to him? Why are you so annoying? Every time you see me, you either roll your eyes or roll your eyes. Xiao Mu pinched Seventh Yin's cheek forcefully with her small hand, turning his handsome face into a steamed bun. Seventh Yin was so angry that he was breathing through his nose. Mo Lien was busy separating the two little guys from each other. She kept comforting her baby. Jojo, be careful. You can't beat Little Seven. Little Seven, you're not allowed to do anything. Let go. Classmate Little Seven was about to die from anger. This damned woman was so fierce that she wanted to kill him. She came up and pinched his face. It hurt so much. Arbor smacked him on the head. Call me big sister. Damned woman. Thump, 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 thump. Little Seven reached out to hold his head. He was so angry that he wanted to immediately transform into his beast form and send her flying into the sky. But when he met Little Mo's warning gaze, he was a little scared. The little dragon was so angry. Big sister, stop hitting me. This damned woman. There were 2 small bumps on his head. Wouldn't it have been fine if you had called me big sister earlier? Arbor finally let go of this proud little dragon in satisfaction. Fierce woman. He had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to be her little brother. Chapter 682. Seventh Swallow angrily transformed into his dragon form and carried the two of them toward Wuluwa Mountain. The Hidden Night Pavilion's capital branch was built deep within Wuluwa Mountain. It had a steep natural barrier, so not many people could come here. There were only small groups of adventurers who didn't go deep into Wuluwa Mountain. Most of them hunted in the periphery. Thus, the Hidden Night Pavilion had been stationed in Wuluwa Mountain for many years, so it was relatively peaceful. Arbor followed the Crown Prince to a mountain wall and watched as the Crown Prince pressed his palm against a stone block. A stone door opened in the originally barren mountain wall. The two of them walked in hand, and Seventh Swallow angrily followed behind them. The inside of the stone wall was very spacious. The ceiling hung high, and the wall lamps reflected light. It was a different world. Hidden Flower walked over and bowed to the two of them. "Your Highness, Stay Up Late's injuries are quite serious." As he spoke, he brought the two of them to a small stone room. The moment Arbor walked in, he smelled a faint scent of blood. Stay Up Late was lying on a stone bed with his eyes closed and a thin blanket covering his body. "Crown Princess, be careful." When Hidden Flower saw Xiao Mu walk to Ao Ye's side and lift his blanket, he hastily called out in shock. Arbor's hands were like flowing clouds. He quickly lifted half of Stay Up Late's blanket. A pitch-black withered branch that looked like a ghost claw suddenly shot out of his chest and went straight for Arbor. Xiao Mu harumphed coldly, and a jade-green tree branch abruptly shot out from her sleeve, ruthlessly lashing at those 5 ghost claws upon contact. Every time it struck, the ghost claw would twist a little, and the pitch-black withered branch would emit black smoke. Not long after, it was smashed into pieces by the emerald-green branch, falling to the ground piece by piece. "Chio, what the hell is this?" Arbor actually didn't know what had come out of Stay Up Late's chest. Thus, he communicated with it telepathically. Chio said disdainfully, "Master, this is an evil plant called the Ghost Claw Vine. It looks like a ghost claw and attacks very quickly. But if he meets Chio, isn't a piece of cake?" Arbor had long since gotten used to the smelly Chio style of praising himself every 3 sentences. Prince walked over and looked down at the wound on Stay Up Late's chest. "Jojo, how are you?" "It's okay. I'll give him an injection. The ghost-clawed vine in his body has also been removed. He will recover." Hidden Flower heaved a sigh of relief. The Crown Prince crushed half of the vine on the ground. "I didn't expect that the Qin estate was still hiding a demonic cultivator. I really underestimated them." Arbor took out his needle bag. His hands paused for a moment. "Qin estate? You was injured by someone from the Qin estate?" "That's right." The Crown Prince sneered and said, "This time, we were 1 step behind. The people of the Qin estate were 1 step ahead of us in erasing all traces of their collusion with the Shuntian prefecture. It's really disappointing that we couldn't convict them. Moreover, even Ao Yi was heavily injured by the Qin estate's people. In this confrontation, the Crown Prince had suffered a hidden loss. The Qin estate had only lost an insignificant batch of pills. Speaking of which, he had lost this round. The 2 people from a Qin estate were indeed very smart. They were really 2 difficult bones to chew. Arbor seriously finished giving Ao Yi the injection and fed him 2 healing pills. "Since I'm going to take good care of him for the next 2 days. He needs to rest for about 7 days." Hidden Flower nodded and sent the 2 people out of the stone room, bidding them farewell respectfully. Chapter 683. Wu Residence. "Eldest Master, Eldest Madam, it's bad, it's bad." The manservant guarding the door frantically ran in and shouted, "The Supreme Court has come to arrest Eldest Mississippi." "What?" The teacup in Master Wu's hand fell to the ground with a clang. He jumped up from his seat and angrily glared. "What nonsense are you spouting? When did Xiaosu commit a crime to trouble the Supreme Court's people to come arrest her?" As he spoke, 2 officers from the Supreme Court had already walked through the door and cupped their hands towards Master Wu. "These lowly officers greet Sir Wu." Eldest Master Wu was precisely Princess Anam, Wu Hongma's direct elder brother. This person had been ignorant and incompetent since young. If it weren't for relying on his brother-in-law, the vassal king of Anan, and desperately begging for an idle 7th-rank official position, he would probably still be a nobody right now. The Wu family was used to having smooth sailing days. Although the old master's official position wasn't high, with the vassal king of Anan as his brother-in-law, who dared to be disrespectful to the Wu family. This was the first time that the Supreme Court had sent people to challenge them. "Apologies, Sir Wu. These lowly officers are under orders to arrest eldest Miss Wu. Please cooperate, sir," the 2 officers said with a fake smile. "Impudent." Senior Madame Wu put on airs and angrily rebuked. "What right do you have to arrest her? Our family Xiaosu is a pure and innocent maiden. So how could she follow you to the Supreme Court? We have an arrest warrant. Someone brought out evidence to say that your family's eldest miss committed attempted swindling. with both the witness and material evidence. Eldest Miss can't deny it. Will Madam please not wantonly obstruct the Supreme Court from handling the case? Otherwise, you won't be able to explain yourself in front of the great king. Senior Madam Wu was so angry that she fell onto her stool. She looked at the two officers with reddened eyes before hastily turning to eldest Master Wu and calling out, "Master." Master Wu's lips also trembled, but he couldn't speak. Those two officers shook the arrest warrant in their hands and sneered. If eldest master doesn't hand her over, then this lowly officer can't return to report on our mission. We can only go in and arrest her ourselves. A moment later, the pale-faced Wu Xiaosu was called to the main hall. Without saying a word, a servant came forward and put shackles on her wrists. Old Madam Wu screamed, "What are you doing? What did my daughter do? What right do you have to put her in chains?" "I'm sorry, Madam Wu." Young Miss Wu's attempted swindle was absolutely true. He was definitely going to jail. If you don't believe me, you can follow us to the Supreme Court. The Wu family seal was carved into the corner of a rice bag. The servant impatiently pushed aside Senior Madam Wu, who had pounced forward. Eldest Miss is a mystic cultivator. In order to prevent her from escaping, I'm sorry, but I could only put on special shackles for mystic cultivators. Take him away. Mother, father. Wu Xiaosu's face was filled with fear and panic as she was dragged out by the two servants without any trace of politeness. Old Madam Wu almost fainted on the ground. She hurriedly grabbed the maidservant's hand and said in a trembling voice, prepare the carriage immediately. Go to the vassal king of Anan's estate." At dusk, the news of Princess Anam and Wu Hongma bringing Senior Madam Wu into the palace to tearfully complain to Her Majesty the Queen, accusing the crown princess of abusing her power to bully others, had spread like wildfire in the palace. When the queen sent someone to the Qiao estate to invite the little girl had just returned to the estate for less than a quarter of an hour. When she heard the news, she didn't even lift her eyelids and only coldly instructed Xiao Yao, "Go call the steward over." Chapter 684. After Chang Zai hurried over, he greeted eldest Miss with trepidation. Although this eldest Miss was young, her aura was very frightening. Every time Chang Zai was in front of eldest Miss, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In half a cup of tea's time, gather all the servants and maids in the entire estate. Arbor coldly said, "Bring me all the indenture contracts. Also, call the people from the broker house over." Chang Zai's heart thumped. How could he dare to hesitate? He quickly went to inform all the servants and sent someone to the broker house to invite people over. In the quiet courtyard, Arbor had someone bring a chair to sit in front of her. In front of her was a small table with a list of personnel. Chunying and Xiayun were the first to arrive. They ran all the way over, their foreheads covered in sweat. When they saw eldest Miss sitting there and flipping through the list of personnel, they didn't dare to speak and just stood there obediently. Soon, half a cup of tea's time passed. Aside from Chunying and Xun, there was only the gardener Old Bai, the sweeping nanny Sun Yang, two maids from the outer courtyard, and two servants. The 8 people lined up in 2 rows and looked at each other in dismay. Arbor didn't say anything and ordered Xiao Yao to light an incense stick on the table. Her fingers lightly flipped through the list of personnel, occasionally raising her head to look at the people present. When the 2 incense sticks burned out, the last 2 servants who arrived late yawned and rushed over. Seeing many people standing in the courtyard, the 2 servants hurriedly squeezed behind the crowd. Compared to the other estates, the Qiao estate didn't have many servants. However, they also didn't have many masters. The eldest branch had a family of 5, while the second branch only had 2 people, so there were only 7 masters in total. Moreover, Qiao wasn't home all year round. Speaking of which, 15 to 16 servants were enough to serve 6 masters. Father Qiao, Mother Qiao, and second Uncle Qiao were easy to talk to. Usually, there wasn't much work at home. Just look at how undisciplined these people were. Arbor sneered. He had Chunying and the other 8 people stand to the side and coldly looked at the remaining 7 or 8 servants. "Steward Chang, you didn't inform them to come see me in half a cup of tea's time?" Arbor coldly asked. Understood, Chang Zai said in a trembling voice. You dare to do this even after being notified. That means you don't have any respect for your master. Arbor sneered again. 10 strokes each. We'll talk after that. Those 7 to 8 boy servants and maids immediately panicked, but several black-clothed youths abruptly jumped out from behind Xiao Mu to suppress them, and they brandished their cudgels without any room for protest. Among them, there was a boy servant that Xiao Mu recognized. He was precisely her younger brother, Xiao Sen's lackey, who was making the most noise and yelling the most viciously. After each of them hit 10 times without missing a beat, the black-clothed youths retreated behind Arbor in a well-trained manner. Arbor coldly glanced at the crowd. If you still dare to howl, I'll hit you 20 more times. In an instant, there was complete silence in the front courtyard. I've summoned all of you here today because I want all of you to honestly answer a question of mine. Arbor's eyes were unusually cold as he swept his gaze across the row of servants standing in front of him. A few days ago, someone sold information about my court to the eldest miss of the Wu family. They said that I was unreasonable, crafty, and cold by nature. They said that I didn't like people to serve me at close quarters. They even dismissed the people of Nanju Garden. As soon as Arbor finished speaking, the last 2 young servant girls who had blended into the crowd lowered their heads. They couldn't help but tremble all over. Chapter 685. I'll give you a chance to live. Whoever stands out now and confesses honestly, I'll let her go. Arbor said coldly, Don't wait until I drag you out. At that time, even the Heavenly Emperor won't be able to save you. The last angry shout spread throughout the courtyard. Everyone felt their chests tighten and couldn't help but tremble. This group of servants usually had nothing to do. They ate her Qiao Estate's things and used her Qiao Estate's things, but in the end, they still betrayed her. She told Wu Xiaosu that there were no more servants in her Nanju garden. Wu Xiaosu was sure that she would meddle in other people's business and save that woman. She made that woman beg her in front of everyone and told her to definitely accept that shrew for the sake of her face. TSK, what a fantasy. She wanted to trick her? She would let them, these repulsive people, taste their own bitter fruits first. You won't speak? 7 to 8 dictum talismans floated in front of her. Arbor shouted coldly. I'll tell you. Wait until I personally find out who betrayed me. Then you will have no way to live. Eldest Miss, please spare us. Eldest Miss, please spare us. The 2 servant girls who were hiding at the back of the crowd finally couldn't withstand the pressure and scrambled forward. They cried and kowtowed repeatedly. Chang Zai, who was at the side, broke out in a cold sweat. His legs were like noodles, and his legs were trembling. These 2 audacious little girls really dared to provoke the lion in the sky. Arbor's eyes shot out a cold and sharp light. She hated betrayal the most in her life. Although these 2 servant girls' betrayal didn't cause her any real loss, this didn't mean that she would easily forgive them. She didn't fall into their trap because she was meticulous and saw through people. It could also be said that she had suffered in her previous life and accumulated experience. It wasn't because they were merciful. Originally, there was no grudge between them. However, for a small profit, Xiao Chun threw away his bottom line as a person. Don't talk so much in the future. Let them eat it. Arbor threw out 2 pills, and the 2 black-clothed youths immediately understood. They took the pills and stepped forward, grabbed the 2 frightened and trembling servant girls, and forced them to swallow the pills. The 2 of them became mutes on the spot, unable to speak. 2 pairs of frightened eyes, with a trace of resentment, stared at Arbor. You're not convinced? Then I've changed my mind. Arbor looked coldly at the 2 girls who were glaring at him with hatred. Kill them. The 2 maidservants' pupils suddenly shrank. They opened their mouths, but found that they couldn't make sound. In the next second, 2 cold lights flashed past their necks, and a red liquid sprayed out. Everyone felt as if their hearts were being gripped tightly by something, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In the future, if anyone dares to reveal any of the trivial matters of my Nanju garden to unrelated people, they will be punished. That's the outcome. If you can't control your mouth, then don't ask for another mouth in the future. Chunying knelt on the ground with a plop and said with fear and trepidation, eldest Mississippi. This servant will scrupulously abide by her duties and won't dare to blabber nonsense. Arbor shook his head, looked at her, and said, "From now on, I'll give you the right to manage the household. Xiaoyun, you'll replace Chunying and serve my mother. The 8 of you, starting from this month, your monthly allowance will be doubled." Arbor's words stunned the 8 maidservants who had arrived first. As for the rest of you, Arbor looked coldly at the servants who had arrived late, putting on airs to the heavens, putting on airs even more than your masters. My Chow estate can't afford to support you. Sell them all. Chapter 686. When the servants heard this, they felt as if the sky was about to collapse. They had been eating and living well in the Chow estate for the past 2 years, and they were used to living a good life. Now that the Chow estate had been promoted to a marquis estate, their lives were even more prosperous. Compared to the children of other poor families, they were all as comfortable as young masters and misses. Now, eldest Miss actually wanted to drive them out with just one sentence. This time, everyone panicked, and they only hated that they had offended eldest Miss, this ancestor. This ancestor wasn't as easy to talk to as the other members of the Chow family. She would poison them to mute them, kill them to kill them. Her swift and decisive methods were completely unlike the other people in the Chow estate who were soft and docile. The servants all cried and begged for mercy. But how could Arbor care about them? She had given them a chance, but unfortunately, only half of them grasped it. Since that was the case, she didn't need to be polite with them. It's so noisy, so annoying. Drive them all out. Arbor threw the name list on the table and beckoned to Chunying. Chunying hurriedly ran over and respectfully bowed to pick up the name list on the table. Cross out the names of the people who were driven out today. Also, check if there are enough people in the estate to clean. If there aren't enough, pick 2 or 3 honest people from the broker house. It doesn't matter if they are men or women, as long as they are willing to work hard. Yes, Mississippi, Chunying was someone who could read. These 2 years, she had always been by Madam's side, helping to manage the household, so she naturally had some skills as a housekeeper. Arbor nodded. It will be the new year in 10 days. Tomorrow, go find a few people from the clothing workshop and buy 2 sets of winter clothes for the new year for each of the servants and boys. Calculate how much cloth is needed and report to me when the time comes. There is no harm in having more, but don't shortchange anyone. Chunying's mouth was slightly agape. Even the servants and manservants beside her were looking at their little mistress in a daze. Their master, who was still furious just now, was now softly talking about giving them more clothes for their monthly allowance, so that they could happily celebrate the new year. Yes, Mississippi, Chunying curtsied, her face beaming with joy as she agreed. Xiao Yao pursed her lips and smiled. Actually, her young miss was the easiest to get along with. As long as everyone did their jobs well and didn't cause trouble, her young miss wouldn't care what they did for the rest of their time. Standing to the side, Chong Zai, whose legs were still trembling, suddenly knelt down with a thud and weakly called out, "Eldest Mississippi." At this time, Arbor's anger had already dissipated by half. When he turned to look at Chong Zai, his expression was a little better. "You didn't manage your family well, and there were many incidents in your family. Do you know your crime?" "Eldest young miss, this old servant knows his wrongs. I beg eldest young miss not to chase this old servant out." Chong Zai trembled as he spoke. The gardener, Old Bai, who was on good terms with Chong Zai, also fell to his knees. He kowtowed and stammered, "Young miss, I can't double the monthly allowance. I beg, young miss, don't kick big brother Chong out." They were all ordinary people, and Chong Zai was already over 50 years old. If he was kicked out, he definitely wouldn't be able to find work. When the time came, there really wouldn't be any way to make a living. Sun Yang and the 2 of them were the first to enter the residence, so their friendship was naturally different. When she heard this, she also quickly knelt down and pleaded with Arbor. Xiao Mu looked at them expressionlessly, causing the trio's hearts to beat like a drum, feeling very uneasy. Chapter 687. Chong Zai was deeply afraid of implicating the 2 old fellows and hurriedly cried, "Eldest miss, please don't be angry at Old Bai and Sun Yang. This matter has nothing to do with them. I'll just leave." After saying this, he turned to leave with a hunched back. Arbor coldly called out, "Stop right there." Chang Zai's steps froze. Arbor glanced at the three. "So you two are willing to give up double your monthly allowance for Chang Zai?" "Yes, yes, yes, eldest miss, we are willing." The two nodded in unison without hesitation. "You are also willing to leave the Qiao estate on your own. Will you bear a grudge against me?" Arbor raised her brows and looked at Chang Zai. Chang Zai hurriedly turned around and fell to his knees again. This old servant does not dare. All these years, this old servant has received the Qiao estate's grace and has been taken care of by master and madam. Even if I leave the estate, I do not dare to betray my masters. Rise. Arbor speechlessly looked at the three of them. When did I say that I wanted to drive you out of the estate? Chang Zai, Old Bai, and Sun Yang were all startled and carefully thought back. That's right. When Miss had been angry just now, she had not said a single word about driving Chang Zai out. At most, she had ignored Steward Chang. I removed you from your position as the steward only because I felt that you weren't too suited for the position of steward. Xiao Mu sighed as she explained, although you are indecisive in handling matters, you are a loyal and righteous person. You have followed my parents for so many years. Even if you have not performed meritorious deeds, you have still worked hard. How can I drive you out? Could it be that in your eyes, your miss, am so unreasonable? Chang Zai hurriedly said that he did not dare. Old Bai and Sun Yang were not good with words and could only follow Chang Zai's lead and say that they did not dare. All right, all of you rise. Arbor moved her fingers and took out 2 small pouches. Xiaoyao pursed her lips and smiled. She knowingly took 2 small bags and walked over to Old Bai and Sun Yang. She handed them to them. Here, this is a gift from Mississippi. Take it and calm your nerves. The 2 of them got up from the ground in a daze. Each of them stupidly hugged a small bag and peeked inside. There were 2 pieces of ham inside. These days, meat was much more expensive than rice. This was a bountiful reward. Old Bai and Sun Yang both stared blankly at their little master. Chang Zai, you have 2 very good friends. At this time, Chang Zai already knew that the young miss would not chase him out of the house, and his nerves were no longer as tense. Hearing this, he smiled from the bottom of his heart and nodded repeatedly. From now on, you can work at my parents' Li Jing garden. Arbor said faintly, you're getting old. You could just ask me to do some trivial things. Many thanks to Miss. Many thanks to Mississippi. Chang Zai secretly wiped his old tears, his heart feeling more and more guilty. He didn't manage to cure the house, but the young miss did not blame him and even allowed him to stay. In the future, when he took care of the master and madam's small courtyard, he could not be so careless. He absolutely could not fail to live up to the young miss's trust in him. Arbor nodded and let them leave first. Chunning also took the remaining 2 servants and 2 manservants to leave, looking for the trafficker to choose servants. Soon, a black-clothed youth flashed to Arbor's side and whispered a few words to her. Arbor slightly raised an eyebrow, a cold light flashing through her eyes. Wait for me to go out and take a look. Master, the green mammy by the queen's side has been waiting for a long time. Arbor's footsteps paused, and she nodded to the youth. Go call her over. Chapter 688. Arbor waved his hand to dismiss the other hidden guards before leading a hidden guard named Lightning to the door. Lightning and Hui Feng, who served the crown prince, both came from the hidden guard camp, which was a bit different from the nature of the hidden night pavilion's work. Arbor finally understood everything now. Those with the word hidden in their names, such as Hidden Flower and Hidden Current, were all members of the hidden pavilion and specialized in assassinations. However, when those idiots were idle, they liked to visit the night pavilion to cause trouble. As for those with the word in their names, such as Charming Night and Midnight Supper, they were all members of the night pavilion. Their main job was to travel to various large cities and towns to gather intelligence. Sometimes, they might even have to travel to faraway countries to gather all kinds of intelligence. The hidden guards from the hidden guard camp were usually the crown prince's bodyguards. Of course, when the hidden night pavilion was very busy, the hidden guards might have to lend a hand or something The Crown Prince's Hidden Night Pavilion's hidden guard camp had been established for who knew how many years. Its scale was already very large, so it was quite easy for Arbor to use it directly, especially the hidden guard camp. It was said that the great king's father, the old Grand King, had directly passed it down to the Crown Prince when he was still alive. There were also some extraordinary people that Arbor had never seen before. Arbor had just arrived at the door with Lightning when he saw the manservant hugging his younger brother and refusing to let go. The manservant was wailing loudly, as if he wanted to vent all of his grievances. The slave trader stood to the side and watched awkwardly. Apart from a manservant who seemed to be on steroids and refused to leave Xiao Sen's side no matter how hard he tried, the other maids and manservants all shrank behind the slave trader listlessly, not daring to resist at all. Arbor raised his hand and pointed. Lightning's figure flashed, and he reached out to pick up the wailing manservant. Arbor waved at his younger brother. "You're back, sister." Xiao San was baffled by his manservants crying as soon as he returned from the academy. When he saw Arbor standing at the door, he hastily ran over and pulled on his sister's hand, asking, "Sister, what happened? Why is Ah Dong crying like this?" Arbor didn't hide it from him. He told his brother everything and then asked, "Do you want to keep this kind of servant who bullies his master?" The manservant hurriedly crawled to kneel in front of Xiao San and cried out, Young master, you can't abandon this servant." Xiao San's little face flushed red. He went up and kicked the manservant. "How dare you be so disrespectful to my sister? He deserved to be sold. This young master doesn't have a wicked servant like you. Leave immediately. Let me tell you, even Big Brother Crown Prince has to listen to my sister. Of course, I'm no exception. Even this young master had been ruthlessly beaten by my elder sister, let alone a manservant like you. You really have no discernment. You actually foolishly went against the wind and committed a crime. You're the biggest joke in the world, trying to challenge my elder sister? How capable do you think you are?" Our dear Xiao San was someone who knew when to yield and when not to yield. He had long discovered that his elder sister was the one in charge of the entire family. Even someone as powerful as his big brother had to listen to his elder sister. What kind of thing does a manservant like you think you are? How dare you climb all over his elder sister? You deserve to be scolded. Our dear Xiao San hurriedly drew a clear line between himself and the manservant, indicating that he wasn't on the same side as him. He pulled his sister towards the door. Chapter 689. This child had been raised by the old madam's side since he was young and had been spoiled to the point of being out of control. Fortunately, he was a little fearful of his older sister now, so she could still control him. Otherwise, it would be harder to teach him in the future. Arbor glanced at this mischievous child in amusement and exasperation. She shook her head and followed him through the door. Coincidentally, the green mammy was led all the way here. When she saw Arbor, her expression darkened slightly. She took a few steps forward and curtsied hastily. "Eldest Miss Xiao, can we leave now?" "Oh, wait a moment," Arbor said carelessly. The green mammy's expression became even more unsightly. "Wait a moment? This old servant is afraid that this old servant can wait, but Her Majesty the Queen can't. How do you know whether Imperial Mother can wait or not?" Emol Yin's voice drifted in from the door. The green mammy was slightly alarmed. She quickly turned around and led the two junior palace maids to perform a standard curtsy to the Crown Prince. "Greetings, Your Highness." Arbor pattered to the Crown Prince and tugged at his sleeve. "Take me to the place where Wu Xiaosu is imprisoned." The Crown Prince nodded and turned to look at the green mammy and the others. "Go and reply to Imperial Mother first. Just tell her that we will come over in an hour." The green mammy's eyes narrowed slightly, and she hastily said, "Your Highness, but—" The Crown Prince's cold gaze shot over and landed on the green mammy. "You don't understand?" The green mammy was so frightened that cold sweat dripped down. She hastily knelt on the ground with a thud and pressed her head firmly as she repeatedly said, Yes, this old servant understands." The Crown Prince held Arbor's small hand and walked out. Before they left, Arbor glanced at the kneeling green mammy, who was secretly peeking at her from the corner of her eye. Her lips curled in a cold smile. Wu Xiaosu had been imprisoned in the Supreme Court's prison for nearly 4 hours. The two people's carriage went straight to that place. When they arrived at the Supreme Court, the Shaoqing had already received the news and came out to welcome them. He led the two people to the prison. The cell door opened, and a long flight of stairs appeared under everyone's feet. Arbor glanced at the Crown Prince and tugged at his sleeve. The Crown Prince looked at her in amusement and whispered, You're going down alone?" Arbor nodded. The Crown Prince looked at her helplessly. "What are you still whispering to each other?" As he spoke, he turned to the Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court and said, "Let's stay here." Let the jailer open the door for the Crown Princess. Yes, yes. Shaoqing nodded repeatedly and pointed to a jailer to take Arbor away. Just as Arbor was about to leave, he turned around, raised a small hand, and suddenly pinched the Crown Prince's face. He muttered, "I don't like it when she looks at you and acts pitiful." Thinking of Wu Xiaosu's little white flower appearance, crying endlessly in front of the Crown Prince, Arbor felt unhappy in his heart. After he finished speaking, he left the petrified Crown Prince, Shaoqing, and the others behind and followed the jailer. Guifeng, what should he do when he suddenly discovered that his master was being teased? The Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court was nearly 40 years old and usually felt that he was quite up to date with the times. At this moment, he snapped out of his petrification and snuck a glance at the Crown Prince. When he saw the latter's smile and joyful expression, he instantly felt that his mentality had been through a lot. Young people nowadays really knew how to flirt with their partners. "Cough, Your Highness, how about we go up first? This humble subject will order someone to serve tea." He didn't know how long the Crown Princess was going to chat with Miss Wu, but he couldn't let the Crown Prince keep standing at the top of the stairs. Chapter 690. Crown Prince the Great? After calling him 3 times, the Crown Prince still didn't have much of a reaction and only kept smiling on the side. Huifeng's mouth twitched, and he coughed lightly. Shaoqing, go and prepare first. His Highness will be there in a moment." "Yes, yes." The Supreme Court's Shaoqing hastily retreated. Huifeng couldn't help but cover his face. Oh no, Master was flirted silly again. The Supreme Court's Shaoqing didn't see it, but when he looked over, he saw that Master's ears were red. Sigh. These days were so hard. The Crown Princess casually flirted, and my Crown Prince's soul left his body. "Your Highness, cough, don't stand at the top of the stairs and smile foolishly. Shaoqing invites you over for tea." Huifeng helplessly poked the Crown Prince. Emole Yin returned to her senses and blinked her phoenix eyes. "Where's Jojo?" Huifeng almost missed a step and rolled down the stairs. The Crown Princess, who ran off after flirting, had no idea that she had flirted a man silly with one sentence. Under the jailer's lead, they arrived at the door of an independent prison cell. This type of prison cell used to imprison mystic cultivators was of a higher level, and there was an additional confinement talisman matrix on the cell door. Normal mystic cultivators couldn't escape from this prison filled with confinement talisman matrices if they wore specially made shackles and handcuffs. However, it was said that ding-ting-ding escaping from prison was a common occurrence. Even if you had 17 or 18 talisman matrices, escaping from prison was a matter of minutes for him. The prison cells on both sides were empty, and Wu Xiaosu was being held in this one. The jailer brought Arbor to the door of the prison cell. Under Arbor's signal, he opened the door for her and tactfully retreated far away. Arbor stepped through the door, and her gaze landed on Wu Xiaosu, who was huddled in the corner. Wu Xiaosu looked up when she heard footsteps. When she saw that the person walking against the light was Arbor, her eyes abruptly widened, and she pounced at Arbor like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. However, when she was several steps away from Arbor, her figure was abruptly pulled to a stop by 2 iron chains. Her arms were firmly bound by 2 iron chains on the wall. She could only bare her fangs and brandish her claws at Arbor, but she could never reach her. Arbor stood in front of Wu Xiaosu and looked at her indifferently. "I couldn't figure out why you kept trying to get close to our Qiao family." Later, the Crown Prince secretly told her that the palace maid who poisoned her at the banquet had a brief contact with Princess Anam. This goal was already very clear. Princess Anam wanted to avenge her good daughter, Commandery Princess Huiyan. The vassal king consort of Anan, Wu Honma, is your aunt, right? Wu Honma had been plotting against her since the day of the banquet. What a whimsical woman. He wanted to give her a slow-acting poison so that she would eventually die unknowingly. That way, the crown prince wouldn't be suspicious. This method of poisoning was simple and crude. It could be said that if she succeeded, it would be a good plan. Unfortunately, no matter how much she calculated, she overlooked the fact that Xiao Mu was also well-versed in the study of poison and had read thousands upon thousands of poison scriptures. This kind of concealed, slow-acting poison might be quite stealthy and undetectable to other people, but to Xiao Mu, it was truly too common. Wu Xiaosu was ordered by Wu Honma to pretend to get close to the Qiao family so that she could enter the family and find an opportunity to continue poisoning Arbor with slow-acting poison. Unfortunately, second Miss Qiao didn't like her from the start. Eldest Miss Qiao was as cold as ice and unapproachable, so she didn't have chance. Chapter 691. As a result, she found someone to put on a show to trick Arbor. If the trick succeeded, Arbor would take pity on that shrew and bring her back. Naturally, she would have a chance to hibernate by Arbor's side and slowly continue to spread the poison to however. It was a pity that this Wu Xiaosu was young and impatient in the end. She was too impatient to handle matters properly, so Qiao Mu easily saw through her. Arbor flipped his hand, and a small golden cicada appeared in front of Wu Xiaosu's eyes. When she saw the golden cicada, panic flitted across her eyes. Her entire body shook as she howled, "Arbor, what are you doing? I want to see Her Majesty the Queen. I want to see the Empress Dowager. I've been wrongly accused. Your so-called witnesses and evidence are just rumors and rumors. I didn't engrave the Wu family's seal on the inside of the rice bag." This was a blatant attempt to frame him. Arbor slightly curled his lips and didn't answer. Instead, he moved his finger and a body immobilization talisman floated out. "You." Wu Xiaosu's entire body was cold. She opened her mouth in shock, but suddenly felt that her entire body couldn't move. With a slight flick of Arbor's finger, that small golden cicada flew into Wu Xiaosu's mouth and slid down her throat. Wu Xiaosu's eyes were filled with horror. If her entire body wasn't frozen, she would have already collapsed to the ground, trembling. Arbor's lips curled into a cold smile. Didn't Wu Xiaosu have that stupid woman on the street follow her home and wait for an opportunity to get close to her bedroom? She wanted to stuff this poisonous golden cicada under her bed and let it emit poisonous gas over time? TSK, why go through so much trouble? Just directly feed it to Wu Xiaosu and let it play its role in Wu Xiaosu's stomach. After Arbor finished dealing with Wu Xiaosu, he left her frozen like this. He didn't even help her resolve her predicament and leisurely left. When the two entered the palace hand in hand to see the queen, eldest Madame Wu's eyes were swollen from crying. Princess Anam even held back a bellyful of anger and drank tea for 4 hours. Without waiting for Princess Anam to make a fuss, the crown prince ordered people to bring the witnesses and material evidence to the queen and state the facts. Seeing the queen's silence, Senior Madame Wu became anxious. Xiaosu is still a virgin and is the princess consort's niece. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Wang clan if they were imprisoned like this? Besides, she was just a child and had accidentally offended the crown princess. The crown princess hasn't suffered any losses yet, so why can't she just take a step back? A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. Are you looking down on the law? The crown prince said indifferently. 3 months in prison is already a light punishment. Could it be that eldest Madame Wu wants your daughter to be beheaded for the crime of disrespect? I hope that after Miss Wu is released from prison this time, the Wu family will properly control her words and actions. Don't make any more mistakes, otherwise we won't let her off easily. The next day, the queen still wanted to persuade her son to let Miss Wu go. After all, girls were prideful. Wouldn't it make people laugh to death if she came out of prison after 3 months? In the end, she received news that her son had left the capital early in the morning with his wife for Balon. It was already the new year, yet they were still going out. Queen Zhao was so angry that she cursed her for raising a fake son. At this time, the young couple was already in the suburbs and had ridden on the same horse for some distance. From afar, they saw a small team of 7 to 8 people running toward the city gate in a fluster. Behind them was a large group of zombies that were running crookedly. There were at least 30 to 40 zombies. Although their running speed wasn't slow, they were all missing arms and legs, and their postures were twisted. Chapter 692. However, this batch of zombies moved at the same speed as a normal person. If there were no mishaps, it should be a batch of level 3 zombies. The squad of 7 to 8 people fled in a panic. From afar, they saw the Crown Prince and Arbor foolishly standing still with their horses in front of them. In their panic, they glanced at the two of them and silently criticized them. They felt that they were two young people who had been scared silly. Otherwise, why didn't they run when they saw such a large batch of zombies? They even foolishly placed their horses in the middle of the road. Why are there so many zombies? The little girl asked crisply. Arbor really hadn't seen so many zombies moving together in a long time. In the area around Guanlan City, there were basically mystic cultivator squads going out on missions every day to purge the nearby zombies. It was already good enough to occasionally see 1 or 2 zombies on the road, so it was truly surprising to see such a small batch of zombies. These people's luck was really good. Seeing the 7 to 8 people running closer and closer, Arbor stared at the tall, plump, middle-aged uncle in the lead with a slightly strange gaze. "Captain!" A fierce scream came from behind him. The tall fatty turned around and saw a tall zombie missing an arm already close to the back of his head. 2 protruding fangs appeared in its huge mouth, looking especially cold and eerie. "Fuck!" Without any explanation, the tall fatty raised the fire tongs in his hand and firmly smacked the pouncing zombie's face. The zombie's eyeball immediately flew out of its left eye socket. "Hurry and run, little girl." A chubby Annie beside the tall fatty was also doing her best to run. The moment she opened her mouth, she spat at Arbor and Mo Lien, gesturing for them to quickly turn around and run into the city. Although the chubby Annie was wide and fat, she was very agile and abnormally fast. She was a speed-type superpower user. Seeing them running over in a hurry, Arbor's beautiful eyes scanned the faces of the 8 people in the squad. The more he looked, the more radiant his eyes became. "What are you looking at?" Mo Lien reached out and pulled the little fellow's face back. This child was staring at her without blinking. Was he really that good-looking? The team consisted of 8 people, young and old, men and women, all of whom looked ordinary. He really didn't know why his Jojo couldn't take his eyes off them. "Come over quickly." Xiao Mu waved her hand at Fatty Gao and company. "Hurry, hurry." Fatty Gao's mouth twitched. "Little girl, run. Don't just stand there. We really can't handle these dozens of level 3 corpse puppets. Get down, all of you." The little guy waved his hand forcefully. Everyone looked at her in confusion, only to see the fair and tender little girl take out a round thing from her sleeve. Emolien's eyebrows twitched slightly. She was just about to grab the little fellow's little hand. The round core ravaging thunder had already been thrown out by her and landed in the midst of the zombie horde. Boom! A huge explosion shook the earth and the mountains. The 8 people in the squad rolled on the ground with stupefied expressions. They hugged their heads and lay on the ground, looking up at the little girl who was leaving. "Huge Bear Squad, wait for me to come back. See you." The little girl hugged the youth's waist and turned to wave at the group of people lying on the ground. Who dares to be so impudent at Guanlan City's North Gate? Several angry rebukes were mixed with several fierce figures flying out of the city gate. Chapter 693. The 8 members of Huge Bear Squad continued to lie there motionlessly, holding their heads as they stared ahead in a daze. The core ravaging thunder had blasted a huge crater in front of them, and none of the 30-odd zombies were spared. All of them were blown to smithereens. Several mystic experts stationed at Guanlan City's North Gate flew out of the city and were stunned when they saw this scene. The members of Huge Bear Squad slowly crawled up from the ground after a long while. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. "Captain, WWR Huge Bear Squad is so famous now?" Even a random little girl passing by can call out our huge bear squad's name. Two lumps of red appeared on a young team member's face in excitement. Huge bear squad's captain, Gao Sheng, irritably slapped the back of that team member's head. What nonsense are you spouting? It must be because she saw the badges we're wearing on our chests. Everyone looked down. The huge bear badge wasn't very obvious, and the bear carved on the badge wasn't mighty. To be honest, could that girl really tell that this badge was a huge bear? What exactly happened here? A mystic guarding the city solemnly looked at Captain Gao Sheng. Gao Sheng smiled foolishly and rubbed the back of his head. It's just that just now, our squad accidentally attracted a group of zombies to chase after us. An expert passed by and helped us take care of the zombies. Ah, right, with a huge bear squad that went to the north slope to dig up wild vegetables. Now that the mission is complete, we plan to return to the city. The mystic guarding the city looked at the badges on their chests and nodded. According to the rules, you guys will first stay in the tent area outside the city for a few days. You can only enter the city when it's about time. Okay. Everyone understood the rules, so Gao Sheng nodded without objection. Only then did he lead his teammates to the tent area at the North City Gate. Besides, after the little fellow did something bad, Mo Yin knew that this action would definitely alarm the city guards, so she quickly rode away with this little ancestor. Arbor was in a great mood and was snickering like a little mouse the entire way. Mo Lien helplessly stroked the little fellow's head. With such a loud explosion, the nearby zombies have all been drawn over. Arbor turned his little head to look at him. Action teams have missions to do, so they can eat. Moreover, there were probably less than 100 undead puppets within 100 miles of Guanlan City. The ones that needed to be cleaned up had all been cleaned up by the operation teams. Mo Yin couldn't help but laugh. Do you want little Seven to take us there? No need. Didn't you say that it would take less than a day to ride a horse to Bailon City? Yes, at this speed, we'll be there in the evening. Now let's take a look along the way. The little fellow took out a packet of osmanthus candy from her pocket and put one in Mo Lien's mouth. Prince Mo couldn't tell what the candy tasted like, but the little girl's soft and greasy little finger brushed against his lips. It felt soft and was incredibly sweet. On the other side, at the marquee of Ji Yuan's estate, a quick-witted boy servant quickly walked into the hall and saluted the lord and madam at the head of the table. Lord and madam, there are guests outside who claim to be members of your family. Xiao Zhongbong, who had just finished eating and was looking at his son's recent homework, paused while holding a book. Wei Ziqin also looked up and couldn't help but frown. Chapter 694. Clansmen of the main clan? Wasn't that? Ha ha ha. Zhongbong, why didn't you tell the main clan that you've moved to Guanlan City for so long? A laugh came from outside the door. You can't just barge in. The sound was mixed with the footboy's anxious cry. Master, madam, they. Xiao Zhongbong looked up and saw an elderly man in his 60s leading two middle-aged men who were slightly older than him through the door. The elderly man smiled and nodded repeatedly at him. Clan head. Xiao Zhongbong and his wife stood up and greeted the elderly man with an indifferent expression. They waved their hands to dismiss the footboy. It wasn't that they hadn't contacted the main clan after moving here for so long. It was that when they had moved here back then, the husband and wife had brought gifts and visited with Xiao Zhongxing the next day, wanting to contact the main clan. In the end, they had been stopped outside by several snobbish gatekeepers. At that time, Xiao Zhongbong and Xiao Zhongbong had even met the middle-aged man on the left behind the elderly man. When that person heard that they were a branch of the Qiao clan from Quoto village, he didn't even look at the husband and wife and directly had them driven away, not even allowing them to finish speaking. This matter had left a shadow in the hearts of Xiao Zhongbong and his brother. In the 2 years since they had moved to Guanlan City, they had never paid a visit to the Qiao clan's main clan head again. Hey, why are you treating me like an outsider by calling me clan head? The Qiao clan's main clan head, Xiao Dongbua, smiled and waved his hand. Zhongbong, I also watched you grow up. In terms of seniority, I am your eldest uncle. There's no need to treat me like an outsider by calling me clan head. Xiao Zhongbong said neither coldly nor warmly. I don't dare. We two brothers are farmers from Kwoto village in a remote and desolate area. We don't dare to have any relationship with the main clan. If there's nothing else, please leave." Clan head Xiao Dongwa's old face stiffened. The two middle-aged men behind him were furious, especially the man on the left. When he heard Xiao Zhongbang's voice, he realized that he had met this person 2 years ago. However, at that time, Xiao Zhongbang and his wife were dressed very plainly. At first glance, one could tell that they were country bumpkins from the countryside. Unlike now, they were dressed in silk and satin. "Zhongbang, we are all clansmen of the same clan. There is no need to be so calculative." Clan head Xiao Dongwa said with a calm face, "What happened 2 years ago? It's all because of that little servant boy who was guarding the door. He didn't understand the ways of the world. Don't worry, I'll deal with him as soon as we get back." "No need." Xiao Zhongbang waved his hand, turned around, and pulled his wife into the inner hall. "I'm sorry, I have something to discuss with my wife, so I won't see you off." This old man still dared to bring up the incident from 2 years ago in front of them, which meant that he already knew about it. However, at that time, Xiao Zhongbang and his brother were only good-for-nothings in the main clan's eyes. How could the main clan ever care about them? Xiao Dongwa was so angry that his mouth crooked, and he brought his 2 sons out of the marquis's estate with his tail between his legs. Xiao Zhonda immediately cursed, "Dad, he's only a good-for-nothing who obtained the marquis title because he sold his daughter for glory. Does our Xiao family still need to rely on him? A good-for-nothing, a good-for-nothing, a good-for-nothing is about to break through to the peak of level 7 Mystic Cultivator realm. What about you? You're just a mere level 6 Mystic Cultivator, yet you keep calling someone else a good-for-nothing." The clan head's words shocked Xiao Zhonda. Earlier, he was only concerned about being angry and didn't pay attention to Xiao Zhongbang's cultivation at all. Chapter 695. What do you know? I heard that this future crown princess is deeply doted on by the crown prince. She herself is also a very capable child. If she can return to our clan, reputation, status, resources, wouldn't they have everything they could wish for? He heard that His Highness the Crown Prince frequently sent gifts to Xiao Zhongbang and his wife, being incredibly diligent. Xiao Zhonda only felt his teeth ache as he muttered softly, "But they have to be willing to come back first." Looking at Xiao Zhongbang and his wife's attitudes, it was impossible. "Isn't it all your fault?" Xiao Dongbo was so angry that he kicked his eldest son. "You're such a blind thing. You offended that couple for no reason. I'm telling you, you have to think of a way for me. No matter how you beg, you have to invite that couple back to the main family. I want to see that child arbor's figure in the Qiao family competition after the Lantern Festival." A strange glint flashed through Xiao Dongbo's eyes. This crown prince's section break. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The little white horse galloped happily, galloping up the slope with the young couple on its back. When it was close to noon, the young couple had already galloped the entire way. With the crown prince carrying her in his arms, Arbor's hair and clothes were clean, neat, and elegant, without the slightest speck of dust. Moreover, she was jolting on the horse, already wanted to sleep. Not long after descending the slope, the two people stopped at the entrance of a small village. There should already be no one in this village. After all, the people nearby had either moved to Balon fortifications or definitely moved to the nearby Mo kingdom capital. Who would stay in such a withered, small, and dilapidated village? Moreover, there were hidden dangers in terms of safety. Who could guarantee that zombies wouldn't suddenly break through the window in the middle of the night? Pass through this village? Emolian lowered her head to look at the sleepy little fellow who was nodding incessantly, and she couldn't help but find it funny. Arbor reluctantly glanced at this village. From here, the village was very dilapidated, with broken walls and dilapidated walls, and there weren't many intact houses inside. "Isn't it closer if we go from here?" "It should be," Emolian nodded, "but this village looks a little spooky. Don't be afraid." "How am I scared?" Arbor snorted and looked down at the little white snake that poked its little head out of his waist pocket. She had mentally prepared herself for half a day before she finally made up her mind to bring the little white snake along. There was no other reason. She had to work hard to get rid of the psychological shadow of the past. She couldn't just run away in fear when someone threw out a Shin bee snake when she was fighting with someone in the future. This was too fucking cowardly. He had to overcome it. In addition, the little white snake kept looking at her with a pitiful gaze that said, "Please don't give up." Xiaomu felt a little helpless. Along the way, the little white snake was very obedient. It curled up in her waist pocket and poked its little head out to look at the scenery. It didn't make a single sound. Arbor subconsciously reached out and stroked the little snake's round head. The little white snake immediately rubbed its head against her small hand excitedly. At this time, Prince Emo had already urged his horse into the village. As soon as the two entered the village, they thoroughly sensed the desolation of this place. Let alone people, it was impossible to even have a single bird in this kind of place. To put it bluntly, even a mouse would probably starve to death if it took root here. Arbor's large eyes darted back and forth, blinking nimbly. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound. Chapter 696. The two of them turned their heads and instantly saw a bony claw reaching out from the crack in the wall. The claw was black and thin, covered in blue veins, and looked especially frightening. If a normal person saw it, they would fall off their horse in fright. But the young couple only looked at each other, then continued to watch the hand slowly reach out from the crack in the wall. Then came half a head covered in dust and dirt, and half a body so thin that it was all skin and bones. A pitiful man with a somewhat deformed head and a body as thin as a bean sprout crawled out from the corner of the earth. When his gaze met the young couple's, he was clearly stunned, and his entire body froze on the spot. There was actually someone here? Arbor carefully looked at the person, and after examining him, he confirmed that this was a person and not a corpse puppet. Although he looked a little deformed, he was most likely skinny from hunger. His eyes were strong, and his limbs were agile, so he was clearly not a corpse puppet. Emo Lien reached out and grabbed, and the man who was so thin that he was almost out of shape was brought up in front of him. "Who are you? Why are you hiding there so sneakily?" That person called out, "Ba-ba-ba-ba," twice, and his face revealed a slightly frightened expression. He repeatedly kowtowed to the two of them and begged for mercy. He was actually a mute hiding in this shabby village and still being able to live for so long. It was really unknown how he spent his days to become so thin. Emo Lien flipped off his horse and walked over to the crack in the wall that the mute had crawled out from a look. There seemed to be a cellar down there, and the mute probably slept in that cellar every day. "I'll go down and take a look, Jojo." Emo Lien pointed down. Arbor nodded and retracted his gaze to look suspiciously at the mute. "Are you really a mute?" The mute made two short ah sounds, and his voice was also very hoarse. Arbor flipped his finger and suddenly threw a body securing talisman at him. Suddenly, the mute nimbly dodged to the side and fiercely dodged the talisman. He flipped his hand and threw a handful of dust at Arbor. Arbor's lips curled into a sinister smile. With a light swipe of his fingertips, several streams of water rushed out, directly washing away all the dust that Mute had scattered over. Mute was clearly taken aback, and his huge pupils contracted slightly. Water spirit? Impossible. How could such a young girl be a spirit master? That deformed Mute suddenly opened his mouth, and a snake's forked tongue abruptly darted out his mouth. It wriggled and darted straight for Xiao Mu's small face. Arbor didn't expect the Mute in front of him to do such a disgusting thing. The snake's tongue was thick and fat, red with a tinge of black. It suddenly swept towards her face. In the blink of an eye, Arbor's finger trembled slightly, and his mystic energy seeped into the defensive ring on his fingertip, opening the eggshell in an instant. Thud! The snake's forked tongue hit the defensive barrier and made a soft sound. The serpent man retracted his tongue in pain, turned around, and ran away. Arbor let out a sigh of relief, only feeling that she had been disgusted. A white light flashed, and the little snake suddenly jumped out of Arbor's waist pocket. It passed through the defensive barrier without any hindrance and directly bit the back of Mute's neck. Ah! Mute let out a low, hoarse cry and suddenly threw himself onto the ground. He slithered forward like a snake, struggling in his death throes. The little white snake's bite was very fierce, and in a flash, black smoke came out of Mute's body. Chapter 697. Mute's body was like a sieve. Small holes appeared all over his body, all of which were emitting black smoke. This black smoke came from his body. Gradually, he was enveloped by this thick black smoke, and his figure couldn't be seen clearly. When Yin jumped up from the cellar, she saw this scene and jumped in fright. She quickly rushed to Arbor and pulled her into her arms. "What's going on? What could happen to me?" Arbor pouted and pointed at Mute. "He's the one who's in trouble." The white snake slithered out of the black smoke and softly pounced on Arbor's hand, rubbing against her fingers cutely. Arbor stroked its head. Yin, the white snake, bit him, and this person's whole body emitted black smoke. What kind of special skill is this? Yin gazed deeply at the white snakelet. The white snake wasn't to be outdone. It raised its head and swept a disdainful glance at Lord Imo with its round eyes. This is the dark power of the Netherworld. It's one of the 3 extremely strong and strange powers outside of the 5 spirits. It hasn't appeared for close to 1,000 years. I once read about it in the mysterious records of the upper 3 continents. There are only a few words about the description of the power of the Netherworld. When the white snake heard this, it shook its head and looked at Arbor with an expression that said, praise me, pet me." Arbor was a little amused. She raised her hand and stroked its little head. This power of the Netherworld also has a special power. Anyone killed by the power of the Netherworld will be able to control the dead person's movements for a certain period of time, depending on the user's control of the power of the Netherworld, Yin explained. At this time, after the black smoke dissipated, they saw Mute with his head drooping. He moved step by step in front of them. When he raised his head, his pair of eyes were gray. His long, snake-like tongue curled and stuck out. Demonic cultivator. Yin looked at Mute with a cold expression. "He's already dead. Jojo, should we leave now or go down and take a look?" "Let's go down and take a look. We can let this person lead the way." Arbor's eyes lit up. Yin nodded. The cellar is connected to other places, but it seems to be connected in all directions. Without a guide, we may have to take a lot of detours. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Arbor was curious about the underground world. The two of them let Mute lead the way down the cellar. When they were brought to a rather large underground village, they couldn't help but be stunned. If they hadn't bumped into this Mute crawling out from the crack in the wall, they wouldn't have known that there was another path below the cellar and that there was a village built below. Yin narrowed her eyes. Such an underground village had appeared so close to the Mo kingdom capital. Before this, not even the slightest bit of news had leaked out. This was truly a bit unusual, and it made him vigilant. When Mute led them into the village, 2 burly men walked up to them and said with a smile, "Yo, you're back. You brought back 2 fat lambs so quickly? Not bad." As they spoke, their eyes rolled in circles as they stared at this pair of fat lambs in amazement. This graceful appearance, Tsk, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. If they were presented to the village chief, then Mute would definitely receive great praise. Mute didn't make a sound. Even the occasional sounds that he usually made were gone. However, no one paid attention to it. Chapter 698. Mute ignored them and led Arbor and Yin straight into the village. There were over 100 families in the village. When they saw outsiders enter, they all came over to watch. Men and women, old and young, dressed strangely, their eyes revealing traces of ill intentions. Arbor expressionlessly swept his gaze over them and followed behind Mute with Yin for a while. "Ah, my guests who have come from afar. Welcome." A deep and resounding laughter came from afar. A sturdy man was surrounded by many people and slowly walked towards Arbor's group. "Village chief. Village chief." The rest of the people respectfully bowed to the village chief. This man was about 30 years old and had a rather tall stature. His bright and spirited eyes swept over Xiao Mu and Yin. And when he saw the 2 people's faces clearly, disbelief also flitted across his eyes. Such graceful and elegant people, they didn't look simple at all. How could they be so easily caught by Mute? Mute, these two people, where did you find them? Mute was silent and didn't make a sound. He only lowered his head and didn't say anything. HM, why aren't you saying anything? The man looked suspiciously at Mute, who had lowered his head. Usually, even though a Mute couldn't speak, he could at least make some gestures to explain what he was talking about. Hee. A clear laughter like a silver bell entered everyone's ears, closely followed by a fragrant wind. The woman who walked over quickly was about 27 or 28 years old. Her voluptuous figure was tightly wrapped in a thin red short skirt. She was dressed in an exotic attire, revealing two long white legs. Io, where did such a cute little girl come from? Come to Big Sister quickly. That woman twisted her snake-like waist and swept in front of Arbor like a whirlwind. She hooked her hand and was about to pull Arbor into her embrace. Prince Imo didn't say anything and kicked at the woman. What protective feelings for the fairer sex. There was no such thing. The kick was vicious and accurate, aiming straight for the woman's thigh. Xiaomu had originally thought that the woman's leg would definitely break with a crack, but who would have expected that the woman's leg would be as soft as a noodle, as if it had been stripped of its bones, and it actually evaded Crown Prince Mo's kick. Stinky man, go away. The woman's expression changed as she took 2 steps back. She hurriedly took out a handkerchief from her bosom and wiped it. Her thigh was not touched at all. Arbor, this was the first time she saw a woman who hated the Crown Prince so much. The Crown Prince's expression was also very ugly. He pulled his baby into his arms with one hand and raised his other hand to gently pat her back to comfort her. The big man looked at Mo Lien and Arbor with even more confusion. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a short man who quickly jumped over and landed in front of them. Rabbit 3, what's the matter? The short man called Rabbit 3 grinned and said, Village Chief, Mother Jeanne and the others are back. They said that they're going to have a barbecue feast tonight. Let everyone in the village get ready. Okay, everyone cheered in unison, as if that barbecue feast was very interesting. Arbor's eyes flashed slightly, and he secretly poked Little Snake with his finger. The little snake gave Mute an order, and Mute lowered his head, bringing the two of them back to his house. The village chief and the others were busy preparing for that barbecue feast and didn't make things difficult for them. Chapter 699. It could be seen that everyone had a long-lost excitement on their faces, which made Arbor somewhat curious. What barbecue feast? It made the entire village seem like it was New Year's in advance, as everyone busied themselves. Because this barbecue feast would only be held at night, Arbor and Mo Lien followed Mute back to his room. Upon returning to his room, Mute collapsed limply onto the ground, motionless. Little Snake's nether energy can only be controlled for so long. We have to be careful in our actions from now on. Mo Lien grasped Arbor's small hand and said, This village is very strange. I took a look. Quite a few people here seem to be demonic cultivators. Especially that woman just now. Her entire body was very soft. If you didn't guess wrongly, she should have fused with some kind of snake bone, which caused her body to be abnormally soft. What in the world is this village where demonic cultivators congregate trying to do by hiding underground? Although proper mystic cultivators or ordinary martial artists were not willing to get close to people like demonic cultivators were no longer discriminated against ever since operation squads were established. On the contrary, many squads were very happy to take in demonic cultivators with special abilities and participate in missions together. Since everyone was slowly starting to try to accept demonic cultivators as a group, then why were these demonic cultivators still sneakily hiding underground, unwilling to show their faces under the sun? Say, do you think someone is deliberately raising these people underground? Arbor muttered softly, and the Crown Prince's brows knitted tightly. If there really was a mastermind behind the scenes, why would they raise such a large group of demonic cultivators underground near the Mo Kingdom capital? In that case, this question was really worth investigating. The two people did not go out. During this time, several people tried to knock on Mute's door, but the two people ignored them. Only when it was 10 minutes into the night did Mo Lien and Arbor open the door and follow the crowd's footsteps surging toward the underground village's central gathering place. The two people mingled in the crowd, following behind unhurriedly. When they arrived at the gathering place, they saw a dense mass of heads, at least 1,000 people. There were actually more than 1,000 people hidden in this underground village. At least half of them were demonic cultivators, while the rest were mostly ordinary people with shackles on their legs and hands. Apart from the excitement on the faces of those demonic cultivators, most of the ordinary people had numb expressions on their faces. Their eyes were dull as they were urged forward by the demonic cultivators. They were like a group of slaves who would move forward or backward if their master wanted them to. Many benches were placed around the plaza. The group of demonic cultivators each led the slaves in their hands and sat down in an orderly manner. At a glance, the group of people had surrounded the assembly hall. Some of the demonic masters were leading a dozen or so slaves, while some were only leading a few. There were men and women, old and young, among these slaves. All of them had tattered clothes and messy hair as they knelt at the feet of the demonic masters. "Quiet! All of you, quiet down!" The village head raised his hand and stopped the crowd from talking. Everyone quieted down. That snake beauty from before swayed her slender waist as she walked forward with her clothes exposed. She stood next to the village head and laughed coquettishly. "The barbecue feast will now begin. Everyone can forget about everything and start partying." Everyone let out excited shrieks as they vigorously swung the long chains that were leading the slaves. Chapter 700. The sound of rolling wheels rolling on the ground came in their direction. Arbor and Mo Lien raised their eyes, only to see 3 enormous grills being pushed out. The so-called barbecue was 3 people skewered on the grills. 2 ordinary people with numb expressions stood on both sides of the grills, continuously flipping the skewered people on the grills. Arbor almost vomited when she saw it, her little head suddenly burying into the Crown Prince's embrace. Although the Crown Prince was also very nauseous, nothing could be seen on his face. His gaze was cold as he looked at this group of demons who were laughing maniacally. The 3 people were already beyond recognition. Blood dripped from their bodies, and the roasted fat sizzled. It was obvious that they had been barbecued for a long time and were already thoroughly dead. "Big brother, second brother, third brother." A mournful cry came from the foot of a demonic master in the front row. A slave led by that demonic master suddenly rushed forward, roaring angrily as he wanted to pounce on the 3 grills. A female demonic cultivator who was holding the chain suddenly pulled on the metal chain with a chuckle. After a series of clangs, the bald little fatty who had been calling for his brother was pulled to the ground with a bang. He smashed the ground with both his hands in anger and despair as he cried bitterly. "Aha!" The female demonic master laughed enchantingly. She got up and tugged on the iron chain in her hand, dragging the bald brat to her side. Sharp spikes abruptly shot out from her 5 fingers, and she grabbed a piece of flesh from the brat's arm with a whoosh. "Brat, you should thank me for not handing you over for tonight's barbecue feast." "Ah ha ha!" The female demonic master stepped on the bald brat's back, using all her strength to stomp on the big iron pot on his back. She giggled as she trembled. "What big brother, second brother, third brother? You are now my little slave. You only have a master." "Ah ha ha!" Arbor poked her little head out from Mo Lien's embrace. Her fists involuntarily clenched tightly. Mo Lien, who could sense the change in her mood, hurriedly reached out to pacify her, whispering in her ear, "Wait a moment." Ah. The iron pot brat let out a series of roars and cries of despair as he was stepped on by the female demonic body master. His 10 fingers continuously dug into the ground. "TSK, how boring. You only know how to scream at the top of your lungs. Can't you do anything else? Jean G, you're really brutal." A few demonic cultivators by the side teased. "Village head, let's have some entertainment." Right. The last time he dissected a living person, it was really nice." "Ha ha." The village chief laughed and put his hands on his hips, revealing his bulging chest muscles. "How about we do something more exciting today? Do you want to see it?" "Yes." The group of demonic masters below shook their chains and screamed excitedly. The village head let out an evil laugh. He suddenly stretched out his hands and clapped his hands 3 times. A low growl could be heard as a dark-skinned woman slowly pushed a wheelbarrow into the arena. The wheelbarrow carried a large square iron cage, and inside it was actually a tied-up level 4 zombie. The level 4 zombie opened its mouth, revealing 2 terrifying fangs. Its eyes were bloodshot as it roared angrily at the fresh meat on the field. Ha 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 ha! Everyone laughed maniacally in excitement. This is a level 4 zombie that absorbed all the power of a level 6 mystic cultivator. Its current ability is equivalent to a level 4 mystic cultivator.